Kellen had never imagined that a single moment of looking down at his phone would turn him into an orphan in another world. Faced with such an abrupt twist of fate, he had no choice but to start over completely under a stranger's identity. On his 16th birthday, inside the opulent cathedral, the white-clad archbishop stood before the radiant awakening stone, announcing each child's innate talent, a moment that would determine their future glory or ordinariness. Talents were ranked from S down to E, but most children ended up with the mediocre D or E. Awakening with a crank or higher meant a chance to stand out and live a life above the common crowd. Kellen stood among the crowd, his thin frame and modest clothing sharply contrasting with the dazzling attire of the noble children. Though the son of a baron, his changed circumstances had rendered him almost invisible. His body trembled slightly. His nervousness barely concealed the turmoil inside. The only steady presence by his side was Julia, who gently tapped his arm. Her voice was soft yet firm. "It's okay, Kellen. You're a baron's son. Your inheritance can't fail you." In a world ruled by harsh laws, Kellen clung desperately to this sliver of hope, knowing that if his awakening led him to the King's Academy, he could escape the suffocating family life that held him back. "Next, Kellen Gassa." The announcement cut through the silence. Kellen's heart leapt as he stepped forward, trying to steady his breath and feel the call of destiny. Slowly, a warm white light flowed from within him, and everything around seemed to pause for a moment. The awakening stone revealed 3 words: crank talent, attribute points allocated, best fit, knight. The archbishop's expression remained cold and unreadable. This talent was rare but complicated, a divine blessing as much as a long-term trial. Each year, one attribute would randomly improve. With luck, he could rise to a top rank or even near a rank. But bad fortune might render the talent useless, ultimately condemning him to the lowest tier. Thinking of this, Kellen's excitement dimmed into a faint disappointment, yet he refused to abandon his dreams. The awakening ended, and a blue holographic screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. A cold voice informed him of his new identity and powers. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point, profession, knight, level 1 martial art. Gale sword technique LV.1 core attributes, strength 6, agility 5, constitution 4, spirit 8. The line after line of stats felt like a stern verdict, marking his talents and constraints. Additional points in swordsmanship and magic talents were like hidden chips granted by fate, promising limitless potential. Kellen stared blankly at it all, silently swearing this was only the beginning, not the end. He had always believed his slow progress in cultivation was due to a lack of talent, but it turned out his wind attribute was weak. If he switched to thunder or water-based techniques, perhaps he could soar. After the awakening, he didn't rush away but stood quietly outside the hall, waiting half for a friend's fate, half for the legendary King's Academy that promised to change his destiny. He had no intention of going back to that home. Kellen had just awakened a crank talent, and in the eyes of that woman, his stepmother, such a gift was dangerous enough to threaten her carefully crafted rule. If he returned now, there was little chance he'd survive more than a few days. Unlike most transmigrators, Kellen's start was actually rather privileged. He was born into a minor noble family, the Baron of Castier's household. The Baron had many concubines, and his mother was just one of the least significant among them. Even so, as a child, Kellen still had access to basic training from the family tutor, and there was never a shortage of bread or meat at the table. His life was far better than that of most commoners, and the path to becoming a knight or magician was faintly open before him. Everything changed when that young, beautiful, and manipulative woman married into the family. Rumor had it she secretly plotted to kill Kellen's frail mother. From that day on, Kellen's world flipped upside down. As the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. In front of the Baron, she feigned gentleness and virtue, offering to take charge of the children's daily care and education. The Baron, powerless against her beauty and attentiveness and largely indifferent to his children, handed over all household matters to her. Kellen's nightmare was born. She applied very different standards to the children. Those gifted and eager to please her received proper education and subtle indoctrination, gradually growing dependent on her. The mediocre or disobedient were burdened with heavy chores every day and suffered beatings and verbal abuse. She was clever, selecting a scapegoat to intimidate the others. Kellen, motherless and without backing, was the perfect target. Seeing Kellen's miserable state kept the other children from defying her orders. Kellen resisted countless times, but the Baron had over 20 children and paid no attention to him, a mediocre talent. At a single sob from the stepmother, several favored half-siblings would gather and unanimously accuse Kellen of lying and provoking trouble. Over time, the Baron came to see Kellen as talentless, deceitful, and inherently wicked, a worthless burden. Since age 6, Kellen was forced to bear the harshest household drudgery, fetching water at dawn, chopping wood at dusk, scrubbing the hall's armor on cold stone at night. Underweight and barely clothed, he was whipped severely for the smallest mistakes, yet was given only hard black bread to eat. Misunderstandings, insults, and hunger swirled around him like a dark tide, suffocating him. After a year of enduring this, he realized the Baron knew full well, but simply didn't care. To his father, Kellen was just one insignificant child among more than 20, while the woman had a charming smile and could run the mansion with an iron hand. Of course, the man preferred to indulge his wife rather than defend a useless son. Kellen had thought about running away, but the old estate was heavily guarded, and without his stepmother's pass, he couldn't even step onto the outer grounds. After endless struggle, he learned to suppress all rebellion deep inside, wearing obedience outwardly like a grass swayed by the wind. This only emboldened the stepmother, who believed she had completely broken the lowest stepson. Until today, when a thunderous surge erupted within his veins, the awakening of a crank talent. That power flowed like molten iron through his blood, bringing pain but also a clarity he had never known. The chance to escape had finally come. No matter how dangerous the path ahead, he could not return to that scarred prison. Whatever happens, he swore, he would survive, grow stronger, and take his revenge on them all. If it weren't for meeting his good friend Julia, who was currently undergoing the awakening test himself, might have starved to death long ago in the Baron's manor. This time, being able to leave and come to the ecclesiastical hall for his awakening was all thanks to Julia. Clan, I've finished my awakening. The clear call interrupted Clan's aimless thoughts. Between the dim stone pillars, he looked up to see Julia nearly bouncing over, her chestnut ponytail swaying, her face lit with uncontrollable excitement. Julia, how was it? What talent did you awaken? Rank, Vice Crystal Bloodline. The bishop even praised me personally. Clan was momentarily stunned, then forced a stiff but sincere smile. He truly was happy for Julia, but years of torment in the Baron's manor had long since taken away his ability to show carefree expressions. Come on, let's go home and tell everyone the good news. Julia grabbed his hand, but Clan gently pulled away and shook his head. You go first. I'm planning to go straight through the ecclesiastical channels to the King's Academy. Julia was taken aback. You're going to the King's Academy? She whispered, unable to hide her surprise. She had heard too many rumors about that place. It was a hell for the weak and a paradise for the strong, where class conflicts and humanity's darker instincts were brutally exposed. But Clan, to her, was always the quiet, pitiable boy. Was he really strong enough? Yes, I've planned this for a long time. For Clan, life in the Baron's manor was a living hell. The King's Academy, no matter how much of a crucible it might be, at least offered a glimmer of hope for the future. Why, Clan? No, why? He cut her off. Julia, I'm never going back there. Once I get through the King's Academy, I'll make sure to find you. With that, Clan turned and walked away without looking back. He didn't want to be so decisively cold, but he knew that if he softened today, he'd just waste more time stuck in the mud tomorrow. Julia watched the retreating figure, words caught in her throat. Knowing all Clan had suffered over the years, she understood his choice, but an inexplicable sadness welled up inside her. Maybe she wouldn't see him for a long time, or perhaps never again in this life. At that moment, the only thing she could do was silently pray, may Clan be safe. Soon, the awakening test concluded. Around Clan gathered more than a dozen boys and girls his age, undoubtedly other newcomers hoping to use the ecclesiastical route to ascend into high society. For them, as long as their talents met standards and they showed loyalty to the church, they could gain entry. The harsher trials lay ahead. First, they had to seize this chance. After a moment, the white-robed bishop who had presided over the awakening reappeared. Towering stained glass windows behind him cast cold, colorful shadows, making him look like a holy statue standing at the altar. Facing the crowd, his normally cold face cracked into a smile. Well, that smile wasn't exactly warm. In fact, it was a little unsettling. The youths standing before him all had the potential to become the church's future pillars, so the white bishop naturally treated them differently. You're all good kids hoping to join the church, he said, arms outstretched, his tone warm, yet carrying an unyielding authority. Now, those who want to go to the academy, stand on my left. Those ready to face the trial, go to my right. At his command, the stone plaza quickly split into two streams. Kellen noticed that almost none of the boys hesitated. They surged toward the right side. Only 4, including himself, moved left the path leading to the King's Academy. Seeing 4 choose the academy route today, the white bishop's smile grew even wider, the wrinkles on his face deepening into vertical lines. To him, the more who went to the King's Academy, the greater the rewards he would reap from the church in the future. Well done, you're all fine children. The church is proud of you. Kellen showed no expression and barely glanced at the bishop's insincere smile. The white bishop understood perfectly well the dangers of the King's Academy, but what did he care? Most of these kids would likely die there, paving the way for his career with their lives. Offering a few kind words cost him nothing. The true nature of the King's Academy was a deliberately shrunken battlefield. Various nations and religious powers sent their youths there to establish factions within its walls. When resources were contested, each faction divided the spoils by rank. The boys charged into battle, survival was rare, yet the adults behind them profited endlessly. The white bishop knew these few must be under immense pressure otherwise. No one would gamble their lives to enter the academy. But his ambition wouldn't let him pause for their suffering. To climb, you had to use people as stepping stones. Tonight, you'll stay in the church. Tomorrow at dawn, I will personally take you to the King's Academy. By rules, each of you will receive an identity token and a weapon. Follow me shortly to choose. Yes, Your Grace. 4 voices responded almost simultaneously. Kellen glanced at his companions. 2 boys and a girl, their patched clothes threadbare and worn, skinny like him, clearly from humble origins, all driven to desperation by life. In contrast, the boys on the right, though not dressed in finery, wore clean, neat clothes, clearly from well-off families. Follow me. The white bishop turned, the edges of his robe whispering over the stone floor. Yes. The 4 followed closely through a dim corridor to a stone-built armory. Racks lined the walls with basic long swords, short blades, hand axes, and wooden bows. None were exquisite, but under the flickering light, each gleamed with a cold edge. All right, you may each choose one weapon. Once you've picked, come out, and he'll show you to your quarters. Yes. Without a word, the group began carefully selecting their weapons with serious focus. Kron naturally chose a sword-type weapon, but as he sifted through row after row of iron swords on the wooden rack, he saw that nearly every blade bore rough casting marks and uneven edges. After a long moment of consideration, he settled on a single-handed sword that was just barely comfortable to wield. The handle was a bit loose, but its overall balance was acceptable, unlikely to hold him back in a fight. The other 3 each picked weapons according to their needs. The girl was drawn to a short blade. Its sharp edge caught a soft, cold gleam, clearly more refined than the clumsy iron lumps nearby. The 2 boys almost simultaneously grabbed long spears. The dark shafts had small cracks, but their length provided a safer distance on an unfamiliar battlefield compared to shorter weapons. Kron nodded to himself quietly. With no skill at all, longer weapons were generally better. As for that elegant dagger, it would likely put one at a disadvantage in direct combat. Still, he guessed the girl's job probably required quick, close-range fighting, which explained her choice. Once the 4 had selected their weapons, the bishop motioned them forward, leading them down a stone corridor to a weathered wooden door. All right, rest here for today. We leave early tomorrow morning. Yes, sir, came their chorus of replies. Pushing the door open, a stifling wave of mustiness mixed with sweat hit their faces. 10 narrow wooden beds were lined up end to end, and the room already housed a dozen or so other new recruits in rough-spun clothes. The 4 showed no surprise. If anything, this was better than expected. Kron had half feared they'd be sent to the woodshed for the night. He understood that from now on, he'd have to deal with these companions regularly. Even though he wasn't naturally talkative, he had to get used to interacting quickly. So he spoke first. Let's introduce ourselves. Kron Jasser, a professional knight. At the sound of his name, the others froze, their eyes locking on him, especially on his surname, Jasser. On this continent, only nobility had family names. Yet this skinny, monkey-faced youth was claiming noble status? They couldn't figure it out. If he truly was of noble birth, why come to a life-or-death place like the King's Academy? Kron offered no explanation. For a first meeting, a name was enough. Seeing someone break the ice, the mood quickly warmed. The boy slightly taller than Kron spoke next. I'm Alan. I have 13 siblings. My family can't support us all, so I'm trying my luck with the church. No one was surprised. In this backward era, poor families often had many children to increase labor, hoping that one chosen one might change their fate. The shorter boy followed. Mosin, with 10 siblings. My story's pretty much the same as Alan's. Attention turned to the last girl. She straightened her back and spoke clearly. Lena. I joined the church so I wouldn't have to marry some old man 50 years my senior as a concubine. Their reasons varied, but all were harsh and grounded in reality. After exchanging backgrounds, the 4 had their first real understanding of each other. Kron scanned the room, noticing many recruits sneaking glances at them, but no one causing trouble. After all, this was the sacred church. They feared making mistakes that might get them kicked out. It was clear that everyone in this room was a well-behaved child. The dim oil lamp flickered in the corner, and each person lowered their breath so quietly, as if afraid to disturb anything. Kellen leaned against the cold stone wall, calculating in his mind. The more people there are, the more trouble arises. Instead of actively forming alliances, it's better to keep a distance. He admitted he was not good at socializing and had no interest in making friends in a place like this. As the night deepened and the night watch footsteps faded away, Kellen curled up in the least noticeable corner with 3 other children. The cold seeped through their thin clothes, preventing any real sleep throughout the night. Just after midnight, a sharp ding suddenly sounded in his Ursa crisp notification. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point in strength today. Kellen's eyes snapped open, and by the faint light, he summoned his status panel. Strength had jumped from 6 to 7, there was no mistake. I gained today? He repeated the words quietly. His heart suddenly stirred. Others would only gain 1 point a year. If he could really gain a point every day, it would be a world of difference. Thinking this, he swallowed hard, his shoulders trembling not from fear, but but from an excitement he could hardly contain. If he could endure this now, the humiliation would one day turn into his advantage. The sudden boost in strength was immediately noticeable. His arm muscles tightened, his knuckles faintly heated. He almost wanted to challenge someone to test his new power. But all around him were tense faces. This was clearly no time for a fight. He forced down his urge to act. He had heard that the King's Academy in the royal city was far away from here. If his stats really grew daily, just how strong would he be by the time he arrived? Thinking this made him secretly wish the journey would last longer. At dawn, the sound of horns drove all the children out of the room. The breakfast handed out by the church was as meager as possible. 2 bitter black pieces of bread, tasting like sawdust, and a small cup of lukewarm milk. Kellen ate one piece and carefully tucked the other into his clothes for later. Almost everyone else did the same. After breakfast, the escort brought 8 large carts, flatbed wagons usually used for cargo. Each wagon was crammed with more than a dozen children. The wooden boards were old and narrow, with cold wind blowing through the cracks. The wheels rattled over the gravel, jolting them relentlessly. Not a single comfortable position could be found. Only now did Kellen realize they were not alone. Scattered before and behind, there were hundreds of children altogether, filling all 8 carts. The cart doors slammed shut. Kellen looked around, feeling an indescribable emotion rising in his chest. Was now like a bundled piece of cargo, being sent to an unknown hell. The journey was sure to be long and grueling. Yet strangely, his heart felt bright. He clenched the black bread tucked in his pocket and silently counted each rotation of the cart's axle. But despite everything, Kellen was still full of hope. In fact, he wished the journey would be longer, because the more time passed, the more attribute points he would gain, and the higher his starting point would be once he reached the King's Academy. Kellen knew the truth so clearly because he had overheard it at home by accident. That day, the eldest young master was about to set off for the King's Academy to build his reputation. His father was in the study, discussing with his retainers, reluctantly spending a large sum of money just to ensure the eldest son's safe return. Kellen, standing outside the window, heard everything plainly. Yet his father, who had always been cold toward him, never once considered him the illegitimate son. Thinking back on the coldness of his family, Kellen's gaze quietly hardened. The journey proved far more difficult than expected. The carriage had no roof, and the scorching sun hung like a blazing iron plate overhead, burning every inch of exposed skin. Kellen tore a piece from his shirt and wrapped it around his head, barely shielding himself from the sunlight. They were only allowed to stop at noon. Fortunately, there was a water mage among the group, so they did not suffer from thirst after all. The church regarded them as precious expendables. If they were worn out on the road, they would be useless burdens upon arrival at the King's Academy. So they had relatively ample rest time. A few resourceful children plucked large leaves and roughly wove them into makeshift umbrellas, tattered and uneven as they were, still better than nothing. After the brief pause, the group continued their journey. The carriage jolted and bounced along dusty roads, and by sunset, Kellen felt as if his bones were being pulled apart. With his frail constitution, riding in this open, rickety carriage was like being led to the execution block. As night fell, they were given a bland supper, a piece of dried meat and a chunk of hard, salty black bread, small portions, and tough to swallow. Kellen had to rely on water to help him choke it down bite by bite. At midnight, a familiar cold prompt sounded in his mind that, to Kellen, was the most wonderful sound in the world. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 constitution attribute point today. A warm wave instantly washed away the aches spreading through his body. Even his thoughts cleared. Kellen immediately understood that the more constitution points he had, the better his chances of surviving the rest of this journey. But when he looked at the long, ledger-like attribute panel before him, he knew clearly. Gaining extra points was no easy matter. He couldn't rely on luck every single time. Over the next 3 days, Kellen gained a bit of agility, spirit, and constitution. Thanks to these attribute boosts, his condition remained fairly stable. However, the others traveling with him were not faring so well. Their already frail bodies were worn down by the relentless day and night march. One by one, their faces turned pale and sickly, dark circles formed under their eyes, and their steps grew unsteady, as if they might collapse at any moment. If the escort party hadn't brought enough food and water, Kellen was sure someone would have fallen ill on the very first day. Almost no one in the group spoke anymore. Exhaustion and silence weighed heavily over the jolting carriage. The escort captain, accustomed to such scenes, wasn't surprised. At noon, he chose a gently sloping, flat spot and ordered the convoy to stop, loudly announcing, "We'll rest for half a day. We'll set off again tomorrow." The announcement was met with a collective sigh of relief. The carriage ride was truly grueling. For the escort captain, the mission wasn't urgent. The more apprentices he safely delivered to the King's Academy, the greater his reward. So taking a break was perfectly acceptable. After organizing themselves, Kellen, Lena, Alan, and Morrison sat together. The scorching sun disappeared behind clouds, and the faint shade made it a little easier to breathe. Lena took a sip from her water pouch and asked quietly, Do you think the King's Academy is really as terrifying as the legends say? Alan scratched his head and forced a light chuckle. I don't think so. They wouldn't starve us, right? At worst, we might get beaten there, but at least we won't go hungry. Morrison nodded rapidly in agreement. Yeah, it's been tough these days, but we've had enough food every day. It's a lot better than before. Kellen looked at them, silently thinking how simple and content these three were. After a moment, he remembered something that had been on his mind and spoke up. By the way, we've known each other for a while now, but I still don't know your talents. Mine's level C attribute enhancement. At once, the three visibly stiffened. Alan and Morrison even shifted half a step away, as if reluctant to get too close to this highborn apprentice. Kellen had sensed from the moment they met that this distance was probably due to their different backgrounds. Still, Alan answered first. Mine's strength boost, level D. I'm a bit stronger than most people. Morrison followed. I have precision, level D. My aim is much better than others. Finally, Kellen looked toward Lena. She clenched her fingers, hesitated, then quietly said, mine is level D as well concealment. It lets me hide my presence a little. Kellen was momentarily surprised. Concealment? He thought that skill was pretty powerful. For an assassin type, it was almost essential. And it was only a level D talent? But this kind of talent only qualified as grade D. Crane muttered to himself, this talent rating system is way overdue for a revamp. Right now, the ratings don't match the real power of many talents at all. Right after Lena finished introducing her stealth talent, Alan and Morrison looked puzzled. They couldn't see anything impressive about stealth and thought it was pretty weak. It made sense coming from their background. Talents like strength enhancement or precision control seemed much more straightforward and useful. At least before leveling up, stealth was something invisible and intangible. Crane, however, understood clearly. If his attribute points increased like everyone else's, gaining only a little each year, even with a long lifespan, it might take forever to build solid stats. That path was just too slow. If luck wasn't on his side and he got useless attributes, it would be an even bigger waste of time. Facing opponents with unique abilities, he would have no choice. Fortunately, his attribute growth was updated daily just a few months, and he could leave his peers far behind. Anyone who has played League of Legends knows. Between mechanics over stats and stats over mechanics, most experts choose mechanics. But once your stats get high enough to influence the entire meta, don't hesitate. Embracing raw power is the way to go. After they each revealed their talents, Alan sneered silently. Only gaining a little stats a year? This noble kid's nothing special. Lena and Morrison nodded in agreement. Crane couldn't be bothered to explain, let them think what they wanted. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. In the first 2 days, Crane added small boosts to his constitution and strength. On the 3rd day, he invested his light points into luck, raising it to 4. He wasn't sure whether 4 was high or low, but he knew luck symbolized fortune. If one day he could stack luck into the tens, or even hundreds, maybe he could pick up treasures just by stepping outside. But until then, he had to keep laying low. It was now the 7th day since they started moving north. How much longer until they reached King's Academy? He wasn't anxious, but wanted to have a sense of timing to prepare early. At this moment, he didn't notice that the silent escort captain was scrutinizing him from the corner of his eye. After several days of traveling, the other students, despite having food and water, each looked exhausted and listless. Only Crane, who was tired like everyone else on day 1, seemed fully rested by day 2 and grew more energetic each day after. The captain was puzzled, had already reviewed Crane's dossier. Knowing that the other's talent manifested as a tribute point allocation, he attributed everything about the other's strength to this gift, assuming the points had been invested wisely, which explains such impressive performance. Still, in his heart, he remained puzzled. Which exact attribute had transformed Kellen so remarkably? Yet, he suppressed this curiosity. Since their paths were likely to diverge soon, asking recklessly would serve no purpose. He simply buried the question deep inside. Time passed quietly, another week gone by. During these 7 days, Kellen seemed to exist in an invisible training ground. Strength 2, each sword swing strengthened his muscle resilience. Agility 2, his steps became lighter, navigating rugged mountain trails effortlessly. Constitution 1, organ functions felt renewed, his breathing in the chest smooth and unstrained. Spirit 2, after long meditation, his mind sharpened, thoughts sharp as the wind. His stats had balanced so well that there was almost no flaw to point out. Though Constitution had advanced only slightly, with his current 8 points it was more than enough. An old, heavy burden that had plagued everyone else had completely lifted from him. He felt as if some weight had been removed, moving with the ease of a new body. He also noticed the system had focused almost exclusively on the 4 core attributes, with very little attention to secondary stats so far. Only one adjustment had been made to luck. This suited him perfectly. Steady improvement in fundamentals was the safest path. After this update to his attributes, his status screen looked fresh and clear. Name, Kellen Jiasa. Class, Knight. Age, 16. Level 1. Skill, Gale Sword Technique LV, 1. Core attributes, Strength 10, Agility 8, Constitution 8, Spirit 11. Attribute talents. Wind 1, Water 4, Thunder 6, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Dark 0, Void 0, Time 0. Secondary attributes. Charisma 66, Luck 4, Lifespan 69. Additional talents. Swordsmanship 9, Magic 4. Numbers never lie. What pleased him most was lifespan based on basic constitution. He might have lived to only 62, but now it extended to 69 years. His body was slightly stronger, his complexion healthy, and charisma had risen from 64 to 66. From this, he realized, even without relying solely on point allocation, diligent effort could still raise attributes, which influenced each other in a mutually reinforcing cycle. But his changes had not gone unnoticed by his companions. Everyone ate the same rations and suffered the same high-altitude effects, yet he remained energetic while the other three were often gasping for breath. Nothing unusual showed on the talent board, making this inconsistency stand out all the more. The most worried was Lena. As a girl, her constitution was naturally weaker. The continuous marching left her pale and stumbling. She knew that if this went on much longer, she might collapse before reaching their destination. The silence that once existed between them due to social gaps now felt meaningless. Life and death mattered more than any dignity. She bit her lip, summoned courage, and approached Kellen as he was sheathing his sword, speaking cautiously. Kellen, there's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come with me for a moment? Hearing Lena's words, Kellen turned to look at her. After spending some time together, he had come to realize clearly that although he had initially tried to get closer to them, it wasn't that simple. A brief flash of helplessness crossed his pale eyes. His noble status was like an invisible wall. He was rejected by the aristocratic circle and alienated by the commoners. Good kids like Julia were just too few. What is it? Can't you say it here? Kellen lowered his voice, keeping his attention on Lena. Their closeness instantly caught Aaron and Morson's eyes. Seeing Kellen and Lena so close, Aaron and Morson frowned. Though no open conflict had occurred in days, they deliberately kept their distance from Kellen. Aaron spoke bluntly with a mocking tone. Yeah, why can't you say it here? Don't you consider us friends? Lena's fingers instinctively clenched. She knew that if she pulled Kellen aside, Aaron and the others would isolate her even more. After entering the King's Academy, rumors like she's become Kellen's lapdog might spread viciously behind her back. Coming from a commoner background, she understood how terrifying those whispers could be. Kellen saw through her hesitation but didn't call it out. This world lacked even basic education. Most people grew up sliding into being bullies and thugs. He no longer expected the kind of social environment he once had. Finally, Lena asked, Actually, I just want to know, why don't you look any worse after all these days? I feel like I'm dying. Aaron and Morson immediately perked up, their eyes filled with the same curiosity when they first met. Kellen had been as frail as them, but now he looked well. He must have some trick, and they wanted to find out what. No tricks. Kellen shook his head and shared the prepared explanation. Last time when we got assigned attribute points, mine was adaptability, the ability to quickly adjust to any environment. That's something you can't copy. Because he no longer had to endure hunger, his mind was especially clear. Though his voice was low, the escort captain not far away overheard. The captain wasn't surprised. He had already heard about all sorts of strange attribute points. This kid Kellen was pretty lucky. Having adaptability meant his chances of surviving the King's Academy were much higher. In fact, the highest death rate at the academy was in the first month. Only those who could get through that period gradually adjusted to the devouring school, but most couldn't last that long. As Kellen finished speaking, the light in Aaron, Morson, and Lena's eyes dimmed simultaneously. They hadn't expected Kellen's advantage to come from a natural talent, making even their jealousy feel powerless. Aaron's gaze turned colder, a wave of anger burning in his chest. Why did this guy get so lucky to have such a perfect talent and attributes? However, his eyes glinted with a ruthless glare as he watched Keelan from behind. What he didn't expect was for Keelan to suddenly turn around. In the darkness, their gazes locked abruptly, and the cruelty in Alin's eyes was fully reflected in Keelan's. Keelan's turn wasn't accidental. Ever since his mental attribute had increased, his sensitivity to hidden threats sharpened, and this moment confirmed his intuition. Keelan was not surprised by Alin's hostility, had sensed the animosity from the moment their journey began. Alin thought hiding his gaze behind Keelan was enough to stay safe, but caught red-handed, he awkwardly averted his eyes and stiffly turned away, pretending nothing had happened. The escort captain's watchful eyes continued scanning nearby, and Keelan had no intention of stirring trouble now. The journey was long, and there would be time to deal with this once they reached the King's Academy. Time passed to the rhythm of monotonous footsteps, and before long, 10 days went by. During those 10 days, Keelan's status panel kept flashing. Strength rose by 3 points, Constitution by 4, Agility by 2, and Spirit by 1. His 4 main attributes quickly climbed to Strength 13, Agility 10, Constitution 12, Spirit 12. Still pure growth in core stats, making him wonder quietly, is the chance of getting fancy attributes less than 1%? But on second thought, With such a striking boost in basics alone, surpassing peers in the future would still be effortless. The changes in his physique were the most obvious. The formerly scrawny frame was gone, his shoulders broadened, and muscle lines were faintly visible. His height had stretched significantly, and his once well-fitted pants now revealed his ankles, turning them effectively into cropped trousers. Alin, who used to tower half a head above him, now met his gaze eye to eye. Looking around, his companions seemed to be gradually getting used to the rugged path through the Inquisition's territory. Most faces showed some improvement compared to the beginning, but their empty eyes still betrayed exhaustion and numbness from the long journey. As night fell, the campfire crackled while everyone was drifting into drowsiness when suddenly, a long, low wolf's howl shattered the silence. A woo. Everyone jolted awake, their eyes wide and scanning the dark forest edge nervously. The escort captain sprang to his feet, drawing his sword and shouting commands. Everyone gather. Armed members formed the outer circle. Others moved to the inner circle. Shouts and footsteps immediately merged into chaotic noise. Keelan grabbed his backpack and rushed toward the center, alert for any approaching beasts. In the frenzy, a man stumbled and stepped hard on Lena's abdomen before she could get up. A sharp pain forced her to stifle a groan as she curled into a ball, nearly overwhelmed by the crowd pressing behind her. Keelan reached down and lifted her up along with her pack. Before Lena could say anything, he urged quietly, "Move." Holding her stomach and biting back the pain, Lena staggered as she followed him toward the middle of the group. Just as Kron was about to leave, a sudden force pushed from behind, nearly knocking him over. He spun around sharply and saw it was Aaron who had pushed him. Kron had long known Aaron disliked him, but to betray a comrade in a life-or-death moment was tantamount to murder. With no time to hesitate, Kron lifted his leg and delivered a swift side kick. Aaron's strength-enhancing talent made him confident that a simple shove would topple Kron, but Kron didn't budge an inch. Instead, Aaron was stunned. Before he could react, a searing pain exploded in his chest as Kron's kick sent him flying through the air. Aaron rolled twice on the ground, coming to a stop near several grayback demon wolves clawing through the grass. Kron caught sight of this, but there was no time to help. He pivoted and sprinted toward the circle formed by the guards. Aaron struggled to stand, but a demon wolf lunged, sinking its jaws into his shoulder. Oh! His piercing scream shattered the night silence. But cries for help echoed from all sides. He was not the only target of the wolves. Though he could have fled right away, a moment's hesitation had sealed his fate. Kron was incredibly fast, darting into the center of the guard's circle within seconds. After confirming they were temporarily safe, he shifted his focus to the battlefield around them. There were far more wolves than expected, at least 40 or 50. Such a large pack appearing in this forest was unnatural to begin with. But now the priority was survival. 20 guards had formed a large circle protecting everyone in the center, yet it offered little comfort. It was too thin a barrier. Kron silently calculated that if the line broke, they would have to run for their lives immediately. Strangely, the wolves didn't charge outright. Instead, they ran along the perimeter of the circle, staying low and coldly searching for weaknesses. Even these beasts understood tactics. This was no mindless attack. The guard's captain grew increasingly grim. At level 13, he was close in strength to the Wolfpack's lieutenants at level 35 or 36, but the number disparity was massive. Moreover, Wolfpacks always acted with coordination. The larger the pack, the deadlier they were. He swallowed hard, uncertain if they would survive until dawn. Suddenly, several demon wolves leapt simultaneously from different directions without warning. Even the ordinary wolves measured over 2 meters long, and their pounces stirred a bloody wind, like a gray-black wall crashing forward. Fortunately, the guards were well-equipped and coordinated. They repelled the first wave and the defense line held firm. Amid the chaotic fighting at the edge, the Wolf King stood in the shadows of the thick forest. Its cunning and ruthless gaze never wavered from the humans. It calmly studied every defensive line and every movement the humans made. The Wolf King quickly discerned that the ones outside were trying to protect those in the middle. At the moment it sensed this, it quickly let out another chilling wolf howl. A piercing awoo ripped through the air, and instantly the wolves' eyes turned bloodshot, their fangs bared, and their aggression surged. Like a gray flood, they lunged toward the crowd. The escort captain's pupils contracted sharply, cursing silently in his heart. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, stay alert. We could be attacked at any moment. Spread out. When the wolves get close, fight back with whatever weapons you have." His voice boomed like thunder across the camp, clear to almost every ear. Yet not everyone had the sense to heed the warning. Most of the youths clung together like frightened cowards with their spines pulled out, packed tight in the center, not daring to move even a step. Kellen was among them. He felt the bodies pressed close on every side, heartbeats and breaths tangled, hardly any room to move. But he knew this dense cluster of people was a huge blood-scented bait. Once the wolf pack charged in, those on the outskirts would be doomed first. Thinking that, all he could do was wait. As for hoping the wolves would just eat their fill, and Levikellen had no illusions. Demon wolves always tore their prey apart first, dragged them back to the den, then ate slowly. The battle erupted swiftly. The first to fall was a demon wolf, pierced through the skull from jaw to head by a spear wielded by one guard. Black blood mixed with bone fragments splattered. But before the guard could pull back his weapon, another wolf lunged from the side, knocking him to the ground. Its sharp teeth snapped hard against his throat. Blood gushed out, glowing like shattered crimson threads in the firelight. The stench of blood, urine, sweat, and an unknown rank odor spread like a foul miasma. Some screamed and cried on the spot. Others' legs went weak and they lost control. The scene was like a living horror film. The largest demon wolf squeezed into the crowd amidst the chaos, growling as it shoved several youths aside. Terrified, the crowd had long forgotten the captain's warning no one dared raise a blade, leaving the beast free to tear through flesh like it was a self-serve buffet. The escort captain gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. If these kids all died, their hard work over the past days would be wasted. But in the next instant, the rampaging demon wolf suddenly froze, its massive body trembling before collapsing with a heavy thud. Many froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief. Kellen stepped forward, gripping the one-handed sword lodged deep in the wolf's eye socket, slowly pulling it out. Thick blood dripped from the blade onto the ground. He stared down at the blood-stained edge with a calmness bordering on coldness, no sign of disgust or fear, as if life itself held no sacred meaning to him. This moment solidified his conviction. No matter how ferocious the demon wolves were, they were still flesh and blood, still vulnerable to being torn apart by steel. If the youths around him could only muster the courage to fight back, their chances of survival would increase greatly. Though their attributes weren't high, they all possessed strange and unusual talents that might very well turn the tide of battle. These demon wolves aren't that formidable. Their strength is limited. As long as we pick up our weapons and fight back, we can kill them. Kellen raised his hand, flicking the blood from his sword tip. His voice was low, but the scene of his single strike severing a wolf's head made it carry weight. Among the crowd, especially the boys, a fire ignited in their chests as they vividly pictured themselves driving their swords through a wolf's skull. This surge of passion spread quickly, and the previously panicked group finally showed the first true spark of resistance. Your talents could help the team. Step forward now and become heroes. Kellen stoked the fire further. Breathing grew heavier, eyes brightened. Many immediately began channeling their inner power. With waves of spiritual energy coursing through them, the air seemed to tremble. At that moment, a pillar of blazing white light shot up into the sky. Turning around, the crowd saw a boy glowing all over like a walking beacon. The pitch-black night was illuminated like day. The lack of vision had been the escort team's downfall in the night battle, but now that weakness was overcome and the advantage swung decisively to the humans. Well-equipped guards seized the opportunity, suppressing enemies 2 or even 3 to 1. In no time, 7 or 8 demon wolves lay dead, visibly narrowing the numerical gap. High above on the ridge, the Wolf King's eyes grew cold. Seeing the sudden reversal, it locked onto the glowing boy. In the next instant, it crouched low and lunged forward with such speed, it left a blur behind. Fortunately, the escort leader kept his focus on it. The Wolf King had been surrounded by 7 or 8 guard wolves moments ago, and reckless charges would only mean encirclement. So he patiently waited for this opening, and now the chance had come. The Wolf King and the captain collided at the border of shadow and blinding light. Beast fangs flashed alongside the gleam of steel swords. Their first clash sent a tingling numbness down the captain's arm. He keenly felt the natural, terrifying power of the monster. The slight edge from equipment and level was instantly erased by sheer brute force. The two figures twisted and leapt in a deadly dance, wind roaring around them, carving out a perilous vacuum where any approach risked being shredded to bits. Blood splattered as deep sword wounds appeared on the Wolf King's body, down to the bone, while the captain's shoulder was torn open with a bloody gash. But the injuries did not make the Wolf King relent. If anything, they made its ferocity boil over. Its fangs and claws struck harder, reveling in this nearly even fight to the death. Suddenly, a flash of cold light cut past. A sharp sound. Searing pain exploded through the captain's side. Seizing the moment while the Wolf King was fully focused on the captain, his deputy silently slipped into the blind spot and drove his sword through what seemed like an impenetrable, but actually a soft, deadly part of the belly. A howling cry erupted. The Wolf King let out an angry roar, spinning around sharply to lock eyes on the human who had ambushed him. At the same moment, the lieutenant also drew his weapon. Unlike an ordinary longsword, this blade gleamed coldly on one edge while the other was lined with tiny, sharp barbs. As the sword slid from its sheath, the barbs scraped across the Wolf King's still healing wound, sending waves of excruciating pain ripping through him. Like electric currents seizing his limbs, agony overwhelmed the great wolf, and he crashed to the ground. The opportunity vanished in an instant, but the captain's reflexes were swift and precise. His long sword stabbed straight into the Wolf King's throat, blood spurting, ending the beast's final, furious howl. Even in death, the Wolf King could not believe it had intended to win through sheer strength, but was betrayed by a treacherous human strike. With the leader fallen, the remaining wolves lost all discipline and erupted into chaotic frenzy. They scattered, attacking wildly and without order. Though their threat was diminished, they remained dangerous. The fierce battle raged until dusk, the ground soaked in blood. In the end, the humans wiped out the wolf pack but paid a heavy price. Of the entire guard unit, including the captain, only 5 survived, all wounded. The lieutenant suffered the worst. His arm was mangled beyond salvage during the fight and had to be amputated. The youth squad suffered even greater losses. From over 100 boys, only around 30 remained, including Kellen. Broken limbs and bloodied uniforms lay scattered across the forest floor, the stench of blood heavy on the breeze. The captain's throat tightened painfully as he surveyed the devastation, but he forced back his grief. He knelt and carefully collected a personal item from each fallen comrade to return to their families as a token of honor. After gathering the spoils and supplies, he led the surviving members on the long journey home. Throughout the trek, the captain's mind was troubled. How had such a massive wolf pack evaded their patrol? It could not be mere chance. Was the patrol compromised, or was someone secretly working against the church? He silently vowed to report the incident upon return. Without a steady influx of new recruits, the church's power at the King's Academy would surely decline, and he would not allow that to happen. Before leaving the battlefield, the captain scanned the group for the boy who had turned the tide in the chaos. Kellen, come here, he called out. Kellen was quietly speaking with Lena nearby. During the battle, he had risked everything to save her, and the girl spoke to him with deep gratitude and concern. Morrison had also miraculously survived, making the 4 of them still standing in the unit except for Aaron, who had tried to betray Kellen and now suffered the consequences. Hearing the summons, Kellen composed himself and jogged over to the captain. The captain took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Boy, this whole ordeal was turned around thanks to you. If you hadn't stepped up, our losses would have been far worse. Kellen was not surprised. He had known the captain had noticed his efforts. The captain then clapped him firmly on the shoulder and said seriously, "So, I want to give you a reward. Is there anything you want?" Hearing the other person's words, Kron shook his head insincerely. Seeing his reaction, the captain forced a faint smile. After everything they'd just been through, it was unrealistic to expect the boy to genuinely smile so soon. Hey, race the deal, kid. They'll teach you a technique. If you're interested, come learn from me whenever you rest during the day. Kron immediately and firmly nodded. If it had been an ordinary skill, he might not have cared. But yesterday, had seen the captain's magic glow purplian electric attribute that matched his own affinity perfectly. There was no way he was going to pass up the chance. The boy's decisiveness pleased the captain, who nodded in approval. Good. You start tonight. During the day, keep traveling as usual. Yes, sir. With other kids, the captain would usually offer a lighter reward. Training after a full day on the move would simply break a normal body. But had been watching Kron's progress closely these past few days and knew no special treatment was necessary. In fact, he could have just ignored the boy altogether. Yet after last night, he saw Kron's potential. Maybe one day the boy would graduate from the King's Academy. People like that almost always became influential figureheads. Even a chance encounter in the future could prove valuable. The captain had made many such investments over the years, trusting some would eventually bear fruit. Night fell quickly. After dinner, Kron showed up promptly before the captain. Before we start officially, let me tell you my name. The captain began. Leighton Wisha. Call me Mr. Wisha. Yes, Mr. Wisha. Imkron Jasa. Wisha nodded obviously. He already knew the noble boy's name. It wasn't common for aristocratic sons to join the church these days. All right, Kron. My technique depends entirely on controlled breathing. The length and rhythm of your breaths directly affect how you manipulate your magic. They'll teach you the breathing method first. Understood. Kron straightened his back, his expression focused. Step 1. Build lung capacity. My method requires deep, extended breaths, so you need to learn precise control. Listening to the explanation, Kron somehow thought of an anime from a past life and smiled slightly. But he quickly refocused and began training alongside Wisha. Wisha observed Kron's talent quietly. Seconds ticked by, and when Kron held his breath for over 2 minutes, Wisha was already impressed. Given Kron's slender frame, he hadn't expected the boy to endure that long. Finally, at 3.5 minutes, Kron exhaled with a long-held breath. Such an extraordinary feat was thanks to Kron's constitution, which had long surpassed many adults. This world was filled with the extraordinary. It wasn't uncommon for those with exceptional physiques to hold their breath for extended periods. All right, now we move on to the next step. Hearing this, Kron froze for a moment. Wait, what? We're moving on already? It seemed that Wyson noticed Klan's confusion and didn't try to hide the truth. In no more than 2 weeks, we'll reach the King's Academy, he explained quietly, his eyes deep and flickering in the firelight. Once we get there, I won't be able to guide you step by step anymore. So you have to use this time to memorize all the training methods and practice on your own. Klan nodded firmly. The reason was straightforward. Without understanding the next stages of cultivation, he would be lost at the academy. The night breeze was cool, and the firelight danced as Wysa moved to the center of the clearing. He bent his waist, folded his elbows, and raised his palms, a series of strange, yet fluid movements that streaked through the night like lightning under the flames. Inlay technique, he explained while demonstrating. The ultimate goal is to temper your body with lightning, transforming it into a true thunder body. It's not the topmost skill, but stronger than most basic methods. It will be enough to keep you standing at the King's Academy. When you have better resources later, you can upgrade. Understood, Klan replied earnestly. Good. Let's continue. Their training lasted until midnight. Wysa knew that at Klan's age, he should be getting enough rest, but the situation was urgent, and the boy had no choice but to endure hardship for now. Before parting, Wysa patted Klan's shoulder. Don't slack off during the day on the carriage. Keep meditating, practicing your breathing, and reinforcing the movements. I know, Wysa. When Klan returned to the tent and took off his cloak, Lina and Mosin gathered around him. Since the night of the demon wolf attack, Mosin had completely dropped his hostility toward Klan and even showed some admiration for surviving and leading a counterattack in such danger was the courage he admired. Klan, what did the old man want you for? Lina asked in a low voice. Nothing important, just some special matters. You don't need to worry, Klan said, choosing to keep silent since Wysa hadn't said whether he could share. Lina looked disappointed, but mostly worried. She feared Wysa might cause trouble for Klan. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. Klan lay down right there after taking off his jacket. Seeing this, the two didn't press further and settled down on either side of him. Since the trip began, Klan's sleep had been as light as a leaf floating on water. But tonight, the moment he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep, even snoring lightly. Mosin and Lina exchanged glances, confirming he was truly exhausted, and took turns keeping watch on both sides, alert for any sneaky hands in the darkness. Before long, daylight crept in. The morning light streamed through the tent flap and shone straight on Klan's face. He snapped awake, heart racing. Oh no, I only meant to rest a little, but I slept so deeply. He looked around. His worn money pouch and small knife were still there, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, they all went together to have breakfast. Kron quickly realized that his meals today were surprisingly good, almost on par with those of the escort officers. He was served soft, fragrant white bread, relatively fresh meat, and even some fruit. As he broke the bread apart, the faint aroma of wheat mixed with steam filled his nostrils. The fresh meat, grilled over charcoal, glistened with oil and retained its warmth when cut. A few perfect, undamaged fruits rested on a wooden tray, their skins shining as if just picked. Kron marveled silently. In the harsh conditions of a long march, how did Captain Weisha manage to keep the food so fresh? But he kept this question to himself, devouring the meal to fill his bodous emptiness, all while mentally noting his gratitude toward Mr. Weisha vowed to repay this kindness one day. After eating his fill, he pulled up the attribute panel from the night before and was startled had gained a new lightning-based talent. His already impressive lightning gift had jumped from 6 to 7 points. In his understanding, this was close to a ceiling level. He wasn't sure if others could reach it, but for him, this edge was invaluable. Over the next 10 days, every evening Mr. Weisha called him aside for private lessons. The Gale Sword Technique, Thunder Invocation, Fundamental Theory, Meditation Methods. Kron soaked it all in like a parched sponge. Mr. Weisha watched him closely, quietly amazed. If nothing went wrong, this boy was destined to rise. He began planning quietly to ask some old friends to keep a close eye on Kron once they reached the King's Academy. After 10 days, his attributes refreshed once again. Spirit 6. Agility 2. Constitution 1. Strength 1. The surge in spirit brought a noticeable change. Kron needed only brief rest each day to feel fully energized. His thoughts were shockingly sharp, his memory so strong he could recite the pattern of last night's stars. Meanwhile, the nutritious, well-prepared meals were plumping him up. His once skinny frame was reshaped with healthy contours, his complexion rosy, and even his height seemed to shoot up like a young sapling, changing daily. At this moment, his attribute panel read. Name, Kron Jiasai. Profession, Knight. Age, 16. Level 4. Cultivation Arts, Gale Sword Technique LV.1, Thunder Invocation LV.1. Core Attributes, Strength, 15. Agility, 13. Constitution, 14. Spirit, 18. Attribute Talents, Wind, 1 Water, 4 Lightning, 7 Fire, 3 Earth, 2 Wood, 1 Light, 0 Dark, 0 Void, 0 Time, 0. Additional Attributes, Charisma, 70. Luck, 4. Lifespan, 74. Extra Talents, Swordsmanship Talent, 9. Magic Talent, 4. His lifespan had surged directly to 74 years, Charisma soared to 70, and his core stats all improved thanks to training and good nutrition. Although his level showed 4, he still wasn't sure how the system determined that rank. Honestly, had been overfed and overtrained to the point of standing out awkwardly among his peers. Though most of the young men in the group had bulked up a bit during this time of plentiful food, Kron's progress was on a different scale entirely. But it was only slightly better than being skin and bones, and most were still pale and gaunt. Among this group of refugees, hardened by exposure and hardship, Kellen looked almost out of place, his skin fair with a healthy flush, his features sharp and cool, lips red and teeth white, like a boy just stepped out of a greenhouse. His striking appearance felt like a stark contrast to everyone else, and whenever the group paused, countless eyes were drawn to him. Kellen had no choice but to think, it's not like I'm losing any flesh, let them stare. Because some had fallen behind or collapsed along the way, the group's numbers had sharply decreased, which ironically quickened their pace. Now, they had reached the sea, facing an endless expanse of deep blue water with waves crashing against the shore. On the beach stood a solitary gray-white stone building, clearly a temporary outpost set up to receive them. Seeing the structure, Mr. Wisha knew clearly in his heart the time for parting had come. Fortunately, Kellen was quick to learn. During this time, he had thoroughly memorized the steps of practicing the thunder summoning technique and had just started to master it. Even without guidance later on, he would be able to continue training on his own. Kellen, Mr. Wisha whispered, pressing a wooden token the size of a palm into his hand. Once you arrive at the King's Academy, look for someone named Quinn. He will help you. Kellen hadn't expected a gift at farewell. He paused briefly, then nodded solemnly, gripping the token tightly. Mr. Wisha had done so much for him. If he had the chance in the future, he would repay the kindness. I understand, Mr. Wisha. The people receiving you will safely escort you to the King's Academy. If the winds are favorable, you should arrive in 2 days. All right. After a brief exchange, Kellen boarded the two-masted sailing ship with the main group. Just before stepping aboard, he clearly saw Mr. Wisha lean over to whisper something to the receiving party and hand over a heavy cloth sack. The escort smiled and nodded. Mr. Wisha caught Kellen's eye and gave him an encouraging smile, to which Kellen responded with a resolute nod. Inside the ship's hold, Kellen and the others were herded into a cramped, stifling cabin. Rough wooden planks surrounded them, and the salty sea breeze mixed with the stench of sweat in the tight space. 2 days trapped here would be no easy ordeal. Soon after Kellen crouched down, the cabin door was pushed open again, and a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man stepped in. Who is Kellen Jiasa? Step forward. Sir, I am Kellen Jiasa. Kellen immediately stood up. The man sized him up from head to toe, clearly noticing how different his demeanor was from the others, and his expression showed approval. Good. Come with me. Without hesitation, Kellen followed him out of the stuffy cabin. The sea breeze on the deck hit his face, still damp with salt, but far fresher than inside. It felt like the air was filling his lungs anew. The two walked through a narrow passage to another cabin door. Go in. Kellen opened the door and stepped inside. This cabin was noticeably more spacious, with a clean carpet on the floor and only a few people scattered about. The air circulated better, and the salty dampness was far less overpowering. Even the smell in the air was much easier to bear. Kron knew very well that he would be spending the next 2 days right here. The sea was calm, the boat gently rocking with the waves. Inside the cabin, a few tiny windows no larger than a palm barely let in a sliver of light too small for anyone to escape through. Kron pressed close to the window, staring out across the endless blue sea through the faintly salty breeze. A sense of suffocating heaviness filled his chest. If he tried to turn back now, it would mean crossing the entire ocean, directionless. He took a deep breath and decided to focus on his breathing exercises to steady himself. Since there was no way back, he had no choice but to accept it. The other candidates in the cabin were just as tense, none daring to speak. A low, awkward silence hung in the air. Meanwhile, Mr. Weisha, who had already left the ship to return, leaned against the deck railing, reflecting on Kron's performance over the past few days. In terms of talent, Kron wasn't the brightest boy he had ever seen, but his composure, focus, and quick thinking left a strong impression. Silently assessing the situation, Weisha thought that in the ruthless environment of the academy, Kron's survival chances might actually be higher than many of the so-called gifted elites. This investment was worth it. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and Kron's data panel showed his physique had improved by 2 points. In the afternoon, a dull thud outside the cabin signaled the ship had docked. The middle-aged man who had come to meet them before appeared again, his voice cold. We're here. Follow me. The words made Kron feel as if a death sentence bell had just rung. The group shuffled toward the door with heavy steps. Some legs buckled under the weight, and a few collapsed onto the deck, struggling to get back up. The middle-aged man watched without expression, clearly accustomed to this. Stepping out of the cabin, Kron immediately spotted Lena and Mosin not far off. They noticed him at the same time, hastily waving with anxious but restrained expressions. The mood on the entire dock was suffocatingly tense. Everyone disembarked and set foot on the island. The solid ground brought a rare sense of reassurance, but Kron's heart remained heavy. The island's edges were shrouded in a thick white mist, as if some enormous creature lurked within. Line up properly. Everyone hold the hand of the person in front of you. Falling behind means death, the middle-aged man warned coldly. The group quickly obeyed. Kron grasped the hand of the person ahead, clammy and slick with sweat seeping through their fingers. The middle-aged man took the lead, grabbing the hand of the very front person, stepping first into the fog. Pale mist swallowed the group's silhouettes at their feet. Visibility dropped below 2 meters. The crunch of stones and dry branches underfoot sounded faintly. Fortunately, the fog wasn't long-lasting. Within minutes, they saw sunlight again. Before them stood a magnificent cathedral rising from the ground, its towering spires pointing to the sky. Gray-white stone walls gleamed coldly under the sunset. Stained glass windows revealed faint holy images inside. Wide, steep stone steps at the entrance silently proclaimed the building's authority and rules. From today on, this will be your home, the middle-aged man said, turning to scan each anxious face. A new team will take charge of your schedule from now on. Today, you have a day to adjust. He paused briefly as his voice echoed through the cathedral corridors. Tomorrow you will be tested. These results are crucial, so make sure to take it seriously. Soon after, several young men dressed in white monk robes approached, but for some reason, they gave off a creepy, unsettling vibe. As soon as they appeared, their eyes swept over the crowd like they were sizing up merchandise. The lead youth furrowed his brow and demanded, "What's going on? Why are there so few people this time?" The middle-aged man recounted in detail the attack they had encountered along the way. After listening, the lead youth's expression darkened further, clearly sensing something was wrong, yet he merely waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'll take these guys back first." "All right." The middle-aged man relaxed and said no more. Then the lead youth ordered the others, "Follow me." Kellen and the others quietly trailed behind, passing through several dim corridors, each being taken to assigned dorm rooms. When Kellen pushed open his door, he was taken aback. Inside was a neat 8-person room, furnished with wood beds suspended from the ceiling and clean bedding. What's more, with exactly 8 people, there was no overcrowding. The suddenly comfortable lodging made Kellen feel somewhat out of place. Before leaving, the youth who had brought them tossed out a final remark, "Entrance exam tomorrow. Prepare yourselves." With that, the door was shut behind him. Inside the dorm, the other 7 were restless, their minds on the test the next day, tossing and turning one after another. Seeing this, Kellen said nothing, walked over to the only empty bed, dropped his backpack aside, and lay down. Though his eyes closed quickly, sleep did not come easily. Unknown people in the room kept him alert and cautious. Sure enough, around midnight, he detected someone fumbling near his bed. Kellen snapped his eyes open and caught a youth holding his one-handed sword, appearing hesitant about what to do next. Startled by the sudden gaze, the youth trembled. "What are you trying to do?" Kellen whispered harshly. The noise woke the other roommates, who all peeked out from under their covers. Kellen's eyes hardened. "Put down my sword." His words hit like a stone dropped in water. The youth's hand shook, and the sword clattered onto the wooden floor. Kellen flipped off the bed, landing on his feet, and without hesitation delivered a slap. Smack! The sharp sound pierced the quiet night. The youth felt as if the side of his face had been struck by a hammer. Darkness flashed before his eyes as he lost balance and collapsed to the ground. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief at the clear 5-fingered red mark across his cheek, the skin torn and raw. Kellen pulled back his arm, expression unreadable, watching the figure sprawled on the floor. From this, he roughly gauged the upper limit of his own strength. If none of these people have any extraordinary talents, he should be able to slaughter them easily in battle right now. His performance in tomorrow's assessment probably won't be too bad. The boy who had just reached out to touch Kellen's long sword had now come to his senses, staring at Kellen with a face full of terror. That sharp slap had made him fully realize the gap between them. Any further resistance would only lead to a more miserable death. Kellen seemed to be contemplating something dreadful, suddenly standing completely still as if the air had frozen around them. After a long moment, he bent down and lightly tapped the boy's face, speaking as calmly as if saying, "I don't eat beef. I'm asking you, why did you touch my sword?" "Two didn't." The boy still tried to argue. Kellen raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to die?" The moment he finished speaking, a pungent smell of urine hit Kellen's nose. The boy's crotch was already soaked. "Unlucky," Kellen muttered under his breath, opened the door, and threw the boy out into the corridor. "Think about your behavior out there." He wasn't sure if this approach was correct, but in this unfamiliar place, he had to establish authority first. As for the personalities of the other residents, he had no knowledge. Making an example out of one was the safest course for now. The boy left outside the door stood frozen for a few seconds, the fear in his eyes slowly turning into bitter hatred. He had actually planned to stab Kellen during the night for a simple reason. Kellen was too strong, too handsome, too exceptional, while he was ugly and crude. The thought of dragging such a radiant person down into the abyss excited him. Unfortunately, his plan was foiled on the spot. Touching his burning, swollen cheek, his resentment now mingled with deep fear. If Kellen's last blow had been a fist instead of an open hand, he would likely be dead. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 strength attribute point today." The system's notification echoed in Kellen's mind. leaving him satisfied. Strength was exactly what he needed most right now. Early the next morning, the examiner knocked on the door. Seeing the boy squatting outside with a red handprint on his face, the examiner's lips curved slightly. There was always some trouble before the assessment each year, and these powerless people weren't worth his concern. Everyone, follow me for the assessment. No one dared to neglect the order. They immediately stood and followed him. After leaving the dormitory, Kellen glanced around to see a sea of heads, roughly 4,000 or 5,000 people at least, all gathered to take the test. The sheer number made him frown slightly. The group finally stopped in front of a young man dressed in a white bishop's robe. When everyone had assembled, the youth announced, "The assessment will take place in 3 stages, lasting a total of 5 days. Today, you will all stand here. The 1,000 who endure the longest will move on to the second round of assessment. Tomorrow, you will be divided into 5 groups, each with 200 participants, to take the first round of assessments, an obstacle endurance run." Hearing the term obstacle endurance run, which sounded oddly modern, Klan nearly lost his composure. The examiner then added, "Only the top 20 in each group will advance to the third round. 20 out of 280 elimination rate." Klan silently grimaced, but knew his say was limited, so he swallowed his doubts. "The details of the third round will be announced later. For now, disperse. We start in 15 minutes. At the command, nearly 1,000 candidates quickly stepped back, keeping a safe distance from one another. 15 minutes passed in a flash. The area remained noisy until suddenly a sharp shout cut through the chaos. "The assessment begins." Everyone instinctively wanted to rush forward, but was immediately stopped by another command: "Stop moving. Stand at attention." Klan was momentarily surprised, so they started with a military stance. That was easy. He closed his heels and straightened his back. Yet within seconds, a subtle but undeniable pressure weighed down on him, not muscle soreness or numbness, but as if the very air around them had thickened. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on the examiners at the center. Most likely, they were causing it. The pressure was slight, yet enough to make some participants' knees buckle, causing several to collapse one after another. The examiners quickly moved in to remove those disqualified, never to return. Klan kept his eyes straight ahead, vowing not to be among those carried off. As time dragged on, he realized the pressure did not fade. If anything, it seeped deeper into his bones and muscles like an invisible hammer. Among the 1,000 candidates, many were physically weaker than average college students who had barely endured 2 years of hardship, let alone fresh recruits full of youthful vigor. At such weakness combined with crushing force, eliminations happened rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, more people collapsed. After half an hour, the ground was littered with bodies. Klan had expected the assessment to drag on for long, but within an hour and a half, only about 1,000 remained. Those who lasted were pale and swaying, relying solely on willpower to stay standing. Sweat drenched Klan's back. This challenge was far harsher than he had imagined. The chief examiner surveyed the survivors, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well done. Those of you left have successfully passed the first assessment. Congratulations, you have shed the status of slaves." Klan's eyelids twitched sharply. What did they mean, slaves? Were there really slaves within the academy? He seemed to have realized something significant, but before he could fully understand what it meant, he was already sent back to rest. Back in the dormitory, he noticed that the original 8-person room now housed only 5 people had been eliminated early. One trainee who had gone out last night to touch Kellen's longsword ended up spending the night in the cold and appeared dazed today, so he was disqualified immediately. Seeing Kellen still alert and physically intact, the other 2 survivors instinctively kept their distance from him. None dared to strike up a conversation. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 constitution today." The system notification rang loudly in Kellen's mind, and his constitution stat instantly jumped to 17. What did 17 mean? His endurance, recovery, and overall bodily functions now far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Not only could he easily complete today's long-distance obstacle course, but staying up all night battling would also be no problem. Thinking of this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he felt more confident about the next day's assessment. Early morning, the academy delivered breakfast uniformly. Before Kellen lay a large, glistening piece of roasted beef, a bottle of fresh milk, and a steaming bowl of soup, all emitting a rich aroma. Meanwhile, the other 2 roommates still had only dry bread and bland porridge. The contrast was clear. It was obvious that his outstanding performance the previous night had earned him special treatment. Presumably, many others in different rooms were enjoying the same courtesy. This detail was the first time Kellen thought King's Academy was actually fair. Those with real ability always receive their due privileges. As the start time for the long-distance obstacle run drew near, Kellen paced by his bed, unsure whether to bring the heavy longsword. His gut told him that there might be combat challenges along the course, but carrying a steel sword while running 10,000 meters obviously wasn't a wise choice. The group assignments were soon posted, and he was placed in the second group, which was a relief. At least he could watch the first group run the course and decide later if he needed to bring his sword. The whistle blew, and the first group surged forward. The crowd quickly spread out, and a silver-haired girl with a pair of wings on her back pulled far ahead. From her shoulder blades extended pure white wings, while her slender arms and neck were covered with soft feathers, making her look like an angel stepped out of scripture. Kellen silently judged that this girl had likely awakened some kind of avian bloodline. If she ever joined the church, she'd fit right in here. Her appearance perfectly matched the aesthetic of the clergy. Although it was called a long-distance run, the entire course was only 10,000 meters. Those who passed the initial screening were already elite by outside standards, and endowed with extraordinary talents. Finishing the course was no big deal for them. Still, Kellen had a question. Was this pure physical challenge too harsh for mage trainees, who specialized in spirit power? When he glanced toward the edge of the track, he quickly saw that all the competitors were warrior types. Not a single mage was in sight apparently. The mages' tests were scheduled separately, so they weren't here. Klan quickly realized that this course wasn't just a long-distance run, it was more like a triathlon. The first stage was crossing a mud pit stretching over 1,000 meters. Then came a 2-kilometer flat stretch, serving as a brief breather. After that, competitors faced a gravity-enhanced 1-kilometer track, where every step felt like dragging lead weights. Beyond that was a normal straight path, and finally, a zone crawling with small magical beasts where runners could fight or flee. Altogether, the distance neared 10 kilometers, testing endurance in itself, and these brutal obstacles meant only those with strong stamina could survive. Thinking of the swift magical beasts waiting at the finish, Klan glanced down at the sword hanging at his side. It would surely hinder his running, but if he got caught without a weapon to fight back, he'd either get slowed by injuries or be eliminated altogether. After a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip on the sword sheath. At the other end of the track, the first wave of competitors was crossing the finish line. A bird-like contestant took the lead effortlessly, gliding over the line as if taking a casual stroll. Right behind, the second group consisted almost entirely of muscle-bound, physically enhanced participants tearing through with dust clouds rising behind them. The third group was made up of elemental controllers newly awakened. They couldn't yet unleash powerful ranged magic like mages, nor were they as physically strong as the brawlers, so they struggled to keep pace. Although their potential meant they might surpass the brute force types later on, for now they were being left behind. The rest had varied abilities, but lacked focus, and claiming a top spot from there seemed near impossible. Less than 2 hours had passed, and the top 20 had all been decided. They could have finished quicker if not for the final stretch, where competitors bumped and tripped each other, and the referees turned a blind eye, essentially allowing underhanded tactics. Seeing this, Klan was even more certain that going unarmed meant a bleak outcome. With his thoughts racing, he found himself at the new starting line. The referee scanned the crowd, and when everyone was ready, raised his hand and shouted, "Begin." At the signal, the thunder of footsteps exploded as everyone surged forward. After a short sprint, they plunged into the churning mud. The mud reached up to their knees, each footstep accompanied by heavy squelching sounds, as if invisible hands were holding them back. Klan immediately slowed his pace to conserve energy. But it was clear that some competitors had no intention of simply running to were already grappling in the mud, splashing water everywhere, clearly trying to eliminate rivals nearby before securing top 20 positions. Klan's brow tightened as he instinctively rested his hand on his sword hilt, realizing the rest of the race could easily turn into a free-for-all. Sure enough, someone soon set their sights on him. Although Kellen wasn't as weak or frail as the others and was relatively tall, his lack of speed made him an easy target. This test allowed serious injuries but forbade killing, so Kellen decided to teach those hunting him a harsh lesson. Splashes erupted in the mud as two candidates quietly circled to his sides. Before they could strike, Kellen whipped his sword around. Purple lightning crackled like a jagged electric snake, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. Instantly, both of their forearms and weapons were severed. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Screams erupted above the mud pit. Without even glancing back, Kellen sheathed his sword and steadily strode out of the murky water. Witnessing the flash of lightning and severed limbs firsthand, the other participants' skin crawled. They immediately marked him as someone not to be messed with. Just beginning to master the inducing lightning technique, Kellen felt the feeble magic inside him being drawn out as electric arcs sparking from his blade crackled and danced, delivering paralysis, electric burns, and a brief boost to his strike speed. This was exactly what gave him the confidence to take on enemies heat-in. On the examiner's monitor, a cursor locked onto him. "I said yesterday this kid had potential, right? His talent is point allocation and his luck is definitely not bad. Yeah, he might pass all at once and jump out of the commoner ranks." They chatted while making notes, having caught the flash of purple light clearly, but Kellen was completely unaware, focusing only on moving forward. Soon his footprints marked the mud as he moved step by step, shaking off water behind him. When his feet finally hit dry ground, he realized he was the third to clear the pit, and he had deliberately slowed down earlier. Even more surprisingly, he felt hardly any fatigue. Thinking about the next gravity challenge, Kellen brushed off thick, heavy mud clinging to him, though a layer still stuck to his pant legs. After 30 seconds of adjustment, he quickened his pace. The scorching sun baked the mud rapidly into hard crusts, tightening and itching on his skin. If he felt uncomfortable, the contestants behind him were surely suffering worse. As he pressed onward, Kellen caught up to the 2 leaders ahead. Both had physical augmentation talents. The one on the left moved lightly and swiftly, clearly specializing in speed boost, while the one on the right had balanced strength and agility. Entering the transition zone, the 3 tacitly gave each other space, spreading out by more than 10 meters to race independently. Before long, Kellen overtook them. All they saw was his back disappearing ahead. Especially the speed-type player, whose rhythm fell apart as soon as this stage began, dropping far behind. In terms of overall stamina and recovery, Kellen still had the strongest foundation. Meanwhile, the first wave of finishers mostly lingered near the finish line, watching as others battled behind. Eliminated candidates were escorted away by examiners to an unknown destination different from the first-round dropouts. The top finisher, a bird-like contestant, now stared daggers at Kellen. So far, Kellen hadn't even shown his true abilities, yet he crushed the other candidates just by relying on basic stats alone. During the muddy section, Kellen's sword strike was truly impressive. She had only recently unlocked this talent, but since then, her power had surged dramatically. Her proudest ability was flight. So long as her opponent lacked ranged attacks, she was virtually unbeatable. After her awakening, the church immediately equipped her with a powerful new technique. Unfortunately, she hadn't fully mastered it yet. If faced with Kellen in combat, she wasn't confident about winning. At this moment, Kellen was pushing through the second round of the gravity test. As the gravity multiplier climbed near the end of the course, his movements visibly slowed. His shoulders felt as if weighed down by an invisible mountain. Yet to the spectators, he still moved astonishingly fast that cleared the muddy section in just 12 minutes. In comparison, among the first group of competitors, except for that avian contestant, the fastest time was 15 minutes, making the strength gap between the 2 groups obvious. In the end, Kellen finished the second round in 20 minutes, including the rest in the transition zone. Only 39 minutes had passed since the round began. At this pace, his final time very likely approached the record set by the Birdman. Even more striking, when Kellen rushed out of the second track, the other 2 contestants were still trapped in the gravity zone. Entering the third section, the bushes suddenly rustled and a small, gray-black wolf-like demon beast darted out. Unlike the brutal demon wolves Kellen had encountered before, this little wolf showed clear signs of domestication and hardly radiated any killing intent. It must have been well fed and pampered. Since this was a test, Kellen hesitated no longer. He drew his sword and struck. With a sizzling slash of purple lightning, the blade flashed through the air and cleaved the wolf's head cleanly in 2. Its body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood splattering the rocky path. What had been the toughest real combat challenge was like a feather to Kellen. As he sheathed his sword, he realized the edge of his standard-issue longsword was already dulled, but fortunately there was only one demon here. Now all that remained was running. He took a deep breath and sprinted with all his might. The finish line flag grew closer and closer. His heartbeat and footsteps thundered in sync. When he crossed the line, the timing crystal froze at exactly 51 minutes. A brief silence fell over the stands before erupting into a deafening roar. The crowd looked at Kellen as if he were a superhuman disguised in human skin. Afterward, Kellen didn't leave, but leaned on the railing to watch the remaining competitors. Before long, the avian man from the first group floated down beside him, folding his wings with an expression of admiration and curiosity. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Saga." He finished speaking and then extended his hand toward Kellen. Before him stood Saga, with her golden hair and blue eyes. Her skin was naturally fair but dulled from long-term malnutrition, and she was so thin that her cheekbones protruded slightly. Kellen could almost imagine that before awakening her talent, she must have come from a commoner's background and endured a difficult life. "Kellen Jasa," he introduced himself, raising his hand in a half-grip to respond. Hearing the surname Jasa, Saga visibly paused. So he was actually the child of a noble family? Nobility was rare in the church, not non-existent, but each appearance was unexpected. In the short time after awakening, she had learned many secrets and knew that many noble children often lived no better than commoners. Hunger was their mildest punishment, with most facing humiliation, torture, or even threats of death. But Kellen before her was nothing like a suffering noble. His figure was well-proportioned, his skin smooth, his features striking, and his aloof aura like a rare flower waiting to be picked, naturally drawing people in. Saga was no exception. She stepped forward willingly, not just to connect with a strong ally, but because she genuinely liked him. She wisely didn't ask about his family background, and instead spoke softly. "We'll probably be in contact a lot from now on. Do you mind having me as a friend?" "Not at all." Kellen shook his head gently. "That's good." Saga smiled and looked toward the arena with him. At that moment, the second group of competitors crossed the finish line one after another. To Kellen's surprise, The young man who had lagged behind during the gravity trial made a strong comeback and finished in second place. When the third stage began, however, no one was as composed as he was. Many were stronger than the beasts in raw power, but were paralyzed at the sight of sharp fangs and bloodthirsty jaws, fleeing in panic. Only after being bitten and wounded did they break through pain and fear to unleash their potential and overturn the situation. Worse still, after killing the beasts, that burning rage rarely subsided and was often vented on nearby competitors. The whole round was far more brutal than expected, lasting 2 hours and 15 minutes before concluding. Kellen patiently watched the remaining 3 rounds. Each one revealed remarkably promising contenders. In the third round, a burly man transformed into a stone giant right in front of everyone, his skin instantly turning to rock. His strength and defense surged, and he could control Earth Element's solid rank talent or higher, likely in the same tier as Saga. The runner-up in that round was equally impressive. Though not the fastest, he killed a beast with a single sword strike, his explosiveness rivaling Kellen's own. Kellen could tell the long sword in his hand seemed almost alive, wielded with exquisite skill that had clearly taken years to master. So Kellen guessed this opponent was probably noble as well, or at least from a household with a warrior background. The first-place contender in the fourth round also possessed a transformation ability, but his form was a bat. Kellen could tell that this opponent's bloodline power was likely on par with Saga's, yet the bat's sinister appearance clashed sharply with the Holy Chuch's usual image. Despite this, the bat-form youth still topped the fourth-round rankings. However, from a long-term resource allocation perspective, Saga with her appearance more fitting the holy ideal would clearly receive more nurturing and support. Following closely came the fifth round, which again produced a transformer, this time a massive wolf-like boy in werewolf form. At that moment, Kellen suddenly realized that compared to these peers who could instantly activate their bloodline powers and take on supernatural forms, his own seemingly decent overall attributes were actually the most ordinary among them. The 5 first-place winners across the rounds seemed to have an unspoken understanding. After the results were confirmed, they voluntarily gathered around Kellen and Saga, exchanging brief introductions. During the short conversation, Kellen committed all their names and abilities firmly to memory. When the 5-round assessment concluded, only 100 students remained in the vast square. The chief examiner, clad in a silver-white robe, stepped onto the stage and announced solemnly, "You have performed well. Congratulations. Starting now, you officially leave the commoner class behind and enter the ranks of the nobility. The upcoming third round will be the most direct test of combat. The rules involve drawing lots for unknown battles, but not entirely at random. In the first round, group leaders draw against last-place contestants from other groups, second place faces second to last, and so forth. The assessment will last 3 days. The final top 10 will be promoted again, gaining a uniquely advantageous starting point." At those words, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. Kellen especially understood clearly that the monstrous opponents around him were no easy challenge. Their physiques already surpassed mortal limits. He still remained flesh and blood, unsure if his mere attribute bonuses would be enough to endure until the end. Returning to the dormitory that night, Kellen found the room that had originally housed 4 occupants was now just his own. Clearly, the other 2 roommates had been eliminated earlier that day. The empty room unexpectedly became the perfect place for training. Wasting no time, Kellen activated the thunder summoning technique. "Congratulations, host. Today you have gained swordsmanship talent X1. The cold system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Kellen was stunned. Swordsmanship talent was rare. He immediately drew his sword to practice. Within just a few dozen moves, his swordplay gained a new insight, as if this single talent point had opened a whole new door for him. By the next day, he knew he wouldn't face only one battle. The day would eliminate 80 people outright. Before dawn, all students had gathered at the test ground. Upon the wide stone martial arena stood 50 black-robed examiners, signaling that the 100 candidates would begin fighting simultaneously. Guided by one of the examiners, Kellen entered arena number 12. His opponent was the 20th place finisher from Group 1. Kellen's impressive memory quickly recalled the others' details. This individual possessed the talent to manipulate earth elements. Elemental control was considered a very powerful talent, ranking solidly at the sea level. These guys all had limited control over their abilities for now. When the boy saw that his opponent was Kellen, he visibly relaxed. Everyone could tell that among all the first-place finishers from each group, Kellen was probably the easiest to face. While the other group leaders all possessed transformation abilities that sharply increased their combat power and gave them intimidating appearances, Kellen, despite ranking first, lacked such a fearsome presence, making him seem more vulnerable. "Kellen, I know you're strong, but that only works against monsters. You don't stand a chance against me," the boy sneered, chin raised defiantly. Kellen didn't bother responding. He knew this would be their only encounter. His cold silence only irritated his opponent. Further, how dare he underestimate him? Soon enough, Kellen would teach him what regret really felt like. The examiner by the sidelines called out once both were in position, no killing allowed. Use any other tactics. Begin. As the referee's voice faded, the sound of metal scraping arose. The two drew their swords simultaneously. The blades, worn and chipped from prolonged battles, still gleamed sharply. Kellen gripped his sword silently, while the boy stomped his heel and instantly summoned surrounding earth elements. A golden-brown glow rippled like shifting sand, condensing into a thin protective film over his body. His muscles tensed, and his aura surged. His defense and strength were enhanced, though his movements were slightly slowed. This was a textbook earth element buff. The next moment, shhhk. The sharp blade pierced through the protective barrier without warning. Kellen's sword stabbed deep into the boy's abdomen, not fatal, but enough to crush his fighting spirit. The boy's body stiffened, weapon dropped, and he collapsed to his knees. The examiner immediately announced, opponent incapacitated. Kellen wins. Kellen stepped toward the fallen boy, who expected a helping hand and briefly hoped. Instead, Kellen bent down, picked up the discarded sword, and said coldly, "You wouldn't have gotten another chance anyway. This weapon's mine now." Then he turned and walked away. The disarmed boy nearly spat blood, yelling at the examiner to intervene and calling Kellen a bully. The examiner remained unmoved, simply helping the boy off the field. Kellen headed straight to the resting area, glancing around to see Saja and the others had finished as well. The gap between 1st and 10th place within each group was shockingly wide. The first round passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 50 students on the field. By Academy rules, if Kellen won again in the second round, today's matches would conclude. 25 would advance, and the remaining 10 would compete for 5 additional spots in brutal strongest versus weakest pairings. The King's Academy openly favored the strong. Without allies, the weak had no place here and could only survive under the protection of the powerful. With the arena reset, the second round quickly began. This time, Kellen faced the 10th place finisher from the first group. The previous battles had gone largely as expected to ranked fighters, defeating those ranked lower. Only a few upsets occurred, and even those were between opponents of very similar strength. When the next match was announced, the name Kellen lit up on the bracket. The opponent's relaxed expression vanished instantly, replaced by a heavy seriousness. He knew full well that defeating Kellen was nearly impossible. But now that he stood in the center of the arena, forfeiting outright was out of the question. He had to give it his all. Kellen spoke no needless words. His sword was drawn with a sharp, decisive motion, clearly aiming for a quick finish. The audience already knew that none of Kellen's previous opponents had survived beyond his second strike. Yet this time his challenger was indeed stronger than the last. He had awakened an all-around physical enhancement talent, his muscles bulging and rugged, arms thick and powerful, wielding a gleaming cold spear over 2 meters long that reflected the lights with a deadly chill. Naturally, he held the advantage of reach. The opponent leveled the spear horizontally, the tip pointed straight at Kellen's throat. With his weight shifted slightly down and steps as steady as if nailed to the platform, his tightly guarded defense prevented Kellen from launching the same all-out rush as before. Begin. The judge's command echoed through the arena. Unexpectedly, the opponent made the first move with a forward thrust. The spear tip darted like a swimming dragon, lunging straight for Kellen's chest. If the spear had remained poised, Kellen might have needed some effort to circle around it for close combat. But by attacking first, the challenger tore open his own defenses. Kellen barely twisted aside, allowing the cold blade to graze the edge of his clothing. In the next instant, his arm darted out like lightning, fingers clamping tightly onto the freezing spear shaft. The opponent yanked hard, but the spear shaft felt as though it was welded to Kellen's palm. No matter how much force he applied, it wouldn't budge. Astonishment flashed across his face. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Could Kellen's talent be strength enhancement? But such questions only flickered momentarily as danger closed in at his throat. Kellen held the spear with one hand, while his other sword pressed against the side of the attacker's neck. With a gentle push of the blade, it sliced the skin open, blood seeping from the thin cut. Pain surged through the nerves, and the opponent stiffened completely, cold sweat streaming down his temple. He swallowed nervously and croaked out, "I concede. Thank you for the match." Kellen retracted his sword calmly, released the spear, and turned to leave the stage. He found no reason to watch the remaining fights. The gap between contestants was too large, a waste of time. Instead, he planned to use the break to train further. His lightning talent recently felt close to breaking through, with thunder energy churning inside him, as if just about to burst through a thin veil. Meanwhile, on Arena 2, Saga's battle was underway. She caught a glimpse of Kellen leaving, and her eyes flickered briefly. Then she raised her hand, conjuring a blazing golden orb of light the size of a fist at her fingertips and hurled it at her opponent. Boom! The air tore apart as the golden light exploded into a fiery storm. The opponent was hit by the shockwave before even reacting, sent flying and crashing heavily onto the ground, flesh torn and bleeding. Their cries were drowned out by the deafening blast. Though not killed instantly, their fighting capability was destroyed. As the golden light faded, Saga dropped to one knee, panting heavily, her shoulders heaving. The strike had taken a tremendous toll on her as well. Kellen turned to look, his expression darkening instantly. If he had taken that hit, he would have been injured too. Fortunately, with Saga in her weakened state, she would only be able to launch such an attack once. Once it was confirmed the opponent could no longer continue, the referee declared the match over. Wiping blood from her lips, Saga steadied her breath and stepped away from the arena. Kellen soon caught up to her. Kellen, why are you leaving so early today? Nothing much to see here, Kellen replied casually, waving his hand toward the distant training ground. I want to go back and practice first. Really? Want to come with me? Saga quickly caught up, smiling warmly. Faced with her enthusiasm so close to his face, Kellen only frowned slightly. No thanks, I'd rather train alone. I'm not comfortable with someone beside me. I see, alright then. Seeing his firm attitude, Saga reluctantly stopped. Saga didn't push further, and Kellen headed back to his dorm alone. As soon as he opened the door, he switched his mind into practice mode lightning invocation technique. A few days ago, he had started using the unique, breathing rhythm of this technique combined with strange body movements to train, and now his actions were much smoother. The room was hot and silent. Kellen stood in the narrow space between his bed and the wall, steadying his breath. Less than 10 minutes in, sweat was already pouring down his back. Even with perfect familiarity, the lightning invocation technique still demanded enormous physical energy. 2 practice cycles each day were his limit. Any more, and his body would feel completely drained. An hour later, his eyes snapped open. Tiny purple sparks visibly danced over his skin, crackling audibly. The arcs gathered intensely, then suddenly exploded with a roar. Kellen instinctively drew his sword, and a blast of purple light sliced the wooden bed in front of him in two with a sharp crack. Lightning invocation technique breakthrough. The residual energy hummed in the air as Kellen froze for a moment. He had been practicing the Gale Sword technique for years with no progress, yet the lightning invocation technique, which he had learned less than a month ago, had already reached level 2. Clearly, the right cultivation method made all the difference. His physical body also showed obvious changes. The lightning continuously refined his flesh, pushing all his core attributes upward: strength 18, agility 15, constitution 19, spirit 19, all breaking past 15, with 3 nearing 20. Aside from monsters with awakened bloodlines, these stats were close to the highest among his peers. The first reward of his breakthrough was greater control over lightning itself. He could now coat his body in purple electricity, creating what he called thunderform. The electric stimulation instantly boosted his strength and agility by 20, though the downside was just as obvious. His stamina and mana drained rapidly, like a dam burst wide open. Without swift victory in battle, he would be exhausted and worn down by backlash. Just as he finished his practice, hunger crashed into his stomach like a hammer. Kellen hurriedly pulled out some stored rations and gulped them down, but still felt hollow inside. Dinner was hours away, and the church only provided 2 meals a day: breakfast and dinner. The intense metabolism from his training left him struggling to keep going. He could even feel the food being digested within moments of eating. Helpless, he rummaged through his dorm looking for anything left behind by his former roommate. He actually found 3 pieces of black bread, dry and hard as wood. Fortunately, there were 2 buckets of water in a corner. Drinking water to wash it down, Kellen ate the rough, woody bread and at last felt somewhat full. Only then did he finally relax, though he could still feel the food inside him being steadily digested. With some time left before dinner, he chose not to risk low blood sugar by continuing his training. Instead, he quietly sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed, silently enduring the gradually creeping hunger. As his constitution strengthened and his cultivation advanced to the next level, he was able to extend his daily training sessions, but this also meant greater energy consumption. At that moment, he could clearly hear his stomach growling. As darkness fell, the knock on the door came promptly. The servant who entered wore a broad smile and laid out the trays with precision. A large, fragrant roasted meat took center stage. 5 neatly arranged white buns sat to the side. A freshly poured bottle of milk was topped with froth. A steaming hot bowl of soup emitted gentle wisps of steam, and even a bright red apple was provided as dessert. Kellen paused for a moment, surprised by the generous portion. It was noticeably more than what had received during the day. Seeing his reaction, the servant explained, "Feel free to eat. You performed exceptionally today. Congratulations, you have entered the noble class. The King's Academy will be your paradise." So that was it. He had suspected the noble class term for some time, but now it was confirmed. Although he was still technically in the evaluation phase and not yet officially enrolled, the current treatment from the academy was quite satisfactory. After the servant left, he no longer held back and greedily dug in with his knife and fork. The roast was crispy on the outside and tender inside. The buns soaked in the soup melted in his mouth. The milk soothed the heat as it went down, and he bit through the apple until only the core remained. Only when his plate was clean did he feel truly full again after a long time. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 attribute point in strength." The notification sounded as expected in his mind. Kellen raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, another familiar reward. It was comforting in its predictability. The night passed quickly, and the morning bells again summoned the crowd to the arena. The selection process neared its final stages, now down to just 20 candidates. According to the rules, today each would fight 2 rounds. First to split the top 10 from the rest, while tomorrow would be the most grueling die of full round robin, where each fights all 19 others to determine the final rankings. Now, these 20 were all elite contenders, their differences barely noticeable. It had truly become a game of luck. When the draw was announced, Kellen's opponent turned out to be the young man who had taken second place in the 3rd round and also slain a monster with a single sword strike. Seeing this, Kellen's rare smile faded. While he believed his base attributes outweighed the opponent's, this adversary might have the edge in skill. This battle would come down to pure numbers versus technique was determined to show what absolute power meant. The man across from him noticed Kellen's name and his expression darkened. Before they started, he stepped forward and said firmly, "Kellen, Gato. Remember my name. I know you're strong, so we'll give this fight my all. Don't underestimate me." Agreed. Kellen nodded solemnly, sensing that his relationship with Gato might have further significance down the road. They drew their swords simultaneously. The cold steel gleamed sharply, slicing through the air as if tearing a rift. Gato struck first, his blade darting in like a venomous serpent, relentlessly targeting vulnerable points. Kellen quickly realized that a solid hit from that strike would leave him at a severe disadvantage, possibly pressuring him throughout the fight. With that thought, he could only brace himself to meet force with force. Clang! The 2 iron swords clashed fiercely, the sharp metallic clangs tearing through the air. Kellen stood rooted, blocking defensively, but through the vibrations transmitted along the blade, Gato could still feel the overwhelming force so powerful it made his hand numb, almost causing him to lose grip. After a brief skirmish, both fighters simultaneously pivoted and stepped back about 5 feet, their eyes locking in midair, each silently acknowledging that the other was no pushover. In the next moment, Kellen launched the first attack. Though his swordsmanship had improved dramatically lately, the short practice time left his techniques a bit rough around the edges. Yet precisely because of this, his strikes were extraordinarily aggressive, carrying heavy weight behind every blow. Gato's sharp eyes pinpointed the smallest openings, but his body couldn't react quickly enough, could only grit his teeth and brace for impact. At center stage, the clashing metal rang out repeatedly, sparks flying. The sound alone painted a vivid picture of a brutal struggle. At this time, the situation seemed to heavily favor Kellen, his assault a relentless storm bearing down on Gato. Yet both knew that if Kellen's offense faltered even for a moment, leaving a fleeting gap, Gato could easily turn the tables with a single strike. But the pressure weighed equally hard on Gato after continuously resisting Kellen's brute force. His arms had grown numb, his fingers whitening on the hilt, his senses fading fast. With a sharp clatter, the longsword finally slipped from his grasp, the sound piercing through the raucous crowd. Despite the breathless intensity, the entire duel had lasted barely 3 minutes. Kellen lifted his sword, pointing it calmly at his opponent, and quietly uttered, "You lost." Unwilling to accept defeat, Gato bent down to retrieve his weapon. A flash of cold steel stopped him mid-motion. Kellen's sword tip had already pierced Gato's right arm, blood dripping down the blade. The sharp sting snapped Gato back to reality, and he struggled to say, I surrender." The referee loudly declared Kellen the victor. Only then did Kellen sheath his sword and turn to leave the arena, heading toward the rest area to await the next trial. Medical staff immediately rushed to lift and carry Gato away. After all, Gato possessed a brank talent, the weapon master, allowing him to quickly master various arms and more easily awaken weapon spirits. Though defeated this time, the church still planned to invest in his training. Kellen's position, however, was far from secure. Though impressive, his point allocation talent was widely recognized as dangerously unstable, demanding continued testing. Only by sustaining this level of performance and maintaining a top 5 ranking could he hope to receive preferential treatment and resources at the same tier. Meanwhile, Saga's match had also ended. As soon as she touched down, she excitedly ran over to Kellen. "Kellen, you're amazing. You always win so quickly," she said sincerely. She knew that without her flying ability, she might never have beaten him. Kellen smiled in reply. "You're strong too. If we ever fought on your own, I probably wouldn't stand a chance." Still, in his mind, he was already calculating how he'd handle an opponent skilled in flight. His plan was simple: wait. When these opponents made the first move, he'd be ready to deliver a decisive, lethal strike. As the two exchanged compliments, the ongoing duels gradually came to an end. This time, Kellen watched very attentively because the remaining opponents were closely matched, so they were likely to show some real skill. The 20 contestants who advanced in the morning reappeared that afternoon after a brief rest at noon, competing for 4 ranking groups: top 5, 6th to 10th, 11th to 15th, and 16th to 20th. Tomorrow, they would face each other again in round-robin battles within their respective tiers, so no one dared hold back at this moment. By afternoon, Kellen had squeezed into the top 10. His new opponent was also from this tier, a slender young girl named Zilia. Her talent was called Insight, rated class, allowing her to instantly spot opponents' weaknesses and openings in offense and defense. Unfortunately, her physical condition was worse than Gatos, whom Kellen had defeated earlier. Kellen knew nothing about her talent, but guessed from past matches that Zilia's precise strikes to an enemy's vulnerabilities made her a tough competitor. When the gong sounded, they clashed. To everyone's surprise, the fight quickly became one-sided. Kellen didn't use any flashy moves, just simple horizontal and vertical slashes, one after another, with winds of blades roaring and power as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Each impact left Zilia's bones tingling and almost caused her to drop her long sword. The crowd held their breath, counting each strike. The 11th, the 12th finally. On the 13th heavy chop, Kellen's long blade swept diagonally and knocked her weapon flying to the edge of the platform. The winner was clear in an instant. Zilia staggered and fell, lifting her dust-covered face, eyes full of unwillingness. She had fought hard to reach this round, but was simply overwhelmed by Kellen. Just as Kellen turned to leave the platform, she rasped hoarsely, "Kellen, my name is Zilia. Remember it. Next time, he'll beat you." Kellen paused briefly, then stepped down. Deep down, he knew that day would never come. His talent was growing at an extraordinary rate, and with time, the gap between them would only widen. Even with her top-tier insight, Zilia would only suffer a harsher defeat against him in the future. Afterward, Kellen stayed in the audience to watch the remaining battles. The most exciting match was between Batwoman and the werewolf. They were in the same group, both strong enough to break into the top 5. The werewolf was fierce and explosive, combining strength and speed so that each pounce tore through the air with a roar. Batwoman was agile and light, twisting wildly in midair, using her height advantage to keep distance. The real turning point was Batwoman's terrifying vampiric ability. Her attacks were fierce but crude, and close combat nearly cost her torn flesh several times. Yet whenever her fangs bit into the werewolf and drew blood, her stamina and wounds visibly recovered. The werewolf, bitten, would instantly weaken, muscles softening and defense dropping. Without this almost cheating talent, Batwoman would have no chance against the ferocious werewolf's brute force. Feeling this way, Kellen returned to training afterward, pushing himself until midnight before finally stopping. "Congratulations, host, you have just gained 1 agility attribute point." Hearing the prompt ring in his mind, Kron clearly felt his body become lighter and more nimble. In the blink of an eye, it was already the final day of the assessment. After a simple breakfast as usual, he arrived early at the training ground. The morning mist still hung in the air, and the dirt-colored arena shimmered softly under the sunlight. 20 contestants arrived in succession, divided into 4 distinct trial zones by rank. Kron strode straight into the core area, the highest level zone, where competition was fiercest. There were 5 participants here: Kron, Saga, the Stone Giant Boy, the Batgirl, and the black-haired boy who had also awakened a Brank enhancement talent. At a glance, only Kron had a crank talent. The others were all Brank or possibly even higher. Especially that black-haired boy could drastically boost his combat power in a short time. Though also strength-based like Kron, his burst potential was even greater. Kron knew in his heart that if the boy was at full strength, his own winning chances weren't high. Secretly, he prayed they wouldn't match up until the later rounds, hoping others would first wear down that boy's magic and stamina. The referee announced the start of the draw. Kron stepped onto the wooden platform to pick his lot, but his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 striking teenagers nearby. They looked around his age, about 16 or 17, each dressed exquisitely and carrying an air of innate nobility in their gestures. More conspicuous was the unhidden arrogance in their eyes as they gazed at the arena. Kron wondered silently. These people weren't candidates, so why were they here? The answer came quickly. The examiners, spotting the 3, hurried over with fawning smiles. "Holy Maiden, have you come to observe this final assessment?" The lead examiner bowed respectfully. The so-called Holy Maiden, a blonde girl, nodded faintly, seeming uninterested in the bustle around her. She asked lightly, "Among these people, are there any interesting talents?" The examiner quickly reported, "Yes, Holy Maiden. This session includes a girl who awakened the winged lineage talent directly at a rank." Upon hearing winged, the Holy Maiden's previously indifferent eyes flickered with surprise. The winged lineage was a subordinate branch of the angel bloodline, closely tied to the Holy Church. It was rare to encounter one in such a remote area. The examiner continued, "Additionally, there's an A-rank vampire lineage bearer and an A-rank werewolf lineage bearer. Including the winged one, these 3 are the only A-rank talents in this assessment." The Holy Maiden raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly piqued with interest. 3 A-ranks, that's somewhat intriguing. Though she knew most of them hailed from commoner backgrounds and were not yet truly combat-ready, witnessing their potential in person was far better than merely hearing about them. Kron withdrew his gaze, thinking that no matter their identity, those who could command the examiners were beyond his concern. What mattered now was the draw result. The bamboo lots were pulled from the container one by one until it was his turn. When the result was announced, Kron's heart lifted. A first-round bye? This meant he would directly advance to the next stage, conserving his magic and stamina and gaining an advantage. The matches for the other four were set as well. Saga would face the vampire girl. The stone giant boy would take on the Brank enhancement boy. Kron clenched his fist quietly, beginning to study the two upcoming intense battles, carefully planning each step to follow. Seeing this outcome, Klan was even more satisfied because none of them had any particular advantage or disadvantage against each other. In fact, their strengths were all very close, so a prolonged fight would exhaust everyone's stamina, and he would come out purely ahead. Saga was called to her name. When she looked up, she saw the Batwoman slowly ascending the ring. Her brow immediately furrowed into a deep line. Of all the potential opponents, the woman before her was the one she least wanted to face. The Batwoman stood in stark contrast to Saga's bright, blonde-haired, blue-eyed aura. Her tangled purple hair almost reached her collarbone, with thick strands obscuring her face, revealing only a pale, almost translucent jawline. She hunched slightly and moved with a light yet stiff gait, so thin that even her sleeves appeared empty. Beneath her thin skin, there seemed to be no blood at all, while tendrils of dark mist hovered around her like a shadow clinging tightly, evoking an instinctive unease. Saga instinctively took a half step back, but forced down the urge to distance herself. The Batwoman stepped onto the ring, still bowing her head. She seemed enveloped by a gray haze, making it impossible for anyone to guess her thoughts. Fight begins. The referee's voice rang out as two completely different sets of wings unfurled simultaneously. Behind Saga, a pair of snowy white wings spread out, feathers sharp as blades. The Batwoman extended huge black membranous wings with curved spurs resembling deadly fangs. Almost at the same moment, the two soared upward, the lights casting a dramatic angel versus demon image that grabbed the attention of nearly every spectator in the arena. But this fateful spectacle lasted only a few seconds. As they closed in, fists and feet collided. Their technique was mediocre so much so that their brawling could be mockingly called turtle punches. This immediately shattered the epic atmosphere. The crowd's murmurs dropped abruptly, with many sighing inwardly. No matter the innate talent, without relentless training, one cannot sustain presence or power. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Rockman and B-Man fought with sparks flying. Rockman's thick skin and formidable defense contrasted with B-Man's explosive power, whose punches hit like heavy artillery. Almost every blow was a real, hard clash with the air cracking loudly. Using his explosive strength, B-Man pressed the attack from the start. To win, however, he had to finish decisively before exhaustion of stamina and magic caught up, because being dragged into a protracted battle would spell danger. All 6 other rings erupted into combat at the same time, turning the arena into chaos with jeers and cheers rising and falling. Klan glanced around and was surprised to find Gato had also drawn a bye. Their eyes met briefly, and Gato seemed to recall the dark memory of being thrashed by Klan, grunting softly as he turned away. Klan shrugged with a smile and looked elsewhere with a carefree air. The fight lasted far longer than most expected. Eventually, under B-Man's relentless bombardment, Rockman could no longer hold on and collapsed, declaring defeat. But judging by B-Man's labored breathing and unsteady steps, his stamina and magic were nearly depleted, making it unlikely he could make waves in future rounds. Meanwhile, Saga and the Batwoman still battled in midair, wings and membranes crossing, fists and dark energy clashing continuously with neither gaining ground. It seemed they were now locked in a contest of endurance and stats. Midway through, the Batwoman tried to absorb Saga's blood, but only barely managed it before quickly spitting it out. Bright red strands of blood splattered at the corners of her mouth as she bent over, violently retching. Her shoulders jerked with each heave, as if she had swallowed some kind of nauseating, rotten liquid. Kron stood at the edge of the arena, eyes narrowed, immediately thinking of the holy attribute's natural power over dark creatures clearly. Saga's blood carried a strong holy aura. Unfortunately, Kron specialized in lightning magic, completely unrelated to the divine, so this advantage didn't concern him. The two remained locked in fierce combat. It wasn't until a full hour later that a winner emerged. Saga barely stayed on her feet, while Batwoman staggered and dropped to her knees. If not for the weakening effect of the noonday sun and the heavy toll from last night's battle with the werewolf, the peak Batwoman might have crushed Saga without mercy. After a brief victory announcement, the examiners called for a half-hour rest before the second round began. Kron had skipped the previous fight, meaning his stamina and mana were fully replenished naturally, giving him the upper hand against any opponent. Saga and her group knew this all too well. Just before the draw, their brows furrowed in unease, but bad luck had to fall on someone. The name B-Man popped up on the slip. Having just been completely drained, his face instantly turned pale, and even after half an hour of rest, he hadn't recovered half his power. Seeing his next opponent was Kron, he could only force a bitter smile. Didn't expect me to be the unlucky one. Kron shrugged, his tone even. Indeed, you're very unlucky. That remark lit a fire in B-Man's chest. Don't get cocky. If I hadn't exhausted myself just now, in my prime, you wouldn't stand a chance. Kron smiled calmly. We'll see about that. The provocation hit B-Man hard, shattering his earlier resolve to surrender quickly and save energy for the final round. Having already won once, losing 2 more was acceptable, but he refused to give Kron an inch. Even if he lost, head bite down hard. He tossed aside his recovery potion, eyes burning fiercely at his opponent. Kron caught the almost tangible murderous intent and smirked. Young man, you're fired up. The bell rang sharply as the examiners announced the match start. B-Man erupted with sudden power, muscles tensing in an instant. A faint glow pulsed beneath his skin as he pushed his body to the limit. Moments later, his foot stamped down, leaving a small crater, and he shot forward like a launched arrow straight at Kron. Clang! Metal clashed with metal, sparks flying. Kron's reflexes were sharp, parrying with his sword, but the heavy iron rod struck with such force it gouged a deep notch in Kron's blade. Scanning the damage, Kron's brow furrowed in concern. Win or lose, this sword was likely ruined. B-Man showed no mercy. Like a bloodthirsty mad dog, he ignored exhaustion and unleashed a furious flurry of blows. Within moments, the rapid impacts rang out in succession, numbing Kron's arms. Tremors rattled up his bracers as he retreated with steady steps, forcing all the lightning energy into his blade. Electric arcs crackled in a desperate attempt to absorb the shock. Maybe, I really can win this one. B-Man panted fiercely, eyes wild with madness. Among the crowd, Kron's talent was never seen as exceptional, and now he was completely overwhelmed. Man's confidence only grew. Well, to be honest, Kron's talent wasn't all that impressive to begin with. It was hardly surprising that I could beat him. Just as B was thinking this, Kellen's one-handed sword was shattered in two with a single strike from B. Almost simultaneously, Kellen seized the initiative. His right leg snapped forward like a bowstring breaking, delivering a fierce kick to B's chest. Pale blue arcs of electricity crackled across his shin. His thunder aura activated, boosting his strength and speed significantly. B felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding carriage. His ribs seemed about to crumble to powder, his body thrown backward uncontrollably. The pain was so intense that his vision immediately blurred into darkness. Before the dust even settled, Kellen closed in close. Taking advantage of the moment when B lay helpless on the ground, unable to push himself up, his fist blurred into a ghostly shadow, rapidly growing larger in B's fading sight. The next moment, B lost consciousness completely. Even less durable than I thought. Kellen scoffed coldly at the fallen man as he withdrew his fist. He bent down to pick up the spare one-handed sword with a slightly curled edge, blunt, but still usable. The broken blade was beyond repair. With Pharaoh B incapacitated, Kellen claimed victory. Winning the match, he felt great and withdrew to the side of the arena to sit cross-legged and quickly recover his energy. On the other side of the arena, Batwoman's situation was extremely grim. In her first match, she had faced Saga, who countered her skills. Now in the second round, she was stuck against the same kind of rock-like opponent who also had the upper hand. Her luck was terrible. After transforming into a vampire, her sharp claws barely scratched the stone shell. The thick rocky armor covered the man entirely, and her relatively short fangs couldn't pierce it. Her core ability, blood-sucking, was thoroughly nullified. Coupled with insufficient rest after the last match, her stamina and blood volume were dangerously low. Although her talent level slightly surpassed her opponents, the severe unfavorable matchup made her chance of winning uncertain. In the audience seats, Kellen watched the battle intensely, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Was the draw really random? Batwoman's heretical bloodline clearly wasn't favored by the church. Could the match schedule have been manipulated? If so, her next opponent would most likely be him, and then the now mostly recovered band endless nightmare for her. Thinking back to yesterday's werewolf, Kellen nearly concluded. This entire sequence was orchestrated specifically to target Batwoman. As expected, Batwoman, exhausted from the previous battle, could not endure until the end. When the Rock Man threw a giant boulder that slammed heavily and precisely into her back, she staggered twice, then collapsed heavily, losing the second match as well. After the competition ended, Kellen glanced at the chief examiner and caught a glimpse of a strange smile at the corner of their mouth. That only confirmed Kellen's suspicion. Right now, they were definitely targeting Batwoman. Soon, the results of the third round of the draw were announced. Just as Kellen had predicted, Saga would face B-Man, while he himself would go up against Batwoman. B-Man immediately forfeited as soon as he stepped on stage. Clearly saw the situation. By surrendering now, he could let Kellen be worn down by Batwoman, leaving himself a better chance to swoop in during the final battle. This gave Saga a free round to rest and conserve energy. Although Kellen was confident he could beat Batwoman, the fight would likely exhaust him, drastically lowering his chances against a fully energized Saga in the final. Saga's last opponent, Stoneman, was no challenge for her air combat skills, and with plenty of stamina, she was virtually assured victory. Realizing how the schedule was designed like a chain of traps, Kellen's heart sank. His first round bye wasn't luck at all, but a setup by the Academy to pave the way for Saga, with him as an unwitting, invisible beneficiary. Scanning the crowd, he saw most competitors were ordinary youngsters. Unaware of the subtle manipulation, they were too focused on the test to suspect anything deeper. Lost in these swirling thoughts, Kellen stepped onto the arena. On the other side, Batwoman came dragging her heavy steps, her back more hunched than before, her head nearly bowed to her chest. From their brief talk earlier, Kellen knew her name was Winnie Sharp, clear name at odds with her dark, grim appearance. What bad luck, running into you here. Winnie's voice was barely above a whisper, like a mosquito's buzz. I might lose to you this time, Kellen. My luck's just awful. Her voice trembled before she even finished, as if on the verge of tears. Facing an opponent about to cry before the fight, Kellen felt momentarily awkward. Should he comfort her? The schedule was fixed, and he couldn't change it, nor did he want to reveal his suspicions about the scheme. Doing so would only create trouble. Stay in good shape, Kellen offered vaguely. Winnie nodded gently, still polite. Okay, but you'd better watch out. He'll give it my all. Beneath her fierce exterior, she showed surprising grace, which tempered Kellen's impression of her. The match begins. The examiner's cold announcement echoed through the arena. Kellen got straight to the point. If you want to make the rest of the competition easier, just forfeit this round. His words were blunt, but it was the best solution he could think of. According to his guess, Winnie wouldn't have a bye in the next round. She was the only one who wouldn't get a rest. Conserving strength now might still give her a chance to beat B-Man, but if she wasted herself fighting him full out, she'd definitely lose next round. Winnie should have been angry, but strangely, she sensed Kellen's suggestion came from genuine concern. She couldn't understand why, but she instinctively trusted that kindness. Yet she wasn't clever enough to see the complex calculations behind it all, so she stayed firm in her original Resolvido fight to the very end. Seeing that Batwoman showed no intention of surrendering, Klan understood her resolve. If she insisted on fighting, then so would he. Without hesitation, Batwoman Winnie was surrounded by swirling black mist. Her body instantly contracted as her limbs transformed into sharp clawed wings. In the next moment, she beat her jet black wings and soared into the sky. Klan looked up, acknowledging she had gained air superiority. Yet he also knew maintaining this form drained her magic. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would be for Winnie. Although she was still strong now, the situation was clearly not in her favor. Her only chance was to strike quickly and decisively, bite through Klan's skin, replenish her strength and magic by feeding on his blood, or she would surely lose. However, Winnie lacked real combat experience and had learned nothing from her last defeat. The instant she took bat form, she raised a claw and summoned a long-range attack, a black moon blade. The dark moon-shaped blade shimmered with an eerie glow in the night, costly to summon but devastating in power. The blade sliced through the air, reaching Klan's face in the blink of an eye. Klan had no time to dodge. He raised his sword to block horizontally. Clang! The clash of metal was deafening. The last long sword in his hand was sliced cleanly through with a sharp notch, but he managed to hold the block. Winnie above gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. She was clearly struggling. Klan didn't press the attack, instead steadying himself to wait patiently for the perfect moment to counterstrike. Watching from the stands, the Saintess saw the situation and smiled faintly, asking in a low voice, "What kind of talent does that man have?" The priest beside her immediately answered, "Clan Jiasa, Crank talent. His attribute points are." Upon hearing Crank, the Saintess' eyes lost their sparkle and her interest faded quickly. She had thought Clan was a rare, formidable fighter, but it turned out he was just ordinary, only standing out now because of his noble background. Eventually, when others with higher talents matured, Clan would be surpassed. A young man quietly observing the Saintess noticed her disdain and realized Clan would likely never rise to high rank within the church. Meanwhile, Winnie realized her last strike had only damaged his weapon, leaving Clan unharmed while draining much of her magic. If she didn't bite him now, she'd lose all chance to turn the tide. Since Clan's blood was non-toxic and his skin had no special resistance, her fangs could pierce through. With this thought, Winnie suddenly folded her wings and dived downward like a falcon. Most people would be terrified by such speed, but Clan merely tilted his head slightly. In an instant, Winnie lunged at him, her sharp claws about to tear into his chest. At that moment, Clan reached out swiftly and precisely grasped Winnie by the neck. Kellen's hands were noticeably longer than Winnie's, which meant that when he grabbed her, her claws couldn't even reach him. His palm wrapped completely around her slender neck, lifting her single-handedly like a kitten weighing just over 60 pounds. No matter how wildly she flailed her limbs, she couldn't break free. The moment her dive was abruptly cut off, her chest felt as if it was being torn apart by sharp pain, compounded by a sudden wave of weakness. Fear quickly overwhelmed her thoughts. Bang! Kellen slammed Winnie onto the ground like a hammer. The hard wooden floor of the ring groaned under the impact. Her back hit first, bones seeming to scatter, and her mind went blank, filled only with pain and fear. In her blurred vision, Kellen stood tall and calm. Even the thought of raising her hand to fight back was completely crushed. Looking down at her utterly defeated posture, Kellen spoke quietly. "Ref, she's lost." The referee hurried over and crouched to inspect. Winnie trembled all over. She barely raised her claw halfway before dropping it again, still too afraid to move against Kellen. After confirming she was completely unable to continue, the referee announced, "Winnie has lost the ability to fight. Kellen wins this round." The crowd erupted in a brief cheer before shifting their attention to the next match. Kellen intended to leave the ring but glanced back and saw Winnie still slumped on the floor, her eyes vacant. After a moment's hesitation, he walked back and reached out to help her up. Feeling a hand grip her arm, Winnie instinctively tried to pull away. But seeing it was Kellen, she spoke in a trembling voice, "Don't I give up." "The match is already over," Kellen said calmly. "Let's go rest." Only then did Winnie realize, was it really over? Another loss? As an A-level awakened fighter, she hadn't won a single match yet. That thought felt like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest, making it nearly impossible to lift her head. She could only trail behind Kellen, defeated, as they left the ring. Once off the platform, she whispered, "Kellen, am I useless?" Kellen paused. Just one match and she had lost all her confidence? Knowing she had lost her previous 3 matches and was about to face a level opponent next, in her current state on the verge of tears, she would likely lose again. He sighed and avoided making things worse, simply responding, "No. You just had bad luck." "Bad luck?" When he looked up and met his eyes. This was the first time Kellen truly saw her face. Her pale skin emphasized her delicate features, brows and eyes timid and innocent, like a gentle little girl. Tears clung at the corners of her eyes, and her shaking shoulders tugged at his heart. Without thinking, Kellen reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Yes, this time you were unlucky," he said. "If your first opponent hadn't been Shaga, and if you hadn't faced the werewolf yesterday, things would have been very different." He paused, then spoke more seriously, "But right now, you aren't strong enough. After some more training, situations like this won't happen again." Hearing Kellen's reassurance, Winnie's sadness eased considerably. After stepping down from the arena, Winnie noticed that Kellen wasn't as fierce as he had been during the match. Instead, he seemed surprisingly gentle. Beside the ring, the noisy crowd was still buzzing about the previous fight, the air faintly tinged with sweat and quickened breaths. Winnie let her arms hang loosely but kept her eyes bright and fixed on Kellen like a kitten that had just found a safe spot. She couldn't help but softly rub the back of his hand with her palm. Kellen paused, glanced down at the fair little hand, then withdrew his own gently. His voice was soft but firm. "All right, let's head down and rest. There's still more fighting to come." "Okay," Winnie responded quickly, the disappointment on her face noticeably fading as she followed with light, eager steps. On the other side, Shaga was about to climb the stairs to the spectator stands when she caught sight of their intimate interaction. Her pupils suddenly dilated in surprise. Those two were touching each other's heads. Almost instinctively, she hurried over. Yet standing before them, she first forced herself to praise. "That was an amazing match, Kellen. You're incredible." Kellen waved her off with calm confidence. "It was all right. I just got a lucky break in the schedule." "No, no," Shaga shook her head, her long hair brushing over her shoulder. "I think even if you hadn't had the bye in the first round, you'd still win them all." Winnie nodded openly in agreement. Deep down, she knew that even at her peak, she wouldn't necessarily be Kellen's match. Since even an opponent acknowledged his skill, Kellen decided not to argue. "Kellen," Shaga breathed in deeply, her eyes shining with unhidden fighting spirit. "Our match is up next. He'll give it my all. You should be careful." If Kellen had asked her to hold back for the sake of preserving his undefeated record, Shaga, caught up in her near-fanatical admiration, probably would have agreed without hesitation. But Kellen didn't. He craved a clean, fair battle. Seeing his silence, Shaga stepped closer on her own, hands clasped behind her back, half joking but partly serious. "If you want to keep your perfect record, I might be willing to go easy on you." Kellen instantly caught the sincerity behind her words. This bottomless eagerness to please felt a little heartbreaking. Before awakening her talent, Shaga was just an ordinary civilian girl, and although she now had a top-tier grade talent, her mentality hadn't fully caught up. Instinctively, she kept conceding to get closer to Kellen. Kellen's tone was calm but resolute. "No need. You should go all out. If the examiners see you holding back, it'll only cause more trouble. Besides, I'm not sure I'd lose to you anyway." "Okay, then," Shaga nodded quietly. After a moment's thought, she cautiously asked, "By the way, since when did you two get so close?" "I just saw you touching Winnie's head." Her voice wavered at the end, clearly worried about Kellen's reaction. But Kellen didn't respond. A brief, awkward silence fell. Shaga forced a chuckle and turned to Winnie. "Huh, Winnie, you two seemed really close just now. Don't tell me you like Kellen?" Winnie blinked in surprise, then blushed, answering sincerely, "Yes. I think Kellen is very gentle. Being around him feels very comforting." Shaga parted her lips, but couldn't say a word. She couldn't shake the feeling that maybe she shouldn't have asked Winnie at all. What's up with that girl? She just got slammed to the ground, and yet she calmed down just from a gentle pat on the head. She's way too easy to soothe. As Kellen muttered this quietly, he glanced toward Winnie. The girl stood obediently where she was, both hands cradling the back of her head, a relieved smile lingering on her face after being comforted. Kellen sighed inwardly. Their upbringing made them so pure and naive that just a little kindness or a small trick could make them trust you without hesitation. The thought stirred a strange ache in his heart, pity mixed with helplessness. In a blink, the half-hour break ended, and the system announced the fourth round of matches. As Kellen expected, Winnie still didn't get a bye, and her opponent was a vigorous boy B. She had been severely injured by Kellen in the previous match, leaving her barely able to stand, so beating Boy B was nearly impossible. Boy B stood by the match board, a smug smile creeping across his lips as he counted his victory secured. On the other side, Kellen's opponent was Saga. When the list was posted, both their smiles faded instantly. Saga had barely taken any damage up to this point. Her stamina was the best among the remaining fighters, and she had made it clear she was going all out this round. Kellen knew this fight would be more difficult than any before. When they stepped onto the stage and the referee gave the signal, Saga's expression turned serious immediately. She shot Kellen a quick glance. He wore a stern face, his gaze steady and cold. The way he prepared himself so resolutely somehow struck her as unexpectedly endearing, though she showed no emotion. At the whistle, Saga took to the air with a powerful flap. Unlike Winnie's clumsy flight, Saga's movements were precise, fast, and graceful. Kellen's eyes tracked her trajectory as his mind analyzed rapidly. She was strong both offensively and defensively, with far greater ranged attack power than Winnie. Directly opposing her wouldn't work, but if she used a high-cost ultimate, maybe he could wear her down. Yet before he could fully consider this, he realized Saga wasn't giving him any chance. Saga was incredibly clever. She didn't immediately unleash an energy-draining long-range skill. Instead, she targeted Kellen's weapon. The one-handed sword he held was a common iron blade, battered with chips and cracks, nearly ruined. In contrast, Saga gripped a finely crafted spear awarded by the church, its cold gleam menacing. She launched an attack similar to Winnie's diving strike, but because of her abundant stamina, she pushed speed, accuracy, and impact to their limits. In the blink of an eye, her figure turned into a streak of white as she lunged at Kellen. Clang! With a single strike, Kellen's iron sword shattered into multiple fragments, metal shards scattering and sparking as they hit the platform. Frowning, Kellen thought, I really do need a better weapon. I have to consider weapon durability every match. It puts me on the back foot. But his hands were now empty. What could he do next? Saga offered no time for thought. Hovering briefly, she steadied her breath, locked her spear on Kellen again, and dove down to strike for a second time. At the same moment, a surge of electricity coursed through Krant's body. Sparks crackled as arcs of lightning exploded, and his figure shifted sideways as if pulled by a bolt of lightning, causing Saga's attack to completely miss. The momentum made Saga unable to halt her motion, and she crashed heavily onto the arena floor, sending stones scattering in all directions. A sharp slice cut through the air. Krant spun around and landed a precise palm strike on Saga's back. Neither of them expected the sudden reversal. By the time Saga registered what had happened, cold, hard hands were already clamped around her throat like iron braces. She knew that if Krant exerted even a little more force, her neck would snap instantly, so she rasped out 2 words, I surrender. The unexpected outcome sent a hush through the audience. Even breaths became audible. No one had anticipated that a simple dodge would leave such a fatal opening for Saga. All the examiners had been confident she would win, yet she never even got to show her true strength before being captured by Krant so clean, it was almost like a one-hit knockout. A few suppressed sighs came from the examiners. They had arranged this match to ensure Saga's smooth victory, thinking the outcome certain. Yet despite her overwhelming advantage, she lost so decisively. It might have been easier to accept if she had fought with all her might and still lost, but she hadn't even had the chance to reveal her trump cards. This left the examiners feeling frustrated and somewhat resentful. In contrast, the saintess seated on the high platform showed a flicker of interest in her eyes. Interesting, she murmured. The chief examiner immediately noticed her reaction, stirring something inside him. It seemed Krant's future had suddenly come alive again. The saintess intrigue wasn't unfounded. Unlike the other contestants, Krant's battle style was unmistakably lethal. Every move he made directly targeted vital points with reckless precision, each step perfectly calculated, as if after exhaustive analysis. Most of the other fighters hadn't yet adapted to the reality of killing, but Krant's approach was like a strike from a higher dimension. Achieving such mentality and skill demands countless grueling battles, yet he was already adept, clearly a natural-born killer. How could peers possibly compete against someone with such a sharp edge? But the match was far from over. Krant's final opponent was the Stone Man. At peak condition, Krant could easily tear through his defenses. But this time conditions were different. His weapon was destroyed, leaving him barehanded. Though confident he could break Stone Man's rocky armor, the brute force clash would surely inflict serious damage on himself. Worse, Stone Man had had a bye in the previous round and had already recovered much of his stamina. Krant looked down at his shattered sword, twisted and broken beyond repair, and quickly calculated his next move. His gaze then flicked toward Winnie in the audience. She had only one last match left today. If he could borrow her weapon, it might reduce his risk. But thinking of Winnie's notoriously difficult-to-master weapon, Kron abandoned the idea. Since Winnie's weapon was a pair of claws clearly tailored to fit her small hands, they definitely wouldn't suit Kron, and she was unlikely to lend them to him. So Kron decided to go into the next fight empty-handed. He had spent an entire month's worth of training points boosting his fists, and he wanted to see if his bare-knuckle punch could really hold up against his opponent. After watching Kron win 3 battles in a row, the Stone Man felt a mix of emotions. Sure, there was some luck in Kron's streak, but no one without real skill could achieve that level of success, especially his latest shocking victory over Saga. By now, Stone Man fully acknowledged Kron's strength, yet he still held an advantage. Kron had lost his weapon. Meanwhile, Winnie had finally been defeated by competitor B. Her condition had deteriorated to an abysmal level. Not only the top contenders in the arena, but even random fighters previously eliminated could likely beat her with ease. Time quickly passed to the final half-hour, the climax match between Kron and Stone Man. If Kron won, he would complete the test with a perfect record. Winnie, on the other hand, had lost all her fights and sat dejectedly in the spectator seats. She wasn't the only one watching. The matches for ranks 6 through 20 had already ended. The werewolf had indisputably earned 6th place, but when he learned the Batgirl had lost every bout, he could hardly believe it. The very person who had knocked him out hadn't won a single match, a blow that cut deeper than Winnie's defeat. He was determined to see just how strong these so-called elites really were. Was the gap between them and himself really that large? At last, the final showdown began. The Stone Man stepped onto the field wearing tattered clothes, his eyes tired, several wounds still unhealed, and rest having done little to restore him. Kron, by contrast, looked much better. His mana was full, and though unarmed, he was confident he could secure victory. Quietly, he wondered what prize awaited the top scorer in the assessment, but quickly pushed the thought aside to focus on winning first. The referee signaled the start. True to form, the Stone Man unleashed earth magic, summoning rock layers bursting from the ground to encase him in a stone giant's form. Yet this stone armor was noticeably thinner and weaker than before. Watching this, Kron knew the outcome was certain. He didn't activate his lightning form immediately. Instead, he relied on his superior agility to dart across the wide arena, dodging each heavy punch and landing strikes on the giant's joints. Countless eyes watched from outside, but Kron felt no pressure. This battle resembled a finely choreographed dance rather than the desperate clashes of previous rounds, pure tests of speed and endurance. Kron kept circling and wearing down his foe, while the Stone Man, fully aware he needed a quick victory, was hampered by the vast arena and the nimble opponent. He could only watch his mana seep away like sand draining through a funnel, until finally he could no longer sustain the stone giant's form. At the very moment his status was restored, Kellen was instantly possessed by the thunder body, his entire form almost transforming into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Stone Man, unleashing thunderous punches that knocked him unconscious within moments. This explosive surge, lasting only a few seconds, was like an inevitable storm. Stone Man didn't even have time to raise his rock-hard arm before his defenses were shattered by flashes of lightning, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The audience in the stands fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into deafening cheers. Kellen withdrew his fists calmly, chest rising and falling gently, his gaze steady yet sharp. He had controlled the entire fight from start to finish, flawlessly demonstrating his expert tactics and incredible burst power. With this fighting style, even a Stone Man in peak condition would struggle to make the slightest dent against him. Shortly after, the chief examiner announced the final top 5 rankings on the spot. Kellen took first place, followed by Saga, Man, Stone Man, and Winnie. The result was wildly different from what the examiners had expected, leaving many spectators exchanging puzzled glances. The chief examiner approached the 5 and praised them. Excellent. You have all performed outstandingly. Now, I will award your prizes. Kellen, he said solemnly, I hereby grant you the title of Viscount, along with all privileges that come with it. Additionally, you will receive 500 Academy points, a magic-grade weapon, 10 mid-level magic stones, and starting next month, a monthly stipend of 50 basic magic stones. Hearing this, Kellen's mood instantly brightened. The other rewards he couldn't yet gauge fully, but the words magic-grade weapon made his eyes shine. Weapons are ranked from lowest to highest as common, fine, magic, heroic, though beyond that, he wasn't clear. Magic grade alone was enough to spark envy in countless students. As for the magic stones, they seemed similar to the spiritual stones used in cultivation, obviously helpful for training. The chief examiner then distributed awards to the other 4. Second and third place each received baron titles with slightly fewer points and stones than Kellen. Fourth and fifth were also made barons, but with reduced rewards. Kellen gave little thought to these differences, focusing instead on his upcoming life officially inside the academy. All awards have been distributed. Follow me now, the chief examiner motioned. The top 10 will reside in the main hall, where resources are richest. Others will be assigned to branch halls in order of rank. The lower the rank, the more basic the accommodations. With an official smile, he led the group forward. Walking among them, Kellen glanced down at the silver-white Viscount insignia hanging on his chest, puzzled. Since they had joined the church, why did their rank system resemble secular nobility? Where did titles like monk or bishop fit in? But he set these questions aside for now, trusting answers would come in time. We'll assign your rooms now. Your weapons from the rewards will arrive soon. You may state your preferences. What type would you like? The chief examiner paused and turned to ask. Kellen immediately stepped forward and bowed slightly. Sir, I wish to request a sword with lightning element. The examiner nodded slightly. Understood. He looked relaxed after all. A magic-grade weapon was well stocked in the Church's inventory and easily fulfilled. And the rest of you? His gaze swept over the others. Saga, Man, and the rest quickly stated their weapon preferences. After the attendant recorded the information, the 5 were each shown to their rooms. At the hallway's end, a wooden door carved with golden wings was pushed open, and Kellen was led into a spacious single room. A tall vaulted ceiling held magical crystal chandeliers whose gentle light bathed the neatly arranged desk, the large single bed, and a row of built-in wardrobes along the wall. The room also included an independent training area, with a magic circle glowing faintly blue at its center. This setup far surpassed his previous dorm and even exceeded many minor nobles' private residences. Standing at the doorway, Kellen stared at the room in awe, momentarily lost in thought. Since arriving in this world, he had felt weighed down and stifled almost every single day. But suddenly, with such favorable conditions presented to him, he found himself a bit unsteady, unsure how to adjust. The dormitory assigned to him was actually a suite with an inner room, roughly over 100 square meters, with no shared area. The decor was simple and refreshing, dominated by a pure white tone. Wooden furniture was arranged in an artful yet comfortable way, warm and inviting, entirely in line with the Holy See's usual aesthetic. Kellen glanced around, a quiet satisfaction settling in his chest. Shortly after he stepped inside, there was a firm knock on the door. Kellen went over with a puzzled look and opened it to see a blonde girl roughly a head shorter than him. Her skin was pale as snow, set on an oval face marked by a serious expression. She was dressed in a clean white robe. May I ask what you need from me? Kellen raised an eyebrow in question. My lord, my name is Malia. The girl bowed her head respectfully, her tone sincere. Starting today, I will be responsible for your daily care. Taking care of my daily care? Kellen was momentarily taken aback. In all his years, few had ever attended to him personally. Yes, my lord. Every noble trainee is assigned a personal attendant. Although this is my first time serving a noble like you, I have studied carefully and promise I will do my best. She spoke with solemn assurance. Kellen hesitated briefly, then stepped aside to let her in. Then please, come in. Still, in his mind, he quietly labeled Malia as a watcher. He would rather believe she was there to keep an eye on him than just serve him. From that moment on, he vowed never to reveal his true self to her. After entering, Malia went directly to a small room next to the suite clearly meant for a servant. She spoke softly, My lord Kellen, I will be on standby at all times. Please feel free to command whenever you need. Kellen replied with a nod. The girl then efficiently made the bed and arranged clothes with practiced ease. Kellen, on the other hand, felt awkward and unsure how to behave. After a moment of silence, he moved to the relatively open living room and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. About 15 minutes later, he sank fully into the meditative state. An hour passed, then there was another knock. This time Malia rose to answer. Is there something you need? She asked through the door. Are you Lord Kellen's attendant? This is a reward for him. Please deliver it, a polite voice responded. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Malia nodded and took the bundle into her arms. Who is it? Kellen opened his eyes when he heard the movement. When she entered the living room, he saw the parcel she carried. My lord, this is your reward. Malia handed the items over. Kellen accepted the weighty package. As for the points, the system had already stored them in the Viscount's insignia he had earned earlier. Whenever he wished to use them, they would be available at a moment's notice. He gazed at the magic-grade longsword before him, eyes gleaming with uncontrollable excitement. It was finally a good weapon. Cold light rippled along the blade, with intricate patterns resembling lightning snakes dancing across the steel. Besides the sword, the wooden chest held several neatly arranged deep blue magic stones. Tonight, he planned to try using these magic stones to enhance his training. Kellen raised his hand and lightly nudged the sword. Instantly, the attribute inscription appeared. Name, Flashing Thunder Sword. Type, one-handed sword. Grade, magic level. Effect, accelerates the flow of lightning elemental mana, increasing lightning skill power by about 20. The description was brief, just a few lines, but it was more than enough for Kellen. He gently stroked the hilt, satisfaction swelling inside him almost to the point of humming. Next, he picked up one of the magic stones. Grade, intermediate. Usage, worn on the body, channels mana during training, automatically absorbing energy from the stone. Beneath the stones lay a neatly written note outlining the rules and curriculum for official academy members. Reading it was effortless. After confirming the details, Kellen chose a stone with the most even luster, threaded it through its pendant hole, and hung it around his neck. Then he sat cross-legged and began circulating the lightning induction technique. The first stream of lightning elemental mana flowed through his meridians, and he immediately noticed a difference. The speed was noticeably faster, and the usual resistance had lessened greatly. Normally, he could barely complete 2.5 weekly circuits. Now, he smoothly ran 5 cycles straight and still felt plenty of strength left. In just a quarter of an hour, he personally experienced the sweetness brought by the magic stone. Finishing his practice, he noticed the intermediate magic stone's glow had dimmed slightly. He couldn't help but wonder, how long would this stone last? If he could gather more stones in bulk, his training speed would surely skyrocket. After finishing, Kellen closed the chest, placed the flashing thunder sword across his bedside, and collapsed onto his mattress to rest. Meanwhile, Milia, seeing him fall into a deep sleep, put aside her sewing and returned to her small room. As hot water splashed into the wooden tub, she rinsed away her sweat while recalling the new master's words, and demeanor seemed like a decent temper without airs. Thinking that the days ahead might not be so hard, a relaxed smile crept across her face. Congratulations, host. Critical hit triggered. Bonus, Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. An electronic voice exploded inside Kellen's mind. Just as he was drifting off, he suddenly shot awake. All 4 attributes had increased by 1 point. He quickly pulled up his status panel, and sure enough, every number had ticked upward. Normally calm, he was exhilarated enough to sit up and toss, the thrill lasting a full 2 hours before finally subsiding and letting him fall asleep again. As dawn brightened, Kellen was roused by morning light streaming through the window. Perhaps it was the spirit boost, but despite having slept only briefly, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. Master, you're up so early? Milia stood at the door, clutching a cup of hot water. Yeah, Kellen said, putting on his coat. The note was clear starting today. I have classes. The King's Academy did offer formal courses, but only students ranked knight or above could audit them. The higher your rank, the more topics you could study. Commoners were limited to basic knowledge, and slaves had no chance for schooling at all. These skills were incredibly valuable, especially at King's College. As a Viscount, Kron had 3 months of coursework each year that he could arrange freely, with nearly the entire curriculum open to him whether it was swordsmanship, military tactics, or smithing. Anything he wanted to learn was within reach. But before officially scheduling classes, he still had the task assigned by Mr. Weishito, find someone named Quinn. Although King's College was just an isolated island in the sea, its size far exceeded Kron's expectations. Woods, canyons, bell towers, and academic facilities were scattered everywhere. If Quinn wasn't within the bishopric, tying him down based solely on the enrollment map was no easy feat. Moreover, Kron's current standing had already surpassed what Mr. Weishaw had anticipated, so how much help Quinn could still offer remained uncertain. Setting those concerns aside, Kron followed the note's instructions to the course selection hall. Beneath the spacious vaulted ceiling, countless glowing screens floated in the air, each course represented by a 3D relief projection. He first pulled up his talent panel. Smithing, 17. Alchemy, 4. Others, 12. Without a doubt, smithing was his strongest skill. Although his potion making was weak, he felt it might come in handy someday. In remote wilderness, encountering unknown herbs without even the ability to recognize them could cost many opportunities. So, Kron quickly finalized his study plan. 1. Major in swordsmanship to strengthen his basic combat ability. 2. Minor in smithing to leverage his talent advantage. 3. Elective in alchemy to build a foundation in herb recognition. With his choices set, he headed straight to the swordsmanship training room. His Viscount status granted him the privilege of unknown instruction, sparing him from crowded group classes. Though costly, private lessons could accelerate his progress. Upon entering, the wooden corridor was lined with long scroll paintings of famous swordsmen through the ages, and the air was tinged with the scent of saltpeter and fine sword oil. The receptionist approached briskly. Honored Viscount student, do you require private swordsmanship instruction? Yes. Please provide me with the instructor list. The receptionist handed over a magical tome set with a sapphire on its cover. Opening it, shimmering light danced around the text, indicating which instructors were currently available. Kron's eyes landed on the first tutor. Name, Kugongsu. Level, LV.44. Specialty, water and lightning elemental sword techniques, primarily water. Fee, half a day's coursework per hour. Requirement, rank of Baron or above. Current status, available. There were many similar entries in the book, all linked in real time, so that once selected, a tutor's status would immediately switch to booked. Kron studied the list carefully but couldn't help wondering. Since this tutor specialized in both water and lightning elements, with a heavier emphasis on water, would it really suit him? To be honest, he wasn't entirely certain if this Kagangsu could guide him properly, especially considering the tutor's water attribute was prioritized over lightning, meaning he might not be the best match after all. After flipping through the list for 5 minutes, Kron suddenly paused when he saw a name. Name: Quinn Elm. Level: LV.39. Specialty: Lightning Element Swordsmanship. Fee: 1/4 of a lesson per hour. Requirements: rank of Knight or above. Current status: available. Is this him? Kron stared at the line. His heart stirred no matter what. He decided to meet him first. Lightning swordsmanship fit his needs perfectly, so he decisively clicked select. This is the one. The front desk assistant nodded quickly. Understood, esteemed Viscount trainee. Please wait here. Your instructor will be here shortly. Quinn received the notification that someone had chosen his class, feeling somewhat surprised. Compared to the renowned teachers in the academic building, his competitiveness was not outstanding, and he hadn't earned any lesson fees for quite some time. Puzzled, he headed toward the classroom. From a distance, he saw the shining Viscount badge on Kron's chest, which deepened his curiosity. So you're the one who booked my lesson? Follow me. The young instructor got straight to the point. He was much younger than Kron had imagined, around 27 or 28, clearly a generation younger than Mr. Weisha. Kron nodded silently and followed him into a small, empty classroom. The door closed behind them with a soft sound. Mr. Quinn, I have a question for you. Kron spoke first. Go ahead. Quinn crossed his arms, waiting. Do you know Mr. Weisha? Leighton Weisha? Are you referred by him? Hearing the familiar name eased Kron's mind, had found the right person after all. Yes. Mr. Weisha asked me to deliver this token to you. Kron took a wooden token from his pocket. Quinn's gaze fell on the token, his expression softening as if recalling old memories. Since you're connected to Mr. Weisha, he'll take good care of you. What is your cultivation method? The thunder summoning technique. Upon hearing the answer, Quinn nodded approvingly. Good. Mr. Weisha helped me a lot back in the day. I owe him a debt. From now on, he'll teach you the thunder summoning technique and swordsmanship for free. Consider it a repayment. The unexpected generosity made Kron's eyes light up. 8 lessons for free. His gratitude for Mr. Weisha deepened. Quinn glanced at the timing crystal on the wall. Lesson time has already been deducted. Let's start with an hour here. Afterward, come with me, and I'll arrange unknown sessions. Yes, Kron replied solemnly. First, let me see your skill level. Without another word, Kron drew his flashing thunder sword. Blue and white arcs of electricity danced along the blade, crackling loudly. Seeing the flashing thunder sword in Kron's hand, Quinn was even more convinced that this young man had great potential to be shaped into a true talent. A magical grade weapon was something he never even dared to imagine when school had just started, yet Kellen had obtained one so easily it was truly unbelievable. The magic crystal lamps in the training ground cast a pale glow on the floor. Kellen gripped the newly received flash thunder sword, standing 3 paces away from Quinn. The wind whispered through the narrow windows, but Kellen felt as if an invisible sharp edge was locking onto him tightly across from him. Quinn was like a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding a deadly, flawless aura. Kellen understood that if he recklessly took a step forward, defeat would almost certainly follow the next moment. So he froze in place, suppressing his breath to the quietest level. A faint trace of admiration tugged at the corner of Kian's mouth. Many novices, confronted with absolute power, would be forced by fear to strike first and expose all their weaknesses. But Kellen did not. He remained vigilant, clearly aware of the vast gap between them, though his caution was not enough to alter the outcome. To test him, Quinn deliberately held back 70% of his strength, casually swinging one sword strike. What appeared to be an ordinary cut made Kellen feel as if he had nowhere to dodge. He gritted his teeth and raised the flash thunder sword horizontally to block. The inside of his elbow went numb from the shock as a sharp clang rang out. The brand new magical weapon was instantly knocked away by the upward flick. You can't even hold the sword steady. What's the point of training? Pick it up and start over. Quinn snapped coldly. Kellen didn't argue. He quickly retrieved his weapon and took up his stance again. The second strike, third strike. Time after time the sword slipped from his hand, clattering sharply on the ground. After 5 rounds, Quinn could roughly see the problem. Kellen's speed and strength far exceeded his peers, but his fundamentals were poor. His footwork and sword grip were full of flaws. Given his probably average family background and lack of systematic training before, these weaknesses could only be improved with hard practice. Yet Quinn showed no mercy. Every time the flash thunder sword was knocked away, he would deliver a biting remark, pressing down both his superior strength and psychological advantage, leaving Kellen struggling under dual physical and mental burdens. A normal person would have lost focus long ago, but though Kellen's head buzzed, his eyes never left his opponent. Every defeat was immediately analyzed in his mind, wasn't even sure his deductions were correct, but he gritted his teeth to review and adjust anyway. On the 11th clash, Quinn again launched an upward flick, twisting his wrist, the sword tip flashing like a silver thread. He expected the result to be the same, but unexpectedly, the flash thunder sword stayed firmly in Kellen's hand. A coincidence? Quinn thought. He followed up with 3 rapid strikes, each aimed at Kellen's weakest defenses. The second strike blocked, the third still defended. It wasn't until the fourth that the sword finally flew out of Kellen's grasp. The clatter barely faded before Kian's expression grew serious. He knew this wasn't luck, but visible growth in the other within just over 10 exchanges. Kian looked up at Kellen. Sweat dripped down the boy's chin, but he showed no self-pity despite the ridicule. His gaze remained as sharp and resolute as when they started. Winning a Viscount title directly in the entrance exam was no fluke after all. Lowering the sword tip, Kian's tone lost some coldness and gained a rare sincerity. Some progress, but not enough. Quinn rarely praised Kron, but this time he did. That simple acknowledgement made Kron even more certain he was on the right path, and his focus tightened instantly. Just had to keep pushing forward along the course he was on. The sparring resumed for another intense hour. At first, Kron couldn't even block a single strike from Quinn, but now he could parry 4 or 5 attacks in a row. His movements were like a finely tuned machine, meticulously tracking every mistake and quickly correcting them. Quinn had never seen this kind of prodigy before, not the reckless type who relied on instinct, but a monster-level talent who clearly understood his needs and worked relentlessly toward them. Kron's progress made Quinn secretly start weighing the investment. The best time to nurture a genius was early on, when even a little help could yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold return later. Waiting until the talent was fully developed to step in amounted to just adding icing on the cake. Once he realized this, Quinn made a quick decision. All right, if you want to keep training here, it's going to cost you. Come with me. Oh, okay. Kron wiped the sweat from his brow and obediently followed. Before long, they arrived at Quinn's residence. Compared to Kron's modest apartment, Quinn's place was spacious and luxurious. Just the living room alone was the size of Kron's entire home. Quinn turned to him with a serious tone. Starting today, you'll come here every day to train swordsmanship for at least 3 hours until I say you're ready. Understand? Yes. With free high-level private instruction right in front of him, Kron was eager without a doubt. Take a half-hour rest now, then we'll begin. Quinn noticed Kron's arm twitch slightly, a sign that 1 hour of intense sparring had already drained his strength. Training is even more exhausting than fighting. Half an hour later, formal lessons began. Quinn already knew Kron's strengths and weaknesses perfectly and wasted no time on tests. Every martial art depends on the basics. From now on, you must swing your sword 5,000 times every day. They'll have someone watch you. If your form breaks down, it won't count. Got that? Yes. Kron understood clearly that only by engraving the moves into his muscle and bone could he perform naturally on the real battlefield. Quinn summoned a woman who looked about 5 or 6 years older than Kron. Dressed neatly in a maid uniform, she was apparently responsible for Quinn's daily care like Milia. Paggy, you'll count his sword swings. 5,000, not a single one fewer. Yes, master, she said about watching carefully from the side. Quinn demonstrated the correct way to swing the sword to Kellen several times. Only after making sure Kellen had learned how to exert force properly did he finally leave. The training ground was left with Kellen alone. He picked up the practice sword, a dull iron blade heavier than a real sword, and began today's task, 5,000 swings. By the 100th swing, his breathing was steady. By the 500th, sweat was streaming from his forehead down to his chin. At 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 swings, the ground grew soaked with sweat, as if someone had poured water over it, and the air felt heavy with a salty dampness. Kellen felt as if had been dunked in water. His clothes clung tightly to his skin, but his arms kept moving in rhythm, seemingly unaware of fatigue. As he neared 3,000, his eyes glazed over, repeating the motions purely by instinct. No one knew how much time had passed when Quinn quietly came back. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. The goal of 5,000 swings was clearly too ambitious, especially since Kellen had already done an hour of intense training earlier. Quinn stepped forward and snatched the sword from Kellen's hands. That's enough for today. At those words, Kellen's knees gave out, and he collapsed backward. Quinn caught him immediately and headed straight for the bath. The tub was filled with warm green herbal liquid, steaming slightly. Quinn set Kellen down and began peeling off his sweat-soaked clothes while muttering, "You're really pushing it, aren't you?" Then he gently lowered him into the medicinal bath. The fresh scent of herbs spread quickly. Before long, Kellen's tense brow relaxed. His entire face softened with a look of bliss, as if sinking into a soft cloud. Half an hour later, Kellen slowly awoke, finding himself immersed in the jade-green concoction, with a rich herbal aroma filling his nostrils. It didn't take long for him to realize. Quinn had prepared the medicinal bath. Worried had overexerted himself. Feeling increasingly indebted, he decided not to rush off, instead closing his eyes to absorb the healing effects in peaceful silence. Another hour passed, and the warm comfort gradually faded, the energy of the medicine seemingly fully absorbed by his body. Quinn pushed open the door as if on cue and calmly instructed, "Kid, there's clean water ready over there. Wash yourself and come out." "Yes," Kellen replied and did as told, then changed into some of Quinn's old clothes. They were clearly too large, but much better than standing around in just his skin. Quinn pointed at a nearby bed. Get up there, lie face down. Huh. Kellen froze. Wait, man, you're straight, right? Stop staring. When I tell you to go, you go. Quinn shot him a sharp glance. Half convinced, Kellen climbed onto the bed and lay down. At that moment, Paige walked in carrying a bottle of medicinal oil. The air was immediately filled with a delicate fragrance. She placed her hand on Kellen's back. Ah! A pig-like scream erupted in the room. Easy, easy. Paige ignored him, her technique steady and precise, methodically kneading the aching muscles inch by inch. Quinn leaned against the doorframe, watching with a half-amused smirk. If Kellen wanted to make a full recovery for tomorrow, this was a necessary part of the process. The grueling ordeal lasted a full half-hour, and Kellen felt like he had lost half his life force. All right, that's enough for today. Come back tomorrow, the instructor said, waving his hand to signal the end. Gritting his teeth, Kellen pushed himself up from the floor, sweat dripping from his chin. His legs were nearly numb as he hobbled away from the training room. By the time he returned to his dorm, it was just past noon. The room was quiet and stiflingly hot. He had planned to continue studying forging techniques, but the moment he sat down, his limbs felt as heavy as lead, his energy completely drained. After hesitating a moment, he decided to switch to potion class instead. It demanded the least physical exertion and would allow him to build a solid foundation. After a quick splash of cold water, he lay down on his bed for half an hour. His breathing gradually slowed and steadied before he got up again and opened the Academy's course selection panel. This time, he picked the cheapest, largest lecture starting from scratch. Hiring a top-tier tutor was simply too extravagant. Following the holographic display's directions, Kellen arrived at the potion classroom. It was packed with freshmen, seats almost full, but only two weary-looking lecturers stood at the podium. Becoming a master potion brewer required not only astonishing talent, but also an unimaginable amount of time, money, and effort. As a result, truly skilled instructors were in short supply. Still, countless hopeful young students, dreaming of a glamorous future, flocked here, filling every corner of this deep pit. As a Viscount's trainee, Kellen's arrival attracted no special attention. The lecturers glanced at him briefly before continuing their lesson. As he expected, the course covered the most basic potion-making principles, along with identifying and processing several common herbs. He quickly jotted down key points in his small notebook for later review. Before midnight, a system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 constitution point today. Only then did Kellen feel fully awake. He closed his book and walked back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, he rolled out of bed, muscles still tingling with soreness. Yesterday's training had been brutal. Even after a medicinal bath and massage, full recovery was impossible so soon. He habitually pulled up his attribute panel and froze. Strength, 21. Agility, 17. Constitution, 22. Spirit, 20. Level 5. Such a sudden, significant boost in stats was clearly the combined result of intense training and the potion he had taken. Just as he was feeling pleasantly surprised, the door quietly opened. Milia entered, carrying a tray steaming with breakfast. She had prepared quite a feast: 2 soft rolls, a bowl of rich meat broth, a sizzling steak, and several fresh fruits, all arranged appetizingly on the table. As a Viscount, he received a monthly food supply, but the ingredients usually had to be prepared himself. Fortunately, Kellen had Miria to take care of such chores, sparing him the hassle. After breakfast, he grabbed his wooden sword and strode along the stone path bathed in the golden morning light, heading straight to Quain's residence. But upon entering the courtyard, he found Quain was not there today. Instead, Paggy was standing guard. Where did Mr. Quain go? Kellen wiped the thin sweat from his brow. He took on a field assignment for the academy and won't be back for a week, Paggy replied. The King's Academy was no charity. Every freshman with commoner status or above enjoyed a phased probationary period. During this time, aside from a few restrictions, students could mostly do as they pleased. Once the probation ended, the academy assigned them tasks. Completing these earned points, failing deducted 100 points monthly. If points hit 0, the student wasn't expelled but downgraded to the lowest slave runcom, mere expendable, devoid of human status. Even then, slaves had a slim chance to rise again, depending on their master reporting their merits honestly. Thinking this over, Kellen silently vowed to raise his strength enough to protect himself during these few months. The week passed in a flash. In just 7 days, his stats soared: Strength 3, Agility 2, Constitution 1, Spirit 1, plus additional gains from training Strength 2, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 1 for a total of 12 attribute points. The initial awakening phase was the prime time for rapid progress, and the medicinal baths combined with Paggy's daily muscle massages helped him avoid exhaustion. Training wasn't limited to dull sword swings. By the second day, he could easily complete 5,000 consecutive strikes. With the medicinal bath boosting his stamina, he focused his remaining energy on breaking down and recomposing basic sword forms, postponing advanced techniques. Sword shadows danced like waves. Even the occasional breeze in the courtyard was bisected into neat, halves by his strikes. To the naked eye, Kellen's swordplay resembled that of a week ago, but it now flowed with far greater coordination and smoothness, something even Paggy could notice. Meanwhile, his once slender frame had filled out with the definition of muscle, every move radiating relaxed strength. His charm stat quietly edged up to 73, and his lifespan nudged to 78. Progress in potion making was much slower. Although he memorized countless herbs' appearances and effects, his knowledge remained theoretical. Even a single herb cost several silver coins, and large-scale experiments were out of reach. Fortunately, his potion-making talent was outside his strengths and didn't require rushing. For now, filling the herb guide and memorizing names was already a big win. Time felt like a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, it was the day Quain was to return. Kellen clenched his newly strengthened fist and silently reminded himself. The Real challenge was just beginning, especially since his goal was to become familiar with more herbs. After finishing his task and receiving the reward, Quinn hurried home, eager to see how much Kellen had improved after a week of training. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he saw Kellen swinging his sword. The boy held the blade firmly in one hand, his step steady, the sword's glint sharp and precise, his movements flowing as if second nature. Quinn froze on the spot. Had expected fast progress, but not to this degree. By his estimation, Kellen should have only just figured out the proper way to hold the sword, yet the skill before him was something Quinn himself had taken over a year to master. Even more astonishing, Kellen had reached this level entirely through self-exploration in just 1 week. At that moment, Kellen sheathed his sword, sweat beads dripping down his forehead. He turned toward Quinn and smiled warmly. "Mr. Quinn, you're back." Quinn's gaze lingered on the boy. "Not tired?" "I'm okay, not too tired. Planning to train more later," Kellen replied. Quinn was surprised again. Normally, after swinging a sword 5,000 times, the boy should have been utterly exhausted, but Kellen still had energy left. What Quinn didn't know was that Kellen had been boosting himself with a point system, steadily increasing his strength and endurance every day. His stamina consumption was drastically reduced, allowing his progress to skyrocket. Seeing Quinn's thoughtful expression, Kellen smiled and explained, "Thanks to the herbal bath you gave me, I've improved so quickly." Quinn shook his head. "No, this is all your talent." "Kellen, I underestimated you. You're better than I imagined." Usually sharp-tongued, he rarely gave compliments, so nearby Podgy stared in disbelief. "Is this really Quinn?" Kellen just smiled modestly. Quinn raised his hand and pointed to the empty courtyard space. "Want to test your skills? Spar with me." "Sure." Kellen agreed eagerly. Even after such heavy exertion, he was confident he was far stronger than a week ago. The boy drew his flash thunder sword and faced Quinn. Once again, he couldn't find any openings in Quinn's defense. Quinn caught a brief flash of the boy's fierce determination, momentarily distracted, then struck decisively. Clang! The swords clashed, sparks flying. Kellen parried every strike within the first 10 moves, but his defense was faltering. At the 16th strike, just like a week ago, Kellen's sword was knocked away, mostly because he had spent too much energy training earlier, leaving him drained. After defeating Kellen, Quinn's eyes shone with satisfaction. Again. All right. They sparred repeatedly, just as they had on the day they first met. The sounds of clashing iron echoed throughout the courtyard. An hour later, Kellen's strength was gone. His body wavered, and he finally fainted. Quinn knelt down, gently lifting the boy and walking toward the bathhouse. In just 1 hour, he had clearly seen Kellen's flaws visibly shrink, and his moves become more refined and fierce. At this pace, who knew how far this kid would grow? After finishing today's training, Kellen went to the classroom for potion class, but he ran into an old acquaintance, Saga. In just a week apart, Saga's change was obvious. Her dull complexion had brightened, her cheeks flushed with color, and her eyes held more of the lively spirit expected from a young woman. When she saw Kellen at the door, her eyes lit up as if she had found a long-lost companion. In fact, she had been looking for him all these days. Over the past week, Saga had come to the academy every day to attend classes. She met familiar faces like Winnie, but hadn't encountered Kellen until yesterday, when she learned he regularly attended potion class. So she waited outside the classroom and finally caught him today. She tiptoed over to Kellen's seat and whispered, "Kellen, long time no see. How have you been lately?" "Pretty fulfilling," Kellen replied briefly and casually asked, "How about you?" "Me too." Saga lowered her voice and spoke excitedly. "Every day I have good food, someone to take care of me, and I get to learn what I want." She poured out all the fresh happenings of the week until the potion teacher entered, which instantly silenced her. She had long learned the consequence of interrupting a lesson and didn't want to repeat. But the real challenge was just beginning. Potion studies were like a foreign language to Saga. Lacking basic cultural roots, she quickly felt her eyelids growing heavy after only a few minutes. The werewolf students weren't much better. They deliberately avoided all academic lessons without even pretending to be interested. Half asleep, Saga stole a glance sideways. Kellen sat upright, focused on the podium, occasionally bowing his head to jot down a line of notes quickly. His expression baffled her. How could he pay attention to something so dull? Her only reason for staying in the classroom was to watch the serious profile of the person next to her. Of course, Kellen noticed her intent gaze but didn't respond immediately. He kept his attention between the blackboard and his notebook talk after class. Actually, Saga wasn't the only one struggling to stay awake. Most of the students' minds had already drifted outside the window. Potion class was complex by nature, and this teacher relied strictly on reading from the book, with a dry voice and monotonous tone, accompanied by distracting little habits. It was a collective test of endurance. Even Kellen, who had decent willpower, found it headache-inducing. He quietly considered that his potion talents were average. He never intended to master the subject. Instead of wasting time, he thought it might be better to switch teachers or just self-study in the library. After much thought, he decided to endure a few more lessons. If the teacher still couldn't offer any real value, he would follow through on his plan. An hour later, the agonizing potion class finally ended, and Kellen realized that the teacher had actually covered quite a few topics he had already heard before. The previous lessons had been the same, constantly repeating the same things. Kellen felt that maybe he really didn't need to continue attending this potions class. As soon as the bell rang, he closed his notebook and casually stuffed a few quills into his bag. Saga, sitting beside him, quietly asked, "Where are you going later, Kellen?" "To the library. Want to come?" he replied, looking up. The moment she heard the words library, Saga froze like she'd stepped on a hidden trap. She awkwardly twisted a strand of hair and forced a smile. I just remembered I have some things to do. We'll go ahead." "Okay." Kellen didn't press further. Saga quickly left, and he walked north toward the library. Inside the library, afternoon sunlight streamed through tall windows, dust particles drifting in the light beams. Kellen chose a seat by the window, spread out his textbooks and notes, lit the crystal lamp on his desk, and buried himself in study. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. During that time, he stuck to morning runs and equipment training, while allocating attribute points. His stats showed clear improvements: Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Though not as explosive as before, his mana underwent a fundamental change, and his level naturally rose to 7. Kellen now firmly believed that level was linked to total mana capacity, rather than just a simple sum of all attributes. Quinn also noticed his disciple's rapid progress. In recent sparring sessions, Kellen was able to hold his own, even when Quinn restrained his own power. Sometimes Kellen's overall stats were slightly better. So Quinn raised the training difficulty, all the while quietly realizing that at this pace, this teacher might not last much longer. But the real challenge for Quinn was resources. Kellen's learning efficiency was incredible, and his mana stone consumption was rapidly increasing. Normally the academy would prioritize such a promising talent, but just like Quinn, Kellen's talent rating was only C. A C rating was rare among common factions, but unremarkable in the church. Quinn sighed silently. It was a pity that this promising path was blocked by a mediocre rating. Kellen faced the same dilemma. After 2 weeks of intense training, he had already used up 2 intermediate mana stones and only had 8 left. Though it looked like enough on paper, he clearly felt daily mana stone consumption rising rapidly, and at this rate, 8 stones wouldn't last until the end of the month. Worse yet, the academy's subsidy wouldn't arrive until next month. 50 basic mana stones per month. But 100 basic stones equaled just 1 intermediate stone and were far less efficient. After some calculations, he finally decided. He had to take on missions ahead of schedule. The academy allowed students under protection to take external assignments proactively. Completing these missions during protection would offset the quota of mandatory missions afterward. In other words, if Kellen completed a mission during protection but didn't take any in the first month after protection ended, that mission would count toward reducing the penalty for that month. Given Kellen's current status, only D-level or higher missions can offset a single penalty, while for lower level tasks, he must complete 10 to offset just 1 penalty. At the moment, he wasn't in a hurry to take on missions. He still had a full 500 points and used and planned to invest them in enhancing his own abilities first, while officially putting forging on his agenda. With his natural talent for forging, he should have started learning it much earlier, but various courses and combat training had kept him overwhelmed until now, when he finally managed to free up some mental space. Remembering the recent embarrassment of having to borrow weapons everywhere due to the lack of a proper blade, his eagerness for forging lessons grew uncontrollably. After finishing his morning routine training, instead of attending his usual potion class, he checked forging directly on the schedule and even spent a few extra class hours to purchase unknown tutoring service. The system quickly responded. The instructor was an intermediate blacksmith. The academy categorized blacksmiths into 7 levels: junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, forging craftsman, forging master, forging grandmaster, and divine artisan. Intermediate wasn't exactly top tier, but more than capable of teaching beginners. Besides, Kellen had spent time immersed in forging books at the library, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the theory, considering himself a kind of theoretical junior expert. Less than 10 minutes after placing the order, a compact and muscular blacksmith pushed open the door. "You're the student who bought my class? Follow me." The man's voice was low and fast. Okay, Kellen replied and followed closely behind, just like when he had followed Quinn to the training room. They passed down the corridor and turned through a heavy alloy door, revealing a forge room radiating intense heat. The glow of the forge bathed the walls in red light, with anvils arranged along the workspace. The blacksmith wiped sweat from his temple casually, but with a curious tone. Tell me, why do you want to learn forging? It's a side trade with no prestige, nowhere near potioneering or runecrafting. No special reason, Kellen answered frankly. I'm just interested, so I want to learn. The blacksmith, named Gang Lassalle, an intermediate smith, raised an eyebrow, clearly unsatisfied with that reason. How long would mere interest last? But then he remembered Kellen had already paid and he himself desperately needed class hours to exchange for a coveted ore. So he nodded. Fine, since you've paid, they'll teach you properly. First question, have you forged before? No, only read about it. Gang Lassalle paused for 2 seconds. In all his years, this was the first time he'd met a student who knew the theory inside out, but had never swung a hammer once. After a moment, he fetched a course, or about half the size of a human head. First, remove the impurities inside. Let me see your actual skill, then I'll give you feedback. Okay. Kellen took a deep breath, clamped the ore in his tongs, and pushed it into the roaring furnace. When the ore glowed bright red, he smoothly pulled it out onto the anvil, grasped the hammer with both hands, and recalled the book's descriptions of striking rhythm and force points, hammering down strike by strike. Sparks flew, and the metal hissed. Though the day's activity drained a lot of his stamina, Kellen's strength was still extraordinarily high, so this forging hammer didn't feel very heavy to him. After watching Kellen's technique, Gang Lassalle nodded in approval. The steps were basically correct, but the heating temperature was too low, and the hammering was completely random. As soon as Kellen struck a few times, Gang Lassalle raised his hand to stop him, furrowing his brow as he warned, "You're just hitting without any control. Forging isn't about hitting harder and harder. If you keep pounding like that, even the best ore can be ruined. You have to observe the shape of each raw or piece carefully. Every strike must be deliberate. Feel how the stone changes, remove impurities in the right direction, and slowly refine the ore." With that, he took the hammer from Kellen and began demonstrating himself. Gang Lassalle was stocky and bulky, and his swings looked clumsy. Yet the moment the hammerhead struck the ore, it rang out with a crisp, melodic metallic sound, like playing a musical instrument. Kellen watched him intently, studying each swing carefully, noting the balance of impact and precision. Blurred at first, an insight seemed to dawn on him, though he kept it to himself, waiting to test it in practice. Before long, Gang Lassalle had cleared most of the impurities from the iron ore. Handing the hammer back to Kellen, he asked, "Did you see how I did it just now?" Kellen nodded vigorously. "Now you try." Although he encouraged Kellen verbally, Gang Lassalle didn't expect much. Most people don't learn by watching once. But the next moment, a sharp clang resonated clearly through the room. He snapped his head around, his eyes locking onto Kellen. That sound was exactly like the one he had just made. Before he could react, Kellen's second hammer strike rang out crisp and true, hitting precisely the right spot. No coincidence. Gang Lassalle couldn't believe it. Did this guy really learn it all from just one look? Yet the evidence was right before him. Most of Kellen's swings were precise and strong. For a beginner, it was almost unbelievable. Kellen himself was swept up in the exhilarating rhythm, each hammer blow honing his skill in ways he could practically see. He even felt an odd sense of destiny, as if he was born to be a smith. The rhythm of forging was mesmerizing. With every strike, the impurities on the practice were visibly diminished. Watching this concentrated figure, a thought suddenly crossed Gang Lassalle's mind. Maybe Kellen wasn't as hopeless as he had assumed before. After 5 minutes, he raised a hand to stop him. "All right, most of the surface impurities are gone. Next, they'll teach you how to remove the deeper ones." Kellen immediately stopped and listened carefully. Gang Lassalle placed the iron chunk into the forge, controlling the heat. Once it reached the right temperature, he took it out, folded and hammered it again and again. Soon, a nearly purified iron billet stood before Kellen. Controlling the furnace temperature is tricky. It takes a lot of experience, he advised. Oh, Kellen nodded, only half understanding. Gang Lassalle handed him a new piece of ore. Okay, now take another piece and try putting it in the furnace yourself to remove the impurities. Got it. After finishing his explanation, Kellen repeated the process once more, following the same steps as before. He tossed the raw ore into the forge, heating the iron until it glowed bright red, then plucked it out to begin shaping. The flames roared and flickered inside the furnace. The glowing iron block, crackling with fiery sparks, was seized with tongs and slammed heavily onto the anvil. Kellen raised his hammer, wrist poised just right. The force and rhythm flowed seamlessly together. Within minutes, the clear, crisp sounds of hammers striking metal formed a steady, measured beat. Steel Lasso stood nearby, intending to offer some casual advice, but was frozen in surprise. The timing, strength, and angle of Kellen's hammer strikes matched his earlier demonstration almost perfectly. Even the pauses between blows were eerily precise. Could he really have never trained in forging before? Doubt quietly took root in Steel Lasso's mind. Time passed bit by bit. The scorching heat rolled over the anvil's surface. After 2 hours of repeated hammering, impurities flew loose, and the grain of the iron block visibly grew finer, purer. Steel Lasso fell silent, shocked by what he saw. Had all his years of forging knowledge been so misguided? Could this really be a skill anyone could master just by watching once? He took a deep breath, forcing his voice to stay calm. All right, now I'll teach you the next steps. Unnoticed, his tone had softened considerably compared to before. Shaping, quenching, tempering Kellen needed to watch only once, then copied the key moves with ease. For hours later, he handed Steel Lasso a roughly finished but structurally sound iron sword. Steel Lasso gripped the still warm blade, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Teaching Kellen had turned out to be a joy. From start to finish, he had demonstrated every step only once, yet Kellen remembered it all perfectly. His learning speed was on a completely different level from the clumsy student Steel Lasso had seen before. Frankly, Kellen was ready to graduate at least in basic forging skills. He was the most talented apprentice Steel Lasso had ever met. Unable to hide his delight, Steel Lasso asked, Kellen, you said you're interested in forging. Will you keep going with it? Of course. Why wouldn't I forge? Kellen answered matter-of-factly. Hearing that, Steel Lasso breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Good. Then I hope you remember what we talked about today, and never break that promise. The serious tone caught Kellen off guard, but he nodded earnestly in response. Before Steel Lasso could say more, Kellen set down his tools. That's enough for today, Mr. Steel Lasso. I've got something else to do tomorrow. I only have 4 hours each night to forge, so I need to get going now. Steel Lasso parted his lips, wanting to persuade him to stay, but unsure what to say. He longed to ask, will you come back tomorrow? Not just for the lesson fee, but because he genuinely wanted to keep mentoring this prodigy, though he knew in his heart that, skill-wise, he might not be worthy of Kellen. In truth, even if he had asked, Kellen wouldn't directly answer. He knew Steel Lasso taught carefully and thoroughly, but his level was limited. Tomorrow he planned to learn everything he could from him, then find a higher-level master to continue. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm attribute point today. The sudden system message flashing in Kellen's mind made him pause, then half smile in disbelief. Looking better was nice, sure, but right now increasing his core stats or luck was far more important. A little more attractiveness wouldn't change much at this point. Though he'd like to be more handsome, increasing charm now wasn't as useful as boosting his primary attributes and fortune. The next morning at breakfast, Milia couldn't help but keep glancing at Kron. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like her master was becoming more handsome by the day. Yet his face clearly retained the same features as before. She just couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. After the meal, Kron went to class as usual. When Steel Cable saw him at the classroom door as night fell, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, this genius apprentice hadn't given up on him, and Steel Cable would still get to enjoy some time being needed. However, today's class atmosphere was completely different from yesterday's. Instead of a teacher lecturing and students listening, Kron bombarded Steel Cable with a non-stop barrage of questions. What if cracks appear in the steel blank during forging? Which quenching method has the highest success rate? His questions were precise and sharp, stirring a subtle unease in Steel Cable's heart. Still, he did his best to answer each one thoroughly. In just 4 hours, Kron managed to fill a small notebook with everything he could learn from Steel Cable, even jotting down problems the teacher himself was still working to solve. Back at his lodging late at night, Steel Cable reflected on the lesson with mixed feelings. Congratulations, host, you gained 1 strength attribute point today. Just as Steel Cable had quietly worried, Kron didn't return to his class after that day. On the 3rd day, he sought out other mentors, this time choosing a senior blacksmith. Like Steel Cable, the blacksmith was stunned by Kron's talent after just 1 lesson, but unlike Steel Cable, jealousy quickly flared up inside him. Kron sensed it immediately, and after only an hour, he switched mentors again, ignoring all attempts to keep him. Fortunately, the academy allowed students to change teachers anytime, a policy that suited Kron just fine. Over the next 2 weeks, he kept swapping mentors to absorb knowledge while maintaining his daily training. After 15 days, his strength increased by 9 points, agility by 6, constitution by 5, and spirit by 3, with his regular practice pushing total gains beyond 15 points. His once strongest spirit attribute had become his weakest link. Today brought another breakthrough. The thunder summoning technique was about to level up. Quinn stood beside Kron, watching the crackling lightning energy swirl around him, marveling that in such a short time, Kron had brought the technique to this level. Talent between people was truly incomparable. Quinn knew this upgrade meant Kron's lightning body could maintain for long periods and instantly condense a huge amount off his mana to unleash an ultimate attack, a terrifying power for someone of Kron's rank. Time slipped by quietly, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Kron suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of electric light sparking deep in his pupils. The thunder summoning technique broke through to level 3, powerful currents surging through his limbs, activating every inch of his genes and boosting all his attributes once more. These are his current stats now. Name, Klan Jasa. Profession, Knight. Age, 16. Level, 11. Martial Arts, Gale Sword Technique LV.1. Thunder Summoning Technique LV.3. Primary attributes, Strength 46, Agility 39, Constitution 41, Spirit 34. Elemental talents, Wind 1, Water 4, Thunder 7, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Darkness 0, Void 0, Time 0. Additional attributes, Charisma 77, Luck 4, Lifespan 86. Extra talents, Swordsmanship 10, Magic 4, Forging 16, Alchemy 4. It's only been a month since Klan Jasa first entered the King's Academy, yet his overall attributes have averaged out to 40 points, a more than twofold increase from the start. In this short time, he has also risen to level 11. His magical power surges inside him like a rising tide, boosting not only his strength, but also his charisma and lifespan. In this high-powered world, lifespan varies with strength. Ordinary people barely live to 50 or 60, while top-tier warriors can live hundreds or even thousands of years. Klan is steadily moving toward that elite level. Just after completing this breakthrough, Instructor Kuei-in briskly approaches, his eyes full of anticipation. So, Klan, how do you feel? Klan rubs his still warm chest and nods earnestly. Well, Mr. Kuei-in, I'm really hungry. Kuei-in laughs and pats his shoulder. I already prepared something for you. Eat up first, then we'll test your strength. Before he finishes, the attendant girl Paji arrives carrying a large basin of mouth-watering roasted meat, followed by a jug of freshly squeezed milk. Without hesitation, Klan sits cross-legged on the ground and tears into the meat with big bites. Juices drip off his fingers, but he pays no mind. He downs nearly half the milk in one gulp. Watching this, Kuei-in and Paji swallow hard, their own hunger stirring. One basin after another is emptied in no time. Only after devouring more than half the meat does Klan lean back, satisfied, and exhale deeply. After a short rest, Kuei-in signals, let's move around and see your limits now. They've been sparring frequently lately. To keep pace with Klan's growth, Kuei-in has slightly boosted his own attributes, so their levels stay balanced. Use the flashing thunder sword this time, Kuei-in suggests. Got it. Klan agrees immediately. The heavy sword used in regular practice can no longer contain his full power. The flashing thunder sword is the only weapon that can unleash the full force of his Gale Sword Technique and Thunder Summoning Technique. They take their stances. A low rumble of thunder seems to fill the air. Klan strikes first. A flash of cold light, and he moves like a gust of wind, launching a rapid succession of sword strikes that immediately fill the space before him with shimmering blade shadows. So fast, Kuei-in's heart jolts. The speed is beyond imagination. Still stronger, he barely manages to catch each sword's trajectory and raises his blade to block. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp clash of steel rings out, sparks flying in the room. Paji shrinks nervously in the corner, fearing a misstep that might draw blood. Yet no injuries come. The duel intensifies as sword meets sword. Kuei-in tries to press Klan down, but soon realizes his defenses are steadily pushed back. The boost from the thunder summoning technique surpasses his estimate. Electric sparks entwine Klan's sword shadows, which flicker like illusions and repeatedly strike his guard. Kuei-in suddenly feels a disorienting thought. It won't be long before Klan truly catches up with him. Though he had expected this day, he never imagined it would come so quickly, so suddenly that he's unprepared. A subtle melancholy spreads through his chest. In that moment of distraction, Klan's sword technique, strengthened by the illusionary afterimages, breaks through Kuei-in's defense. The cold gleam cuts through the air an instant away from piercing him. In the next moment, Quinn suddenly exploded with force, and Klan was pushed back. The long sword scraped through the air, sparking tiny flashes. Dust swirled up in the gust as the two each took half a step back and then stopped. Seeing Klan completely unharmed, Quinn was momentarily speechless. Out of urgency, had instinctively unleashed his true strength, but was still held back by the other. Klan, you're really impressive now, he said with a complicated tone. Without your help, Mr. Quinn, I couldn't have improved this fast this month either. Klan sheathed his sword respectfully. Quinn continued, maybe in 3 more months, you'll be able to catch up to me. Mr. Quinn, you must be joking. It's not that easy to catch up. Is it not? Though Quinn thought to himself. At this growth rate, Klan just might reach that level. Glancing at the sky, he waved his hand. All right, your training for today is more or less done. Go get some rest. Okay. Klan nodded and turned to leave. Quinn stared at that young yet sturdy back, raising his hand as if to grab it, but in the end, he stopped midair. He vaguely felt that a parting was coming soon. These not-so-long days. He had grown used to training alongside this serious kid. I wonder how far this boy will go. Back in the dorm, Klan hurriedly finished lunch, took a short nap, then organized his tools to get ready for the afternoon forging class. The sun was blazing. Not long after stepping outside, he spotted a somewhat familiar girl walking toward him. When his eyes landed on the ID badge over her chest, he froze. The word Marquis was boldly displayed. This girl was the saintess he had seen before at the church. She hadn't taken any exams and had been granted the Marquis rank upon entering. Klan knew well how difficult it was to advance in rank. Massive points, numerous dangerous tasks, and even the final promotion exam fewer than 1% passed. For most students, their rank was set the moment they enrolled, and it was almost impossible to step up a level. St. Hart had noticed Klan immediately, too. She stared at him, feeling he looked familiar, but couldn't place where they'd met. Under that scrutiny, Klan felt uneasy. His gut told him being noticed by her wasn't a good sign. You come here. St. Hart raised her hand, summoning him like an attendant. The class divide was painfully clear. Klan knew if she wanted to cause trouble, he could do nothing but obey, so he hurried forward. After enduring years of hardship, he had long learned to swallow small humiliations quietly. St. Hart propped her chin in her hand and examined him up and down, trying to recall. After a while, a light flashed in her eyes. Klan, right? Hearing his name, Klan nodded slightly, polite but distant. What can this honorable Marquis lady want with me? Nothing big, just interested in you. Want to be my follower? From the moment he first saw St. Hart, Klan could tell she was a spoiled rich girl, and this invitation only confirmed his judgment she was most likely trouble. Normally, he would have refused outright, but dealing with a lousy person, especially one with power, influence, and strength, sometimes a little compromise didn't seem so bad. Kellen quickly glanced around a vacant corridor, walls covered with prayer murals, temple knights patrolling in the distance, confirming no one was there to help him. He sighed heavily inwardly. Fine, looks like I have no choice but to agree to this. At least the other party's appearance was somewhat consoling. Of course I'm willing, Your Excellency, the noble Marchioness. He bowed his head respectfully. Saint Xin listened with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow slightly. Good. From now on, consider yourself my subordinate. Before he could reply, she produced a linen pouch embroidered with gold thread from who knows where, and casually tossed it to Kellen. He instinctively caught it, feeling the weight inside. He rubbed his fingers over the heavy contents. This is your reward. 10 mid-level magic stones every month. I never skimp on my own. Kellen was stunned. This treatment was unexpectedly generous. The lousy person in his heart was instantly replaced by goddess. He almost pledged loyalty on the spot. Thank you, miss. Miss sounds unpleasant, Saint Xine interrupted, raising her hand. From now on, like everyone else, call me your holiness, the saintess. Understand? Yes, your holiness, the saintess. And also, be ready whenever I call, got it? Yes, your holiness. Once she was sure her new subordinate was sufficiently obedient, she grew bored again and scanned the surroundings. I'm feeling dull right now, Kellen. Any fun suggestions? Fun. Kellen scratched his head. Had been buried in training lately, barely even familiar with the church, let alone finding entertainment. Seeing his blank expression, Saint Xin lost interest in asking further and waved her hand. Forget it, come with me. She strode ahead, her boots clacking crisply against the stone floor. Kellen hesitated slightly, but followed, the entourage moving in single file. They passed several corridors and stopped before a massive cylindrical building. The gray-white stone walls soared into the sky, covered with relief carvings. Faint roars of beasts echoed from within. Kellen immediately recognized it, an arena. He hadn't expected the church to hide such a place. Saint Xin walked naturally through the entrance, Kellen trailing behind in a haze. Soon a finely featured female attendant hurried over. Your Holiness the Saintess, welcome. I'll arrange seating for you right away. MHM, Saint Xin replied casually, then pointed at Kellen. Also, find an opponent for this guy. Kellen blinked, confusion all over his face. Saint Xin found it amusing and explained lightly. Are you feeling a bit lost? Your Holiness, it's my first time here. I don't know the rules. Nothing complicated. It's just a beast fighting arena. Kill your opponent, and you win. That sentence left Kellen speechless. So, it was a gladiatorial pit? She was planning to have him fight a magical beast Hedon? Saint Xin raised an eyebrow. Got a problem with that? Your Holiness, I've only been at the King's Academy for a month. Facing magical beasts now, I'm afraid that might be a little too soon. Before he finished, Saint Zin's eyes narrowed sharply, a cold wave of hostility surfacing. She was a high and mighty saintess. How dare anyone refuse her? What? Are you going to defy my orders? Xingxin narrowed her eyes, her voice cold and absolute. Sorry, holy maiden, this is too dangerous. I'm not ready yet, Kellen replied calmly, without backing down. Crack! A sharp snap cut through the air. No one saw where Xingxin had whipped out the jet-black long whip. Only the snake-like blur tearing through the air toward Kellen's face. Kellen moved like lightning, thrusting out his palm, fingers clamping tightly around the whip's tip. The huge impact numbed his hand and sent a scorching pain racing through it, but his expression didn't change. The surrounding students stared dumbfounded. The air seemed to freeze. Disbelief flashed in Xingxin's eyes. Her confident surprise attacks never failed, yet a supposedly tired talent peer had stopped her barehanded. Her pride immediately cracked. She yanked back hard, trying to pull the whip free, but the handle was locked as if in iron grips, unmoving. Let go, she snarled, fury rising. Kellen looked back coolly. Will the Holy Maiden try another strike? His words instantly flipped the power dynamic. Granted, Xingxin had just awakened in steer talent, but before that she was a spoiled daughter of privilege. Generally lazy in training, and without using her talent, her physical skills were average, nowhere near Kellen's. She tugged harder and harder, but the whip didn't budge. Seeing his chance, Kellen released his grip. Xingxin was pulling so hard. The moment the resistance vanished, she pitched forward, sliding to the ground with a sharp hiss. Her white skirt was instantly stained with dirt. That was it had truly offended her now. Kellen sighed inwardly, already imagining the endless payback coming his way just as the protagonist's trial by ordeal arrived right on time. The calm before a new storm lasting barely a month. Falling so publicly, Xingxin's cheeks flamed red. She shouted sharply, "What are you all staring at?" Only then did her followers snap out of it and rushed forward, surrounding Kellen in a protective circle. Xingxin got up, glaring hatefully at Kellen. "Arrest him." 3 peers immediately lunged. Kellen's eyes darkened. With the line crossed, he might as well be decisive and let her learn the price of crossing him. In an instant, faint blue arcs of electricity danced across his skin, his thunder body activated. Though the 3 possessed attire talents, they were Kellen's equals. His attributes had surged sharply over recent months, now making him unbeatable among his peers. Before they could even unleash their powers, their fists and kicks were met by his lightning-wrapped blows. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 strikes landed simultaneously on their midsections. The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable. Their faces drained of color as they curled up like shrimps, collapsing and groaning. Each had at least 2 broken ribs, unable to move for a long time. Xingxin stood frozen. Wasn't Kellen supposedly only a tire talent? Why did he seem even more terrifying than her, an awakened steer? Kellen lowered his stance and stepped before Xingxin, their eyes locking. Swallowing hard, Xingxin's throat bobbed nervously. "What are you trying to do? I'm not interested in your plans, Saintus. But if you want something, I'm not your enemy unless you force me to be." When Kellen said this, his gaze was steady and cold as iron, without a hint of backing down. Xingxin keenly sensed the seriousness in his resolve born from being pushed to the limit. She vaguely felt that if she pushed any harder now, she would pay a price. Yet as the Saintess, her pride would not let her yield in front of everyone. "Kellen, do you even realize what you're saying right now?" Xingxin raised her voice, her emerald eyes full of anger. "Of course I do, Saintess." Kellen took a deep breath. "But if you're really going to push me, then so be. Eat a life for a life today." The order to send him into the arena to fight to the death had neither been discussed with him nor treated him as anything other than expendable. That crossed his bottom line long ago. Since the other side didn't regard him as human, he no longer saw a reason to endure. Outside the crowd, the arena manager noticed the tense atmosphere and hurried over, hoping to act as a peacemaker. "Saintess, what's going on here? Get lost. This is none of your business." Xingxin snapped coldly, barely masking her deadly intent. She could have had the manager deal with Kellen herself, but since Kellen challenged her openly, as the Saintess, she had to respond personalito, show everyone what happens to those who dare offend her. In the next instant, a dazzling, sacred radiance appeared behind Xingxin, pure white-winged angelic silhouette coalesced. This was her innate gift, the soul of the angel. Seeing this, Kellen silently sighed in his heart. This world has gone mad. A woman like her granted angelic blessing? Are the angels blind? Even so, he clearly felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from the apparition. The arena manager's face went pale. If Xingxin made a move here, it would surely endanger the spectators and leave the arena in chaos. Hastily, he activated a barrier, isolating Xingxin and Kellen inside a semi-transparent cage to contain the damage as much as possible. Luckily, the arena was spacious enough and the crowd far enough away for now to avoid immediate danger. Instead of dispersing, the spectators were stunned into silence. The angelic apparition was unmistakably a sign of strength talent. They had come to the arena for entertainment, but now were witnessing a rare, top-tier power. This trip was not in vain. The apparition stopped expanding at about 8 feet tall. Xingxin's strength was still limited, so she could only summon this incomplete form. Yet even so, Kellen felt the pressure spike, sweat forming on his brow. Xingxin fixed her cold gaze on him, lips curling with menace. "Kellen, I told you you'll regret this. Now, let me show you what regret tastes like." Before she finished speaking, the angelic silhouette dove down with terrifying speed. Kellen immediately drew his lightning/sword, electrical arcs dancing along the blade. The next moment, a pure white palm slammed down from above. Gritting his teeth, he followed the faint slicing sound to block with his sword. Amid the clash of metal, the immense force still surged through his limbs and bones. Despite this, Kellen was sent flying in an instant. Bang! His back slammed heavily against a pillar, and Kellen fell to the ground. The cold stone floor scraped his elbow raw, and a metallic, Bitter taste rose in his throat as a trickle of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. He looked up, disbelief written all over his face. So this is the legendary steer talent? Until now, he had been confident that his experience holding his own against Attire opponents would at least narrow the gap. Never expected it to be such an insurmountable chasm. Now he realized it was a wall he couldn't climb. No number of Attire talents could compare to an steer. This kind of gift was simply unfair. But he still had his skill points. Given enough time, he could gradually improve his attributes and close the distance with the steer. Thinking this, he raised his eyes to search for his enemy, soon locking onto Xingxin in the distance. Xingxin was clutching her chest, gasping for breath. Maintaining the angelic illusion was clearly draining her immensely. Such a noble lady likely hadn't undergone serious training before awakening her talent. Kellen sneered silently, wasting such an extraordinary gift on endless amusement. Since her energy was quickly depleting, he would stall for time. On the other side, having witnessed herself slam Kellen away with a single palm strike, Xingxin gritted her teeth and straightened her back, forcing pride into her voice despite her heavy breathing. You see this? This is my power, you damned bastard. Her words were weak, but her killing intent remained fierce. Kellen steadied himself against the pillar and stood up. Shengxin's expression Hardenetta was still moving after that blow? He should have been lying on the ground like a dead dog. No, she had to make him understand the cost of angering her, or else how could she make him bow before her in the future? Ah! She roared, and the angelic illusion's wings flared again in response. The sacred light illuminated the arena as shimmering golden feathers cut through the air, carrying an irresistible force toward Kellen. The crowd fell silent instantly, all eyes glued to the breathtaking vision, some even mesmerized as if willing to meet death heated. Pain still radiated through his limbs, but Kellen had endured worse from childhood. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his remaining mana into the flash thunder sword. Sparks crackled and blue-white light danced along the blade, his strongest strike yet. Yet no one on the sidelines paid attention to him. All gazes were fixed on the radiant angel before them. In the next instant, the flash thunder sword came crashing down. Boom! The moment the lightning collided with the angelic apparition, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding white flash. Everyone nearby instinctively shut their eyes against the intense light. Bang! A heavy sound followed, and people slowly opened their eyes. As the white glow faded, only a scorched patch of earth remained at the center of the arena. The angelic apparition had vanished without a trace some time before. Xingxin coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground like a discarded, dying dog. On the other side, Kellen staggered, dragging his injured leg as he painfully made his way toward the exit. The arena's overseer went blank for a moment upon seeing this scene. The Saintess had been beaten so badly on his own turf was finished. Quick, seize that brat! He barked fiercely. Two burly guards rushed forward and pinned Kellen to the ground. With his magical power nearly depleted, Kellen was too weak to resist and was firmly restrained. The guards dragged him before the overseer. Even in captivity, Kellen lifted his head and glared defiantly at the overseer. That stubborn look instantly doused much of the man's anger, replacing it with grudging respect. Defeating the Saintess meant this boy was undoubtedly top tier among their peers. Lock him up in my office first. The overseer decided against further humiliating Kellen and resolved to report the incident immediately. If his superiors decided to punish Kellen, he would comply. The news quickly reached higher authority. At that moment, in a reception room within the Royal Academy, a few young yet high-ranking individuals, the Pope, a cardinal, and others were chatting casually. Their appointments lasted a maximum of 30 years, so most were middle-aged. What? The injured party is the Saintess? They blinked, thinking they must have misheard. How dare those lowlifes? The cardinal seethed with rage. The Pope, equally furious, forced himself to stay calm and asked in a low voice, what exactly happened? The messenger recounted the entire episode at the arena. Xingxin provoked first, the boy had no choice but to fight back, and ultimately the Saintess was defeated. The group exchanged looks, a mix of helplessness and frustration. Xingxin was exceptionally gifted, but notoriously hot-headed. The Pope's attention quickly shifted to the youth's strength. So, you're saying this boy defeated Xingxin? Yes, Your Holiness. Good. Bring me his profile. It wasn't long before Kellen's file was on the Pope's desk. Seeing the words Grade C talent, he could hardly believe his eyes. How could someone capable of beating the Saintess only be rated C? Yet the official assessments were always rigorous. Bring that boy to me at once. Also, what is Shengxin's condition? The Saintess is only lightly injured. I will fetch the boy immediately. Meanwhile, the overseer had returned to his office. Sitting directly opposite Kellen, who was tightly bound, he had already braced himself to be humiliated, yet the other party remained motionless. After a brief silence, the person in charge pulled a dark green pill from his pocket and pushed it toward Kellen, speaking calmly, but with unmistakable authority. Open your mouth and take this. It will ease your pain somewhat. Kellen furrowed his brow. Everything was completely unlike what he had expected. Already tied up and ready to endure abuse, The other side not only hadn't made a move, but was offering him medicine. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you helping me?" The man looked at him coolly. "Don't take it personally. We have no grudge against each other, so I have no reason to treat you harshly. Finding you was something I had no choice but to do." After a moment of thought, Kellen finally opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. If they truly meant to kill him, there was no need for this act. Though he had just defeated the Saintess and secured victory, he was seriously wounded. If he had died in this office, claiming it was due to severe injuries would have been perfectly plausible. The warmth of the medicine quickly spread, dulling the tearing pain within him and clearing his vision. "Thank you. You're welcome." They exchanged a brief look and fell silent, quietly waiting for their superior's orders. Inside the King's Academy, Kellen knew escape was impossible. The only hope was to seize any small gap that appeared later, no matter how slim a chance to survive and eventually turn the tables. Soon, several stewards hurried in. "Who is Kellen?" One barked. "That's me." Having been warned beforehand, the man in charge had instructed Kellen to cooperate fully. Feeling some strength returning and pain subsiding, Kellen stood and approached the newcomers calmly. Two stewards extended their hands to seize his wrists. "I can walk myself," Kellen said firmly, leaving no room for argument. For some reason, despite his disheveled state, the two stewards instinctively withdrew their hands and instead escorted him toward the church's direction. Elsewhere, Shanxin's eyes snapped open, surrounded by soft holy light. After the Pope's personal treatment, the chaotic holy power within her had completely calmed, and all her pain vanished. "Your Holiness, where is Kellen? I want to find him and get revenge," she pleaded, tugging at the Pope's sleeve. The Pope gently brushed her forehead and spoke kindly, but with a hint of reproach. "He's fine. Child, why do you always like to provoke others?" Having lost and been scolded, Shanxin felt a surge of grievance, clenching her fists. "Next time, I'll defeat him and make him feel the pain I endured today." The Pope looked at her furious little face and nodded to herself. Clearly Kellen was a fine whetstone for honing Shanxin's spirit. "All right, rest for now. When your strength improves, then seek him out for revenge." "Okay, please give me the best teacher." "Very well." Seeing Shanxin's rare spark of determination, the Pope was pleased. Perhaps she truly owed thanks to that boy named Kellen. After soothing Shanxin, the Pope patted her on the shoulder. "I'll be going now. You get some good rest." "Yes." Not long after stepping out, the Pope encountered Kellen being escorted down the corridor at the other end. Ordinarily, people would immediately kneel before the Pope, but Kellen, bound by ropes and standing still, showed no fear. Instead, he examined the Pope with a look of curiosity and quiet interest. I have to say, the Pope was exceptionally handsome, his face smooth and flawless like polished jade, framed by a mane of golden hair. A faint smile constantly tugged at the corners of his mouth, instantly putting people at ease and making them want to draw closer. But to Kellen, what was truly striking was his absurdly tall stature, at least 2.2 meters, towering like an imposing wall of presence. This giant frame paired with that gentle, handsome face created a curious contrast, like a warm-hearted colossus. This gentle giant studied the boy standing before him carefully. Kellen stood upright, neither flattering nor fearful, radiating calm confidence. A gleam of approval flashed through the Pope's eyes. A peer capable of defeating Shanxin was surely extraordinary. Silently, he resolved to thank this boy properly. With a casual wave of his hand, the ropes binding Kellen slipped away soundlessly, as if they had never existed. Then the Pope spoke, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. "I have heard about what happened. It was Shanxin's fault. I apologize to you on her behalf." Kellen froze. This was nothing like what he had expected. He had braced himself for anger, questioning, or punishment, yet the Pope apologized first. Since leaving his original home, it seemed he was only meeting kind people. Even the Royal Academy was far less hellish than the rumors suggested. Everyone there was quite reasonable. In fact, "Your Holiness, you are too gracious," Kellen replied humbly, choosing his words carefully. "I share the blame. I shouldn't have acted so harshly toward the saint." "No, you handled it well," the Pope said firmly. "And I am grateful. If you hadn't sparked her, Shanxin might never have found such determination. Therefore, I've decided to reward you." Kellen inwardly rejoiced at being rewarded for thrashing the saint, almost raising his eyebrows in surprise. Before he could thank him, the Pope's expression suddenly darkened. "However, before that, Kellen, I want you to answer one more question." A bad feeling stirred deep within Kellen. "It's simple," the Pope said calmly but with no room to dodge. "What exactly is your talent?" Kellen remained silent for a moment, then answered cautiously. "Why do you ask, Your Holiness?" "My talent is attribute points, isn't it?" "Don't joke," the Pope shook his head slightly. "If it were only attribute points, how could you rival a top-tier talent like Soul of an Angel? Be honest, your ability must be more than that." The room's atmosphere tightened like a drawn bow. Kellen lowered his gaze, weighing his words. The Pope said nothing, knowing the truth was near. "Maybe it doesn't count as a separate talent." Kellen looked up, speaking quietly but clearly. "I can see my own talent." To verify, he had scoured the Academy's library, learning that most gifted with attribute points couldn't directly view their own stats. But he could see each number clearly. If this was another talent, it did explain a lot. The Pope's expression showed genuine surprise for the first time. What do you mean, you can see your talent? Just as it sounds. Kellen spread his hands, fingertips trembling slightly, but his voice steady. I can see what I'm best at. Every talent has a number. My strongest element is lightning, my easiest weapon to master is the sword, and my best secondary skill is smithing. Upon hearing Kellen's description, the Pope instantly recognized the value of this talent. Although it offered limited direct combat enhancement, it allowed its wielder to avoid detours and follow the most optimal path of cultivation. History showed that those with average talents who honed their professional skills to perfection were often just as formidable as top-tier prodigies. By this reasoning, if properly guided, Kellen could very well rival even class gifted individuals. The Pope was surprised to uncover such an unexpected blessing today. However, he quickly regained composure. Since Kellen had demonstrated notable potential, logically more resources should be invested in him. Yet was Kellen's talent truly as powerful as the legends claimed? Furthermore, given that Kellen had just seriously injured Xingxin, immediately showing favoritism toward him would raise suspicions and certainly breed resentment from Xingxin. Thus, the Pope absolutely could not openly support Kellen. Still, offering assistance covertly was feasible, but Kellen must understand that all aid came directly from him and not be claimed by others, or else all efforts would be wasted. With this in mind, the Pope spoke in a gentle yet authoritative tone. A very promising talent, child. I have decided to invest some resources in you, but not too much. The rest you will have to earn yourself. Do you understand? Kellen nodded firmly, his respect for the Pope rising considerably. The Pope's clear-headedness was undeniable. Among all the king-level beings, the Pope had always been the most rational. Although divinely devoted to mankind, and sometimes forced to deal with unpleasant tasks, these were never truly his intentions. In contrast, mad and incompetent kings were plentiful, yet the church consistently remained stable. Yes, Your Holiness, I understand. Originally only hoping to survive, Kellen now unexpectedly gained additional benefits and felt satisfied. The Pope withdrew an exquisite badge from his robe and handed it to Kellen. This badge contains 1,000 years of lessons. I trust you will use it wisely, won't you? 1,000 years? Kellen was stunned. This meant he could summon any top mentor at any time. No one understood the value of this badge better than him. For the Pope, this reward was modest, yet he still harbored concerns. If Kellen were overly pampered, he might become spoiled or ruined like another Xingxin, hindering his growth. Therefore, he decided to continue observing Kellen secretly and provide support only when necessary. He wanted to see what different paths would an indulged Xingxin and a self-reliant Kellen take. This might ultimately shape the Church's educational policies in the future. With these thoughts, he felt unexpectedly uplifted. You should be a little kinder to Kron. Don't let him develop any resentment toward the Church. Ideally, even after leaving the King's Academy, he should still be willing to serve the Church. The Pope's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable warmth. He placed an exquisitely crafted silver vial before Kron, its mouth sealed with a pale golden cork. When lightly shaken, a faint rattling of pills could be heard inside. Here, take this. Once you swallow it, your wounds should heal completely. After the Sacred Heart recovers, he'll likely come provoking you again, so I hope you use this time to really improve yourself and don't let him surpass you easily. The Pope's words paused briefly. His eyes held an inscrutable meaning before a meaningful smile curved his lips. Kron caught that smile, his heart trembling slightly, but he maintained a respectful expression as he accepted the vial with a slight nod. Understood, Your Holiness. We should call it a night. You should rest early today. Yes. He bowed and turned to leave. The hem of his robe brushed the marble floor, dragging a soft swish down the corridor. Along the way, Kron replayed the Pope's words repeatedly. Don't let yourself be easily overtaken. The implication seemed clear. He was to keep the Sacred Heart in check, to keep the other man's fighting spirit alive. So, he was merely a whetstone for the Sacred Heart. The Pope truly was always one step ahead. A chill night breeze seeped through the stained glass window cracks, carrying a faint scent of sacred oil. Upon entering his room, the flickering candlelight revealed Milia busy at the hearth preparing dinner. She turned suddenly and froze. Master, what happened to you? The girl's eyes scanned the torn fabric and bloodstains on Kron's body, worry clear in her gaze. It's nothing, just some injuries from training, Kron answered calmly, withholding the real cause. Though he had mostly assured himself that Milia wasn't spying on him, mostly was never enough to feel completely at ease. Besides, telling her wouldn't help, only cause unnecessary worry. Taking off his outer cloak, he said evenly, fill a basin with water, I'm going to bathe. Milia hesitated, her eyes flickering between his bloodied clothes and wounds. Master, are you sure you can really take a bath in this condition? Trust me, I know my own body. The girl nodded quietly and hurried off to prepare the water. The crackling fire in the tight kitchen mingled the scent of burning wood with cooking meat. Meanwhile, Kron sat at the table, thumb twisting as he pulled out the golden cork. He tipped the vial, letting 10 tiny snow-white pills, each the size of a thumbnail, roll into his palm. He carefully removed 9 and returned them to the bottle, resealed it, then tilted his head back to swallow the remaining pill. An icy coolness immediately spread like a stream through his limbs and veins, chilling him to the bone. His torn muscles and cracked skin rapidly formed scabs and pulled closed before his eyes. He raised a hand to touch the fresh scab. With the gentlest touch, the brown crust flaked off, revealing pale new flesh, not yet fully faded. A miraculous remedy, Kron thought with genuine awe, truly a holy medicine crafted by the church. The 9 remaining pills were best saved for himself, but if needed, selling them would fetch a handsome sum. Before long, Milia returned with the hot water, sweat dampening her forehead. Seeing the blood still stain his clothes, her worry deepened, though she said nothing. Kron waved gently before standing to head toward the bath. Steam rose thick and warm as he sank into the tub, the diluted blood tinting the water a faint red. Outside, Milia stood at the doorway, knuckles white as she gripped her apron, restlessly pacing for a moment. What is it? A lazy voice called from inside, the sound of Kron settling in. Master, would you like me to help you wash your back? After a moment's thought, Kellen realized that after such a tiring day outside, coming home was the perfect time to relax and enjoy some care. That's fine. With Kellen's permission, Malia cautiously stepped inside. But as she entered, she clearly noticed that the blood covering Kellen's body was completely gone, replaced by a pale, strong, well-built physique. Seeing this, Malia's face flushed deeply with embarrassment. This was the first time since she had grown up that she had observed a peer's body so closely. Though she tried to look away, she still couldn't help but steal glances. It looked really good. At the same time, she realized that all the wounds on Kellen's body now seemed to have healed. But she distinctly remembered seeing so much blood just moments ago. Could it be that the blood wasn't actually the master's? Kellen then turned his back to her, revealing his fair, smooth back. Only then did Malia remember why she was here in the first place. She picked up the towel and nervously began to scrub Kellen's back. By now, she was sure it wasn't a trick of her imagination. Master really was looking more and more attractive. Why that was, she couldn't quite figure out. But Master becoming more handsome was definitely a good thing. As she rubbed, a sudden bold idea formed in her mind. Since Master was facing away, he wouldn't see whatever she did next, right? And indeed, Kellen had his eyes closed, clearly enjoying the moment. As soon as the thought took root, it grew wildly. Malia leaned closer and gently inhaled Kellen's scent. She couldn't explain it, but there was a strangely sweet fragrance about him. It smelled so good that she found herself completely absorbed in it. Suddenly, the movement behind her stopped. Kellen opened his eyes, wanting to ask what was going on, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Malia acting like a lovesick fool. Hey, what are you doing? Kellen thought to himself, but he held back from saying anything. If he exposed her now, Malia would probably be mortified, but maybe he could scare the girl just a little. Why did you stop? Malia startled awake at the sound of Kellen's voice, her heart pounding. Well, what was she just doing? She quickly looked at Kellen's face and saw his eyes were still closed. Relief washed over her. Luckily, he hadn't noticed. Nothing, Master. I was just washing the towel. Kellen gave a small nod and didn't say anything else. After that, Malia dared not make any more inappropriate moves and instead focused seriously on scrubbing his back. 15 minutes later, Kellen said, "Let's stop here for today. Has dinner been prepared?" "It's ready, Master." "Good." After dinner, Kellen went to rest. Malia returned to her small room and lay down. Pulling the blankets over herself, she began to relive the moments that had just passed and blushed at her own forwardness. Milia's body began to tremble slightly as she silently reflected on what she had just done. Acting so boldly toward her master was almost like losing her senses. Yet the faint fragrance lingering on him was irresistibly alluring. She simply loved being near him. At this moment, her master seemed sound asleep, and the fleeting thought of sneaking out to quietly watch his sleeping face crossed her mind. But immediately, she recalled the terrible consequences if caught. Absolutely no way could she do that. The harrowing experience in the bath last night was still fresh in her memory. Another mistake now would truly be the end for her. Still, her yearning to be close to Karan was strong. What should she do? Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. If she took such impeccable care of her master that he couldn't live without her, she could stay by his side forever. Deep in her heart, Milia made a silent vow. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 luck attribute point today. A notification suddenly rang in Karan's mind. He was slightly surprised. Another boost in luck. He had always favored this attribute because it subtly shaped the path of his future life. The next morning, Karan noticed right upon waking that his body felt transformed in some new way. He quickly pulled up his status screen, and sure enough, the numbers had risen again. Base stats: Strength, 48. Agility, 42. Constitution, 44. Spirit, 37. Level, 13. Each attribute had increased by 2 or 3 points. Kuran knew well this was the reward from the life-or-death battle with the Holy Heart last night. True danger was always the swiftest catalyst for growth. He silently calculated. If he trained another year in the wild and survived, his body might multiply its powers several times over. Thinking back to how shy Milia had been when she was washing him last night, a flush rose in Kuran's cheeks. He could understand the girl both of them were at that tender age of first feelings, curious about the opposite sex in the most natural way. Yet he forced himself to close his eyes and rest, suppressing the sudden flutter in his heart. By full daylight, Kuran got up. Today's breakfast was more elaborate than usual. Slices of bread arranged like petals, a rich soup garnished with vibrant green herbs, the aroma filling the air. Milia stood nearby, her eyes so bright they seemed to ignite the atmosphere, clearly eager for her master's opinion. Kuran set down his utensils and said lightly, "The breakfast is well made today, you've improved." That simple sentence stunned Milia. It meant that her master remembered even these small details. In that instant, all her efforts seemed worthwhile. After the meal, Kuran went as usual to attend class with Quinn. He didn't plan to change tutors for now since their teacher-student bond was still intact and there was no need to rush a severance. However, he aimed to seek out a higher-level blacksmith tonight, one with the title of Master Smith. His experience in forging was still limited, and approaching such an expert prematurely would only force him to ask basic questions, wasting their time and making himself awkward. During training, Quinn remarked inwardly how much Kuran had improved and wondered how much longer he could teach him. But after class, as Kuran was heading home, he unexpectedly ran into Saga again at a street corner as if she had come specifically to find him. Though they had only been apart a few days, the young girl's complexion had greatly improved. In the sunlight, Saga's skin was fair and glowed with a healthy flush. Her slightly slender figure made her appear more youthful and lively. She stood quietly by the roadside, the breeze teasing her hair, looking like a fresh, picturesque scene in motion. Saga's complexion was now better than before, a fair, rosy-skinned, somewhat slender young girl who looked like a living landscape just standing there. Kellen was very different from before. If earlier his standout presence was mostly due to the people around him highlighting it, now it felt as if a craftsman had reshaped him. His deep-set eyes and sharp jawline were defined yet softened. Every contour was crisp but gentle. Even his posture carried a calm restraint, like a sheathed sword ready for battle. At the end of the corridor, Saga spotted him from afar and felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She had thought time would dull the flutter she once felt, but when Kellen turned and their eyes met, she was still like a rookie stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, her palms sweaty. "What's up, Saga? Did you need something?" Kellen's voice was gentle. She took a deep breath. "Winnie and the others are planning to take on a drank mission. I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining us." "What kind of mission?" "Hunting. We're going to wipe out a goblin nest, about 100 of them. There are 5 slots available, and it's not too difficult. Want to come?" It was his first real mission, and teaming up would clearly be safer. Kellen didn't hesitate. His curiosity was piqued. But he also wondered, with the King's Academy having influence across the island, were these goblins wild or deliberately released? The thought passed quickly, and he shook his head. Maybe there were still untouched primal forests the Academy hadn't reached. "All right, I'm in. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow, okay?" "Sounds good." Upon hearing the confirmation, Saga let out a long breath and a subtle joy sparkled in her eyes. Tomorrow, she would fight side by side with Kellen. Afterwards, Kellen went straight to his mentor, Quinn's office. "What? You're going on a mission?" Quinn looked up, his gold-rimmed glasses slightly shifting. "Yes, Mr. Quinn." Quinn tapped the desk and thought for a moment. Getting practical experience early is good. You're strong enough now. In Quinn's eyes, Kellen's power had reached nearly half of his own, with a growth rate so fast it seemed fueled by some kind of special talent. As Kellen was about to leave, Quinn suddenly fixed his gaze on Kellen's increasingly handsome face and shifted gears. "Actually, you could consider a better match for marriage." "What?" Kellen almost thought he had misheard. "I mean, find a partner with a stronger family background. That would save you a lot of resource headaches on your cultivation path." Was Quinn subtly suggesting he marry into wealth? Kellen thought to himself, but understood the mentor's well-meaning advice. "Oh, why bring this up now?" Quinn sighed. "Nothing else. You're advancing too fast, and resources will eventually be tight. If your other half is wealthy enough, your journey will be much smoother." A faint nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Kellen sensed there was some history behind those looks, but didn't press. Quinn waved his hand, as if afraid of losing composure. Never mind. I'm just ranting. Maybe I'm just a bit down on myself for how I'm doing these days. You're definitely different, so just pretend I said nothing." Looking at Quinn's expression, Kron said, "Mr. Quinn, rest assured, I will always remember the kindness you have shown me during this time." Kron was not merely being polite. He spoke with genuine sincerity. These heartfelt words contained no exaggeration. At first, Quinn had agreed to teach him potion brewing for free only to repay Mr. Visser. Quinn could have limited himself to teaching theory and avoided extra costs. The potions and ingredients soaking in the bath could have been kept or sold by Quinn himself. Yet, He offered everything unreservedly to Kron. Recently, as Kron studied potion making more deeply, he had begun to recognize some of the expensive herbs floating in the potions and increasingly appreciated the true value of what Quinn had given him. This kindness could never be wiped away with a simple thank you. But Quinn waved his hand, teasing affectionately. Ah, kid, why are you saying all this? Go on, keep practicing. You probably have other things to do. Kron nodded seriously and then took his leave. However, he didn't return to class immediately. His accumulated student credits had remained almost untouched since enrolling, and today he planned to spend some of them. So the young man strode quickly to a street of shops unique to the church. This street hosted two kinds of stores on either side. One side featured official government-run shops, selling genuine goods with full refunds for any problems. The other side was operated by students, offering flexible prices and chances to find great bargains if you had sharp eyes. But if you bought something inferior, you had no one to turn to for help. Knowing his own skill at distinguishing genuine from fake was still lacking, Kron did not hesitate to enter an official shop. As soon as he stepped inside, a clerk noticed the Viscount's Medal of Honor pinned on his chest. A young woman with a charming appearance immediately approached, greeting him with a professional yet warm smile. "Welcome, esteemed Viscount student. How may I assist you today?" she asked respectfully, but with a friendly tone familiar to someone his age. Kron replied somewhat shyly, "I'm a freshman preparing to embark on a mission, so I'm here to get some essential supplies. Do you have any recommendations?" Hearing he was a freshman already holding a Viscount title, the clerk's eyes shone with even more respect. She too was a student of the King's Academy and understood well that those who topped their regional assessments were often destined for great futures. Of course, she would provide even better service. "I see. Is this mission a hunting task, then?" "Yes. What creature are you targeting?" "Goblins," Kron answered. "Goblins, hut hat's indeed a great choice for beginners." She nodded and then retrieved a few potions from behind the counter, handing him the first bottle. "With your current level, clearing out those goblins shouldn't be difficult. I recommend you prepare some potions like this one, the energy potion." She deftly removed the stopper, causing the clear liquid inside to ripple gently. If you feel tired after traveling or fighting continuously, drinking one bottle will instantly restore your energy. And it's very affordable, only 1 credit. You can take a sniff first. Kron accepted the sample vial, leaned forward slightly, and inhaled. A refreshing scent reached him, and he immediately felt the fatigue from his morning training ease a little. This stuff works way better than coffee. Kron took a cautious sip of the liquid in the bottle, and almost instantly felt his spirits lift. He couldn't help but praise it. "Yeah, this is really good. Got any other recommendations?" "He'll take 5 bottles of this one for now." Feeling the clear-headed boost, he placed the order without hesitation. The brown-haired trainee behind the counter gave a professional smile and quickly tapped on the holographic screen. "All right, there's also this basic healing potion, priced at 3 points. Pour it directly on wounds, and it doubles the healing speed." "Sounds good. He'll take 2. Kron recalled the near-splitting wound from his last mission and decided to stock up. "And this?" She held up a small pouch of dark brown powder. "Pest repellent powder. Sprinkle it around your camp at night to keep out snakes, insects, mosquitoes, and ants. 1 point per packet, and each lasts around 3 uses." "Nice. 2 packets, please." Kron glanced at his system balance and still felt comfortable spending. So, under her steady and unhurried sales pitch, he ended up picking up a few spare consumables, bringing his total expenditure to 105 points. "Thank you for coming. I'm Stacy. You can ask for me next time you're here, sir." The girl efficiently packaged the items and handed over the receipt. Okay, Kron didn't refuse, knew had put all this to good use. After organizing his new potions, he headed straight for the Academy's forging classroom. Today, he had an appointment with a blacksmith. The blazing furnace fire reflected off the alloy walls as he entered the forge, and the air was thick with the sharp scent of metal mixed with burning charcoal. Just as he got his footing, a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a black work apron pushed through the door. "Mr. Tasola." Kron recognized him immediately. "Got questions? Ask away. If I can answer them, I will." The blacksmith started directly, skipping any small talk. Kron cut to the chase. "Every time I forge lightning element, or I lose control. As soon as the furnace heats up, it explodes." "What causes that?" Tasola nodded knowingly, not surprised. "Are you heating the lightning, or the usual way, just direct heat?" "No. I sprinkled some earth powder, hoping to suppress the lightning energy's volatility." "I see. Most likely you used too little powder, or the quality was poor." He casually grabbed a sample of reagent. "Generally, you need about half the ore's weight in earth powder. Too little can't contain the energy, but too much drains the ore's vitality, and the final product loses performance." Kron took careful notes and nodded repeatedly. "Is there any way to fix it afterward?" "There is, but it's pointless. The cost of remedial materials is even higher than starting over. And even if you succeed, the weapon's performance will suffer. Remember, treat every forging session like your only chance. Don't count on fixing it later." Those few words convinced Kron completely. They spent the next 3 hours on focused tutoring. From pre-processing the ore to controlling temperature and hammer rhythm. Tasola painstakingly explained every step. Kron asked questions often, gaining a lot, and even filling in details he had missed before. When the lesson ended, Kron quietly resolved to fully digest today's knowledge first and come back with new questions later. Since Tasola hadn't seen Kron's actual forging skills firsthand, he still wasn't sure of his true level, but that was common at the academy. Blacksmithing classes were expensive, so most students clarified all their doubts first, then practiced on their own later. With the mission scheduled for tomorrow, Kron decided not to work the forge tonight. Instead, he set aside time to review his class notes then. Because he had a mission the next day, Kron chose not to try forging and went straight to rest. Congratulations, host, your constitution has increased again, just like last night. With this boost, Kellen's constitution is now 46. Time quickly passed to the next day, and as promised, Kellen arrived at the gates of the church. After registering and stating his reason for leaving, he was finally allowed to exit the enclave. Stepping beyond the stone walls and golden domes, Kellen took a deep breath, feeling the air fresher somehow, and even the sunlight seemed a shade brighter. Outside the church was a sprawling city, with wide, straight streets and uniform, stately architecture. Yet Kellen still didn't know the city's name. The streets were filled mostly with young people bearing energetic expressions. From their clothes and talk, they were probably all academy students. These must be the commoners in the social hierarchy, Kellen thought. According to academy rules, most new students were either commoners or slaves. Glancing around, every commoner who met his gaze immediately lowered their eyes respectfully. For them, the title of Viscount was lofty enough to determine their fate at will. However, there wasn't a single slave visible on the main street. Since slaves should outnumber commoners, this inconsistency furrowed Kellen's brow. As he pondered the reason, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Saga was already waiting. The members of this mission team were all familiar faces: Kellen, Saga, Winnie, Gato, and the stone giant Devon. As Kellen approached, Gato and Devon's eyes sharpened. Though Kellen's previous victory involved luck, he was still ranked first among his cohort, and they dared not underestimate him. Long time no see, Kellen greeted with a gentle smile. Indeed, it has been a while, Saga replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Though they hadn't fought together before, everyone sensed Kellen's newfound composure and strength reaching new heights. Since they were teammates about to set out, now was not the time to spar. Shall we depart now? Saga asked. Sure, I have no objections, the others nodded. Led by Saga, the group walked down the main street toward the city gate as she shared the city's history with Kellen. Kellen, do you know the name of this city beneath our feet? I honestly don't. What is it called? Saint Light City. It's the capital among the 12 church-controlled cities, Saga said, pointing toward the skyline filled with soaring spires. And this isn't just an island, it's so vast it's better described as a continent. At the word continent, surprise flickered across Kellen's face, curiosity clearly piqued. Seeing his interest, Saga continued. The territory controlled by the King's Academy is far larger than anyone imagines. It was established jointly by various empires and kingdoms, each maintaining their influence here. Despite that, they still haven't fully conquered this land. Deserts and forests remain untamed. Plus, the magical energy here is astonishingly strong, so magical beasts breed rapidly. Regular hunts are necessary, otherwise, enormous monster clans will form. So, the place we're heading to know, is it some big forest? Kellen looked up and asked Saga casually. Saga shook her head gently, her golden wings fluttering softly behind her. No, we're just going to a few small villages near Holy Light City. Recently, a large number of goblins have appeared there. They've destroyed the rice fields and kidnapped quite a few girls. We need to go and deal with them. The goblins' terrible reputation was well known, and Kellen nodded in agreement. That definitely sounds like something they'd do. As they spoke, Winnie trotted up to catch up with the group. She had barely caught up in stamina but was still painfully thin, her pale skin like fragile paper. Standing beside Kellen, her slender calves looked even thinner than Kellen's forearm. Kellen frowned and pulled a piece of white bread from his backpack, handing it to her. Eat this. Winnie blinked in surprise, somewhat puzzled. She had only meant to say hello. She hadn't been able to find Kellen for a while. Every day she obediently went to the old arena where they used to meet, and today they finally ran into each other. Naturally, she was in a good mood. Kellen offering food right away meant he at least didn't dislike her, right? With that thought, she accepted the bread with both hands and nibbled at it carefully and earnestly. Seeing her so focused and cautious warmed Kellen's heart. He absent-mindedly ruffled her hair, feeling like he was caring for a little daughter. Winnie felt the warmth of his palm and smiled simply, nuzzling the back of his hand like a small puppy. Have you not been eating well lately? Why are you still so skinny? Kellen asked. Winnie hurriedly swallowed the bread in her mouth. No, I eat every day. But because of my gift, only feeding on blood truly replenishes my energy. I really hate having to do that. Kellen hadn't expected such a side effect from her gift. Great power often came at a price. Side effects were already visible with level gifts. Ordinary level could barely suppress it, and he had no clue about a level abilities. Thinking this over, he looked at Saga. Saga, Does your gift have flaws too? Though the question was straightforward, Kellen trusted Saga would answer honestly. Sure enough, Saga nodded. Yes, it's serious. My teacher said winged people have a flaw of the soul way, are born too pure, and tend to become obsessively fixated on one thing. As she spoke, her eyes burned intensely, fixed on Kellen. Even without her saying it, Kellen could guess what she was so stubbornly focused on. Whether such a flaw of the soul was a blessing or a curse, Kellen couldn't be sure. If that obsession could be channeled into cultivation, it might be a good thing, though it seemed Saga hadn't done that. Then Karan looked at Devon and Gato. He wasn't sure what side effects these two had, but since they only had level talents, their drawbacks probably weren't too serious. In the hall, the flickering lights cast warm shadows. Winnie and Saga still clustered around Karan, chatting and laughing, which only made Devon's expression grow darker. He never understood why. Out of everyone in the team, only these two girls hung on to Karan. Was it just because Karan happened to be a little easier on the eyes than him? Before joining the church, Devon was too busy just filling his stomach to care about such things. But here, with food always plentiful and downtime plenty, his restless mind started to wander. The slender figures sometimes glimpsed in the corners of his eyes were enough to ignite his most primal desires. Now that he had made some name for himself in the church, he naturally expected others to seek his favor. And if he wanted to move up, clearly choosing a strong partner would be the fastest route. With average talents, he was content to toy around, but his real targets were Saga and Winnie, who both had better potential than him. One simple, the other slow-witted, both seemingly easy to manipulate. But now these two were linking arms with Karan, laughing and chatting, making Devon's anger flare to the breaking point. He scowled, striding over to them without caring about the situation. What are you talking about? Devon interrupted in a provocative tone. I'm not like you all, my level talents have no flaws. His careless outburst instantly froze the relaxed atmosphere. Karan cursed silently. No flaws, huh? After turning to stone, he's as slow as a snail and at higher levels, just a punching bag. But he held back his criticism. The last thing the team needed was a public falling out. Gato didn't seem bothered, idly twirling his alloy spear, his gaze almost like an art critic's appreciation. His talent was weapon master, allowing him to master any weapon in record time. Lately, he had rarely parted from his spear, his technique already far surpassing swordsmanship. Every thrust cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet he had never revealed his full power in front of the team, so Karan and the others hadn't taken him seriously. Seeing no response from the others, Devon's resentment flared further. He snorted coldly. Karan, you only got first place in the test with a level talent. I've improved a lot this past month. How about a spar? Karan glanced up, giving Devon a cold look. Even Devon's thick skull wasn't hard enough to miss that his challenge was deliberate provocation. Gato stirred with interest nearby, eager to see just how strong Karan was now. Winnie and Saga quickly tried to ease the tension, wanting to douse the brewing storm. With a blank face, Karan said, Fine, I want to see how much you've really grown. Devon blinked, clearly not expecting Karan to accept. He sneered inside. He probably still thought after a month his broken level talent could beat him. At the thought, Devon's excitement bubbled uncontrollably. After all, being able to thrash Kranthi, very person who had once defeated him in front of Winnie and Saga, would surely make them see him in a new light. But Karan keenly caught the faint, barely concealed smirk tugging at Devon's lips. His usually stern face grew even colder as he said, Looks like some people really do need a good lesson to understand their true worth. In Karan's eyes, if Devon wasn't knocked down early, he would inevitably become a liability to the team. After this, if Devon continued to stubbornly refuse to change, either Devon would be out of the team, or Karan would be. The tension between them thickened, forcing the others to quickly scatter, watching intently while staying alert for any lurking dangers that might take advantage of the chaos. After a brief silence, the two opponents abruptly stepped back. Without any warning, Devon suddenly unleashed earth magic, his body swelling into a three-meter stone giant. Layers of gray-brown rocky armor covered him, so heavy and dense he resembled a walking fortress. Roaring furiously, he smashed the ground with thunderous steps, charging at Karan like a battering ram. Though the stone giant's movement was heavy and cumbersome, it carried terrifying momentum. Compared to before, Devon's physique had ballooned noticeably, and the rocky armor had doubled in thickness. Yet the sheer weight of the massive form still made his movements somewhat sluggish. Karan observed everything clearly, but didn't bother activating his lightning body or drawing his signature thunderblade. Instead, he casually pulled out a black iron staff as thick as an arm. As Devon reached close, raising his rocky fist to crush Karan, Karan saw through the opening. With a humming swing, the iron staff slammed into Devon's stony shoulder. Bang! Fragments of rock exploded. Thick stone plates cracked and fell away like brittle ceramics, and the impact force pierced through to flesh and bone, forcing Devon down onto one knee. Hearing the heavy thud, Gato and the others instinctively gasped, realizing how fierce the blow was. Without pause, Karan switched grip and swept the staff horizontally. Boom! The heavy iron struck Devon's massive stone head solidly, twisting it forcibly to one side. Shards of his rocky shield rained down like hail. A roaring buzz filled Devon's mind. His vision went black in an instant, and he staggered dazed. Before he could recover, Kron pounded the staff in a relentless flurry. Backhand, forehand, backhand Agano breaks in his assault. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening clashes of iron against stone echoed repeatedly, shaking the very air. Winnie and the others were stunned into silence. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a friendly spar? How did it turn into a one-sided beatdown? The entire plan had utterly fallen apart. If not for Devon's innate earth magic constantly repairing the fractured stone armor, his rocky shell would have shattered completely, leaving him as little more than pulp. But even the fastest restoration couldn't withstand Kron's storm of attacks. Finally, crash. The stone giant collapsed with a great roar, dust and debris flying everywhere. The magic sustaining his armor broke, and the heavy stones fell away to reveal a battered and bruised figure beneath. Devon's face was swollen and distorted, flesh mangled beyond recognition. Kron looked down at the devastation had wrought, slightly surprised. So that's the limit of that stone armor's defense. Maybe I hit harder than I meant to. His tone held no regret, only mild astonishment. Gato spoke coldly, devoid of emotion. Let's get Devon back first. Looks like he won't be able to join this mission anymore. The four of us should be enough. This sparring match was initiated by Duin, and Gato could sense that Duin didn't propose it merely to test Kellen's strength. Standing in the center of the clearing, Duin's eyes were shadowed with hidden intentions. Because of this, Gato remained solemn and wary while watching the fight. Winnie and Shaga had no objections. After the match concluded, they politely escorted Duin back to camp, and then the group resumed their journey. Though brief, the duel subtly shifted the team's atmosphere unconsciously. Kellen had become the new leader. Gato watched him intently, his heart swirling with complicated feelings. A month ago, the difference between them wasn't great. Now it felt like a vast chasm separated them. Gato did not lose hope and quietly told himself that once he fully mastered the soul of the spear, he would one day have the chance to defeat Kellen. But for now, winning seemed nearly impossible. During the spar, Kellen hadn't even gone all out. During the trial, he had been enveloped in thunderous light, drastically boosting his attributes. This time, he only casually launched 2 strikes, yet nearly seriously wounded Duin, whose strength matched Gato's. Such a glaring disparity in power was hard for Gato to believe. The group pressed forward at a swift pace, arriving at the target village as dusk settled. Before them lay broken fences clawed apart by beasts. Garden plots were trampled into chaos. Every door and window was tightly shut, painting a picture of decay. Only then did Kellen realize that the camping gear he had prepared would be of little use in the short term. Since there were still houses standing here though, of course, he would need the gear later. He stood at the village entrance and called out loudly, "Is anyone here? We're here to clear out the goblins." Shortly after his voice faded, a wooden door nearby creaked open and several thin, gaunt villagers peeked out. Their pale, yellowing hair and grayish skin revealed the harsh reality of long-term malnutrition. In this land, commoners under the direct rule of the King's Academy paid heavy monthly taxes, leaving them with barely any food. Coupled with constant beast attacks ravaging their homes, their already meager existence grew even more desperate. Compared to this place, the Chuch's territories were practically paradise. "Honored sirs, thank you for your efforts. I will arrange lodging for you right away," the middle-aged man leading them said respectfully, bowing repeatedly. Following him, they entered the village's only decent building, the village chief's house. Though just in his 20s, the chief had dark skin but a vitality far stronger than the other villagers. He was the only one in the village to achieve knight rank, but couldn't stand against the marauding goblins alone. Upon seeing Kellen and the others, he greeted them warmly. "Sirs, please stay with me tonight. Unless I'm mistaken, those beasts will return after dark." Kellen nodded quietly upon hearing this. Shortly afterward, the sound of a crying baby came from inside the house. Hearing the urgent cries, the village chief sprang to his feet and apologized as he waved to everyone. "Sorry, everyone, my little one is crying again. I need to go soothe him. Aing, please look after our guests for me." As he spoke, he turned to a young girl standing nearby to give her instructions. "Yes, father," Aing replied obediently with a nod. The village chief hurried away, his footsteps quickly fading down the corridor. Watching his retreating figure, Kellen's mind filled with new questions. What would happen to these children born in the King's Academy when they grew up? When they reached the right age, would they leave? This was after all their birthplace. Would they be forced to stay at the academy forever? The King's Academy had only been established about 40 years ago. Even the oldest children born there were just 13. Aing was among the youngest batch. Unable to make sense of it, Kellen tucked his doubts away for the time being. Aing led the group through the corridor and pushed open the wooden door to a guest room. The room wasn't luxurious, but it was spacious and bright. The floor gleamed from care, and the furniture was neatly arranged, showing the homeowner's attention to detail. For Kellen and the others who had endured hardship, This environment was more than comfortable enough. After a brief rest, a knock came on Kellen's door. When he opened it, Saga, Winnie, and Gato stood neatly at the entrance. Saga spoke first. Kellen, let's stay in your room. If monsters break into the village, it'll be easier to fight together. Agreed, Kellen said without hesitation. Winnie then leaned in, curious. Kellen, do you think those goblins are strong? Hard to say. I've never fought goblins myself. Kellen shook his head. He remembered from his past lives games that goblins were just cannon fodder for experience points. But after reading monster lore recently, he learned that although real goblins were mostly weak individually, their vast numbers meant mutations often appeared among their ranks. These mutated goblins could be several to dozens of times stronger than normal ones. If they ran into one of those, the battle could be unpredictable. Plus, near the King's Academy, the strong magical aura boosted the monster's power and raised mutation chances. There could be several mutants within one group. Thinking about that made Kellen's blood boil finally, a real fight for survival. He worried there wouldn't be enough goblins for him to truly test himself against. His excitement sharply contrasted with his companion's nervousness, as if a long-suppressed emotion was finally breaking free. Night soon fell. The four stayed inside the room to rest and prepare, when suddenly a loud commotion erupted outside. Everyone immediately realized goblins had appeared and grabbed their weapons as they rushed out. Darkness enveloped the village, but they could still clearly see clusters of short, dark shapes darting wildly through the streets, accompanied by a foul stench. Among these shadows, several massive figures moved. Without a doubt, they were goblins, and the exaggerated, bulky silhouettes belonged to their mutated variants. Light the torches, Kellen shouted fiercely. At his command, the villagers quickly lit lamps inside their homes and the torches they had prepared beforehand. The darkness tore open, and the battlefield finally gained a source of visible light. Under the glow, Kellen made out the attackers, small, ugly goblins with potbellies, thin limbs, and skin slick with sweat and a foul stench that made one want to retch. Drawing his thunderflash sword, its blade crackling faintly with lightning, he prepared to strike. With a sharp slice, the long sword descended, cleaving one goblin cleanly in half from belly to head. Gato lifted his spear and, with a flick of his wrist, skewered two goblins at once, shaking them off like roasting meat. In the air, Winnie and Saga took flight. The night was Winnie's ally. She became a shadowy phantom slashing through the green-skinned foes, leaving screams in her wake. Meanwhile, Saga hovered behind, controlling her magic to strike with precision. Each spell blast exploded, taking out multiple goblins at once. In just a month of training, the whole group had grown visibly stronger. But the goblins' ferocity only intensified as they wrecked the village at an alarming speed. Kellen stayed on high alert, his lightning powers fully activated. His figure became a streak of flashing electricity. His thunderflash sword traced bright white-blue arcs in the mingling firelight and darkness, and within moments, several more goblins were sliced in half at the waist, their wounds clean and smooth as if cut through soft tofu. Suddenly, three massive mutated goblins were drawn to the carnage. They snarled, bearing sharp fangs, and all locked their sights on the human squad. The largest of them lunged straight at Kellen. Though enormous, the creature's charge stirred a fierce wind with each step, its speed far surpassing that of ordinary goblins, and its strength was terrifying. Kellen remained cautious. As the beast closed in, lightning flashed fiercely from his sword, and he swung with all his might. Electric lights streaked across the air as the thunderflash sword bit into the giant goblin's throat, cleaving down to its collarbone before hitting a sturdy bone. Kellen twisted the blade and yanked it free, sending a spray of blood gushing from the wound at the creature's neck. Oh! The giant goblin soon let out a horrible, agonized roar, so loud and piercing it seemed as if it might shatter eardrums. The sound sent a wave of physical discomfort through anyone who heard it. Kron's heart skipped a beat at the shrill blast. His feet faltered slightly. He hadn't expected the roar of a giant goblin to be so terrifying. But he only hesitated for a fraction of a second before forcing his vibrating eardrums to steady and tensing every muscle in his body once again. The two other lurking giant goblins immediately twisted their heads toward the sound, eyes blazing with murderous intent. But Kron didn't stop because of the agonized monster before him. The moment the flash thunder sword left his grasp, he sharply pulled it back, scattering a spray of blood in midair, then spun around and thrust the blade straight into one of those snarling eyes. Die! With a sharp sound, lightning crackled along the blade, piercing into the goblin's right eye, the tip bursting through the skull at the back of its head. The fierce howl abruptly ended, its massive body collapsing with a heavy thud onto the muddy ground, kicking up clouds of dust and a stench of blood and decay. The beast's stubborn vitality made Kron cautious about rushing forward. He merely cast a cold glance to confirm the fallen giant goblin wouldn't be moving again anytime soon, then turned his attention back to the other targets. Just like that, one of the massive mutant goblins was taken down almost effortlessly. On the other side, Gato was locked in a direct fight with another giant goblin. He was precise too, his spear aimed straight for the creature's throat at the start. But his stats simply couldn't match Kron's. The fierce goblin managed to block the strike with a rough wooden club. Bang! The spear shaft clashed hard against the club and flew from Gado's grasp. Pain exploded up his arm from the impact, tearing the skin on his palm. Looking down, he saw his hand soaked in blood. In just one exchange, he deeply felt the overwhelming strength of the giant goblin. Meanwhile, the stark contrast between Kron's instant kill and his own struggle planted seeds of doubt in Gado's mind. In a flash, he bent down to retrieve his spear from the ground. But the giant goblin was faster. Its massive arms swung the heavy club in an arc, whistling fiercely through the air. Not far away, Winnie witnessed the scene, her mind conjuring a horrific image of Gado's head crushed into a bloody pulp. She screamed, "No!" Swoosh! Amid a faint crackle of thunder, a lightning-tinged sword streaked through the air like a fallen bolt of thunder, piercing the giant goblin's throat. The monster's face twisted in shock, its vocal cords shredded, leaving only a gurgled hiss before it collapsed heavily forward. It was Kron's flash thunder sword had compressed his vast magical power in an instant and hurled the weapon to deliver the fatal blow. Seeing the fallen foe, Kron let out a silent sigh of relief as sweat trickled down his forehead. His gaze landed on Gado, confirming he was unharmed. Only then did Gado come back to himself. He had just been saved by Kron. Staring blankly at Kron not far away, emotions surged within him. The man he had once seen as unreachable was now his lifesaver. Could he repay him with his life? On the battlefield, the last giant goblin roared in fury, its blood-red eyes locked dead on Kron as it furiously trampled the muddy earth and charged forward. But having just thrown the flash thunder sword, Kron's hands were empty. In the next moment, he could only fight barehanded. Kron's recent strike had drained much of his magic. Now, with only a fraction left in his body, he could barely maintain his thunder form. The situation was far from promising. A giant goblin charged forward, swinging a wooden club as thick as a barrel, smashing it down from above with the intent to crush Kron into a pulp. Along with the club's whoosh came the creature's piercing, relentless screech, a stench of decay and rot assaulting Kron since she dodged the club just in time, but nearly choked on the horrific smell. Though the odds seemed dire, Kron remained calm. He recalled Quinn's advice: when facing magical beasts, first enrage them. Once the enemy rages, its strength soars, but its reason flies out the window, making attacks wild and reckless. Keeping this in mind, Kron bent low and, while evading, mercilessly slammed his knee into the goblin's groin. Oh! A sharp, agonized roar exploded through the woods. The giant goblin's eyes turned blood red from the pain, its fury instantly drowning out all logic. Its only thought was to smash this hateful human into mincemeat. Yet, blinded by rage, its movements became exaggerated and erratic. Each time Kron anticipated its strikes perfectly after two missed heavy blows, he suddenly lunged with his right fist wrapped in crackling thunder, striking straight into the enemy's liver. That punch landed like an iron hammer cutting into vital organs. The goblin grunted, clutching its injured side as searing pain dropped it to its knees, teetering on the edge of collapse. Kron allowed no respite. Lightning flickered around him as fists, palms, elbows, and knees hammered relentlessly at the critical point's eyes, throat, heart. Each strike swift, precise, and brutal. Blood and flesh flew. It was almost a living scene of dismemberment. Gado and the others watched in stunned silence, while the ordinary goblins who had gathered fled in panic, terrified by the bloody carnage. At the end, Kron's fingers curled like hooks, forcefully tearing out the giant goblin's windpipe, marking the death of his prey. Blood splattered, coating him in sticky crimson as his lightning energy gradually subsided. Watching the fleeing goblins, he relaxed his thunder form and barked, "What are you waiting for? Chase! Find their lair." Startled awake by the shout, Gado and the others hurried after the fleeing monsters. Kron stepped aside, drawing his thunderflash sword, its cold gleam crackling with electric arcs. A few swift, decisive slashes later, several giant goblin heads tumbled to the ground. Only then did he sheath his sword and turn away from the battlefield. After the chaos completely settled, the villagers hiding behind houses timidly began to peek out. What greeted their eyes was a ground littered with goblin corpses and stained with dark blood. The air seemed to halt for a moment until someone choked back a sob, unleashing long-suppressed fear and anguish. Relief spread like a wave through the stunned crowd. The endless harassment, the nightly terror ended with the defeat of those demons. At last, they could live in peace again. The village chief had watched the entire scene unfold. As Kellen and the others left, his eyes betrayed a deep mix of gratitude and awe. He had initially wanted to rush out and help, but Kellen and the others were astonishingly fast at dispatching the goblin, so quick that he never even got a chance to intervene. When he first saw these young trainees, fresh out of the academy, and some even bearing the title of Viscount, his feelings had been conflicted. They were clearly too inexperienced to handle a crisis like this, and for a moment, he had sunk into a deep despair. But what he had just witnessed shattered all his doubts. He realized with shock that if he had recklessly joined in, he would only have gotten in the way. Now, Kellen and his group were clearly hot on the heels of the goblin remnants, intent on striking at their nest. Meanwhile, no sooner had Kellen left the village than he took out a bottle of stamina potion and a smaller vial of mana potion, tilting his head back to drink both at once. The effects spread rapidly through his body, his strength rebounded, and the depleted magic within him began to trickle back. The four of them trailed calmly behind the retreating goblins, soon reaching a dense, pitch-black forest under the night sky. The jungle loomed like a lurking beast under the moonlight, its shadows concealing hidden magical creatures ready to pounce at any moment. Yet the group showed no hesitation and plunged straight into the woods. To be cautious, Kellen pulled out another small bottle of mana potion and, without stopping, drank it, restoring his magic to about 80% before feeling truly assured. He sensed that the goblin lair must harbor even stronger monsters. This unknown danger didn't scare him. Instead, it set his blood racing. While the giant goblins had brute strength, they moved so slowly they posed little threat to him. The real challenge was likely waiting underground. Reflecting on the bloody battles they'd fought so far, Kellen felt no fatigue. In fact, his fingertips trembled with excitement, as if his entire being was consumed by one thought. Kill, kill, kill. Guided by the fleeing goblins, the force soon arrived at a cave entrance. The passage descended downward, the opening surprisingly wide, clearly dug to accommodate the giant goblins coming and going. The pitch-black tunnel resembled a gaping maw, ready to swallow anyone who stepped inside. Should they rush in directly? The group hesitated briefly, especially Saga, who had been haunted by dark places before and now instinctively resisted entering. Kellen didn't immediately notice her fear. His attention was caught instead by Winnie's glowing eyes. For this girl skilled in night operations, the darkness was an advantage, and she was almost eager to move forward. Kellen turned slightly, about to ask his teammates' opinions, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a sign of Saga's distress. She was trembling all over, even her fingertips quivered, as if wrapped in a chilling dread, every fiber of her body screaming fear. Changing course swiftly, Kellen made a decision. All right, it's not safe for everyone to go in. Let's leave one person outside to watch over things. Saga, your abilities aren't really suited for this kind of underground environment. You don't have your blessing here at night, so stay outside and keep watch for us. Hearing Klan's words, Saga, who had just been overwhelmed with fear, suddenly paused. Wait, we don't have to go in after all? She had already steeled herself to brace the fear and charge in with the others, but the words "stay behind" instantly loosened the tight knot in her chest. Could it be that Klan saw through her fright? The thought strangely comforted Eros if he actually cared about how she felt. In reality, Klan's biggest worry was that her panic inside would slow the team down. Of course, he kind of looked out for her, though had never openly admit it. Gato pondered for a moment and realized Klan's reasoning made sense. The winged one's greatest strength was flight, but in these low, cramped caves, that was useless. Although Winnie also lost the ability to fly, as a vampire bat she was naturally adapted to darkness and tunnels and had an advantage in this environment. He and Klan were more average types, adaptable, but not exceptional anywhere. I have no objections. Winnie nodded in agreement, showing no opposition to Klan's suggestion. Me neither. Finally, Klan turned to Saga, his tone clearly reassuring. Saga, any problems with staying behind? Can you manage on your own outside? I'm fine. If you guys get into trouble, just shout, I'll rush in to help. Klan chuckled softly and nodded slightly. Good. If we really run into danger, you'll be our rescue. That gentle smile was like a warm light shining straight into Saga's heart. She stared, feeling maybe she would remember that smile for a lifetime. Gato glanced at Klan warily, silently cautioning himself. This man was dangerous, so easily winning people over, maybe deliberately. All right, no more wasting time. Let's move in now. Klan withdrew his gaze. Right. Gato responded immediately. The three of them raised their torches and stepped into the cave entrance. Saga watched their backs recede, a tightness clutching her chest as the torchlight flickered smaller and dimmer until it was swallowed by darkness. She was left alone. The forest night was thick and heavy. The air smelled damp and earthy. Faint rustling noises came from nearby, maybe insects, maybe lurking monsters. Saga forced herself to breathe steadily, gripped her weapon tightly, and scanned her surroundings, ready for anything unexpected. Inside the cave, Klan and the others' torches barely pierced the oppressive blackness, casting just a few meters of light. Water seeped from the walls. The air was stifling and sticky, with a choking stench of rot that made their stomachs turn. Breathing alone was uncomfortable, hard to imagine goblins living here for years. The three of them pressed on through grit teeth. Suddenly, Winnie in front grabbed Klan and Gato's collars sharply. Klan understood instantly and slowed down. The three moved cautiously closer. Amid the flickering torchlight, a pale shape appeared, two naked young bodies. To be exact, two corpses. Their bodies were covered with bruises and wounds, barely recognizable as humans, and emitting an unbearable stench. A massive gash tore open one of their abdomens, exposing a gruesome mix of blood and flesh, while the air reeked of decay and rust. Kron swore this was the most savage and horrific scene he had ever witnessed, and dared not imagine how much suffering these children endured before death. His rage erupted like an explosion in his chest, burning like gasoline, fueling his desire to tear every goblin in this cave to pieces immediately. But the next moment, he forced himself to take a deep breath and cage his fury behind cold reason. Quinn's teachings echoed in his mind. The angrier you are, the calmer you must bet turn your wrath into a blade. Alongside Kron, Gatto and Winnie were equally tense and on edge. Though the dead before them were strangers, they were still young girls of their kind. Anyone seeing such cruelty would feel murderous intent. Just as in the real world, even the cutest animal becomes terrifying once it harms a human. These goblins had committed atrocities far worse than just injuring someone. Kron whispered, "Keep moving forward." Gatto and Winnie silently nodded and followed closely. Deeper into the cave, the bodies multiplied. Each scene of brutality pushed their tolerance further. Kron's fists clenched repeatedly until his knuckles whitened, his fury roaring inside but tightly restrained. Finally, the three stopped at a dark fork in the passage. Kron's voice dropped cold and deadly. "Found it. Yaga." A goblin howled as it lunged from the shadows. Before it reached Kron's face, a hand like an iron claw snatched at midair. The crushing force made its bones crack and shatter in tiny snaps. Crack, crack, relentless. The goblin screamed in desperation, eyes filled with terror, as its body was twisted and compressed in Kron's grip. Bang! A flash of white lightning erupted, and the creature's body exploded on the spot, blood, flesh, and bone scattering. Witnessing this, the surrounding goblins froze in place, trembling with fear. In their eyes, Kron was no different from a ruthless monster. Kron didn't pause. His lightning form activated. He became a charged blur rushing into the enemies. His thunder flash blades sliced through wave after wave of goblins, blood mist rising, limbs flying. None could withstand a single full-strength strike. The scene resembled a hellish battlefield. Winnie and Gatto were just as bloodthirsty, following Kron into the frenzy of slaughter. Only when a piercing, harsh roar tore through the cave's echoes did they stop, turning alertly toward the sound. The scream came from a figure far taller than an ordinary goblin, about 2 meters tall, near the size of a giant goblin. But unlike the bulky giant goblins, this one had long, thin limbs. His build wasn't bulky either. He looked agile at first glance. This guy wielded a very long iron spear and even wore leather armor. Dark brown blood seeped through the seams of the armor, accompanied by a menacing aura that instantly set off alarms in Kron's mind. This guy was not someone to mess with. The mutated goblin glanced at the scattered body parts on the ground, emitting a hoarse, guttural screech before launching with explosive force like a charging war chariot straight ahead. Gatto, who was closest, became the first target. Kron's eyelids twitched. Its speed was almost equal to his own full-speed dash. For such a massive figure to maintain that kind of explosive power was terrifying. Gatto hadn't expected the enemy to close the distance in the blink of an eye, and quickly raised his long spear to defend. Just before the iron spear was about to pierce his chest, the mutated goblin's wrist twitched. The once straight thrust spear tip suddenly slammed downward, turning the strike into a heavy chop, like an iron rod smashing down. Gatto's gaze sharpened as he forced himself to find the best point to absorb the impact, gripping the spear with both hands and lifting it upward. Bang! The magical spear bent sharply under the tremendous force, almost snapping, but its exceptional craftsmanship held firm and instantly rebounded. The counterforce drove Gatto to his knees with a crunching sound, the clear snap of fractured bones. If had been a moment slower, he'd be dead. Kron's heart tightened as he sped across the battlefield. At that instant, the mutated goblin's cold, flashing eyes locked onto the kneeling Gatto. Raising its iron spear high, it prepared to finish the job. Hum! A black moonblade sliced through the air. The mutated goblin instinctively dodged sideways but was still grazed by the blade, tearing through leather armor and flesh. A deep, bone-exposing gash ripped across its right shoulder, nearly severing the entire arm. Crack! Writhing in sharp pain, it clutched its bloodied arm and roared. That fleeting moment of hesitation was all Kron needed. He charged forward, sword tip striking toward the throat like a viper. The mutated goblin again narrowly tilted its head to evade by pure instinct, but the blade still slashed the side of its throat, showering a gush of rank blood. Anger and survival instinct instantly drowned out the pain. Like a madman, it wielded its spear in a furious assault. Though Kron's speed gave him an edge, he could not dodge every attack and had to meet the blows heat in with his sword. Clang! The clash of metal rang like a sonic boom. Kron staggered back, his arm tingling from the force. Since entering the battlefield, he had never encountered such terrifying brute strength. His opponent's power rivaled that of a giant goblin. The mutated goblin, shocked that its full-strength strike had been blocked, let out a sudden stunned roar, a flicker of disbelief flashing in its eyes. But the next moment, it snapped back, its killing intent intensifying. Spears spinning wildly, it aimed to tear apart this stubborn rock in front of it. This fellow was far too dangerous and had to be taken down. The more Kron fought against the mutated goblin, the more astonished he became, not just because the opponent shared his own incredibly high stats, but because this guy was surprisingly clever, even echoing moves from several martial arts styles in his attacks. The relentless barrage of spear thrusts left hardly a gap, and Kron could almost hear the sharp whistle of air being sliced as he searched for weaknesses. Time and again, his sword light grazed the spear's edge with a cold flash, countering with precise riposts. Meanwhile, Gato struggled to push himself off the ground. His legs were stained with blood from fresh wounds, his strength severely diminished, making even fighting ordinary goblins a tough challenge. In mere breaths, he managed to kill 2 goblins, only to be stabbed painfully in the back by a rusty blade as he turned. Fortunately, the blade wasn't sharp enough to do more than leave a bleeding gash. Gato retaliated swiftly, thrusting his spear through the assailant's chest and pinning the goblin to the ground. The remaining goblins immediately smelled an easy target and charged with shrill cries. High above, Winnie spotted Gato in danger and dived decisively. A flash of cold light swept across the attackers, dropping the goblins instantly. She had originally intended to aid Kron directly, but quickly realized they were locked in such close combat that her wide-ranging attacks risked hitting Kron by mistake. So instead, she focused on protecting Gato for the moment. Even so, with new and old wounds piling up, Gato's breathing grew heavier and more labored by the second. How much longer he could hold out was anyone's guess. At the heart of the battle, Kron and the mutated goblin's duel had reached a fever pitch. The violent clashing had already bent the goblin's spear, which threatened to snap at any moment. But the creature ignored its weapon's condition, its fury mounting, eyes burning with murderous intent to tear apart the one who dared challenge it. Kron, meanwhile, only thrived. The only fights to truly stir his passion were life-or-death struggles against equally matched foes. Spear tips grazed his chest repeatedly, nearly piercing his armor. His sword continuously carved bloody lines into the goblin's dark green skin. As the goblin lost control, its once disciplined assault descended into wild, furious roars of brute force. Meanwhile, Kron's rising excitement sharpened his focus. His movements were as precise and lethal as a tightly drawn bowstring ready to snap. If Kuei were watching nearby, he would notice Kron's swordsmanship improving by leaps and bounds. Kron had never formally trained in sword techniques. Windstorm sword style didn't count. He only used the sword moves that came with the thunder summoning art, yet his skills visibly refined with every exchange. If he commanded a genuine thunder element sword technique, his progress today might have multiplied several times over. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, Kron sensed his opponent's strength waning. He scanned the battlefield again and saw the mutated goblin covered in wounds, its green blood pooling thickly on the ground. Its eyes were heavy with exhaustion, and its movements slowed noticeably. The moment had arrived. With a pfut sound, a flash of cold lightning pierced through the goblin's heart. Its assault abruptly ceased as its massive body froze in a shudder. Kron followed through with a powerful pull of his flash thunder sword, spraying blood as he stepped forward firmly. The goblin staggered back in disbelief, clutching its chest, its gaze dimming rapidly as the world crumbled into darkness before its eyes. A soft tearing sound. Kron showed no mercy as he strode forward and plunged his sword straight through the mutated goblin's throat. The deformed creature immediately ceased breathing. He didn't choose to decapitate it because mutated goblins contained highly valuable medicinal properties. They were prized ingredients for potent potions. Taking this mutated goblin along with the 3 massive regular goblins back with them would surely earn them plenty of points. His eyes scanned the scattered corpses littering the lair's floor. Goblin remains were everywhere, but the fight was not over yet. Out of the corner of his eye, Kron spotted a few small goblins curled up trembling in a corner. A flash of memory from the game Goblin Slayer appeared in his mind. How did the protagonist handle this situation? As he pondered, Kron raised his sword and repeatedly stabbed the small goblins, as if skewering meat. Thick, green blood splattered out while the tiny creatures let out pitiful cries that stirred no pity in him. He gripped the hilt tightly, recalling how cold and ruthless the hero had been. Only those goblins too afraid to show themselves in public deserved to be called good goblins. At last, Kron and his group cleared the entire goblin nest. After finishing the slaughter, they searched carefully and indeed found a few surviving girls hidden in dark corners. Each looked dazed, their clothes tattered, clearly having endured terrible torment. Faced with this scene, Kron felt momentarily at a loss, but cautiously asked, "Do you want to get out of here?" 2 of the girls heard his voice and painfully turned their heads. Recognizing humans, tears immediately welled up in their eyes. The others remained silent, as if their minds had been broken, trapped in a long, vacant stupor. Sighing, Kron ordered them all to be taken along, while leaving the rest to decide their own futures. Soon, The three of them carried the mutated goblin's corpse and escorted 6 surviving girls as they stepped out of the grim lair. Meanwhile, outside, Saga, who was keeping watch, sensed movement and quickly looked toward the nest's entrance. Her gaze fell on the dead bodies of 2 wild beasts clearly. She had been no idle bystander here either, which helped ease her anxiety. However, when she turned to Gato, she froze. His entire body was stained with dark blood. His own and his injuries were so severe that he limped painfully with each step. Though Kron also bore wounds, he was still in relatively good shape, and Winnie was almost unharmed thanks to her agility. Compared to them, the rescued girls looked utterly miserable. As dusk settled, it was clear they couldn't travel through the night in their current condition. Kron suggested, "Let's spend the night here." Both Saga and Winnie nodded in agreement. Despite his pain, Gato made no objection. This life had been saved by Kron, so following him was his only choice. Upon hearing they would spend the night right at the goblin nest's entrance, the 2 girls who still retained some awareness showed frightened expressions. Kron quickly reassured them, "Don't be afraid. All the goblins are dead. It's safe now. Get some rest tonight." Under the thick veil of night outside the lair, the group rested on the blood-stained ground, caught between exhaustion and lingering tension as they waited for the dawn of a new day. Instinctively, they listened to Kellen's words. Kellen bent down and scattered a circle of pungent powder on the damp grass. The fine white granules quickly dispersed in the night breeze, filling the air with a scent that repelled snakes and insects. Wiping sweat from his palm, he pulled out the remaining bottles of basic healing potions from his pouch and walked straight over to Gato. "Lie still. I'm going to treat your wounds," he said quietly. Gato stiffened, his eyes fixed on the valuable potions in Kellen's hand. "You're hurt too. Use these on yourself first. Don't argue." Kellen's tone left no room for debate. He twisted off a bottle cap, and the bright green liquid poured over the mangled flesh. Gato gasped sharply, his body jolting like he'd been shocked. The burning sting of the potion seeped into the torn tissue, pain breaking out in sweat on his brow. Still, he gritted his teeth and held back any sound. "Bear with it," Kellen said calmly, without a trace of hesitation. Gato's voice trembled, but he stayed strong. One bottle, then another, until every last drop was squeezed out. The wound finally began to close, the bleeding slowing. Kellen tore off a clean strip of cloth and quickly bandaged Gato's injury. The knot tied firm, but not too tight, clearly done by someone experienced in treating trauma. Gato gave no thanks, just lowered his eyes, imprinting the past 2 days deep into his memory. This life now belonged to Kellen. If the day ever came when Kellen asked him to die, he wouldn't even blink. That's the way it is for those born poor. Having suffered so much, a single act of true kindness is remembered for a lifetime. After tending to Gato, Kellen turned to the huddled girls. Comforting others wasn't exactly his strength, so he chose the most straightforward approach: fill their stomachs. To him, the worst pain wasn't the whipping, but the gnawing hunger. He pulled out a few pieces of clean white bread and handed them to the girls. "Eat something. It'll help you feel better." The scent of wheat mingled with the grass reached their noses. One girl timidly looked up and briefly met Kellen's gaze. As if pushed by an unseen force, she reached out and took the bread, nibbling hesitantly. The soft texture touched her tongue, and suddenly her jaws lost control. She began devouring it greedily. But by the third bite, spasms tore through her stomach, and she bent over, vomiting the half-chewed bread onto the grass. Since being trafficked, they had barely eaten anything and endured inhumane torture. Their bodies were pushed to the limit, making sudden food intake unbearable. The breadcrumbs mixed with acid dropped on the ground, and she stared blankly, tears streaming down her face. Why did this happen? Why was life so cruel? Was she born to suffer? "Don't cry. Crying will attract the monsters." Kellen's cold warning snapped her out of her thoughts. She froze, surprised the boy who gave her food would stop her so harshly. "Besides, crying won't solve anything," Kellen added in an even tone. "Things are serious. No time for tears." Though his attitude was matter-of-fact, the girl sensed an indescribable sadness beneath his flat voice. In that moment, she felt an unlikely connection with Kellen. Perhaps this seemingly distant Viscount had also trudged through similar mud? The thought seemed absurd, yet she couldn't shake the strong intuition whispering that he understood. She just had that feeling. Before coming to the King's Academy, the Viscount seemed to have been just a commoner. When food was scarce, she knew all too well how cruel ordinary people could be in their desperate fight for scraps. She swallowed back the tears welling up in her eyes, bowed her head, and broke the hard, dry bread into small pieces to eat. The girl beside her, who still retained some semblance of reason, sat silently with a vacant gaze, her thoughts a turbulent mystery. As night deepened, the campfire dwindled to scattered embers, and the chorus of insects filled the forest, yet no one dared close their eyes. It wasn't until midnight that, "Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 agility attribute point." The familiar mechanical voice flashed through Kalan's mind. He barely moved a finger, too fatigued even to lift his eyelids, his thoughts still on the safety of his companions. That night dragged on longer than he had imagined. Though it wasn't their first night camping outdoors, the atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone. Nerves stretched taut as they fought off overwhelming drowsiness. Finally, as dawn broke, they all released like a drawn bowstring, slumping through the sinister forest toward the east. By the time they returned to the village, it was already midday. Dust swirled from hurried footsteps at the entrance. Upon seeing Klan accompanied by 6 girls, some villagers rushed out in excitement, clutching their children tightly with tears and cheers mingling. But when they caught sight of the vacant looks on the girls' faces, the joy on many of their faces abruptly faded. More villagers searched desperately but failed to find their beloved ones, bowing their heads in silent disappointment. "Thank you all so much." Truly, the village chief approached, his voice choked with emotion. Halfway through his words, he noticed Gato wrapped in bandages and froze. "You're just a few wounds." "It's nothing," Gato said quietly, gripping the edges of his wheelchair. The village chief immediately understood and hurriedly bowed in invitation. "Please, if you don't mind, rest at my home. Let us properly host you all." "That would be good." Klan did not decline. They were all utterly exhausted. Several strong villagers stepped forward, helping carry the group toward the chief's house. After a simple freshening up, Klan washed away the grime with warm water and collapsed near a wooden basin, falling into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sunlight outside was strong. It was already noon the next day. After nearly a full day's slumber, his body ached and his mind felt foggy. He propped himself up and checked his status panel. His constitution and strength had both increased slightly. After confirming with the chief that had only slept 1 day, Klan realized these improvements had come as a result of the fierce battle the night before. Saha and the others had woken earlier, tired but nowhere near as drained as Klan. As for Gato, it was only now that they noticed he was seated in a wooden wheelchair, his legs wrapped in white bandages. On this continent, where humans had extraordinary physiques, a month of rest might be enough for him to stand again. "Sir, lunch is ready. We also handled the goblin corpses as you instructed to make them easier to bring along," the village chief reported respectfully as he entered the yard carrying a steaming pot of stew. Klan nodded. "We don't need the ordinary goblin corpses, just the giant and mutant ones." Hearing this, the chief's face lit up with a smile. Ordinary goblins, once dried, could be used medicinally and sold for a good price, bringing a rare source of income to the village. So even these goblin bodies would contribute to the village's earnings. Klan and the others followed their hosts to a dining table laden with a lavish spread, a large slab of roasted meat, a big pot of hearty broth, and plenty of vegetables and fruit. They knew well how desperate things were in Omu village. This amount of food could feed the entire village for days under normal circumstances. Saga, Winnie, and Gato stood hesitantly by the table, their eyes shifting between the food and the villagers. Klan, however, wasted no time. He pulled out a chair without ceremony, grabbed a knife and fork, and dug in heartily. The exhaustion and hunger from their bloody journey seemed to vanish the moment the hot broth touched his lips. He ate with satisfaction, showing his gratitude through action for the villagers' wholehearted hospitality. Besides, those goblin corpses piled on the ground, once sold, would bring the village sudden wealth more than enough to repay this generosity. Seeing Klan's boldness, Winnie and the others exchanged looks before finally sitting down and eating as well. The village chief watched nearby, eyes narrow with relief and gratitude. For these lifesavers to accept even their humble fare was the greatest acknowledgement the villagers could hope for. After the meal, the wooden bowls were empty and not a scrap of meat remained on the bones. Klan wiped his mouth and looked up. "We've been out here long enough. It's time to head back." Won't you stay a couple more days?" "Your wounds haven't fully healed," the chief quickly pleaded. "We have other matters to attend to," Klan replied calmly but resolutely. The chief nodded solemnly and bowed again. "If you ever need help, come to Omu village without hesitation. We may be poor, but we know how to provide food and shelter." "I've made a note of that," Klan smiled. "Just a heads up, we've got big appetites. Even if it bankrupts us, we'll make sure you're well fed." The chief laughed heartily. With pleasantries exchanged, they took their leave. The chief immediately ordered a sturdy donkey cart prepared. Almost the entire village came to see them off, including the 2 girls who not long ago had almost lost hope but now held a newfound spark of survival in their eyes. To live on was a blessing after all. The donkey cart creaked forward, carrying the group along with tightly wrapped bundles of goblin corpses, gradually shrinking to tiny dots at the village entrance. Once the villagers returned, new work began disposing of the bodies, inventorying provisions, and planning for the future. Though the monstrous creatures were dead, they had unexpectedly handed the village a chance to start anew. Inside the cart, Klan reclined on the hay, the gray-green body stacked on one side. Yet he looked almost like he was sunbathing, eyes half closed as he gently rocked with the cart. The driver glanced back at his relaxed posture and felt a strange lightness in his own heart. Winnie sat hugging her knees, staring blankly at the goblin bundles. Quietly, she asked, "Klan, do you think we'll keep running into things like this in the future?" Images of the nest scene haunted her, the blinding bloodshed as Gato was nearly torn apart by the mutated goblin. The fear still burned in her chest. Most likely, Klan answered with the calmness of discussing the weather. Winnie was silent for a moment, biting her lip. Then do you think we might die like that one day? Probably, Klan said without hesitation. Then what can we do to avoid dying? Get strong enough. As long as you're strong enough, the chances of that happening drop drastically. Kron barely gave any thought as he casually answered Winnie's questions, almost as if he were humoring a child. Strong enough, got it. Kron, I promise you'll become really powerful someday. I won't let any of you die, Winnie said solemnly. Kron chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. All right then, looks like Winnie's the one who's going to protect us from now on. Saga and Gato exchanged glances and smiled as well. At that moment, Winnie felt like an inexplicable healing force, quietly lifting the exhaustion from the three of them along the way. The return trip was calm and uneventful. When they reached St. Light City, Kron's status allowed them to enter the city gates with almost no inspection. Their donkey cart rolled along the cobblestone road until they stopped behind the church's side entrance. Together, they dragged the 4 goblin corpses down and carried them to the recycling station inside the church. The recycling station was located at the end of a stone arcade, where the air was thick with the smell of potions and decaying flesh. As they stepped in, a young man approached. His face was cold and expressionless, and despite walking, he seemed devoid of any life at all. Bringing bodies for recycling? He asked in a low voice. Yes, these are our spoils, Kron said, pointing to the 3 giant goblins and the mutated goblin warrior. The youth scanned the bodies calmly. 3 large goblins and 1 goblin warrior, all dead about 2 days. Preservation is average, so there will be a discount. Kron nodded. They hadn't taken special care, just wrapped the corpses hurriedly in sackcloth and straw. Let me do a dissection evaluation, the youth said, drawing a gleaming long blade that looked sharp enough to slice the air itself. Following muscle lines, he made neat incisions and quickly dismantled the bodies one by one. In no time, the 4 goblins were sorted and piled on the table. The young man wiped the back of his blade and looked up. You're lucky, no signs of rot. The goblin warrior's magic crystal is close to evolving, making it worth much more than usual. The giant goblins score 19, 15, and 17 points respectively. The warrior scores 139 points, totaling 190 points. This price is higher than other recycling stations. Elsewhere, it would be lower. Deal, Kron said without hesitation, just wanted to rest soon. After the points were credited, the group went to the mission management office to turn in the commission. The task rewarded 200 points, plus the 190 from recycling, totaling 390 points to be divided among the 4. Before Kron could speak, Gato offered a distribution suggestion. Kron did most of the work on this mission. Without him, we couldn't have succeeded. He should get 85, and the other 3 split 5 each. Winnie nodded without hesitation. It mattered most that Kron was happy. Saga, who had stood guard outside the lair, felt guilty and looked at the severely injured Gato with self-reproach. She didn't even want to claim her own share of the reward. When the 3 of them proposed such a ridiculous plan, Kron froze for a moment and quickly refused, mainly because with that little money, the costs wouldn't even be covered. No way, your plan is too absurd. I want about 60, he declared immediately. 60% is too little, Gato retorted with a frown. The 2 sides argued back and forth for a while, voices rising and falling, until finally everyone reached a compromise. Kron would take 70 of the points, exactly 280 points, and the other 3 would split the remaining 30. Kron had no objections. He had contributed the most to this operation and naturally deserved the biggest share. The number was actually higher than the 60 he had originally estimated, which caught him a little off guard, but it was nothing serious. After all, he had invested a lot before setting out, while Saga and the others only gained a handful of points. Considering the time and risks, they had barely made a profit. Still, they had gone through a life-or-death test and matured because of it. Whether they truly profited or suffered losses was something only they themselves could fully grasp. With the distribution settled, Kron headed straight home. The door creaked open, and the maid Milia stood there. At first, she was startled, but then her eyes lit up like burning candles. Master, you're finally back. Get me something to eat and heat some water for a bath. They'll rest for a bit, first wake me when it's ready. Yes, sir. Having said that, he tossed off his cloak and flopped onto the soft bed. His strength had long since recovered, but the familiar sense and warmth of home made him want to just lie down and relax. True to form, Milia was efficient. Within an hour, a delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Master, the meal is ready. You may dine. All right. Kron rose slowly, sat at the table, and grabbed a golden, fragrant roasted chicken leg. He bit into it heartily. The familiar salty taste smoothed out his frown completely, wrapping him in a comforting warmth. If only days like this could last forever, thought quietly. Milia, seeing her master eat so happily, wore a satisfied smile. This was the truest praise of her cooking. After the meal, the steaming wooden tub was prepared. After a quick rinse, Kron returned to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Congratulations, host, Your charisma attribute has increased by 1. The system's prompt echoed deep inside his mind, raising his charisma stat to 78. But this time, he didn't even try to open his eyes. The long-awaited peace was far more precious than any attribute. The next morning at dawn, Kron rose as usual and headed to Quinn's house for sword training. The morning mist lingered in the courtyard. Quinn was polishing his long sword, and when he saw Kron's figure, a faint smile appeared on his face. From a distance, Paji watched this and thought to herself, in the few days Kron hadn't come, Quinn's face was as long as if someone owed him a huge debt. Now the moment Kron arrives, everything's changed. Men really are fickle. Quinn sheathed his sword and walked over casually. You're back. Yeah, Kron nodded. How was the training trip? Did you encounter anything unusual? There were some problems. 1 goblin warrior plus 3 large goblins gave us quite a tough fight, Kron replied. At the words goblin warrior and large goblins, Quinn's expression instantly grew serious. Did you get hurt? I'm basically fine, but some teammates were badly injured. They're probably still recovering now. Glad to hear that. The two walked side by side toward the training ground. Morning light filtered through the treetops, shimmering on the blade like quicksilver. Kron raised his hand and began his daily basic sword practice. Actually, the moment he heard the words, Goblin Warrior, he immediately wanted to check on Kellen's condition, to see if he had any wounds. He knew all too well the combat power of that kind of monster when faced head-on. It was almost on the same level as Kellen is now. But he forced himself to suppress the instinctive urge. If he rashly examined Kellen's injuries now, it would not only show his own anxiety, but also disrupt Kellen's focus. That concern was far from unnecessary. Most adventurers, when facing monsters, tend to be overwhelmed by the creature's wild savagery and can't perform at their best. So, except in coordinated team efforts, it's nearly impossible to kill a monster of equal rank alone. Those who can solo slay monsters of the same tier in actual combat are almost always experienced veterans. Yet Kellen achieved this feat on his very first mission. He'll continue training then, Kellen said briefly, excusing himself. All right, Quinn nodded, letting him carry on swinging his sword. In the courtyard, the sound of wind slicing through the air accompanied Kellen as he repeated basic moves over and over. His boda's fluidity and explosive power visibly improved. Quinn stood nearby, feeling a mix of emotions. His guidance was still useful, but no longer enough to fully unlock Kellen's potential. As a teacher, he was becoming the bottleneck to his pupils' growth. Whether to stay or step aside, the answer was becoming clearer. A sting of sadness welled up inside him at the thought. When training was over, Quinn called Kellen aside. Kellen, there's something I want to tell you. What is it, Mr. Quinn? You've grown a lot. Going forward, my instruction will be of limited help. I plan to introduce you to a new teacher. The unexpected news made Kellen pause, about to reply when Quinn added, he may not be the strongest of his rank, but he's definitely the best fit for you. Just that his lessons are a bit pricey. That's fine. Cost isn't an issue, Kellen said, sensing Quinn's firm decision to send him on his way. Better to accept than delay. Quinn paused then smiled with relief. That's right. If you want to get stronger, you have to be decisive, not held back by useless attachments. He spoke solemnly. I plan to talk to that teacher about your situation tomorrow. You should head home today and prepare. Okay. But after returning to his lodgings, Kellen didn't rest as instructed. Instead, he went straight to the equipment area in the guild's backyard and rented the simplest forge room. He had already asked all the theoretical questions he could. What he lacked most now was practical experience. Today, he intended to forge his first weapon with his own hands. Renting the forge required points, so he chose the cheapest room available. It cost just 2 points per day. The environment here was harsh, as this was a shared forge room with many workers. The moment Kellen's boot crossed the threshold, a wave of intense heat slammed into him. 20 forges roared simultaneously, the flickering flames mixing with the ringing clang of hammers striking metal. Even with the large door wide open, the heat was enough to make breathing difficult. Although Kellen had mentally prepared for it, he still squinted briefly against the scorching air before stepping through the crowd. He quickly made his way to his reserved forge station and pulled out the iron, ore, and charcoal he had brought. The forge room only supplied the furnace and hammer. All other materials had to be provided by the user. Anyone who accidentally damaged the shared equipment faced steep compensation fees. Compared to potion making, forging was considered a more budget-friendly side profession, but reaching the top tier of skill was no easier than mastering alchemy. For most ordinary students, however, forging remained a feasible path with good rewards. Kellen tossed a high-quality iron ore he had purchased for 5 copper coins into the fire. Regular or cost only 1 coin, but this piece was better quality. By adding a few different metals and carefully controlling the process, it was possible to forge weapons of the fine grade. For his first attempt, he brought 2 kinds of ore, aiming to reach that fine level, a mark of confidence in his own talent. In a short time, the ore glowed bright red. Kellen grabbed his tongs, pulled the heated metal from the furnace, and set it upon the anvil, where his hammer came down sharply. The clear, resonant clang rang out, drawing the attention of nearby smiths. From the rhythm and tone alone, They could tell he was a skilled craftsman. So many paused their work to treat this forging session like a free class they could observe during their rented furnace time. As more onlookers gathered, Kellen remained focused and composed. Crafting fine weapons was much more complex than ordinary arms. Impurities in each metal had to be hammered out completely before they could be fused together by reheating in the fire. Then special forging techniques were used to repeatedly shape and refine the pisol at precise temperatures. Once the form was set, the weapon had to be quenched in water or an expensive special forging liquid, since in this world's high-end weapons burned so hot that ordinary oils vaporized instantly, making normal tempering impossible. Finally came the finishing touches. Every groove and edge affected the weapon's final grade. Kellen moved with smooth, effortless precision. His hammer strokes were like wind, and controlled sparks flew as he worked. As the ore's temperature slowly dropped, he instinctively returned it to the furnace. When the fire's glow spread evenly over the metal again and it reached the right heat, he would take it back out to continue forging, removing impurities step by step. Kron repeated the purification process 3 times before finally removing all the impurities. In this world, the higher the grade of the ore, the harder it is to refine, and high-grade materials test both a smith's skill and patience. He paused briefly, then turned to the material rack to take out a second Urea black thunder iron stone. This iron ore had been struck by heavenly lightning, leaving faint traces of lightning energy deep within its veins, giving it a color like dark gold. Kron placed the ore into the blazing forge. Instantly, the coal fire lost some heat to the thunder iron stone. He quickly scattered a small amount of finely ground earth element powder to stabilize the furnace pressure and prevent a sudden explosion. Once the heat stabilized, he picked up the iron tongs and moved the thunder iron stone to the center of the fire for continuous heating. When the core of the ore glowed red hot, he began removing impurities just like before. Sparks flew as his hammer struck repeatedly, the clangs gradually changing from heavy to crisp. After only 2 or 3 rounds, his movements noticeably sped up. After 3 full cycles, the thunder iron stone finally looked as pure as new. He put both pure metals into a thick-walled iron container. The furnace flames engulfed it, quickly turning the container bright white hot, while the metals inside slowly fused together. This stage took half an hour, during which Kron stayed by the forge, adjusting the bellows and temperature as needed. When the container glowed red, he used tongs to pull it out. While still scorching hot, he followed the steps his mentors had demonstrated repeatedly for separating the container's outer shell. He wedged a nail into the container's seam and gave a light tap. The iron skin separated easily from the alloy inside. Without hesitation, he peeled off the remaining shell and set the molten alloy billet onto the anvil to begin shaping. Hammer strikes flashed and sparks flew, the entire process so smooth that the watching apprentices thought Kron must have already endured dozens of forges. He chose to craft a one-handed sword, his specialty. Kron wasn't just learning smithing for practice. He intended to forge a reliable weapon for himself in the future. While he would try other weapons, the sword was his main focus to master deeply. Controlling his pace, Kron shaped the sword's rough form in less than 15 minutes. If Gang Lasawa had been standing nearby, he probably would have been speechless. Kron's first proper forging had nearly reached his level. With all the complex preliminary steps done, Kron took a deep breath and prepared for the critical water quenching. Clamping the sword's hilt with tongs, he approached a cooling water trough already prepared. Unnoticed, the apprentices around him quietly put down their tasks and gathered, holding their breath and silently praying for success. Holding his breath, Kron plunged the glowing red sword billet into the water. Sizzle! Boiling steam roared as white mist instantly enveloped the sword. Everyone stared intently at the water's surface, fearing any cracks might appear. After several moments, the blade emerged intact. The quenching succeeded. The thunder iron and refined iron had fused perfectly, a faint crackling lightning glow streaking along the blade's ridge. Kron's first forge was complete. Next came decoration and wrapping, the handle relatively simple tasks for him. Only by 10 p.m. did he finish securely tying the final loop of leather cord. Kron raised the sword for a test swing. A flash of cold light, and the wooden stake nearby was easily cut in two. The blade was sharp, the sword resilient, and its weight and balance perfectly suited to his habits. By quality, it was definitely an exceptional weapon and among the best of its grade. At that moment, Kron truly felt for the first time that he really did have the talent for forging. Although forging isn't particularly difficult, most people need several, sometimes more than a dozen attempts before they can produce even an ordinary quality weapon. But Karen completed the entire process on his very first try and forged a finely crafted one-handed sword of above-average quality. If that's not talent, then talent simply doesn't exist. Thinking this, he allowed himself a rare, slight smile, though the hint of pride quickly faded. There was still much to be done. High-quality weapons themselves weren't especially rare nor particularly expensive. To save time, he didn't plan to set up a stall to find buyers. Instead, he headed straight to the guild's weapon recycling point. Under a simple iron shed, a young man of about 27 or 28 was at the registration desk. Seeing Karen approach, he glanced up with a casual tone. Recycling weapons? Yes. Karen nodded and casually handed over the freshly forged sword, still warm at the hilt, with no intention of keeping it as a souvenir. The youth had assumed this was just a newcomer, until his eyes caught the silver-edged Viscount's medal on Curran's chest and noticed the pattern on the blade. His expression froze slightly. The recycling point was usually crowded with failed ingots and shoddily made, ordinary weapons. It was rare to see anyone bringing in a quality piece like this. May I examine it? He asked more politely. Go ahead. Karen handed the sword over. The young man turned the blade over in his hands, the light shifting over its surface revealing a subtle glint of coldness beneath the metal. Even among fine weapons, this was truly impressive. Quickly, he estimated the value. The market price for similar weapons ranged from 50 to 100 points, and the guild paid out 90 of that as a recycling fee. 75 points. Acceptable? He finally looked up with an offer. Karen raised an eyebrow, surprised. He hadn't expected the buyback price to be this high. If his forging skills improved further, even making a few weapons like this each day could easily earn him several hundred points. Earning extra money on the side was more straightforward than he had imagined. Perhaps he should invest more effort on that path, he thought quietly. Seeing Karen hesitate, the young man inwardly worried. Had he set the price too low? But 90 was already the maximum. Fine. Karen brought himself back and nodded decisively. The youth exhaled in relief and immediately transferred 75 points to Curran's account on the terminal. This time, the forging materials and venue cost him 13 points and took a full day, netting a profit of 63 points. Not bad, plus a big boost in experience. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 spirit attribute point today. The system's mechanical, clear notification echoed in his mind, confirming the accomplishment. The next morning, Karen arrived at Queen's estate as agreed. Just as he knocked, the polite, composed middle-aged butler appeared to welcome him. A complex look flickered in Queen's eyes. Today marked the day this young man would bid farewell and follow a new mentor. Let's go now. He's already waiting. Queen adjusted his sleeves in a calm tone. Understood, Mr. Queen. Karen replied gravely and followed him outside. He knew well that securing good teachers wasn't just a matter of paying tuition fees. They also had to see if the teachers were free, since many people kept a close watch on the many free moment would be snapped up instantly. The academy had even spawned a special course snatching profession. Students who managed to grab a spot would immediately resell it at a high price, making a fortune with lightning-fast reflexes. To attend classes taught by top instructors, you usually had to book well in advance and also act according to the teacher's mood. Without a personal recommendation, it was nearly impossible to win their favor. The step had become almost mandatory. Quinn led Kron down a long corridor deep within the church. Their footsteps echoed on the stone floor. After a short walk, they stopped before a wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The voice inside was calm and steady, as if already expecting them. Quinn pushed the door open, and Kron followed him inside. Before them lay a spacious training hall. Swords, daggers, heavy axes, and other weapons were neatly arranged along all 4 walls, their cold glints shining under the dim light. Other than that, the room was bare. In the center stood a young man, motionless. He said nothing, but simply standing there gave off a mountain-like pressure. Kron instinctively held his breath, feeling as if a sharp sword was always pointed at him, the intense aura pressing so hard it made his skin ache, almost causing him to forget the youth's face. Quinn glanced at him with reverence, but forced himself to speak. Master Wendell, as agreed, I have brought the boy here. The young man Wendell slowly opened his eyes. His deep purple pupils shimmered like stars in the night sky. His expression was calm, but his gaze was sharp enough to pierce through bone and blood. Kron's back instinctively stiffened, as if all his secrets had been laid bare by a single glance. Wendell nodded slightly. Good, you may leave now. Understood, Master Wendell. Quinn nodded in reply and stepped back, giving Kron a meaningful look before he left. Oh well. Kron nodded gravely. The door closed behind Quinn, and only the two of them remained in the vast hall. I heard from Quinn that you have strong talent in swordsmanship, but have yet to learn a systematic style. Wendell spoke. Kron answered in a low voice. I practiced my family's Gale sword style as a child, but that form doesn't suit me. I want to learn a thunder-based sword art, something that matches my own element. Is that so? Wendell's voice was soft, but carried a hint of expectation. Now strike me. Show me what you've got. Yes. Kron drew his flash thunder sword, arcs of light dancing along its blade. Despite the invisible pressure bearing down on him, he did not flinch even a bit. He faced his opponent like a sworn enemy, swinging with lethal precision aimed directly at Wendell's vital points. Wendell silently nodded to himself. Before a master swordsman like him, most people wouldn't dare attack even if they knew they'd remain unharmed. That Kron dared to strike without hesitation already proved he was superior to many others. The sword tip drew near, electric arcs crackling loudly. Just as the blade was about to pierce through, Wendell's fingers darted forward, aiming straight for Kron's brow. Though it was just 2 fingers, Kron felt as if he could vividly see them easily piercing through his own skull. Sweat beads as large as beans rolled down his temple, hitting the floor with soft little sounds. The two fingertips suddenly stopped less than a centimeter from his eyes, generating a sharp gust of air that made his eyelashes flutter. Kron's whole body went limp, as if all his strength had been drained, and then with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his chest rising and falling violently at that moment. He felt as if he had truly experienced death. Wendleton withdrew his fingers and looked down at the boy on the ground with a slight frown. Get up. He could tell Kron had some courage and a solid foundation, but he still fell short of the standard Wendleton had in mind. However, just as Quinn had said, this kid was definitely a promising talent. So he decided to offer a little guidance. I can teach you 3 lessons. What you learn from them depends entirely on yourself. All right, thank you, Master Wendleton. Kron immediately stood up straight, his tone betraying his excitement and reverence. He understood that although his swordsmanship talent scored a 10, far better than other areas, he was still vastly behind the true top geniuses. Falling behind was normal for now, but he would never let it last. One day, he vowed he would make all the geniuses who had ever studied at the academy bow before him. Wendleton nodded. Go back. Come to the tutoring room tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to today. Also, pick up a sword technique that uses the lightning element. Yes, sir. With that, Kron quickly took his leave. With these masters, a student could only follow their schedule. After leaving the training ground, he jogged all the way to the academy library. The sword techniques here were numerous and dazzling. Unlike the general books freely available downstairs, sword techniques on the second floor had to be purchased with points. Kron first spent 5 points to gain access to the second floor, then carefully searched along the entire row of shelves. Lightning element sword techniques were rare to begin with, and those truly suited to him were even fewer. After making a full round, he found a total of 19 lightning element sword manuals, 5 for two-handed swords, 3 for dual swords, and the remaining 11 were for one-handed swords. Luckily, one-handed swords were the most common, so he still had a decent selection. He flipped through each manual's introduction, quickly discarding those with unsuitable styles. In the end, only 3 remained. 1. Thunderstrike sword technique, incredible explosive power, with wide, sweeping moves, but extremely difficult to master. Most cannot become proficient. 2. Flash lightning sword technique, very fast, attacks like the wind, training difficulty is moderate, but the power is somewhat lacking. 3. Falling lightning sword technique, balanced speed and strength, not too hard to learn, but overall somewhat mediocre. Since he hadn't paid yet, he could only preview the first few pages of each manual's core content. After a rough look, he finally pocketed the Thunderstrike sword technique. Though it was the hardest, it also had the greatest potential. More importantly, when reading those initial pages, he didn't feel any difficulty. An indescribable sense of resonance quietly emerged. Though this sword technique was tough to train in, its upper limit was extremely high. As he turned the pages, he subtly sensed its rhythm and charm without strain. A thought rose in his mind. Perhaps, unexpectedly, this sword technique was truly the best fit for him. After finalizing his choice, Kellen took the swordsmanship manual to the counter. In the end, he spent 150 points to purchase this impressive sword technique. King's Academy was well known for its internal pricing. The same martial technique could cost well over 1,000 points outside, but here it was just a little over 100. Kellen silently thanked himself for seizing the opportunity. After paying, he carefully tucked the thin sword manual into his robe and hurried back to the dormitory, his steps quicker than usual. The street lamps inside the academy had only just turned on when Kellen opened the door to his room. Seeing him home so early, Milia looked up, her purple hair glowing softly in the firelight. Kellen usually trained at the practice field until late at night, so today's unusual early return caught her slightly off guard. In the past few days, taking advantage of Kellen's absence, Milia had immersed herself in experimenting with drinks in the kitchen. Every week, the academy sent a large basket of fresh fruit apples, peaches, green grapes brimming full. She noticed Kellen especially enjoyed fruit wine, so she carefully worked on different recipes: fermentation time, temperature, sweetness, all meticulously recorded in her little notebook. Welcome home, master. Are you hungry? Want to eat something first? She wiped the thin sweat off her forehead and smiled warmly as she approached him. No, I plan to train at home today. You do your thing. Kellen lifted the sword manual in his hand. All right, master. Milia nodded gently and returned to the kitchen. Behind the doorway curtain, the soft sound of chopping fruit resumed. Thinking of spending more time with Kellen kindled a tiny flame inside her heart, warming her from within. Meanwhile, in the grand cathedral, candlelight flickered. The pontiff leaned half against the armrest of his throne, listening with interest as his subordinate reported. Kellen just completed a drank task and acquired a new sword technique. Scouts report he's now capable of single-handedly taking down goblin warriors. He's growing fast. The pontiff tapped the armrest, but still far from enough. His gaze drifted to the closed training chamber in the distance that was where Saint Xin was secluded. In just a short time, Saint Xin seemed like a changed person, spending every day in high-intensity training with only one goal: to defeat Kellen. The pontiff's lips curled into a slight smile. If their next meeting ended with too large a gap, and Saint Exine crushed Kellen effortlessly, that boy might lose his fighting spirit. To keep both progressing, he decided to intervene and accelerate Kellen's growth. A plan quickly took shape, deepening the pontiff's smile. At this moment, Kellen was already standing in the training room, the wooden floor beneath him soaked in sweat. He had been swinging his sword for a full 4 hours, finally able to fully perform the Thunderstrike sword technique, but his movements still felt stiff, far from true mastery. The manual read, "Strike like lightning. The sword follows the heart." But as soon as he sped up, his body and sword form failed to synchronize. At this rate, he might not fully master it even by tomorrow. What would Wenin think if he came to him with half-learned swordsmanship? Kellen imagined the mentor's disappointed expression. His chest tightened painfully, and his breathing grew heavier. He took a deep breath and assumed his stance once more, his arm muscles taut like steel wires. Outside, Milia's brew quietly fermented. Far away, the pontiff's chess game had silently advanced. Thinking of this, Kellen's training grew all the more intense. Kellen had been training from morning until evening, now drenched in sweat. Drops trickled down his chin, hitting the ground in a steady rhythm, as if he had just been pulled from underwater. Nearby, Malia leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, her heart tightening. Kellen was already incredibly talented, yet he still pushed himself so hard her concern mixed with confusion. Several times she lifted her foot to remind him to eat, but seeing his focused expression, she swallowed the words back down. As night gradually enveloped the courtyard, Kellen's sword strikes never stopped until the clock neared midnight. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point in swordsmanship talent." A crisp notification burst in his mind, and a flicker of understanding lit Kellen's eyes. Moves that had puzzled him for so long suddenly clicked, the arc of his sword graceful and fluid, as if it had fused with the air itself. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Was he really relying on attribute points after all? Then he reasoned it was his own talent. Using it properly was only right. Besides, the point had landed exactly on swordsmanship talent, as if luck itself was carefully directing fate. Thinking this, his gaze drifted to the luck section of his attribute panel. Quietly, he muttered, "Are you behind this?" Once his mind settled, hunger crashed over him like a tide. Kellen turned to see Malia still watching him from nearby, and said, "Malia, I'm hungry. Is there any food?" "Yes, it's ready, master." The girl answered quickly and dashed to the kitchen. The insulated containers at home still held warmth. She just reheated the food slightly before bringing over a fragrant, generous meal. The moment the plate touched the table, Kellen couldn't wait any longer. His chopsticks darted around like lightning, his breath steaming with the warmth of the food. He was so hungry he felt faint. The taste tonight was especially delicious. Malia stood quietly nearby, smiling satisfied as she watched Kellen devour the meal. Every time he finished eating and praised her with a "well done," the feeling of being valued made her momentarily feel like his wife. "I'm full. It tastes great. I still have work to do, so you should rest too," Kellen said, wiping his mouth. "Yes." Malia nodded obediently and returned to her room. She was far less physically robust than Kellen. Only by taking good care of herself first could she better care for him. After a brief pause, Kellen opened a bottle of energy potion and drank it all in one go, then raised his sword again. 3 hours flew by as his swordplay evolved from simple chops to sweeping storms of strikes, each swing seeming to tear through the air and forcing labored breaths. On his attribute panel, new text appeared: Thunderstorm Sword Technique LV.1. He had broken through. Yet Kellen did not stop, swinging until dawn's faint light appeared. Only when he heard Malia's footsteps waking did he notice the horizon blanching with early light, the sun slowly rising. He had trained through the whole night, yet remained spirited and alert, with no sign of fatigue. While he put away his sword and began to rest, Malia hurried to prepare breakfast. Seizing a moment, she also heated water for his bath before busily getting the morning meal ready. After dinner, Kellen sank into the bathtub, savoring the tranquility of the moment as his body instantly relaxed. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally pushed open the bathroom door, dried off the steam, and changed into a stiff, freshly laundered white shirt and dark trousers. Master Wellington might not care about his apprentice's appearance, but Kellen always believed that being neat and presentable was the most basic respect a skilled martial artist owed. As agreed, he first headed to the classroom to confirm and book Master Wellington's lesson. Then he followed the stone path to the master's residence and, taking a deep breath, knocked on the door. "Come in," came the faint voice from inside. Pushing the door open, he saw exactly the same scene as yesterday: the spacious wooden training hall with Master Wellington standing upright in the center, hands clasped behind his back, as if he had never left. The dim overhead light cast a halo on the master's gray-white short hair, and his gaze remained as sharp as ever. Kellen met his steady look without flinching. "Good," Wellington nodded lightly. "Looks like you gained some insight last night. Well then, let's continue sparring." "Yes," Kellen answered with a low shout, toes tapping the ground. then suddenly lunged aggressively toward the master. Compared to yesterday, his attack was fiercer, his sword movements carrying a force that seemed intent on destruction. Yet the outcome was no different. Wellington stopped him effortlessly with 2 fingers pressed together, halting the blade just before Kellen's brow, causing Kellen to fall backward onto the floor. Wellington withdrew his hand. There's some improvement. The sword style you chose is Thunderstrike, is it not? Yes, Master Wellington, Kellen looked up and replied. Good choice. I once practiced it myself. It's one of the best sword arts accessible to you at this stage. Now, get up and demonstrate the full form for me. Yes. Kellen steadied himself, took a deep breath, and carefully performed the sequence. The swordplay was bold and sweeping, with a fierce wind howling from each strike, still imbued with that destructive sharpness. Wellington nodded approvingly as he watched. Not bad, you've grasped the basics in one day, which shows some talent. But you have a fair number of issues too. Please point them out. Master, Kellen said humbly. First, your physical condition is solid, rare for many. A robust body is the foundation. I assume you focus heavily on fundamental training. Kellen silently nodded. Apart from distributing his attribute points, his daily training volume far exceeded most. But your biggest flaw is your lack of connection with the sword itself. You practice to become stronger, which is correct, yet you have hardly tried to truly understand the sword in your hand. When you strike, you must engage your mind and feel it. If you can do that, much could change. To engage my mind and feel it. Kellen was momentarily perplexed, thinking the idea a bit abstract. Wellington saw his confusion. It's normal not to understand now. You have no innate sword talent, so cultivating your own sword spirit will be difficult. But remember, when you strike, try to truly sense the sword's presence. If not now, you will comprehend it someday. With that, the master folded his hands behind his back, seemingly done speaking. Kellen waited a moment, hearing no further guidance, and felt stunned. That's it? Weren't there supposed to be 3 lessons? This seemed too uncommitted. Noticing Kellen's stare, Wellington raised an eyebrow. What, still questions? Kellen straightened up. Master Wellington, I would like you to demonstrate the Thunderstrike sword style before me. Hearing Kellen's words, Wilton was a bit surprised. Usually, once he announced that the lesson was over, no one dared to speak again. Yet here the boy was, boldly asking him to demonstrate the sword technique personally. That kind of courage made Wilton raise an eyebrow. Still, when he caught the fiery eagerness burning in Kellen's eyes, a hint of admiration stirred deep within him. After all, learning the sword meant embracing an unyielding spirit and fearless determination. Very well, they'll show you a demonstration. He nodded, his tone calm yet approving. The agreement from the previous 3 lessons still stands. You're on the right path now. Whenever you hit a real bottleneck, come find me. His words were not an attempt to brush Kellen off. Wilton genuinely hadn't expected the boy to grasp the basics of this sword style overnight. Had originally planned to guide him a little more, but now it seemed unnecessary. Understood, Kellen responded firmly, feeling reassured. If even Wilton said his technique was sound, all he had to do was keep practicing step by step. With that, Wilton drew his sword and took his stance. The blade flashed cold in the early morning light. Kellen held his breath, focusing intently. If what had caught a glimpse of before was only superficial, then Wilton's first strike was like a brilliant shooting star cutting through the sky, carrying a domineering aura that could swallow mountains and challenge the heavens. In just 15 minutes, the entire sword form was performed flawlessly. It was a breathtaking scene. The sharp blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, the swirling dust stirred by powerful gusts, each movement precise and ruthless. Kellen's eyes widened in awe, as if for the first time truly understanding what it meant to be strong. People could be that powerful. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, but all he felt was excitement. Kellen knew that as long as he didn't falter halfway, one day he could be many times stronger than Wilton is now. Did you watch carefully? Wilton sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. Kellen steadied his ragged breathing and nodded solemnly. He understood the demonstration could have been faster, but Wilton had purposely slowed down to make it clear. If he hadn't absorbed it, the instructor might have been displeased. Then you may leave. Yes, sir. Kellen bowed and quickly turned to leave. Back at the edge of the training grounds, Quinn approached. At first, he looked happy, but then his expression stiffened. What happened? Why are you back so soon? Did you upset Master Wilton? Kellen shook his head quickly. No, Mr. Quinn. Master Wilton just demonstrated the new sword moves for me. He said I'm on the right track and don't need his guidance for now, just to keep working hard. Quinn was momentarily stunned, hadn't expected even proud Wilton to find no fault in Kellen's technique. This boy's talent was truly exceptional. Clearing his throat, he replied casually, Of course you can stay as long as you want. Nearby, Paige pressed her lips to hide a smile. She really didn't understand these men so clearly thrilled, yet always putting on a poker face. Who knows what they're thinking? Thank you, Mr. Quinn, Kellen said. With that, he began training diligently in the wide-open field. While training, Kellen recalled the scenes of Wellington's practice, carefully studying his movements. In the courtyard, the morning light slanted through the trees. Kellen grasped his sword with both hands, toes lightly tapping the ground, swinging, thrusting, and spinning in time with Wellington's rhythm as he remembered it. The sword's edge flashed like lightning through the air, hissing sharply. Watching nearby, Quinn's heart skipped a beat. This very set of moves was the Jinglei sword technique that he had struggled to master over 2 months just to barely grasp. Yet Kellen had only begun studying it yesterday, and already he moved like flowing water. Quinn doubted whether his understanding of talent was mistaken. Time passed quietly. After 2 hours, Kellen suddenly halted, sweat dripping from his chin, but his brow furrowed in thought. Something was wrong. Blindly mimicking Wellington's moves was only a superficial fix. Everyone's bone length and muscle flexibility were different, so the same sword form inevitably varied from person to person. Simply copying movements was like trying to paint a tiger and ending up with a dog. So what was he really meant to learn? The answer emerged clearly: Wellington's overwhelming spirit. The relentless determination that killed gods and demons alike, sweeping away all obstacles with a single decisive strike. Lost in reflection, Kellen felt he nearly grasped a faint thread of this essence, but whenever he neared understanding, the thread dissolved like smoke. He stood frozen in a preparatory posture. Quinn first looked puzzled, then his mouth dropped open. Could this be the legendary sudden enlightenment? That ancient term from the Eastern Kingdom described geniuses who instantly grasped the true meaning of martial arts. Thinking this, Quinn quickly pulled Paige quietly back inside, lowering their breaths, afraid to disturb Kellen. At noon, a sudden rush of wind broke the stillness in the courtyard. Kellen moved. Instinctively, he unleashed the Jinglei sword technique again, but with subtle changes in his torso twist and wrist angle that made him seem like a different person. A tsunami of sword energy exploded outward, raising dust and seeming to tear through any obstacle. In a brief moment, his level of the Jinglei sword technique surged from level 1 to level 2, advancing from beginner to skilled. Remarkably, he had only started learning this technique 2 days ago. Even more astonishing, he kept going, the mastery visibly increasing. Although he didn't quite reach level 3, he was now on the cusp of proficiency. With more time, mastery was inevitable. Outside, the noise died down. Quinn peered from the door and saw Kellen sheath his sword, his gaze clearing. He hurried over. So, did you just have some kind of insight? Kellen wiped the sweat from his brow and answered earnestly. Yes, Mr. Quinn, I feel like my Jinglei sword technique has reached the skilled level. Quinn's eye twitched sharply, almost thought he misheard. Skilled level? His own Jinglei sword hadn't recently broken past perfect level. The boy had caught up to him in only 2 days. After a moment, he forced out, not bad. Though brief, the shock nearly burst his chest. Such sudden enlightenment at this young age. If word got out, it would shake the entire knight regiment. I didn't expect you to achieve sudden enlightenment at such a young age. Quinn finally admitted his amazement. Hearing this familiar term, sudden enlightenment, Kellen quickly grasped what it truly meant. Quinn spoke with a hint of emotion. Yes, enlightenment, that state only true geniuses can reach. It's something countless people long for, but never achieve. I never expected someone as young as you to have entered that state already. Honestly, I don't know how far you'll go in the future. Kellen felt a little embarrassed by the praise, but couldn't help asking. Then, Mr. Quinn, will I enter the state of enlightenment again in the future? Quinn recalled the classical texts and nodded slowly. You probably will. Many geniuses have more than one moment of enlightenment. That's exactly why they're called geniuses. Of course, there are rare prodigies who surpass their peers with just a single enlightenment. The embers in the fireplace began to die down as the sun sank outside the window. Quinn stood up and patted Kellen's shoulder. It's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. Go home and get some rest. They'll head back first, Mr. Quinn. All right, take care. Stepping out of the cabin, the street lamps were just coming on. As Kellen walked, he replayed the sudden flash of insight head just experienced. His heart stirred. He didn't notice someone rushing toward him around the corner. Bang! He was knocked sideways, stumbling a step before catching himself against the wall. A dull ache spread across his chest, making him briefly think he'd been hit by a horse-drawn cart. Sorry. A clear, lively female voice sounded. Kellen looked up, momentarily dazzled. She was about 5'3", with porcelain skin and an oval face framed by big, expressive eyes. Her long black hair swayed lightly as she pouted with an innocent, apologetic expression. Anyone would find it hard to be angry with that shy look. I'm really sorry. I'm in a hurry. The girl pulled a piece of paper from her pocket, quickly scribbled an address, and held it out to Kellen. If you're hurt or need compensation, come here tomorrow. Before he could respond, she turned and ran away. Watching the slender figure vanish around the corner, Kellen stood frozen for a few moments. He unfolded the paper, folded it again, then slipped it into his pocket. Stunning as she was, his focus remained on cultivation. For once his strength improved, what kind of beauty wouldn't be within reach? The night breeze was cool as he entered the commercial street. He pondered whether to buy a forging furnace first, but quickly realized a basic furnace would soon limit him. It wouldn't be long before he reached the level of magical weapons, and then he'd need to upgrade again. It made more sense to delay that for now. The most practical thing was to get a forging hammer that felt just right in his hand. With that decided, he arrived at the familiar equipment shop. The doorbell chimed sharply as he entered, and Stasi, wearing her work uniform, hurried over. She looked particularly radiant lately, her eyes and brows bright, as if something joyful had happened. She bowed slightly. "We meet again, Honorable Viscount. May I ask what you're looking to purchase today?" "I want a better forging hammer. Do you have any in stock?" Kellen asked straightforwardly. "Of course, sir. Please follow me." Kellen nodded and followed the clerk upstairs to a relatively secluded room. "Mr. Kellen, this is the Treasure Pavilion's forged goods sales area. We display only high-quality tools here, with average prices ranging from 200 to 300 points," the clerk said, stepping aside to clear a path. Kellen gave a brief nod and quickly scanned the shelves, searching for something suitable. Soon, he stopped in front of a sleek forging hammer, lifted it to test the weight. It was noticeably lighter than the standard hammer issued in the basic forging room. The handle fit comfortably in his palm, and the hammerhead was forged from refined steel, its cold sheen restrained yet resolute. Using this hammer would definitely save a lot of effort. Its price tag read 220 points, clearly offering good quality for the cost. However, he didn't rush to buy it, and continued browsing between the other hammers. The second hammer caught his eye. It felt even more ergonomic, with better weight distribution, priced at 480 points. The handle was engraved with a special effect precision, slightly assists the user's control over striking force, improving hammer accuracy. Kellen weighed it several times and found himself increasingly satisfied. After looking at a few more options, he finally handed the clerk the precision hammer priced at 480 points. "I'll take this one." "Very good, Mr. Kellen." After the purchase, he didn't leave immediately, but continued to browse the room. Unfortunately, his remaining balance was limited, so few items caught his attention. In the end, he picked up a type of fuel, the black gold charcoal. Although priced at 10 times regular charcoal, it burned longer, produced higher heat, and was less likely to contaminate ores. Pondering briefly, he spent 10 points on it, and also grabbed several hardwood pieces suitable for knife handles, and a few bottles of mid-grade forging liquid. His recent progress had been rapid, so he might use these soon. "By the way, I'd like to see raw ore. Take me there." "Of course, Mr. Kellen." He still had around 300 points left, and figured converting some into resources was better than leaving them idle. Ultimately, he bought 20 pieces of good quality common iron ore and 20 pieces of thunder iron ore, keeping over 100 points in reserve for emergencies. Next, Kellen went to rent a forging room. This time, he chose a shared room for 5 people with better equipment. The furnace and tools were a tier above the basic room, though fuel wasn't provided. The daily rent was 8 points, exactly 4 times that of the basic room. The environment was much quieter. When he entered, only 2 forgers were present. The 2 only glanced up briefly at him before returning to their metalworking, absorbed in their own tasks without paying him much mind. Kellen didn't hesitate. He pulled out his newly forged hammer and materials, then got straight to work. Inside the blazing furnace, the black charcoal burned red hot as flames licked the raw metal, heating it more evenly and intensely than before, cutting the heating time in half. A more advanced forge roared nearby, pushing every inch of the metal toward its melting point. He raised his new hammer. The moment the handle fit snugly in his palm, Kellen was stunned by the solid, smooth feedback. It was undoubtedly the right choice to switch hammers. The first strike sent sparks flying, the sharp clang of metal ringing through the workshop like a rushing wind. With a steady rhythm of clang, 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 his hammering speed was noticeably faster than before, doubling the efficiency of impurity removal. 2 nearby forgers busy with their own work caught the increasingly rapid tapping sounds and exchanged surprised glances. Where did this master come from? In just over 40 minutes, Kellen had removed all impurities from 2 or chunks and expertly fused them. The sheer speed was almost dizzying. He didn't slow down for the processes of folding, stretching, and shaping. Everything flowed smoothly. Finally, with a hiss, the glowing red billet was plunged into cold water, sending steam billowing, successfully quenched. In about an hour, a one-handed sword of quality on par with his previous fine-grade weapon was complete. Without pause, he grabbed the next batch of billets. Hammer strikes flew and sparks danced as the entire workshop seemed to become his personal production line. His speed increased with each sword, accompanied by rising quality. Kellen seemed possessed, forging one sword right after another, leaving onlookers wondering if he was some sort of legendary cyborg, though, thankfully, that concept didn't exist in this world. Only when a system notification sounded in his ear did he suddenly stop. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point." It was then he realized an entire day had passed unnoticed. Looking across the workbench, 13 fine-grade weapons were neatly lined up, their cold glint gleaming. The other forgers nearby had gone from shocked to almost reverent worship in their gaze. After finishing for the day, Kellen hoisted his heavy sack and headed to the recycling station. The young attendant on duty was the same as last time. Seeing Kellen enter, he greeted him with a smile. "Sir, haven't seen you for a few days. Back to recycle more weapons today?" "Yeah," Kellen replied, setting the heavy sack down on the counter. At first, the youth glanced casually, but as Kellen pulled out sword after sword the first, second, third by the time he reached the fourth, his smile froze. So many in just a few days? Kellen showed no sign of stopping, lining up blade after blade like an endless supply. By the eighth sword, the attendant was speechless, his mind grasping a ridiculous thought. This guy's a one-handed sword printing machine? Then came the ninth, 10th, each blade stunned him anew. When all 13 swords were arrayed across the tabletop, the attendant still couldn't close his mouth. Exaggerated. Absolutely exaggerated. Damn well exaggerated. Don't tell him yet that all these weapons were forged by Kellen alone in just a few days. Just the thought of it made the young man's imagination run wild. Pictured a sweltering forge room, flames dancing, sparks flying off metal struck on the anvil. Kellen swung his steaming hammer, muscles barely visible beneath the glowing heat. Yet the more he imagined it, the more incredible the scene seemed. Compared to the youth's amazement, Kellen remained calm and unruffled. All right, that's all. Let's start the appraisal. Yes, sir. The young man from the recycling station's gaze landed respectfully on the rows of gleaming blades on the floor. He inspected each piece, the cold reflection of the edges, the fine leather wrapping on the hilts. The long swords bore flowing blood grooves along their spines, some edges even serrated with razor-sharp teeth. Each was nothing like the usual templates, yet both beautiful and practical. I've done the calculations, Viscount. The young man swallowed nervously, then looked up and reported, an average of 87 points per blade, 13 weapons total, which comes to 1,131 points. We'll only pay 90% of that, which is a fair price. That was the station's fixed rateless money than retail shops, but saving time and trouble. Kellen nodded. Sounds good. The young man immediately transferred 1,131 points into Kellen's identity card. The numbers flickered, then settled, and the balance jumped up. Stepping outside, Kellen held the card and sighed with satisfaction. Points were coming in faster than expected. At this rate, he'd soon be able to buy that top-tier forge he'd been dreaming of. Meanwhile, word also reached the Pope about Kellen's skills in crafting so many excellent weapons. Oh, I didn't expect this boy to have such talent, the old man said softly, lowering the holy tome in his hands. His bright eyes seemed to peer into the future. With how he's doing now, becoming a master blacksmith is entirely possible. He felt quietly relieved this gift would help Kellen avoid many wrong turns. Since the boy had such promise, there could be no delay. Immediately ordered his aides to arrange for training. Night fell, and Kellen returned home to freshen up and rest. Early the next morning, he hefted his heavy forging hammer and set out to find Quinn for training. Not long after stepping out, he paused at the street corner. There stood the girl he'd met yesterday, bathed in morning light. At first, she looked surprised, then broke into a radiant smile. A few young men nearby were so stunned they walked straight into a wall before snapping back. Kellen's heart skipped a beat as well. A face that could easily stir memories of first love. Judged by any system's charm rating, she'd score at least 95. They'd only exchanged a brief greeting yesterday, so she hadn't yet recognized his status. Now, catching sight of his Viscount badge, her smile grew even warmer. Hello again. Are you okay after yesterday? I'm fine, Kellen said calmly. That's good, haha. Her eyes lit up when she noticed the hammer handle over his shoulder. Is that a forging hammer? You're a smith too? Seeing her clear excitement, Kellen nodded. Yeah, I've been learning for a while. Wow, what a coincidence, too, she said, and suddenly an iron hammer appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Kellen looked carefully and noticed that there was no obvious place on the other person's body to carry such a large hammer before. Judging by this, the other party must have some kind of spatial storage for treasures. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. That must be a storage ring, right? If he had something like that, everyday life and cultivation would be much more convenient. However, what surprised him even more was that the sweet-faced girl in front of him was actually a blacksmith. Stereotypes told him blacksmiths were usually burly men, but the reality clearly shattered his imagination. What's wrong? The girl slung the heavy hammer over her shoulder, blinking and smiling. You look like you're surprised that I'm a blacksmith? Yeah, I am, Kellen admitted honestly, without hiding it. Many people say that. She patted her hammer cheerfully. They don't think I look like a blacksmith, but I really love this work. Is that what you were thinking? It's not doubt, just surprise. Kellen shook his head and added seriously, and judging by you, you must be a very experienced blacksmith. Hearing the confirmation, the girl's eyes curved into narrow slits as she smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I'm actually a senior blacksmith. Next month, they'll be competing in the blacksmith competition. By the way, have you signed up? Blacksmith competition? Kellen blinked in surprise. You didn't know? The girl looked taken aback. It's a contest specially held for us blacksmiths. If you make the top 50, you get generous prizes. Especially the top 3, they all get the supernatural flame. Supernatural flame? Kellen's eyes lit up. He knew well the weight those words carried. As blacksmiths leveled up, forging high-level weapons required handling higher-grade ores, and ordinary flames were far from enough. Mastering high-quality flames not only greatly increased heating speed, but also boosted success rates. Where do you sign up? Kellen asked without hesitation. At the blacksmith's guild inside the church, the girl answered. As long as you pass the test and become a junior blacksmith, you can enroll. Become a junior blacksmith. Kellen suddenly remembered he had never formally tested his profession level. Where is the blacksmith's guild? Can you take me to see it? He asked. Of course. The girl laughed brightly. I also haven't had a chance to properly apologize to you yet. I'm Sophia Austin. What's your name? Sophia? That's a lovely name, very fitting. I'm Kellen Jiasa. Thanks. Sophia waved her large hammer cheerfully. Let's go? The two then walked one after the other toward the blacksmith's guild. As for Quinn, Kellen wasn't worried. Quinn had gone out on a mission today, and last night had explained that he might not train there every day after all. Breakthroughs could happen anytime, which might take up time. He wanted to give prior notice so she wouldn't worry. Soon, under Sophia's lead, the two arrived at the blacksmith's guild. Surprisingly, the blacksmith's guild was located underground, marking Kellen's first time venturing into the depths beneath the faith. His footsteps echoed along the stone steps, while the amber glow from flame crystal lamps illuminated wide corridors. As he walked, Kellen realized the blacksmith's guild wasn't alone down here. The Rune Mages Guild, Sorcerer's Guild, Knights Guild, Potion Masters Guild, nearly every academic and professional organization was hidden somewhere beneath the surface. Each guild took up an astonishingly large area, with stone walls connecting endless passageways stretching deeper and deeper. Kellen couldn't help but wonder, did the entire city of St. Light's underground belong to the faith? Thinking about how many students and instructors would need space, he realized the surface couldn't possibly be enough. Maybe there were multiple layers stacked like a secret, sprawling underground city. Lost in thought, he followed Sophia into the blacksmith's guild. The heavy alloy gate slammed shut behind them, and a wave of heat along with the clang of hammers striking metal hit him instantly. As they stepped inside, several blacksmiths in aprons waved warmly at Sophia. Well, little Sophia, long time no see. A burly man with a beer belly and a thick beard grinned broadly. Finally remembered to take me out on a date today? Humph, old man. Sophia crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Finding a partner isn't just about looks, you've got to think about whether your own image even qualifies. Laughter erupted all around, the glow from molten iron making everyone's smiles burn as brightly as the flames. The big man laughed with them, clearly taking the teasing in stride. More blacksmiths chimed in, making the lively scene feel like a celebration had already started. Kellen watched closely and became even more convinced that Sophia was a seasoned veteran here, otherwise she wouldn't be on such friendly terms with so many senior blacksmiths. After the greetings died down, Sophia led him straight to the front desk. She slapped a registration form down and explained their purpose. We're signing him up for the blacksmith's tournament next month. The receptionist looked up and gave Kellen a once-over, smiling knowingly. Sophia, where'd you drag in this little rookie? He looks like a fresh recruit. Does he even have a blacksmith license? The question caught Sophia off guard. She suddenly realized she had never asked Kellen his rank. Could it be he hadn't even passed the basic smith certification? That would be embarrassing. She looked at him, a mix of worry and hope in her eyes. Kellen hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Can I take the evaluation now? The receptionist slapped her thigh and laughed heartily. Sophia, you brought him here without even checking his level? She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a sturdy forearm, clearly a skilled blacksmith herself. Blushing slightly from the teasing, Sophia tried to stay composed. He said he wants to be tested. What's so funny? I'm just curious. The receptionist waved her hand, but kept laughing. This kid looks like he's only just picked up a hammer and hasn't quite mastered the swing yet. He's bold enough to challenge a tournament? As Sophia opened her mouth to protest again, Kellen raised a hand to calm her. Then, looking the receptionist in the eye, he said firmly, don't worry. My smithing skills are better than you think. Please schedule me for the intermediate blacksmith evaluation. As he spoke, he pulled his hammer from his back. The metal head caught the firelight, its edges sharp but the handle worn yet well kept. It was clear Kellen's hammer was the real deal. It still wasn't anything top tier, so the receptionist said, Intermediate blacksmith? Kid, you need to understand that to pass the intermediate blacksmith test, you have to forge a fine quality weapon within 4 hours. Kellen smirked. Don't worry. When it comes to forging fine quality weapons, I know this stuff better than you. His unabashed confidence caught the receptionist off guard. She studied the boy in front of her carefully. He looked way too young, but it was possible he'd learned forging before enrolling, just hadn't taken the certification test yet. With that in mind, she suppressed the teasing smile and continued. All right then, the registration fee for intermediate blacksmith is 50 points. Seeing she wasn't trying to make things difficult, and guessing she had a close connection with Sophia, since she teased her earlier, Kellen pulled out a crystal card and handed it over. 50 points. Do I need to bring my own materials? You can bring your own or buy from the guild, but our prices are a bit higher than outside. I brought my own. By the way, do you have forges here? Of course. Our forges are much better than the ones in the basic forging room. Got it. With the paperwork done, a staff member led him to the testing area. The exam was public, and by now quite a few students had gathered to watch. Kellen looked too young. If he really passed the intermediate test, it would be a big deal. Think this kid can make it? Tough call. Probably just trying to show off in front of Sophia. Young people and their pride. Not even scared to burn points. Bet he'll embarrass himself soon enough. The murmurs were deliberately low. Everyone was wary of Kellen's title, Viscount. Most people in the blacksmith guild only reached knight rank. Some made baron, but Viscount was rare. Kellen, Sophia, that receptionist, and a handful more. Kellen was the youngest among them, and his talent was unquestionable, so no one dared laugh out loud. In fact, the social hierarchy at the King's Academy was strict. These guys shouldn't be gossiping now. If Kellen held grudges, they'd be in trouble. Luckily, Kellen was easygoing and ignored the whispers. He tossed a bundle of black gold charcoal into the forge. Then, once it heated up, threw in a chunk of ore. His motions were smooth and practiced, earning quiet nods from many spectators. This kid really knew forging. Yet most still hoped he'd mess up during the actual test. Honestly, their jealousy was easy to understand. They just hated seeing someone else do well. Unfortunately, Kellen was destined to disappoint these onlookers. He first pulled the iron ore, just heated to a glowing red, out of the furnace. The blazing crimson shimmered sharply in the air. The next second, his forging hammer came down with a heavy blow clang. The crisp metallic rings spread like ripples, making everyone nearby startle. That strike was without hesitation or flaw. The force and angle were perfectly measured. Just by the sound, one could tell the precision and rhythm were flawlessly united. Then the hammer danced again and again, metal beats striking evenly on the anvil, like some strange, raw musical performance. Everyone had expected him to follow the usual, cautious routine like most test takers. Instead, he stopped after only a few strikes. The ore wasn't fully cooled yet, but its surface was already fine and uniform, with even the most stubborn impurities shattered and stripped away. This batch of ore was already top quality, and Kellen's skill had been honed through countless trials. Now, before the metal cooled, he had completely purified the first piece. Without hesitation, seizing the moment, he turned and grabbed the second chunk to heat it. The hammer's clash rang out again, sparks flying. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions quickly changing. This speed, this precision. Was this the work of a mid-level blacksmith? If anyone called him a master smith, no one would argue. As they were mesmerized by Kellen's display, a burly man in his 30s quietly appeared nearby. Broad-shouldered, he blocked half the light from a doorway. The watchers were so focused on Kellen, they hadn't noticed him at first. Only when Kellen perfected the second, or did someone turn and exclaim, "Vice Chairman." The large man just nodded slightly and motioned for everyone to keep watching. Kellen had now reached the crucial stage of fusion. He placed the two completely purified pieces back into the roaring fire, the flames licking the metal, turning it a glowing red. His eyes, reflected in the flame, were calm and focused. Though not much time had passed, the forging was nearly complete. The crowd fell silent, as if already glimpsing the masterpiece weapon about to emerge. Kellen felt great. The guild's furnace was far more stable and powerful than the rudimentary forge he used before, making each hammer blow that much more effective. The ore heated to a semi-molten state. He quickly pulled it out, stripped the iron casing, and hammered it hot on the anvil. Bang flattened the metal into a thin sheet, then swiftly folded it, hammered, folded again. Each fold wove the separate grain patterns closer together. This was the refinement technique he had long wanted to try. Every time the metal was refined, its toughness and sharpness improved, leaving delicate, flowing patterns on the blade. But refinement drained strength and carried risks. One small mistake could ruin everything. That's why ordinary testers usually simplified the process, playing it safe just to pass. Yet Kellen had no intention of settling for passing. Sweating, relentless, hammer flying, without pause since they had just thought him incapable, he was determined to prove them wrong. When Kron began his second round of refinement, those present thought he was getting a little arrogant daring to show off like this during the assessment. But once he launched into the third refinement hammering, the noisy chatter noticeably died down. Most of the blacksmiths here had only ever managed this stage at best, and none nearly as fast as this young man. Then, something even more astonishing happened. Kron started a fourth refinement. What is he trying to do? Has he lost his mind? It's just an assessment. Is this really necessary? The doubts buzzed around. But just then, the crowd suddenly parted as the vice president entered sight, turning that area into a vacuum. The vice president's gaze locked tightly on Kron, and he quietly asked the young man beside him, "How many times did the president refine during his intermediate blacksmith assessment?" 5 times, Vice President. 5 times. So if this kid does it one more time, he'll tie the president's record back then? Yes, Vice President. The vice president's Adam's apple shifted slightly, as his usually stern expression softened with anticipation. With each fusion forging, the metal's strength climbed steeply, and so did the demand for force. Many secretly questioned, how could this boy, so young, possibly have that kind of power? The fourth refinement finished, and the ingot quickly cooled. Kron calmly tossed it back into the forge. The blazing firelight played across his serene profile, without a hint of arrogance despite having refined 4 times successfully. Will he go for a 5th? The jeers diminished, replaced by silent anticipation. If he truly completed a 5th, it would match the president's record. As for a 6th, most didn't even dare imagine it. It required nearly absurd skill and strength, with the slightest mistake destroying the ingot. And time was running short. Because the density had increased dramatically, this round of heating took unusually long, but no one urged him on. Kron focused intently on the furnace mouth, patiently waiting for the perfect temperature, his expression still composed. After another 15 minutes, the flames turned the ingot's color just right, and he lifted it out. The 5th refinement began. Hammer strikes rained down, noticeably faster paced but perfectly accurate, a blend of power and precision. Sparks flew from the anvil, the pounding sounds chaining together, causing many hearts to thump with the rhythm. Those watching held their breath, knowing full well what was at stake. They were about to witness history. Kellen tying the chairman's record, a milestone on his path to greatness. Everyone watching was certain Kellen would achieve remarkable success in forging. The raw metal, toughened after 4 rounds of refining, was almost as hard as biting into iron. Yet Kellen kept cutting, folding, and hammering at an astonishing pace, completing the 5th refinement in mere moments. The crowd collectively held their breath. Really had caught up to the chairman's record. Wait, he's still folding it? Just as tension eased, it snapped tight again. Every eye fixed on the glowing metal. A 6th refinement? No one dared imagine such a feat, let alone within the 4-hour time limit. Someone glanced down at their watch, then snapped back with a trembling voice. It's only been 2 hours since he started forging. Like sparks on dry tinder, the suppressed excitement in the crowd suddenly flared. Even the vice chairman held his breath. If Kellen succeeded, the guild would turn a bold new page. Bathed in flames, veins bulging in his arms, Kellen's reddened face strained as he slowly bent the molten metal. Every slight angle shift sent a dull moan through the metal. Watching, the onlookers shivered. Could this really be the youngster who just joined the order? 10 minutes later, the folding was complete. He swung his hammer in rapid succession, fusing every seam with fluid precision, like reciting a well-memorized poem. As the final strike fell, the metal cooled quickly to a dark red, and silence descended, a silence so deep that even the harshest critics found no words of doubt. Could this truly be human effort? Sophia stood frozen. She had thought Kellen's talents lay mainly in cultivation, and his forging achievements were modest at best. But this scene shattered her assumptions. This was no mere moderate success. If Kellen continued like this, he could become the greatest smith she would ever know. Remembering how she was the one who brought him into the guild, a surge of pride and excitement stirred within her. She could already picture herself years from now, proudly telling her sisters, Master Kellen Jayasar, back when he was just a rookie, I personally led him into the guild. Just imagining it made her blood boil with fervor. Meanwhile, Kellen wasted no time. He threw the metal back into the forge and began heating it again. This time, the heating lasted longer than all the previous attempts combined, yet Kellen remained unhurried. Flames roared and the black gold charcoal crackled inside the furnace, while the audience seemed electrified, breath quickening, eyes shining with anticipation. In stark contrast, Kellen's calm stride and lowered eyelids conveyed total control, as if everything were already decided. It was this composed demeanor that made everyone watching certain would succeed. But no one guessed this was Kellen's very first time refining. Geniuses often defy conventional logic. Not only was Kellen exceptionally talented with incredible strength, but his mental attribute was absurdly powerful. Forging is deeply connected to one's spirit. The stronger the mental focus, the better one can endure the endless hammering and intense heat. That's why every forging master is someone whose mental prowess stands out. The fire kept blazing, time creeping along the clock face. 45 minutes passed, and the furnace temperature kept climbing. If it weren't for the black gold charcoal, this wait would have felt even longer. Yet Kellen didn't pause. He knew this had to be a perfect strike, or the following steps wouldn't have enough time. When the timer hit exactly 1 hour, he finally extended the tongs and lifted out the glowing raw piece. Its molten red light reflected in his eyes. With a powerful swing of his hammer, the clash of metal overwhelmed the crowd's cheers. The vice president stood nearby, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Mastering the rhythm at a critical moment spoke volumes about his steadiness. He judged Kellen would likely succeed. And as expected, thanks to the extra heat, the raw piece stretched more easily than anticipated. Taking advantage of the remaining warmth, Kellen shaped it in one smooth go and proceeded flawlessly through each step. When it came time for quenching, he took a deep breath and retrieved a somewhat cheap forging liquid from his toolbox rated about 10 points, the lowest among many quenching materials, yet still much more reliable than pure water. Kellen understood this weapon's final grade would surpass fine by far. Quenching with plain water would almost certainly ruin everything. To be safe, he poured the entire bottle into the basin without hesitation. The forging liquid dyed the water an eerie blue the moment it touched the surface. As the blade slid in, lightning-like sparks wove across the water with sizzling cracks and rising steam. When the last plume faded, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted along the sword's edge. Refined 6 times, forging succeeded. After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted as if detonated, cheers blasting toward the ceiling like a concert crowd. Kellen had won over every spectator with his skill in modern terms. He delivered a game-winning play in the final countdown. Some excited people lost control and tried to rush the stage to hug him. The vice president acted swiftly, erecting a protective barrier that firmly held the crowd back. Kellen sheathed his sword and looked toward the nearby front desk, his voice calm and confident. "May I ask if I have passed the assessment?" Initially, she almost blurted out that he had passed, but then she remembered the vice chairman was present, so she carefully asked, "There's one more step in the sword test to assess the strength of your weapon. Is that okay?" "Of course." Kellen nodded and handed over the recently forged one-handed sword. The receptionist took the sword with both hands. The moment the hilt fit into her palm, a perfectly balanced weight spread through her arm, as if the sword was made just for her. The blade was about 1.3 meters long, proportioned just right, gleaming blue and white with a cold shimmer. Thunder-like patterns ran along the spine, exuding a restrained but icy authority. Even as a basic model, its color and markings silently proclaimed its exceptional nature. She took a deep breath and approached a large stone prepared for testing. The rock wasn't unbreakable, but was tough enough to test the blade's sharpness. After steadying her breath and stepping back, she drew the sword back and struck downward. Crack! The stone split neatly into 2 halves, falling heavily to either side. She nearly lost focus in amazement. The sword sliced through as smoothly as cutting tofu, with zero resistance. The cut surface was so smooth it could serve as a mirror. According to the test criteria, success required making a cut at least 30 centimeters deep within 10 strikes without damaging the blade. Yet this sword shattered the stone in a single stroke. She knew this wasn't the sword's limit, only the test's limit. Reluctantly, she handed the sword back to Kellen. Holding it briefly had already made her deeply attached. If it could be hers, she'd pay handsomely. But she also understood how much the sword meant to him. After all, it was forged for such a special occasion, carrying great sentimental value. Kellen was tempted to seize the moment and sell the sword, but when he met the burning gazes of everyone around, he relented with a smile and took it back. When Cora returned the sword, she genuinely praised, "You did great. I'm almost a little in awe of you." "Thank you," Kellen replied politely. At that moment, a burly figure strode over. The arrival of the vice chairman overwhelmed all other conversations. The marquee emblem on his chest instantly identified his noble status to Kellen. "Young man, could you come with me for a moment?" The vice chairman's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "Certainly, it's an honor." Kellen nodded slightly. They walked through the guild hall together until they reached a door labeled vice chairman's office. Only then did Kellen realize the full weight of the man's position. Just a routine test had attracted the vice chairman's personal attention, which surprised him. Once inside, the vice chairman eased into his chair and waved off formality. "Make yourself at home." Before he finished speaking, Kellen had already taken a seat opposite, showing no sign of intimidation. A trace of admiration appeared in the vice chairman's eyes. "Good kid, not intimidated at all. How old are you?" 16, sir." Although this had long been suspected, the vice president couldn't help but feel somewhat shocked upon receiving this definitive answer. The boy before him was truly 16 years old, the same age as the current president when he took the examination years ago. The president came from a family of blacksmiths, raised amid furnaces and anvils, but the vice president had no knowledge of Kellen's background. Regardless of whether the boy had any contact with forging before enrolling, given his current achievements, he ranked among the very best in the entire King's Academy. "You're truly remarkable, perhaps even more so than I imagined," the vice president said, masking his surprise and shifting to genuine admiration. "Therefore, I intend to offer you a reward. As a token of welcome, you may choose one item from these 3. After reporting to the president, the guild will provide you with further compensation." Hearing the word reward, Kellen's tension, stretched tight from the long examination, immediately eased a bit. After all, the vice president was a marquis. His generosity was unlikely to be meager. Kellen allowed himself a quiet sense of expectation. Moments later, the vice president withdrew 3 items from an auxiliary spatial ring, presenting them one by one. The first was a waist-high, jet-black forging furnace, its surface etched with star-like patterns that looked like a miniature night sky. The second was a heavy hammer of perfect length, its striking face polished like a mirror. The third was a specially crafted bottle made from refined crystal, its mouth sealed with secret silver, containing a flickering crimson flame crackling intensely inside. The moment the 3 items appeared, Kellen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Each radiated a distinguished aura. Noticing his reaction, the vice president smiled faintly and began to introduce them in detail. "This forge is called the Starcatcher Furnace, classified as a glorious grade weapon. It withstands extremely high temperatures and can harness the power of the stars to accelerate or melting, significantly improving efficiency and the success rate of your final products. This hammer is the Thunderclap Mallet, also glorious grade. Its feel is impeccable, and it carries 3 top-tier enchantments specifically tailored for forging, helping you control pace and refine details. As for the flame inside the bottle, you've probably guessed that it is indeed an extraordinary flame. However, it ranks relatively low among its kind, and its properties don't align well with yours. The rule is simple: you pick one. Kellen, naturally, wished he could take all 3. Yet he sensed this was more than just a gift. It was a test of choice. How would he decide when forced to choose? His gaze lingered briefly on the flame. The bright red glow reflected in the boy's pupils, and the vice president caught this subtle moment, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. If Kellen were blinded by the word extraordinary and chose the inferior flame, it would reveal a lack of resolve. But Kellen quickly looked away. Deep down, he had a strong feeling that he would regret picking that flame later. Besides, after passing the master blacksmith examination, he would receive a flame perfectly attuned to him anyway. There was no reason to waste this opportunity. By contrast, the 2 glorious grade items offered a more immediate benefit. After all, wouldn't a glorious grade weapon be far more valuable than some inferior extraordinary flame? Kellen didn't agonize over choosing between the 2 pieces of equipment. He already knew in his heart the Starcatcher furnace perfectly matched his own forging philosophy. He'll take this one, the Starcatcher furnace, he said. The vice president's eyes immediately gleamed with approval. Smart choice, the vice president said confidently. Out of these 3, the real treasure is the Starcatcher furnace. Normally, it's only a brilliant grade item, but when the night sky's starlight shines brightly, all its attributes are pushed to their peak. When running at full power, it rivals legendary grade gear and performance, even surpassing some lower quality legendary items in ease of use. Kellen felt a warmth in his chest, knew he had made the right call. The vice president personally handed him the furnace, and he accepted it with both hands. Thank you very much, Vice President. Don't be so formal. My name's Gu Gang Uoluo, but just call me Uncle Gu Gang going forward, Gu said with a hearty laugh, clearly holding Kellen in high regard and eager to build rapport. Having just been given such a generous gift, Kellen naturally wanted to show respect. All right, thank you, Uncle Gu Gang. Gu patted him on the shoulder. You're polite, kid. If anyone dares to bully you, just drop my name. I'll make sure they regret it. His tone was serious. Holding a marquee title at the King's Academy wasn't just for show. Everyone with that rank was exceptional in power, character, connections, and experience. Even the current Forgers Guild president was only a marquee. Kellen relaxed a little. If that happens, I'll definitely call on you for help, Uncle Gu Gang. Good. I won't keep you any longer. He'll report your case to the president later, so go claim your badge. Oh, and here. Gu raised his hand, revealing a silvery gray spatial ring in his palm. Its surface shimmered softly. Inside lay a 5 cubic meter space, enough to hold the Starcatcher furnace. Consider this another welcome gift, so it's easier for you to carry. Just don't let strangers see it. Got it. Kellen accepted the ring and furnace without fuss. Was still growing, and every bit of help was precious. He vowed to remember this kindness and someday repay it many times over. After bidding Gu goodbye, Kellen quickened his pace back to the first floor hall. The receptionist, Cora, had already placed the intermediate blacksmith badge on the counter. Kellen, hey, raise your badge. She slid the badge and a registration slip toward him. I also signed you up for the forging competition. Thanks. No problem. Cora's eyes flicked to the sword at his waist, and she hesitated for a moment. Would you be willing to sell me the sword you forged today? I really like it. How about 3,000 points? It's a high price, I promise. Kellen was taken aback. A well-refined item forged 6 times normally went for just over 1,000 points, but Cora offered 3,000 outright. It was obvious she genuinely liked the sword and that she was unusually well off. A simple receptionist shouldn't be that wealthy. She must have some powerful backing. Seeing Kellen still deep in thought, Cora began to feel a bit anxious herself. This was the pocket money she had saved up for months, and she couldn't come up with more now. Quietly, she calculated in her mind. If the price went any higher, she'd have to give up. Besides, she didn't really think the sword was worth that much. After all, Cora wasn't just an ordinary staff member. She was the president's younger sister. Working at the front desk was just something to pass the time. With the president backing her, she felt safe and wasn't in a hurry to prove herself. As long as she calmly made it through the minimum 10 years, she could then casually leave King's Academy. For students like her, it was said they came to improve their skills, but really it was more like polishing their resume. All right, agreed. Kellen finally nodded. He admitted the sword had collectible value, but rather than letting it gather dust, it made more sense to exchange it for much-needed resources to boost his strength. Really? Thank you so much. Cora's eyes lit up, and she eagerly reached out her hand. Cora, you can just call me Cora or Sister Cora. Okay, Cora, Kellen replied politely, but deliberately left out the sister part. Cora inwardly grumbled. This brat doesn't get the hint at all. But thinking about how geniuses always were, she let it go. The transfer interface flashed, and 3,000 points instantly credited to Cora's account. She gladly accepted the sword, and Kellen breathed a sigh of relief as he passed the long sword into her palm. What's the sword's name? She asked, admiring it affectionately. I haven't named it yet. Kellen shook his head. You should give it a name yourself. Having the right to name it made Cora even happier, and she nodded with a smile. Then she recalled the real matter at hand. By the way, does the Smith Guild sell forging equipment and resources? Let me show you around. Of course. She straightened her chest proudly. We're the Smith Guild. Members get discounts on materials. Since you're a mid-level blacksmith, you get 5 off everything. Also, your finished products can be consigned at the guild. If you choose auction, there's a 2 fee. If you sell directly, it's 1. Kellen listened thoughtfully. The benefits seemed pretty good. Besides that, the guild provides support materials monthly, Cora continued. Mid-level blacksmiths get 30 gene of black gold charcoal, 5 gene of iron ore, and 5 gene of attribute ores each month, any types you prefer. They'll take you to claim them first, then we'll pick out supplies from the warehouse. Sounds good. Kellen readily agreed and followed her. They quickly completed the resource claim. Then they came to the warehouse. Pushing open the heavy iron door revealed rows of shelves stocked with various ores, forging parts, and semi-finished weapons, all gleaming coldly under the magical crystal lamps. These are unsold goods. Prices are labeled on everything, Cora explained clearly. In the future, if you want materials, you don't have to come to headquarters. The guild's chain stores also offer discounts. Kellen looked around and couldn't help but think, a mere front desk girl getting access to the warehouse like this? The guild really doesn't treat her like an ordinary staff member. Just as he was about to dwell on this, he snapped back. Seeing him hesitate, Cora urged, what's wrong? Why haven't you picked anything yet? They'll choose now. After finishing speaking, Kellen quickly walked over to the forging hammers. Although the current hammer he had was decent, now that he had more points, he intended to use them wisely. On the large display rack, more than 20 forging hammers were neatly lined up, each with a clear price tag. Kellen walked steadily past the common hammers priced under 1,000 points. His gaze locking in precisely on the premium section, was looking for a tool that could immediately boost his efficiency. His eyes scanned the nameplates like a spotlight 1,300, 1,800, 2,000, finally stopping on a forging hammer priced at 2,500 points. The hammer was sleek and black with a silver metal wrapping around the handle. The edges of the hammerhead were subtly engraved with intricate patterns, yet its name was straightforward diamond hammer. The hammer came with 2 special properties. 1. Strong force. It could unleash twice its normal power on impact, making it perfect against high-grade ores. 2. Precision. Its striking accuracy was controlled within a millimeter, a common but extremely useful trait for forging hammers. Kellen lifted the diamond hammer and immediately felt its heaviness. Compared to his old basic hammer, the head was at least 1/3 heavier, yet the handle surprisingly fit his grip perfectly. As he slightly raised his wrist, his muscles tensed, a surge of upward force flowing from his palm, as if the entire arm was activated by the hammer. In his mind, he could already picture himself wildly swinging the diamond hammer, pounding the glowing ore in the forge. This is the one, he decided, tucking the hammer under his arm. Then he selected a few rare ores as well, brushing off metal dust from their surfaces with the back of his hand. He'll take these ores too. All right. Cora behind the counter glanced down and quickly swiped her fingers across the crystal screen. After a 5 discount, it's 2,890 points. Let me round it down to 2,080. Kellen's lips twitched involuntarily. Wow, over 90 points just vanished? That's quite the generous rounding down. Come back next time, Cora smiled with eyes slightly squinting, regular customer discount. Then I'll be buying everything from you from now on. He joked as he swiped his card to pay and turned to leave the Forge Masters Guild. Just outside the door, Kellen saw Sophia leaning against a pillar. The setting sun cast golden-red highlights in her chestnut hair. She wore a calm expression, as if she'd been waiting for him. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten involved with this so early, Kellen said sincerely as he approached. Thanks for today, Sophia. No need to thank me. You earned it yourself. Sophia looked up and caught sight of the new hammer in his arms. Heading back already? Yeah. Not going to test out your new reward? I haven't finished the training task yet. Maybe tomorrow. Kellen paused, then raised a suspicious brow. But how did you know I got a reward? You did so well earlier. The vice president personally took you in. Of course there's a reward. Our VP is always generous. Kellen nodded in agreement. True. Want me to walk you back? I can even help you get settled, make it easier to find you later. Sophia's voice was gentle, but carried an unmistakable cheerful insistence. Sure. He agreed simply, but a nagging caution stirred within him. They'd only known each other for a day, yet she was unusually enthusiastic. He found it hard to believe real life had such perfect dream encounter moments like in comics. His instincts told him Sophia must have some motive for approaching him. Sophia widened her eyes in surprise, clearly delighted the target had agreed so quickly, saving her the usual hassle. Since this was the mission she'd been given directly, she needed to push it forward swiftly. As dusk deepened, The two walked side by side through the bustling district before turning into a quiet alley. Finally, they stopped in front of a small two-story brick house. A dim yellow lantern hung under the eaves, and the stone steps by the door were spotless. Kellen lifted his hand and knocked. Moments later, light footsteps approached, and with a click, the door opened. "Master, you're home." Milia's blue-purple eyes fluttered as she spoke in a soft, sweet voice. But just after greeting him, Milia's expression froze when she noticed Sophia standing beside Kellen. Her first reaction was one of shock at Sophia's beauty. How could anyone be that stunning? Then, a complicated feeling welled up inside her. Sophia had come back with the master. Were they already involved? At the thought, Milia felt a tightness in her chest. Even her breath caught for a moment. "This is where I live," Kron said casually. "Okay, I'll be going then," Sophia replied obediently. "Good," Kron said decisively. Sophia turned to leave but took unusually slow steps, as if waiting for the boy to call her back. Yet Kron didn't react at all. He glanced up at the clock on the wall. His mind focused on one thing: hadn't finished his basic training for the day, and there was still plenty of time. For him, cultivation was like rowing upstream. No progress meant falling behind. No room for compromise. Seeing that Kron remained silent, the smile on Sophia's lips faded. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her. She spun around, staring at the shut wooden door in disbelief. "Seriously, dude? You're just walking away?" She had dropped obvious hints, but he hadn't said a word. Could he really have gone straight to training? No way. He must be playing hard to get. But at that very moment, Kron had already stripped off his shirt, his muscular lines clearly defined under the light. Gripping his iron training sword, he moved through fluid swings, thrusts, and footwork. Beads of sweat traced down his temples. The cramped room was too small for a forge, so he planned to wait for a bigger place before forging at home. For now, he had to use the public forge or the blacksmith guild. Milia leaned against the doorframe, watching the boy train with a mix of emotions. She didn't care how many wives Kron might have in the future. She only wished to stay by his side forever, even just as a quiet attendant. Since coming to the King's Academy, these had been her happiest days. She feared this happiness might slip away at any moment. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of the lightning attribute talent today." The electronic voice exploded inside Kron's mind. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. His lightning talent had reached 8 points. His cultivation speed with the thunder summoning technique could increase significantly now. "Milia, I'm a bit hungry. Please prepare something for me." "Right away, master." The girl instantly responded, reheating the meal she had prepared earlier and carefully setting it before him. After eating, Kron took a shower as usual, then went to bed to rest and recharge for the next day's training. The following morning, the routine basic training arrived as expected. The air was filled with the swish of wooden swords cutting through it, sweat dropping onto the floorboards. Just as Kron swung halfway through a stroke, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Milia hurried to open it. Outside stood another breathtakingly beautiful girl. Unlike the sweet Sophia from last night, this newcomer had a healthy wheat-toned complexion and bold attire that flaunted her toned and defined muscles. Her features and figure radiated a wild, untamed beauty that, to many, was just as captivating as Sophia's. Seeing Milia, the girl greeted her like an old friend, reaching out to pinch her cheek with a light laugh. "Are you the one taking care of Kron? So cute I had to pinch you. Is Kron here? Just tell him Cora's here to see him." "Right away, Miss Cora." Miltia was not angry at all because of Cola's behavior. On the contrary, she found this young lad's personality quite likable, being able to joke even with a servant like her. After a brief hesitation, she quickened her pace toward the center of the training ground. Klan was holding a training iron sword, delivering his final swings. Amid the faint sound of wind slicing through the air, he keenly sensed approaching footsteps. With a smooth motion, he sheathed his sword, knelt on one knee, and firmly planted the blade into the sandy ground. Then he grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead and neck, speaking calmly. "What's up, Miltia? Is something the matter?" Seeing that his master was not annoyed by the interruption, Militia's nerves eased. She bowed her head respectfully and reported, "Yes, master. A lady named Cola is outside asking for you." "I see," Klan replied casually. He wiped the sweat off his arms, tossed his outer coat over his shoulders, and strode toward the door. The courtyard gate stood wide open, but Cola remained just outside the threshold, arms crossed, not stepping inside. This seemingly carefree girl was unexpectedly meticulous when it came to etiquette. As soon as she looked up, she noticed the wet strands of hair clinging to Klan's forehead and raised her eyebrows. "Already forging so early?" Klan shook his head, casually leaning the training sword against the wall. "No, just practicing." Cola laughed heartily. "Haha, hope I'm not disturbing you." "No problem." Klan waved her off. "What did you come for?" Cola's expression turned serious. "The guild master wishes to see you tonight. Are you available?" "I am. Please tell the guild master he'll be there on time." "All right then, I'll leave you to your training. Good luck." Cola gave him a thumbs up before turning and walking away. Watching her depart, Klan buttoned up his coat without hurry. Thinking about meeting the guild master that evening, He felt no nervousness, had even met the Pope before. Facing anyone at the academy now was well within his comfort zone. Meanwhile, Klan was unaware that news of his 6 consecutive successful refinements of superior equipment during yesterday's test had quietly spread within the church. Rumors were growing louder, even reaching major guilds throughout the city. In the Alchemists Guild meeting hall, the president looked around at the assembled leaders, speaking gravely. I'm sure you've all heard about the Forgers Guild. A 16-year-old boy who can consecutively refine 6 superior quality weapons. What do you make of this? The senior members exchanged glances. Although none were experts in forging, they had spent the night researching the details and finally grasped the significance of 6 consecutive superior refinements at 16. Not even the Forgers Guild's own prodigy president had managed this at that age. The mention of that president tightened their hearts. He was a gifted young man who, over 10 years, had expanded a once negligible Forgers Guild into today's powerhouse. He himself had been granted a marquisate in record time, a true legend. The Forgers Guild was already a formidable rival, and now an even more talented youth had emerged. Without words, their minds understood that the Alchemist Guild's long-held #1 guild status was beginning to waver. The title they clung to was visibly at risk, and it might not be long before the Forgers Guild surpassed them. Different guilds enjoy varying levels of benefits each year, depending on their rank. In the conference room, the long table seemed crushed under the weight of silence. The Alchemist Guild had held the title of top guild since its founding, but now faced the very real threat of being overtaken by the Blacksmiths Guild. For everyone present, this was an unacceptable shame. The silence dragged on, until the vice president finally cleared his throat and broke the deadlock. We need to recruit more alchemists as quickly as possible. He tapped his knuckles on the table. The Blacksmiths Guild is definitely on the rise, but they still lag behind us. I believe most people still aspire to the respectable, glamorous status of an alchemist, rather than spending their days sweating over the forge. If we lower the entry requirements slightly, we can bring in more newcomers and increase the chance of discovering prodigies. The moment he finished speaking, dozens of eyes darkened simultaneously. Lower standards? Would that not dilute the nobility of the alchemist profession? An older council member abruptly stood, his voice icy. Absolutely not. I strongly oppose this. If we lose control over numbers, we'll get all kinds mixing in. Our exalted status will vanish. Let alone defend our top guild title. We'll even lose the right to compete with the blacksmiths. The vice president slammed his hand on the table, standing as well. The current bar is too high. Haven't you noticed the youth's rapidly waning enthusiasm for alchemy? Although we still lead other trades in numbers, how many potential geniuses give up out of fear? If we don't open this discipline to the public, decline is inevitable. Heh, Vice President, you're still too young. Another white-haired advisor shook his head, sneering. Once the secrets are out, it won't just be dilution, it will spawn countless villains using potions for harm. When the market floods with substandard goods, who will trust our guild? Voices rose and fell as objections piled up. The vice president listened carefully. Concerns about safety hazards and market chaos were already present in the shadows, yet no one wanted to face them. If they remained stubbornly closed off, the end was near. He scanned the room, meeting one hostile and guarded face after another, and thought bitterly, whatever I say next, it will only spark more fierce opposition. Perhaps this matter is truly beyond discussion with these people. Because these people believe that any real reform would definitely threaten their interests, they can only see the dangers and completely fail to recognize the benefits such changes would bring to the alchemist profession. With fundamentally different views, cooperation is impossible. The conference room was thick with a heavy silence as the vice president quietly closed his crystal tablet. His gaze swept over the opponents gathered there, and for the first time, he seriously considered that perhaps it was time to leave the Alchemist Guild and pursue a path that was truly his own. The president still sat composed at the head of the table, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his expression calm, yet inwardly he silently agreed with the vice president's judgment. He understood that the association was still far from genuine reform. For now, the most urgent task was to steady the hearts of the people and keep the world believing that alchemists remained the most noble profession on this continent. Meanwhile, Kellen's name was causing a storm of its own at an astonishing speed. His genius feats not only shook the alchemist industry, but also dealt a heavy blow to the other major craft guilds. The Forge Masters Guild's reputation climbed steadily, leaving those already overshadowed even less chance to recover. But Kellen himself paid it little mind. He hadn't yet felt he could influence the entire industry after all. He was just a prodigy, still far from a true master. After finishing his morning training, Kellen grew restless and arrived early at the Forge Masters Guild. Although he had planned to meet the president in the evening, the afternoon was free, and he intended to forge some new pieces. Cora at the front desk looked up and hesitated for a moment. Didn't you say you'd come this evening? I planned to forge this afternoon, Kellen said with a smile, shaking the toolbox in his hand. Might as well wait for the president too. All right, they'll book you a better forge room, free of charge, Cora answered without hesitation. She led Kellen down a corridor and stopped before a thick, metal soundproof door. This is where I usually work, nice environment. Mind if I watch? Of course not, Kellen nodded. He didn't consider his techniques a secret. His current success was more a matter of talent than tricks. The door hummed shut, filling the air with a faint scent of metal and charcoal. Kellen pulled out a star-black furnace, its surface patterned like a flowing galaxy, and tossed a handful of black gold charcoal inside. The black gold charcoal had once been his prized premium fuel, but now felt almost common. He smiled wryly, thinking the star-capturing furnace had probably never had to burn such coarse grain before. Cora's eyes fell on the furnace and froze. She instantly recognized it as a prized possession of the vice president. No one had expected that such a valuable furnace would be given to Kellen. Kellen moved to the window and pushed it open with a click, letting the thin daylight and faint starlight spill inside. The gentle light flowed into the star patterns engraved in the furnace walls. Moments later, the furnace glowed with a soft blue light, as if the night sky had been compressed into this small space. He pulled out meticulously prepared ores, the first of which was a thunderstone selling for 80 points apiece and capable of forging magical-grade weapons. As the ore slid into the furnace, the flames were instantly swallowed by azure electric arcs, shaking the air with muffled thunder. Cora's pupils contracted, and she drew in a sharp breath. Could it be? He's going straight for magical-grade weapon forging today? Her initial shock was quickly replaced by awe. After all, with the star-capturing furnace in hand, his success rate in forging soared, and with his nearly supernatural talent, attempting magical-grade equipment seemed entirely plausible. Kellen stared intently at the forge before him, sprinkling some high-quality earth powder inside to stabilize the thunderstone. Fueled by the scorching, steady burn of the black gold charcoal, the walls of the star-picking furnace glowed a deep red. The flames seemed compressed by an invisible hand into slender blue-white tongues that tightly embraced the thunderstone. Within just 5 minutes, the stone was heated to forging temperature. But Kellen didn't rush. He patiently waited several more seconds until the furnace reached its optimal heat before snatching the thunderstone out with long tongs in a flash. Clang! The diamond hammer came down, the crisp metallic sound searing into the heart. Under a rapid series of strikes, the thunderstone quickly deformed, though the hammer proved heavier and more stubborn than Kellen had expected. The first blow was forceful but still controlled. With each subsequent strike, Kellen adjusted his wrist strength and timed the vibrations precisely. By the 6th hit, he mastered the perfect rhythm and power, and the forging process instantly fell into a smooth groove. Cora watched the entire time with silent awe. Kellen was truly formidable, mastering the new hammer so quickly. The thunderstone's shape took form in no time, with only minor roughness in the first few strikes. Without pause, he proceeded to work on 3 more ordinary ores with sharp, confident movements, forging sounds, and the crackling fire weaving into a seamless, flowing recital. Seeing all this, Cora became even more certain Kellen's goal was magical-grade equipment. She ran through the standard procedures in her mind. Forging magical-grade gear requires at least 4 ores, one of which must be a high-quality attribute ore. After fusion, no less than 2 rounds of refinement are needed, and the higher the ore grade, the more refinement cycles required. Just recently, Kellen had completed 6 consecutive refinements, producing only superior-grade gear, a challenge already beyond ordinary magical equipment. With such skill, how could he fail? Now Kellen arranged the 4 ores carefully and began the fusion. Heat waves mixed with metal scents rushed from the fire as the ores gleamed in varying shades amid the blaze. Compared to before, he could clearly feel the star-picking furnace's precise temperature control accelerating the melting. Would it take the whole afternoon? He estimated maybe 2 magical-grade weapons could be forged today. At the precise moment, he started the first round of refinement. The hammer strikes were steady and measured, each landing like a carefully marked ruler, weaving the ore's textures ever closer. The fusion progressed so fast it silently amazed both Kellen and Cora. The diamond hammer, an upgraded version of the old forging hammer, naturally came with powerful enhancements, fully on display now. Yet Kellen was still unsatisfied with the speed. He activated the thunder invocation technique, energizing the thunder body within. Streams of subtle currents flickered beneath his skin, violet-blue arcs climbing from his arm to the hammer's handle, causing faint thunder patterns to glow on the shaft. Instantly, his strength, speed, and perception surged. Thanks to his improved thunder affinity talent, Kellen could now more efficiently channel this magic, amplifying and prolonging its effect. With this remarkable boost, his forging ability elevated to a new level. Every time Kellen boosts his lightning attribute, it's an epic-level enhancement for him. That's why, even with the condition of only increasing the attribute a little each year and with great randomness, the skill of point allocation still earns a solid C rating because as long as the main attribute keeps stacking, his talents undergo a revolutionary transformation. If he can accumulate about 10 points in the main attribute at once, his talent will instantly surge to rival that of a true class prodigy. Even in the late stages of cultivation, the disadvantage brought by age is largely offset by this strong foundation. His speed won't slow down, and he still has a real chance to achieve impressive feats. In the forging area, flames leapt and danced. Kellen swung his hammer with an even faster rhythm than before, striking with unwavering steadiness. Cora watched intently, her expression growing serious. Someone with her keen eye could see that Kellen's skill was now nearly on par with her own. The first round of refinement finished faster than expected. As the fire died down, Kellen grabbed the remaining ore and tossed it into the star-cleaving furnace. Though the ore wasn't fully cooled yet, he didn't rush the next step. As the weapon's level improves, the best refinement is all done in one go. Letting it cool mid-process and reheating later subtly harms the final quality. These details were painstakingly gleaned from multiple master smiths and now come as second nature to him. Cora nodded silently. She hadn't noticed that at the workshop entrance, an imposing figure with tightly controlled aura had appeared unnoticed. The guild master. Both were so focused on the task that no one realized this important arrival. The guild master's gaze briefly swept the flames, and he gave a slight nod, clearly approving Kellen's technique. The second heating took only 1 minute longer than the first. The star-cleaving furnace, a splendid grade artifact, was far too powerful for these small scraps, heating them with incredible speed. As the lid lifted, flames and heat surged forth, and without pause, Kellen clamped the newly forged blank on the anvil. The hammer struck, ringing crisply through the whole workshop. From the first hit, he sensed a sharp rise in hardness, nearing the strength of a blank that had undergone 5 previous refinements. No wonder the ingot made by melting 4 pieces of original ore was terrifyingly solid. Fortunately, his gear was recently upgraded, and with his lightning physique active, his attributes continued climbing. With overlapping hammer strikes, he completed this fusion in half the time it took yesterday. The glowing hot metal flowed under his hands. Looking at the shaped blank, Kellen hesitated only briefly before deciding to push on directly to the third refinement. He knew the success rate would drop sharply again, and the difficulty could exceed 6 refinements done yesterday combined. But failure meant starting over. He had never lost since learning forging, but that didn't mean he feared failure. Countless attempts were the foundation of true success, and he had no reason to back down. As the hammering continued, difficulty soared. Steam billowed in the heat. Veins bulged on Kellen's forehead, and his face flushed from the strain, but the blank before him only slightly bent, refusing to fold fully. At his limit, he pushed his lightning power to max, electric light surging through his veins, nearly doubling his magical energy consumption, but his strength, speed, and defense rose sharply with it. Sparks flew across the anvil, and the clash of metal echoed loudly. The guild master narrowed his eyes, and Cora held her breath. Seconds ticked by as Kellen's shoulder muscles swelled under the intense strikes, sweat turning to steam in the electric arcs. Finally, after half an hour and nearly 70 energy consumed, Kellen succeeded in stacking the blank. The raw ore had now cooled, so Kron had no choice but to reheat it before forging again. The rekindled flames curled with tongues of bright red, illuminating the furnace chamber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kron took a deep breath of the scorching, metallic air before tongs gripped the glowing ore and dropped it onto the anvil. This was the third refinement, and the final chance. With his current skill, even if the end product barely succeeded, it would be hard to achieve perfection, but that was nothing unusual for a blacksmith attempting magic-grade equipment for the first time. The guild leader, who had been watching Kron with curiosity, now looked on with genuine admiration as Kron knowingly risked 3 rounds of refinement. True growth for a smith required the courage to keep trying despite failures. Others might see Kron's choice as reckless, but to the leader, such boldness was the most precious quality at this age. He had recognized this young man's potential from their first meeting. The hot metal hit the anvil with a heavy thud, marking the start of the third round. Kron immediately felt how the ore's hardness far exceeded the earlier times each hammer strike landed, as if on rock. Forced to slow his pace, efficiency dropped sharply, and he repeatedly had to return the blade blank to the fire. What proved truly taxing was the strain on his strength. Every hammer blow sent vibrations up the handle to his arm, numbing his knuckles and muscles. After only a few hundred strikes, a dull ache began to throb in his right arm. One more moment of overexertion, and the pain could explode. Any slip in form would cause the blade's quality to plummet. At that moment, Kron finally understood why advancing as a smith was so grueling. The higher the rank, the more exaggerated the strength required. He was struggling just to refine a magic-grade weapon. What about hero-grade, brilliant-grade, or legendary weapons? The unimaginable power needed could never be borne by human strength alone, requiring all kinds of support devices, and the forging time for such weapons was beyond ordinary comprehension. For now, all he could do was patiently grind, striking little by little, putting the blade back in the fire over and over. Watching the sweat drip from Kron's temple down to his chin, the guild leader and Cora exchanged a sly smile. Welcome to the real world of smithing. There are no shortcuts here. If your strength falls short, you grind it out with time. Whether you're a genius or a master, you have to repeatedly heat and hammer. As long as you don't make mistakes, the product will come eventually. The symphony of flame, anvil, and metal played for a solid 3 hours before Kron finished the third refinement. Using the tongs to hold the pale blade blank, he slipped it back into the furnace to begin the long, meticulous shaping. He grit his teeth and steadied the rhythm of the hammer's rise and fall, though a deep soreness now throbbed from his right hand's bones. Outside, the sky faded along with this grueling battle. When the shadows on the walls stretched to their limits, Kron glanced toward the window. A sunset clung to its last glow. The guild leader was likely returning at any moment. If Kron hadn't finished shaping, the entire forging session would be forced to end. A sudden weight fell in Kron's chest. Then he noticed a young man standing quietly in the corner when he had arrived. Kron had no clue, nor how long he had stood there. Their eyes met briefly in the air, and Kron's hands instinctively froze. When did this person come in, and how had he missed it entirely? The young man gave Kellen a distinctly dangerous vibe. There was no way he was ordinary. Could this be the legendary guildmaster? Kellen felt it was not impossible. Just as the invisible pressure forced Kellen to stop swinging his hammer, a familiar voice came from behind. Why did you stop forging? Cora whipped around and saw Kono Newman quietly standing in the doorway. Brother, when did you get here? You nearly scared me to death. Kono chuckled as he stepped inside. I've been back for a while. When I saw your forge glowing, I thought you were busy, but it turns out it's this young man. His gaze settled on Kellen by the anvil. You must be Kellen, right? Keep going. He'll watch and maybe offer some advice later. Hearing the top master himself promise to guide him, Kellen's eyes lit up. An indescribable excitement surged within. He took a deep breath, picked up the hammer again, and the sparks flying echoed once more through the cramped smithy. The guild master crossed his arms, slightly turned, and his eyes tracked every strike of the hammer with precision. As time passed, a satisfied expression grew on his face. This boy had obviously not been at forging long, but possessed an almost instinctive intuition, a true mark of a future master. The firelight reflected off the sweat beading on Kellen's brow. His eyes remained fixed on the glowing metal, memorizing every emerging pattern and shift in temperature. The guildmaster's presence was a huge encouragement, but it could not hide the fact that Kellen had hit a bottleneck in his forging. An hour passed. Kellen's right arm trembled faintly, his palms soaked in sweat. Fortunately, the process was nearly done, but he knew better than anyone that the final steps demanded full focus. Gritting his teeth, fighting through the fatigue and pain, he kept hammering. The guildmaster, who had noticed his struggle long ago, now looked on with even greater appreciation. Resilient, clever, skillful. How could all these qualities belong to a 16-year-old? Perhaps precisely because he was only 16, he dared to push forward fearlessly, unafraid of failure. A more experienced smith would probably have played it safe and stopped after the second refinement. At last, Kellen reached the quenching stage. He took from a nearby shelf a carefully selected high-quality forging liquid prepared last night and gently poured it into a water basin. The liquid spread across the surface like a virus, rapidly turning the water an eerie blue-purple. Tiny arcs of electricity danced within. Once the color was uniform, he raised the glowing blade above the pool. Before the blade was fully submerged, the water's surface trembled slightly from the heat. The next moment, the edge touched the water. His white mist rose and a wave of heat hit Kellen's face. He stared unwaveringly at every line forming on the blade. Suddenly, his heart clenched. His intuition screamed if he continued, the blade would snap. He yanked the sword out of the water. In the swirling mist, a faint dark crack glimmered along the red-hot spine. After a brief cool-down, he carefully lowered the blade into the blue-purple water again. Throughout, his breath was nearly held in suspense. Not far away, the guildmaster witnessed all of this. His respect grew deeper. Such terrifying intuition. If Kellen hadn't withdrawn the blade immediately, the forging would have ended in failure. Few smiths possessed instincts so sharp. Under Kron's repeated adjustments, a deep purple light swiftly spread along the sword's spine, engulfing the entire blade and signaling the forge's success. In the year 1701 of the kingdom's calendar, this was the day Kron attempted forging a magic-grade weapon for the first time and instantly created a magic longsword refined 3 times over. At his current age, no one dared to predict how far he could rise in mastery. While the metal was still hot, he skillfully fitted the hilt into place. Once the blade cooled, he cautiously gripped the sword. The instant his fingertips touched the hilt, lightning elemental mana inside him surged in response, as if electric currents crackled through his meridians. Though its power amplification was slightly lower than his old sword by about 10%, the feel in his palm was incomparable. The balance and curvature of the hilt perfectly tailored, as if custom-made for him. Unless I face a truly extraordinary weapon, this will be my go-to sword from now on, Kron resolved quietly. After some thought, he decided to immediately replace his practical combat sword with this new blade. The slight loss in attribute was acceptable, but the improved handling was a solid advantage. If he ever met an enemy he couldn't overcome, switching back to the lightning flash sword would still be an option. To test the new sword's power, Kron glanced at the wooden stake in the courtyard not far away. Its rough surface was scarred with cuts of varying depths, clearly a dedicated target for blade testing. Still, out of courtesy, he asked, "Is this the test stake?" Cora nodded vigorously, as if her name had been called. "Yeah, go ahead and try it." She clearly wanted to witness firsthand the strength of this magic sword. Gripping the longsword tightly, Kron took a deep breath and swung sharply. Bang! The blade struck the stake with a flash of lightning. A strong recoil slammed through the hilt. Wood chips flew everywhere as the thick stake was cleaved halfway through. Though not severed, the new cut was several fingers deeper than any previous mark. Cora's pupils constricted as if she were about to lose balance. "Oh my god, is this even possible? Your very first magic weapon is this powerful?" All those old scars had been left by her own hand, but Kron's casual strike easily surpassed them, shaking her confidence and making her briefly entertain the idea of picking a lucky day to jump off a cliff. The guild master silently observed the entire test and applauded softly. With his seasoned eyes, he recognized that while the sword still trailed slightly behind Cora's work in toughness and sharpness, the incredible depth of the cut owed more to Kron's arm strength than the blade's qualities. Still, he chose not to point this out. Cora had been too lackadaisical lately and needed a reminder. Meanwhile, Kron's success in his first magical forging attempt genuinely deserved praise. After the test, Kron sheathed the sword and approached the guild master quietly. "Guild master, sir." Kron. The master nodded, his gaze approving. "Gugong told me you are incredibly gifted, and it proves true. You are indeed a natural-born smith. But your strengths and weaknesses are both clear." A chill ran through Kron's. Here the real critique was coming. "Your current forging technique is not flawed, but like many beginners, you face common hurdles: limited experience, insufficient power, and imperfect control over finer details. You can cultivate a body-strengthening technique to solve the problem of insufficient power. At the same time, you can also practice a forging hammer method. I know the forging hammer method and can teach you. As for the material selection, although your choice of materials is reasonable, it's not perfect." In front of Kellen, the guild leader spoke calmly but hit the nail on the head with every sentence. "There's nothing wrong with the thunderstone itself, but you used 2 earth element ores along with 1 ordinary iron ore. Since you added earth powder beforehand, 1 earth ore would have sufficed. The extra ores actually suppressed the thunder attribute. You've probably noticed that the sword is quite sharp, but the thunder attribute enhancement is mediocre. This is the consequence of repeated heating combined with excessive earth or stabilizing it. Next time, try using a milder water element or instead. It'll make the forging easier and the finished product will be lighter." In just a few words, all of Kellen's doubts were shattered. He suddenly realized that this person in front of him was indeed a practical forging master. "Got it, guild leader. He'll remember that," Kellen replied quickly. Then, thinking of why he was summoned today, he asked cautiously, "By the way, guild leader, I heard you wanted to see me today. Is there something you want to discuss?" The guild leader nodded gently. "Indeed. I spoke with Gugong last night, and we've decided to give you additional funds and materials every month. Also, I personally want to observe your forging more often. Take a look at this list and see if you're satisfied." He handed over a piece of paper. Kellen took it and glanced down. His eyes immediately lit up. 1. Black gold charcoal, 1000 gene. 2. Attribute ores 100 gene. 3. Ordinary high-quality iron or 300 gene. 4. Advanced forging liquid 5 bottles. 5. Ordinary forging liquid 50 bottles. Just the black gold charcoal alone was piled like a small mountain. Not to mention the forging liquids and high-quality iron ore. Kellen's eye twitched slightly. Wow, so much iron. Does he think him a machine? But then he thought about it. With his current forging speed, even going all out to improve his skills, this amount might barely be enough for a month. Seeing through Kellen's thoughts, the guild leader smiled and added, "Your level isn't very high yet. Before you become an official forger, this is basically the amount of support you'll get. It wasn't this generous originally, but since I see you're already at an advanced blacksmith level, I temporarily upgraded your allowance." "I'm very satisfied, guild leader," Kellen said sincerely. "All right, I have no other plans tonight. You can continue forging, and I'll stay nearby to guide you." The guild leader then took out a thick ancient book with the title Forging Star Hammer Method on the cover. "This is my family's ancestral hammer method. Take it and study it. If you have questions, ask me or Keela." Seeing the opponent even pull out a family heirloom manual, Kellen was stunned and about to express his gratitude when the guild leader suddenly added, "But there are conditions attached to giving you this manual." "What conditions? Please tell me, guild leader." "It's simple. Since this secret manual has been passed down in our family for generations, naturally only members of our household can learn it. Someone like you will surely have more than one wife in the future, and I don't expect the person you marry through our alliance to be your primary spouse. So how about forming a marital alliance with our family?" Hearing this sudden proposal, Kellen was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't expected the council leader to speak so bluntly. He looked up and appraised the man, who appeared confident, as if he had already calculated that Kellen wouldn't refuse. For Kellen, love was not a necessity. The real way to secure interest was always through family alliances. His current resources were limited, couldn't offer anything comparable to the council leader's standing. Trading marriage for this kind of alliance was quite a good deal. Moreover, given the leader's status, this marriage seemed like a strategic downward compatible investment, clearly betting on his future potential. At that moment, Cora, standing nearby, heard the word marriage alliance, and her ears instantly flushed red. She whispered loudly, "Brother, what are you saying?" Amused by his sister's reaction, Kono didn't hold back in teasing her. "Stop dreaming. You're probably not even in the running. You're already so old, who would want you?" Before he could finish, Cora, embarrassed and angry, jabbed him hard in the waist with her elbow. But Kono's body, hardened from years of forging, was like a fortress. His expression remained utterly unchanged. Frustrated at being outmatched, Cora stomped her feet in anger, powerless. Like scolding a little lion, Kono casually tapped her on the forehead with a dull thud. Cora immediately crouched down, clutching her head and quietly sobbing. Just from the sound, it was clear she'd been hit hard. The council leader cleared his throat, apologetically nodding toward Kellen. "Sorry about that. This kid has always been mischievous. I was just giving him a little lesson." Kellen murmured, nodding vaguely, though his gaze remained fixed on the heirloom manual. The leader returned to the matter at hand. "So, about my proposal, can you accept it? If not, I can." Kellen cut him off before he could finish. Seeing the acceptance, the leader's face lit up with a broad smile. "But I have a question," Kellen inquired evenly. "If I marry into your noble family, what will be expected of me?" "Don't worry," the leader waved his hand reassuringly. "We only want the connection in name and relationship. The children can take your surname, and your freedom will not be restricted." The terms were so generous it felt like they were practically desperate for talent. Kellen thought to himself that this was indeed an ideal ally, and he nodded immediately. "Then I accept your terms." Only then did the leader solemnly hand over the manual. "Very well. This star hammer forging technique is for you. I hope you will study it carefully when you return." "I certainly will." Taking the manual, Kellen mentally assessed his hammering aptitude 6 points. Based on his knowledge of various martial arts, this was a respectable rating, second only to his swordsmanship talent. As long as the manual wasn't absurdly difficult, he was confident that he could reach proficiency fairly quickly. They then began to practice right away. Kellen followed the scroll step by step, and whenever an error occurred, the leader would immediately correct him. Soon, Kellen discerned the core of this hammer technique. It coordinated a specialized breathing method with skillful force application, using the hammer's momentum to conserve energy. This sped up the forging process while improving efficiency. However, the more effortless a technique, the harder it is to master. Once the momentum was out of control, it could easily cause injury to oneself or others. But precisely because it relied on momentum, it was difficult to control the strength during forging, which made accidents and injuries more likely. Overall, the strengths and weaknesses were quite clear. Not long after beginning his training, Kellen had already grasped the essentials of this hammer technique. He raised the silver-white Vajra hammer high and slammed it down hard onto the practice iron ore, producing a muffled bang that echoed like distant thunder rolling across an iron roof. A few steps away, Keela initially froze. The sound was unmistakably the distinctive pulse of their forged star hammer style. She perked up her ears to listen again. Boom. The second strike landed, identical in sound to the first, and this time Keela was absolutely certain. Yes, this was the signature rhythm of their clan's secret technique. And all this in just a few strikes? From then on, each time Kellen swung the hammer, he perfectly replicated the same sound, his rhythm unerringly steady. Even Kinuo, watching nearby, furrowed his brow in surprise. Hadn't Kellen barely managed one solid hit before? How could he now hit every strike so consistently? The guy was like a freak. Indeed, Kellen had one remarkable advantage. Once he happened to succeed, even once, he could lock down that feeling perfectly in his memory and almost always reproduce it afterward. At this point, his swings grew more fluid, his shoulders, arms, and breathing synced seamlessly, flowing into a natural rhythm. Yet he didn't rush to speed up. From the start, he had known that this hammer style, if executed carelessly, could easily backfire and injure the wielder. Better to stay steady and safe for now. Watching Kellen genuinely break through, Kinuo's emotions mixed. He himself had quickly hit the right sound on his first attempt years ago, around the same speed as Kellen, but then spent a whole week stabilizing his strength control. Now Kellen was executing it flawlessly in one go. Was baffled, but quietly excited to see such a prodigy emerge. Under Kinuo's meticulous guidance, Kellen's progress was visible to the naked eye. The clang of hammer blows echoed continuously throughout the iron ore workshop until midnight, finally winding down amid Kellen's breathy sighs of satisfaction. The guild leader had other matters and would not appear, but Kellen had gained a lot this time and truly needed a moment to absorb it all. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Thanks to an improved affinity for lightning attributes, Kellen's cultivation of the thunder summoning technique skyrocketed, causing his stats panel to surge again. Swordsmanship talent 1. Strength 10. Agility 6. Constitution 6. Spirit 7. Though his sword and hammer skills had yet to break through their current levels, daily forging practice sent his strength soaring far beyond before, noticeably toughening his entire physique. His current core stats: Strength 61, Agility 51, Constitution 54, Spirit 47. At the same time, the comfortable pace of life boosted his charm stat to 80 and extended his lifespan to 89 years. At this rate, he might actually one day touch immortality. His forging skill advanced by leaps and bounds as well. Now that he had mastered the Forged Star Hammer style, Kellen was able to create 5 times refined magical-grade weapons. Success wasn't guaranteed every time, but it was already impressive enough. Today, Saga once again invited Kron to join them on a mission, but Kron declined their offer. "What's wrong, Kron? This mission is a perfect fit for us. Aren't you going?" Saga asked with curiosity. Kron withdrew his gaze from the quest board, his voice calm but resolute. "The smithing tournament is in 2 weeks. Every day from now on has to be dedicated to preparation. I simply can't spare the time." Hearing this, Saga finally understood Really was busy, and there was no use trying to persuade him further. In fact, there had been rumors circulating in the guild lately about a super prodigy emerging in the smithing association. At first, Saga, Winnie, and Gato dismissed it as gossip, but today they confirmed the truth. That prodigy was Kron. The 3 of them felt mixed emotions: happiness for their friend's growth, but also a clear sense of distance growing between them. Unable to hide her reluctance, Saga forced a cheerful smile and raised a fist playfully. "All right then. Good luck, Kron. We'll cheer for you at the tournament." "Thanks," Kron nodded, then adjusted his cloak and headed straight toward the smithing association. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Saga, Winnie, and Gato exchanged glances. Gato was the first to speak. "Maybe we should pick a secondary profession too?" Saga nodded in agreement. Earlier, like most newcomers, they had eagerly chosen secondary skills, but things hadn't gone as planned. During that time, Saga found forcing herself to learn new knowledge alongside training to be torture. Winnie struggled with the same problem, and Gato was so obsessed with martial arts that he had no energy left. So the 3 had quickly given up on secondary professions and chose to focus purely on combat roles. But Kron had leapt ahead, becoming the super prodigy of the smithing association, enjoying perks like free materials, exclusive workshops, and elder mentorship. The news shocked the 3 friends and made them keenly aware of the gap that having a secondary profession created. Tentatively, Saga suggested, "Maybe we should try other paths? Some secondary jobs might not be so painful." "I'm open to that," said Winnie, with Gato nodding in agreement. After a moment's thought, Gato was the first to make up his mind. "My talent is as a weapons master. I learn quickly, so we'll follow Kron and become a smith too. Mastering the hammer shouldn't be too hard." His reasoning sounded solid. Winnie added, "I'll pick battle mage. With my elemental sensing combined with formations, I should be able to unleash stronger bursts." As for Saga, she crossed her arms and frowned, struggling with the decision. She hated rigid study but hated falling behind even more. After much deliberation, she finally decided to give smithing a try. Maybe she unexpectedly has a talent for forging, and if so, she might get to see Kellen often. Kellen didn't notice it, but these few companions around him had quietly made up their minds because of his identity as a forger. It would be best to stick close to him, get more exposure to forging, and maybe they could actually learn some skills. By now, Kellen had become a rising star in the academy. Whenever he appeared on the streets, people whispered quietly, "That's the fastest rising forging prodigy in King's Academy." I heard he even got the elders of the Forging Guild stirred up. Such attention meant wherever he went, curious eyes followed him. He only halted at the doorsteps of the Forging Guild's grand entrance. Standing there was a silver-haired girl with her hands behind her back, her pure white robes outlining a slender figure, with 2 insignias on her chest gleaming sharply in the sunlight: the Holy Heart. She was the very woman who had sickened Kellen to his stomach the first time he arrived at King's Academy. The Holy Heart was momentarily stunned. The boy before her was now half a head taller than she remembered, with broad shoulders, and his once youthful face had hardened into a more striking, handsome countenance. But that fleeting admiration was quickly crushed under the weight of past humiliations. "Hey, you over there, the blacksmith." The Holy Heart raised her voice, sharp and cutting. "Forge a sword for this holy maiden right now. If it's good, it'll reward you heavily. If not, don't say I didn't warn you, haha." Under so many watchful eyes, her aim was obvious to shame Kellen. But he didn't even blink, brushing past her and striding straight through the guild doors, silently vowing, one day, that mad dog would regret crossing him in public. Ignored and instantly darkening, the Holy Heart's expression twisted into fury. Just as she was about to erupt, a youth standing nearby whispered a reminder, "Holy Maiden, don't forget His Holiness the Pope's orders." The warning from 10 days ago surfaced. Kellen was now a key talent under the Church's protection. Anyone who tried to trip him up, even the Holy Maiden, would be punished without mercy. At the thought of the Church's harsh disciplinary methods, a chill ran through her, and though her fingers silently tightened on her sword, her hatred was forced down just a bit. She changed her tone, but refused to back down. "What? Not taking orders now?" Are all the blacksmiths in your forging guild this arrogant? The commotion quickly drew apprentices and customers from the guild. When some saw the one being cornered was Kellen, they wanted to speak up for him, but catching sight of the two badges on the Holy Heart's chest marquee and Church Holy Maiden, they fell silent, thinking, such an important figure came in person to trouble our guild's prodigy. How do we even play this? At that moment, Kola pushed through the crowd at the back, sweat beading on her temple, but summoning courage to step forward. Holy Maiden, your visit honors the Forging Guild. If you want Master Kellen's weapons, we have many finished products in stock. You can choose from them first. Master Kellen is currently busy and may not be available right now. The Holy Heart cast a cold glance, her icy blue eyes resting on Kola. Kellen was slightly surprised Kola was willing to stand up for him even in this situation, proving she truly was a good sister. But he absolutely could not let her get caught in danger. Suddenly, the Holy Heart spoke coldly. Who do you think you are, addressing me like that? I'm talking to Kellen, not you. Get out of the way. You really think you're somebody? Being insulted by Xingxin, Keela clenched her fists tightly, almost wanting to rush forward and slap her. A raging fire of anger boiled inside her, threatening to break through her reason, but in the end, she forcibly suppressed it. Even though her brother was the head of the Blacksmiths Guild, he was no match for the Saint-Eswo was recognized by everyone as austere talent. The terrifying power of austere talent was well known across the empire. In just a few years, she would rise to a level far beyond ordinary people. When that day came, if the Saints sought revenge, neither their guild nor the Keela family could stand against her, especially since the church itself stood behind Xingxin. For her own sake, and for her brother and family, this proud and stubborn girl had no choice but to endure. Enough already. Did you eat crap this morning and forget to brush your teeth? Why is your breath so foul? So what if you're the saintess? Having a saintess like you in our church is a curse. Keep talking like that, and they'll have your horse killed. A sudden rough voice shattered the tension. Kellen unleashed a barrage without holding back, his voice exploding across the square. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes turned fearful all at once. Keela could hardly believe her ears. Just as she was about to speak up and apologize for Kellen, she was cut off by his words. This has nothing to do with you. It's between me and her. His tone was harsh, but Keela could hear the worry in it that he didn't want her to get involved. She immediately fell silent, still wanting to say something, but a cold glare from Kellen stopped her. She quietly stepped aside, fingertips trembling with guilt. At a time like this, stepping up already took courage, and Kellen wouldn't blame her. Xingxin looked stunned. Kellen had just insulted her, saying she ate crap and had stinky breath? Such explosive words caught her off guard, and for a moment she doubted whether she had heard correctly. After a brief pause, her anger flared, and the saintess struck immediately, almost like a blur as she lunged at Kellen. A faint smile played on Kellen's lips, still the same, impulsive and hot-headed, unwilling to summon even the soul of an angel. Xingxin's speed had indeed improved a lot lately, but Kellen's progress in that time had been just as remarkable. She treated Kellen like the useless nobody he used to be, and now she would pay the price. Since she struck first, even if he seriously hurt her afterward, the Pope wouldn't say a word. Kellen thought with a flash of determination. Before anyone noticed, he had drawn his longsword. Its cold gleam swept as the blade aimed straight for the saintess' abdomen. At the same moment, Xingxin raised her hand and slapped Kellen fiercely across the face. As the slap landed, the sword precisely pierced in. Everyone watching clearly saw that the saintess struck first, and Kellen was only defending himself. The next second, a brilliant white arc of electricity surged from the blade lodged inside her. Sizzle! The powerful current instantly blackened the wound. The pain came so suddenly Xingxin couldn't even cry out. Her body collapsed as if its bones had been pulled apart, convulsing violently while the electric current ravaged through her organs. Lady Saintess, the attendants trailing behind, turned pale with fright, calling out urgently, but not daring to approach. No one expected Kellen would suddenly do something like this. Of course, Kellen didn't truly intend to kill her. At the last moment, he held back. This strike was enough to severely wound Xingxin, but not to kill her. Don't worry, you won't die, just some injuries. This is only a warning. If you dare provoke me again next time, we'll both go down. Kron's eyes burned with murderous intent, as if it could take physical form. At that moment, he truly wished he could tear this saintess into pieces, but the cost of losing his cool was too high. What he did already crossed a line. After that, he didn't strike again. Deep down, Kron fully understood that the Pope had used him to provoke the saintess. Though Kron had acted rashly, it probably wouldn't endanger her life. You. The saintess gasped angrily, speaking for a moment before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. She was visibly enraged, struggling to stand and fight back, but the pain in her abdomen kept her from mustering any strength. Your Holiness, please don't speak for now. Let's get you treated immediately. Several people nearby quickly helped her up and carried her away. Kron watched coldly, his gaze icy as frost. His earlier words were no joke. He was deeply troubled by this saintess of the church. She had a perfect start, just had to follow the expected path to become one of the strongest people in the world. Yet, she was arrogant and reckless, constantly stirring up trouble and making enemies. That wasn't the behavior of someone meant to succeed the Pope. Then Kron thought, maybe this was a side effect of his class talent. Saga had said her winged race's talent caused psychological issues. Perhaps the Saintess' problems also stemmed from mental obstacles, which explained her wild arrogance. But soon, Kron stopped dwelling on it. Whatever issues the Saintess had inside, it didn't matter to him. What mattered was the church wouldn't ignore such a serious incident. Given what had happened, he didn't continue his forging tasks that day and instead sat quietly in the hall, waiting. Inside the hall, several smiths witnessing the scene quickly dispersed, not wanting to linger and risk trouble. Kola sat opposite Kron, brow tightly furrowed. Kron, you've really messed up this time. That was the Saintess. Kola's voice mixed concern and anger. Kron remained calm. Don't worry, Kola, I'm fine. The Pope won't do anything to me. How can you be so sure? Kola pressed. I never said the Pope wouldn't punish me, Kron said lightly. But he knew well the Pope might act for appearances, but wouldn't destroy him. Kola was too angry to reply. Do you even realize what you've done? She genuinely feared this incident would ruin Kron's future. Just as Kron opened his mouth to reassure her, church officials arrived in a rush. Who's Kron? The scene was eerily similar to the last time they'd tried to apprehend him. Kron stood and said firmly, it's me. They'll go with you to the church. Seeing them, Kron was briefly taken aback. Are you the one who tried to arrest me last time? Facing Kron's calm and composed demeanor, Jackwell was momentarily speechless. What was this kid's background? Last time, he ran into the Saintess and had no choice but to resist. But what was going on now? But what was going on this time? Judging by the kid's appearance, he didn't seem hurt at all. Instead, it was the holy maiden who had been seriously injured. It was enough to make one believe she was truly incensed. The captain of the escort squad wore a dark expression, tired of wasting words on Kellen. He raised his hand and gave a crisp order. Bring this guy in. Several enforcers stepped forward, ropes gleaming coldly with the coarse fibers of hemp. Kellen glanced up calmly, as casual as if he were out shopping. Don't worry, I didn't run last time, and am not running now. He'll come with you. He brushed off one of their hands and strode toward the direction of the church. The road was paved with large white stone slabs, reflecting scattered specks of light under the sun, making the escorters momentarily dazed if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Who would think these men were prisoners under guard rather than personal bodyguards escorting a noble? That Kellen had left the church unscathed last time said enough. The captain snorted coldly to himself. This guy's no ordinary troublemaker. Better not act rashly. There was no conversation along the way, and soon they arrived at the magnificent papal hall. Towering domes and huge stained-glass windows came into view. A strange thought flickered through Kellen's mind. He'd probably be coming here often from now on, but he wasn't getting the same kind of reward as last time. Inside, the captain urged quietly. The massive doors slowly closed behind them. The captain reported loudly, Your Holiness, Kellen has arrived. Unlike the last peaceful encounter, the Pope standing on the raised platform looked grim and cold. The sacred robe's patterns seemed sharper in the flickering candlelight. Even several meters away, Kellen could feel the restrained anger radiating from the Pope, though he couldn't tell how much of it was real and how much mere performance. The Pope commanded curtly, Wait outside. Yes, Your Holiness. The group saluted and withdrew. The doors shut, leaving only Kellen and the Pope inside. Kellen spoke first, Your Holiness. Do you still remember who I am? The icy voice echoed through the vast hall. Do you have any respect left for the church? Tell me, what did you do to the Holy Maiden? Kellen stood straight but spoke politely. The Holy Maiden came to the Blacksmith's Guild, trying to trap me over the last incident and target my companions. To protect them, I was forced to strike first. The Pope nearly laughed with disbelief. Oh, so you're the victim here? In a way, yes, Kellen replied calmly. If I hadn't fought back, it would have been me and my people lying on the ground now. I had no choice but to injure the Holy Maiden. His tone was courteous but carried a hint of cheekiness, suggesting she brought this on herself. Watching him, the Pope grew increasingly irritated. This kid seemed to have caught on to something, which made him bold enough to act so insolently. But the Pope wasn't quite certain. So, you think you're entirely blameless? Not at all, Your Holiness. I know I made a serious mistake, but if I gave in, I'd have to endure endless humiliation from the Holy Maiden. You understand her temperament. Kellen's words slightly cooled the Pope's anger. He was almost certain now Kellen had seen through the scheme to use him to provoke the Holy Maiden. The boy was unexpectedly clever. If only Shinshin the Holy Heart had half his wit, things would be much easier. Still, as Pope, he would never admit that aloud. Kellen, do you realize that I once had great faith in you? But now, after what you've done, if I don't punish you, how can I expect anyone outside these walls to respect me? The Pope's voice was as cold and sharp as an ice blade, echoing through the vast hall. Kellen felt a chill run down his spine and instantly understood the true concern behind those words: his pride and authority. If he went unpunished, the church's power would be undermined. He quickly weighed his options. For now, He had to admit his mistake and accept a symbolic punishment from the Pope so that outsiders would firmly believe in the Church's fairness. But then a more clever plan occurred to him. Your Holiness, I have a proposal. Oh, do tell. The Pope raised his chin, eyes sharp as a blade. In half a month, the smithing competition will take place. I will win the youth division. 2 months after that, the freshman martial arts tournament begins, and I will claim that victory as well. By then, the world will see my talent and realize that the gap between me and the Saintess is not so vast. This whole episode will be forgotten. At hearing this, the Pope's lips curled into a nearly imperceptible smile. The boy was undeniably gifted but dangerously arrogant. Thinking he could compare himself to the Saintess just by winning 2 championships? If allowed to inflate his ego, he would surely follow Saint Zin's reckless path soaring without regard for limits. In the next instant, the Pope's eyes darkened like storm clouds, and his voice thundered. How dare you? An invisible pressure crashed down, as if a mountain had descended on the hall. Even the guards outside were struck to their knees. Yet Kellen gritted his teeth and stood firm, his shoulders trembling slightly. The Pope's brow lifted slightly. Normally, such oppressive force would bring Kellen down instantly. Was his body truly that strong? Curious, the Pope intensified the pressure silently. The air thickened like molten lead. Kellen's knuckles cracked under the strain, and his chest felt crushed. Still, he fought to endure, sweat mixed with blood seeping from his temple. A low, furious roar burst from his throat. Lightning suddenly crawled over his body, transforming into vivid blue electric serpents. Pressed by the ordeal, his lightning conduction art accelerated wildly, muscles bulging and his aura surging upwards. The Pope narrowed his eyes and layered on another wave of pressure. A torrent of divine power pressed Kellen down like a giant hand. His own magic force drained rapidly, yet under this immense strain, his control over the lightning conduction art advanced sharply. The breakthrough he had just made stabilized rapidly. However, the newfound strength still lagged behind the soaring pressure. Fine beads of blood oozed out from his pores, soaking his clothes and dripping onto the stone floor. Kellen felt as if an invisible hammer was smashing his limbs and organs from the inside. His body now felt like it was on the verge of exploding under the unbearable weight. Just as Kellen's body was about to give out, the Pope suddenly withdrew the overwhelming pressure. Outside the main hall, the guards and attendants who had previously been knocked to the ground instantly felt their chests lighten. They struggled to their feet. Wiping away cold sweat, few had ever seen the Pope display such thunderous fury, and the lingering fear in their hearts was still hard to dispel. The Pope withdrew his gaze and looked again at Kellen, who was kneeling and panting lightly, his expression complex as he spoke in a low voice. Speak. What other secrets are you hiding? In his view, a boy whose only talent was seeing others' abilities shouldn't have grown so rapidly. Such an ability was useful, but it could never justify the extreme progress Kellen showed. Kellen raised his head to meet that scrutinizing gaze, hesitated briefly, then spoke up. Your Holiness, my attribute point gain talent does not increase by 1 point per year, but by 1 point per week. Since the Pope had already guessed most of it, Kellen knew hiding more would only cause trouble. Voluntarily revealing part of his true strength could help him escape today and pave the way for the future. At these words, the Pope froze for a moment before his pupils contracted sharply. 1 point per week? That meant 52 to 53 points per year. When converted, that was at least in strength talent. He never imagined hearing such a terrifying answer today. If Kellen lived for a few more years, he might sweep through the world. Is what you're saying true? The Pope's emotions flared suddenly, and his speech quickened. He understood fully the weight behind those words. Indeed, this talent couldn't match explosive abilities like Angel's Soul early on, but Kellen's growth was steady and limitless, getting stronger every week, just on a longer cycle. The Pope calculated quickly. If it really was 1 point a week, in about 15 years Kellen's total attributes could rival the Holy Heart. Yes, that was how terrifying and strength talent was. Even steady growth would take 15 years to catch up, since strength holders rapidly spike in early and mid stages and could easily leave Kellen far behind. But when those prodigies hit a later stage bottleneck, the one step fast, every step fast advantage would slow, allowing Kellen's attribute gains to catch up or even surpass. It is indeed true, Your Holiness. Kellen's tone was calm, but inside he chuckled quietly. The real figure was 1 point per day. If the Pope knew that, he wouldn't have drawn such a conservative conclusion. At that speed, Kellen could catch up not in 15 years, but possibly 1 year, or even half a year. A daily growth rate was virtually on par with the top strength talent holders. After confirming Kellen's answer, the Pope took a deep breath to steady his racing emotions, then spoke solemnly. You have truly given me an unexpected surprise, Kellen. Seeing this, Kellen took the opportunity to ask, then, Your Holiness, do you now believe the promises I made earlier? The Pope pondered for a moment, eyes narrowing slightly. Honestly, he still harbored some doubt, was more inclined to believe Kellen had fabricated such a godlike talent simply to escape punishment. After all, from the Pope's perspective, Kellen's talent was simply too extraordinary. Not only could he clearly see his own skills and attribute points, but every week he also permanently gained a random attribute point. Once such an ability fully matured, it would make him virtually invincible. Yet the Pope was not entirely skeptical. Kellen's rapid growth was undeniable and could not be explained by just one attribute point per year. The Pope leaned toward the idea that Kellen must have come into possession of some kind of supreme treasure, which fueled this astonishing advancement. Sensing the Pope's hesitation, Kellen quietly stood beside the altar, offering no pressure or urgency. The Pope sat in his high-backed throne, lowering his eyes in contemplation, fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. The vast stone hall echoed only with that rhythmic tapping. After a long moment, he finally looked up, speaking in a low, deliberate tone. Kellen, I can choose to believe you for now. But your talent must never be revealed publicly. Do you understand why? Yes, I do. Kellen nodded firmly. He understood better than anyone that if his gift was exposed, even in a diminished form, it would shake the entire continent to its core. More importantly, it was no secret that attribute points could be used to extend one's lifespan. If he accidentally invested points into longevity, that would be like winning 52 extra lottery chances each year. Drawing lifespan again among those chances wasn't impossible. This cycle could theoretically continue forever, making him an immortal monster. The major powers across the land would never tolerate such an existence. If this information leaked, even if not all factions united, a coordinated strike against the church was almost guaranteed. Yet, if the church truly controlled this talent, it would have the chance to become the continent's unchallenged overlord, enduring for ages. With this in mind, the Pope's gaze grew even deeper as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Falling into silence, the Pope ruminated while Kellen remained still, waiting to see his fate. After a moment, the Pope spoke again, his voice colder but steadier than before. Your talent is too strong and too dangerous. From now on, I cannot openly grant you any special privileges. You must understand why. But behind the scenes, I will do my best to support you. This is the best arrangement I can make for you. Understood. Kellen nodded again. Both had laid their cards on the table. Since the Pope knew his potential, he could not simply let him go unchecked. If Kellen ever turned against the church, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the simplest solution would be to eliminate Kellen, but that would be to snuff out the church's chance to change its destiny. Thinking this through, the Pope's breathing grew slightly uneven. Just as you said before, let's proceed accordingly. All right. As for your cultivation resources, I will arrange for you to participate in some competitions through certain channels. As long as you can consistently perform at a high level, you'll be able to acquire those resources. Understood, Your Holiness. This arrangement is indeed sound. It provides Kellen with valuable experience while also granting him access to the resources he needs. He has already realized that the Pope truly wants to help him rise to power. The Pope himself understands this clearly. If Kellen ascends to that highest throne, he will never betray the church again. As for Xingxin, she will conveniently serve as Kellen's whetstone, sharpening him through challenge. Now, the roles of the two have completely reversed. Kellen is exceptionally intelligent, extraordinarily talented, and remarkably steady in temperament. Although Xingxin is also gifted, her mind is unsettled and influenced by her natural talents. She may never truly mature in her lifetime. Comparing the two, the choice of successor is almost self-evident. Thinking this, the Pope let out a long, weary breath and turned back to his modest yet spacious private chamber. The heavy door closed, shutting out the disturbances of the outside world. The dim candlelight flickered against the vast bronze mirror, casting a faint glow. The Pope stood before the mirror, unbuttoning his complicated robes one by one, letting his outer cloak slide off his shoulders. Reflected was a battle-hardened figure undiminished by age, but on his abdomen gaped a dark wound like a bottomless black hole. Several inky black veins snaked out from the edges of the wound, twisting and spreading in a gruesome pattern. I wonder how much longer I can hold on, he muttered bitterly at the monstrous injury. I truly hope that before I die, I can see these children grow up fully. Unlike ordinary steer talents, the Pope's drawback was his kindness. It sounded paradoxical, but it was real. His greatest flaw was being too compassionate. Because of this, he had suffered countless hardships. Fortunately, after weathering so many storms, he learned restraint, judging right and wrong with reason rather than emotion. Even so, he sometimes softened and spared those who deserved judgment. Without his extraordinary strength that commanded respect, he likely would not have kept the papacy for long. Rising to this position had been his reluctant way to change the Academy's situation through power, but compared with the vast Royal Academy, his extraordinary abilities still felt small. Meanwhile, Kellen quietly left the Pope's hall. Blood stained his clothes, making him look like he had clawed his way out of a battlefield. In the moonlight, the bright red dried to a dark brown. The guards outside only assumed he had just endured harsh punishment. Seeing him leave safely, no one dared to stop him. The night wind brushed his face, carrying away the stench of blood. Feeling sticky all over, he decided to head home first to wash up. Opening his front door, the dim oil lamp on the porch suddenly lit up. Milia, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed out to greet him. When she looked up and saw Kellen covered in blood, her eyes instantly filled with tears, which streamed down uncontrollably. Master Kellen. She could no longer hold back, throwing herself into his arms, her sobs spilling out without restraint. Kellen sighed softly and patted her trembling shoulders, softening his voice as much as he could. It's all right, really. I'm fine. I don't have a single injury. That blood isn't mine. Once I finish washing up, you'll understand. But it's really scary to see you like this. The moment she first saw Kron, she nearly fainted from shock. Within just a few breaths, countless thoughts raced through her mind, even imagining how she would handle things if Kron were truly dead. It wasn't until Kron had thoroughly washed every bloodstain from his body, revealing skin without a single scratch, that Milia finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. All set. I'm heading to the guild, Kron said calmly as he grabbed his coat. Yes, master, Milia replied respectfully, watching him turn and walk away, though a lingering unease remained in her heart. The door to the blacksmith guild swung open, and the sounds of hammering, along with the scent of fire and molten metal, washed over him. Kron walked straight to his workstation, lifting his hammer as if nothing had happened. He knew this rhythm suited him best. The Pope's involvement would only hasten his growth. As far as his current understanding went, the Pope had indeed left a good impression on him. Still, he wondered, was the Pope really so easy to deal with? All the cunning tactics Kron had imagined turned out useless. The person who was supposed to be a tough and elusive mastermind had been handled with surprising ease. Because of this, Kron remained cautious. His years of experience had taught him never to trust anyone completely, especially someone as important as the Pope. When he appeared in the forge hall unharmed, the hammering abruptly stopped. Shock was written on every face. Wounded the saint yet came out unscathed? What kind of power did he have behind him? But as Kron walked among them, it was as if they had rehearsed their silence. Nobody mentioned the saint, pretending it had never happened. Even Cora, with a complicated expression, only nodded lightly, realizing Kron's identity was far more complex than she had thought. Only Sophia hurried over, worry etched across her features. Kron, I heard what happened this afternoon. Are you all right? Looking at her concerned face, Kron simply nodded shortly. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. The moment the Pope mentioned someone will send resources your way, Kron immediately thought of the girl standing before him, Sophia, the person sent by the Pope. The answer became clear. The chance encounter with the peerless beauty had been carefully staged all along. Even so, Kron didn't plan to expose her. Instead, by working with Sophia, he could feed the Pope false information to conceal the terrifying speed of his true growth. It was laughable in a way. His talent had long surpassed ordinary limits. If he revealed everything, he would only invite jealousy or even assassination attempts. From now on, he would only reveal the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, people were already targeting his life. Are you really all right? Sophia looked up again, seeking reassurance. Really fine. I have work to do. Don't worry, Kron said, waving and diving back into the symphony of fire and hammer strikes. Sophia opened her mouth but said nothing, quietly stepping aside. Elsewhere, Saint Hart gradually awoke. The familiar ceiling came into view, along with the mingled scents of sandalwood and medicine in the air. Standing quietly by the bed was the Pope. Saint Hart's heart stopped for a moment, nearly fainting again in frustration. This scene felt like she had lived it before. But this time, it was that despicable Kellen who ambushed her. She had originally planned, as before, to tell the Pope about her grievances and seek some mercy. But this time, the Pope was completely different. His face was grim, his gaze sharp and cold, as if a suffocating chill hung in the air. You're awake, came a gentle yet deep voice. Hickson recognized the familiar tone and finally relaxed. Surely the Pope wouldn't blame her this time? Just as she started to think that, the Pope spoke directly. Do you remember what I told you before? He didn't ask about her condition as usual, but instead questioned her with an unmistakably harsh tone. The sudden sharpness tightened Hin's heart and filled her with an inexplicable fear. She couldn't help but snap back loudly. Your Holiness, it's all Kellen's fault. If he hadn't attacked me behind my back, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Arrest him. Kill him. He's nothing but a scoundrel. Despite this brazen accusation from Hickson, the Pope's expression remained calm, yet inside, his heart sank deeply into disappointment. Was this truly the Holy Maiden of the Church, the hope for the future? Did she really believe that playing the victim and shouting louder would shift the blame? Didn't she realize her behavior was sullying the very title of Holy Maiden? That's enough. The Pope abruptly cut her off in a cold voice. His words carried a heavy mixture of helplessness and warning, leaving Hickson stunned. This was the first time the Pope had ever raised his voice at her. Hickson, this is your final warning. If you continue to act recklessly within the Church, you can forget about being called the Holy Maiden. If you want revenge on Kellen, do it by defeating him in an official match. Don't stoop to underhanded tactics. A Holy Maiden must have dignity. If I hear of you bullying others again, I will personally strip you of your powers. The weight of his words hit Hickson like a thunderclap, almost unbelievable. Her flood of grievances instantly surged up inside her chest, her eyes flashing with shock. She had heard that geniuses in other countries were treated like treasures, yet the Pope dared to speak this way to her? The more she thought about it, the more suffocated and angry she became. She hated the Popeyes. Such a petty issue had sparked a deep resentment in her. Even though he had once treated her like a daughter, at that moment, all of it turned to dust in her eyes. To her, the Pope was a cruel tyrant bullying a man unworthy of sitting on the papal throne. But all of this happened just as the Pope turned his back. She thought he hadn't noticed, yet he had long seen the glint of hatred in her eyes. Watching the scene before him, an indescribable disappointment welled up inside his heart. This was his last strand of hope for Hickson. Yet she had failed to cherish this chance. If she continued down this path and eventually inherited the church, he feared she would destroy the sacred sanctuary he had dedicated his life to building. He could never allow the church to fall into the hands of someone like her. After the Pope left, Shengxin slowly stood up. Her face was deathly pale, and fury seemed ready to explode from her eyes. In the next moment, the porcelain vases, candlesticks, and antiques in the room became the targets of her rage, shattering one after another. The crack of her whip slicing through the air echoed, then landed mercilessly on the servants. Their cries of pain and wails echoed across the courtyard. Only late into the night did she stop, gasping for breath. Though she was unlikely to cause trouble again in the short term, that cold, ruthless spirit lingered like a venomous snake coiled in the shadows. Time slipped away like water. 19 days in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow, the blacksmiths' conference would officially begin. For Klan, this period had been a rebirth. Strength 14, Agility 7, Constitution 9, Spirit 5. His current stats stood boldly at Strength 75, Agility 58, Constitution 63, Spirit 52. Such explosive growth rivaled that of his strength talent, the only difference being the lack of an instant breakthrough. Meanwhile, his forging star hammer technique had advanced to LV2 proficient level, allowing him to expertly control the heat and rhythm as effortlessly as wielding an extension of his own arm. In skill, Klan could now refine equipment 7 times, consistently producing magical-grade gear. Yet when it came to hero-grade items, he remained cautious. Those required at least 6 types of ore, 2 of which had to be extremely high quality, plus more than 4 refinements. A single mistake could ruin everything. Klan planned to hone his skills further before officially challenging this milestone. On the eve of the conference, while others rested and conserved energy, he stayed focused on the forge. Ordinarily, blacksmiths used 4 ores, but he insisted on 5: spark steel, spirit silver, obsidian gold, clear hard iron, and a rare chunk of crimson flame crystal. Flames roared, metals rang out, sparks rained. Each hammer strike forced him to improve against the difficulty of this combination, preparing to stun the crowd on tomorrow's stage. However, as his fame skyrocketed, so did the threats. Some sought to sabotage his materials, others plotted to poison his food, even arrange accidents. For someone with over 70 strength, ordinary food poisoning was impossible. Any mishap would be deliberate. So he stayed overnight in the blacksmith's guild hall, refusing to step outside. That night, the guild blazed with light. To ensure his absolute safety, the guild master and deputy guild master camped alongside him, personally guarding the warehouse. Every clan would use tomorrow was sealed in rune-engraved iron chests by the 2 senior figures, their keys never leaving their sides. The hidden assailants could only watch helplessly, suppressing their murderous intent. Late at night, the furnace dimmed, hammering ceased. Wiping sweat from his brow and preparing to meditate, Klan suddenly heard the familiar system notification. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 luck attribute point. His eyes brightened with sudden joy. Gaining luck at this critical moment was truly a godsend. Clenching his fists, Klan knew that with this blessing, tomorrow's dangers might be much less daunting. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day, the day of the annual Blacksmiths Championship opening round. The competition still followed its 3-tier format. Blacksmiths aged 20 and under competed in the bronze division. Those from 21 to 30 formed the gold division, and the veterans over 30 took the stage in the diamond division. Kellen was only eligible for the bronze division this year, but if he placed in the top 3 there, he would earn a prize and an automatic promotion to the gold division. He had planned carefully around TSAT, his current elite level among high-tier smiths. He expected to rank solidly in the upper middle of the gold division. His strategy was clear: start by warming up in bronze, then prove his true strength among the golds. As for the diamond division, Kellen knew the gap was huge and he lacked the qualification, so he preferred to watch quietly from the stands, absorbing techniques from the masters to gain experience. Early that morning, Kellen arrived at the arena. The vast forging hall's curved dome gleamed with silvery reflections under the dawn light, and the spacious audience area buzzed with chatter. In previous years, the crowd was mostly fellow smiths coming and going. Today, however, members of major guilds had gathered, along with several politicians and representatives from merchant associations. Nearly all eyes converged simultaneously on a single young man, Kellen. A few days ago, shocking news had rocked the city. Kellen severely injured the Holy Maiden and the Pope but escaped execution. Although the church swiftly suppressed the story, Kellen's reputation skyrocketed overnight. People believed that any young smith who could emerge unscathed from such a storm was destined to become a future power broker within the church. As a result, today's prominent figures had come specifically to make a good impression on this rising star. Near the front of the stands, the Potion Makers Guild president and vice president sat side by side. The president crossed his arms, eyes flicking between the stage and Kellen, silently wishing the display would be impressive but not too dazzling, just enough showmanship to avoid the potion makers being overshadowed by the blacksmiths. The vice president's thoughts were quite different. He had long contemplated leaving the old guild to found a new Potion Makers Guild, one open to commoners and dedicated to popularizing potion craft. He knew this path would meet fierce resistance from the old guard, so he waited to gauge Kellen's performance first. If this young smith truly had the power to ignite a new era, he would simply walk away, sparing himself the pain of seeing the potion makers completely eclipsed by the blacksmiths. For now, he staked the future on a young man who had yet to officially appear. At the center of the stage, the fiery forge roared and molten iron spat sparks, everything waiting for the start signal. The swirling, colorful gazes in the stands wove a tight web focused on Kellen's back. He lifted his hand to adjust his sleeve, inhaled deeply the mix of heat and iron scents. Yet inside he felt remarkably calm, was confident his forge's fire could set the entire arena ablaze. This was his high-stakes gamble on himself. When the Guild Master of the Forge Masters Guild saw the Guild Master of the Alchemists Guild arrive, a faint smile curved his lips. Of course, he knew why the other had come, already looking so rattled, worried that Kellen's outstanding performance might deal a huge blow to the Alchemists Guild. In the vast arena, the roar of blazing fires and the sharp clang of hammers striking metal formed a lively soundtrack. Kono, the Forge Masters Guild Master, raised his hand to signal the staff before turning to greet the visitor with a smile. "Well, if it isn't Rain, the big boss of the Alchemists Guild," Kono said with a light, mocking tone. "What an unexpected honor to have you here today, come to watch our Forge Master tournament." Catching the sarcastic edge in the greeting, Rain's brows twitched, annoyed. Since this fellow had appeared, the Forge Masters Guild had soared to new heights. Rain had never much liked Kono. "I heard your guild has a super prodigy, so I came to check it out," Rain replied coolly, controlling his temper. "Huh, Kellen's talent is impressive, that's true," Kono admitted with a deliberate pause. "But don't you alchemists have anyone left? Why come watch our tournament instead?" His words hit hard. The Alchemists Guild hadn't produced any notable new talents in years. The high entry requirements were a factor, but worse was the rampant corruption inside. Talent alone wasn't enough to advance. You had to play the politics, favors, bribes, and dutiful flattery. The old guards clung stubbornly to their posts at the Royal Academy, blocking resources and opportunities. Many once enthusiastic young alchemists, seeing through it all, left the guild and became freelance alchemists. Rain snorted coldly. "Mind your own business. You finally have a star, don't let anything happen to him." The threat was clear. Kono understood perfectly, but didn't care. His real worry was never Kellen's safety. Kellen's reputation was huge. Even the Pope had mentioned him, and the incident involving the Sacred Maiden had cemented his powerful backing. Fame could be both a sword and a shield. With so many watching, any assassination attempts would be risky. Those wanting to win him over would jump out to protect him first. Before their tense exchange cooled, the horn for the Bronze Group competition echoed through the arena. The Bronze Group rules were simple. Contestants chose their preferred weapons to forge within 8 hours. All materials were provided by the Forge Masters Guild, 2 or blocks each, meaning only 2 chances. After the competition, weapons were tested for strength and overall quality. Out of 4,000 participants, only the top 100 advanced at a brutal fortitude elimination rate. Such numbers weren't by chance. The tournament drew Forge Masters not only from St. Light City, but from other cities who, hearing the news, came to compete. In the future, if other cities hosted events, St. Light's Forge Masters would attend. There was already an unspoken agreement fostering exchange and rivalry. The arena bustled like a market, firelight reflecting off everyone's protective goggles. Kellen received his 2 or blocks and wasted no time setting up his portable forge at his personal workstation. Gripping his trusted hammer, he began forging at once. Contestants were allowed their own tools, a key part of their skill. The tournament also permitted certain legal potions to help maintain stamina and focus, but strictly banned prohibited substances. This Forge Master tournament was vastly different from popular imagination. It was not just a test of heat and metal mastery, but a contest of resources, preparation, and the backing each participant had. This competition was about far more than just forging skill. After Kellen brought out his forging furnace and hammer, he quickly drew the attention of everyone around. He displayed the star-seizing furnace and the Vajra hammer once wielded by the former vice president. The 2 pieces gleamed brilliantly under the flames, their extraordinary quality evident at a glance. The crowd, made up mostly of seasoned smiths, immediately recognized their immense value from experience. Over the past few days, Kellen had earned a substantial amount of points through non-stop forging, accumulating a total of 50,000 in his account. Yet he knew that this sum would quickly disappear if he tried to buy top-tier materials. Besides, given the number of weapons had sold, he should have earned far more. The guild rule stipulated that consigned goods settled payments only on the next day, and some items hadn't yet sold, so Kellen's current points were just a fraction of what he was owed. Even so, he hadn't rushed to switch his forging hammer. The Vajra hammer felt just right in his hand, perfectly balanced and comfortable. When the examination bell rang, the flames roared to life. The star-seizing furnace ignited instantly, its brilliant white-hot tongue engulfing the chamber. Kellen grabbed 2 chunks of ore and swiftly tossed them both in at once. In contrast, other competitors mostly had ordinary furnaces and were still busy warming them up. As everyone focused on heating their forges, bang! A deep, crisp hammer strike shattered the quiet of the arena. Many participants looked up in shock, staring toward the source of the sound. No way. They just lit their fire, and he's already forging? Someone muttered, is he even human? Among the crowd, several sharp eyes stood out. Cora, Sophia, Drew, and especially Kazan, who had been watching intently the entire time. Kazan was only 18, yet already a senior blacksmith. Having entered the trade just 2 years ago, he had risen rapidly at a speed comparable to the vice presidents, once considered the next top forging master, or even a grandmaster in the making. By all rights, he should have been the brightest star on today's stage. But Kellen's arrival had changed everything, stealing all the spotlight and leaving Kazan burning with resentment. When Kazan saw the star-seizing furnace in Kellen's hands, his bitterness deepened. The former vice president had publicly promised to leave that furnace to the genius who truly deserved it. Kazan had always believed that person would be himself, but now it was Kellen. An overwhelming sense of loss and betrayal churned in his chest. All he could do was clench his fists and pretend to focus on his own fire. Meanwhile, Kellen's movements flowed like water and clouds, first precisely removing impurities, sparks flying, then rolling the 2 ores together in seamless coordination, continuously hammering, folding, and melding them. Each strike was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, resonating across the arena in a rhythmic chorus of metal against metal. While those around him stared dumbfounded, he had already fused the raw ore into a pure molten alloy. The entire examination lasted 8 hours, an endurance test like a marathon for most, but for Kellen, a performance perfectly rehearsed in advance. With a full 8 hours ahead, how could he not put on a good show? After watching Kuran's technique, the surrounding blacksmiths were left speechless. They had always known that the gap between a top-tier genius and themselves would be significant, but they never expected it to be this vast. While they hadn't even finished their first hammer strike, Kuran was already nearing the end, and still dissatisfied with the finished product, pushing himself for extra refinement. Drew was also stunned by the scene, his brow furrowed deeply, but after a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained focus and threw himself entirely into forging. This competition would determine if he could break into the top 3, and he could not afford any distraction. At this moment, before the metal billet had cooled completely, Kuran proceeded with 6 successive refinements. Just as the fiery red steel dimmed, he reheated it again in the star-plucking furnace. For him, the strength of this common grade ore was far from its limit. 6 rounds of refinement were nothing challenging. The judges on the stage, including Kino, watched Kuran's performance silently. Because Kuran used up both raw ores at once, leaving almost no margin for error, no one on or off the stage doubted he would fail. Kuran himself had absolute confidence, so the hammer never ceased. To the other contestants, the relentless clanging of hammer on iron was torturous, as harsh and grating as the sound of pages turning in an exam hall. Each strike brought Kuran one step closer to perfection. It was as if he wasn't pounding or but shattering every other competitor's pride. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the 9th refinement was complete. Achieving the extreme of 9 forge cycles in such a short time moved all the experts watching in the stands. Their experience made them fully aware of the level of talent and skill this represented. Kuran was truly worthy of the title genius. While Lean's disappointment was hard to hide, no surprises had emerged as he hoped. This longsword, forged entirely from ordinary materials, had been pushed by Kuran to its maximum strength. The reason he stopped at 9 refinements was not inability, but that the materials simply could not endure further. Next, he carefully shaped the blade, polished it, and finished with a water quench. Ordinary weapons didn't require a tribute infusion, nor the costly forging liquids. The steady sound of hammering abruptly ceased. Kuran assembled the sword's hilt and placed the blade gently on the display table, signaling completion. The judge immediately approached the competition, evaluated not only quality, but also speed and process mastery. The slender, straight longsword lay quietly on black velvet, its cold gleam flawless, with not a single imperfection to fault. The judge marveled silently. This was truly a work of art. Even made of common materials, he struggled to find any defect. The moment he grasped the sword, his fingertips felt a silk-like smoothness, The sense of fit was just like the masterpieces made by top master smiths he had held before, perhaps even slightly superior. Many blacksmiths overlooked the feel and hand, but Quran clearly understood this deeply. The judge swung the blade twice lightly with expert ease. The weight was perfect, the arcs fluid. Confirming balance, he proceeded to test sharpness and strength. For sharpness, he used a special type of hemp rope, not ordinary hemp, but one woven from resilient tree bark, exceptionally tough, which ordinary blades would take significant time to cut through. The strength test involved striking an iron rod with the sword continuously 10 times. If the sword didn't break after all 10 strikes, it would pass. The examiner strode purposefully toward the thick hemp rope, clearly eager to witness the new sword's sharpness firsthand. The gathered candidates quickly formed a circle, their breaths tense with anticipation. They all knew their own chances were slim, but being here to watch the demonstration was itself a rare privilege. Now that opportunity was right before them. A clear, piercing hum burst through the air as the sword sang. A cold gleam flashed, and the thick hemp rope snapped cleanly, its cross-section smoothly cut as if sculpted by a master blade. The examiner was momentarily stunned, then instinctively ran his fingers along the sword's spine, feeling a subtle vibration. That perfectly balanced, effortless grip nearly compelled him to buy it on the spot. Next came the even harsher strength test. The examiner looked up at the solid iron rod about 5 centimeters thick a few steps away, a flicker of pain crossing his brow. Such a fine sword, and now it was to be smashed against that. But rules were rules, and the test had to continue. Here we go. He took a deep breath, gripped the hilt with both hands, and raised the sword for a downward strike. Clang! Sparks and iron fragments flew as the heavy iron rod was cleaved neatly in two, the cut perfectly smooth like a mirror finish. Remarkably, the sword hovered undamaged in midair as if totally unscathed. The arena fell completely silent. After a long pause, someone whispered, "Good news, the sword broke during the strength test." Bad news, the iron rod broke, not Kellen's sword. Several candidates who knew they were just here to observe went pale, their confidence collapsing immediately. Was this really a normal grade weapon? That kind of durability was off the charts, almost superhuman. In truth, Kellen forged the sword from ordinary ore, but through his masterful smithing, the finished blade's hardness far surpassed weapons of the same rank, and even outmatched many superior ones. Its only shortcoming was the absence of magical enhancement. With the iron rod destroyed, the examiner abandoned further tests and loudly declared, "Test passed." His voice trembling with excitement, he carefully returned the sword to its stand. The first round was over. The sword was merely the key to Kellen's entry. The real challenges lay ahead. The second round's rules were straightforward and ruthless. Swords that passed round one would be paired off to clash. The first blade to chip or roll its edge would be eliminated. To prevent promising contestants from being accidentally eliminated too soon, the church secretly matched strong weapons against weaker ones. Top-tier swords would never be forced to fight each other this early. In other words, this round was a pure test of raw strength and skill. Luck alone would get no one through. The anvil's ringing had not yet stopped in the forge area when Kellen entered the resting zone for contestants, wiping sweat from his brow. He glanced at his fellow smiths still hammering away. Initially curious, but quickly losing interest, saw only mechanical hammering, with no attention paid to the ore's grain or rhythm. To him, their work was crude and unimaginative. This forging method was inefficient and prone to injuries. Looking around the arena, only a handful of contestants displayed somewhat competent techniques. The rest were far behind Kellen's current level. This meant that Kellen, competing in the bronze division, was essentially a dimensional crush. The gap in skill was so wide, it was almost embarrassing. Yet even so, he remained quite interested in the transcendent flame awarded to the bronze division champion. Though it was the lowest tier of such flames, it was enough to catch his eye. After all, the records clearly stated that once you mastered a transcendent flame, traditional fuel would become obsolete for forging, efficiency and success rates would soar, and the final product strength would be significantly boosted. Lost in thought, Kellen glanced unconsciously toward the judges' panel and froze. The guild president, vice president, and several heavyweights were all fixated on him. People at the president's level might not be experts in every field, but they could surely recognize excellence. Kellen had just demonstrated with completely ordinary materials, yet they had already seen his mastery. Even more telling was the examiner holding the long sword Kellen had forged, his expression of reluctant admiration truly sincere. Everyone could predict that Kellen's weapon sales would skyrocket in the future. In fact, even before the competition officially started, his weapons on the market would command prices 10 to 20% higher than others of the same quality. Not only because of feel, but also appearance. Kellen's aesthetic sensibility far surpassed his peers. Even with the most basic longsword, he took care in proportions and engraving to elevate the weapon's visual appeal. When his creations were displayed alongside others in the same tier, the contrast was striking. Paying just a bit more could get you a higher grade masterpiece, so most people were naturally happy to pay the premium. Even the examiner, who had just reviewed Kellen's longsword, was secretly tempted should he buy one too? Not for combat, but simply to collect and appreciate. After all, their incomes were sufficient. A few hundred points was nothing. Meanwhile, Kellen had quietly pulled out a book and was leisurely flipping through it. With the rare downtime, he took the opportunity to recharge. The benefits of his exceptional mental power were evident. Absorbed the book's content with just a glance, imprinting it deeply in his mind. The satisfaction of understanding instantly made the corner of his mouth twitch into a smile. At the same time, Kazan had begun his fourth round of refinement. He silently vowed that since Kellen could manage 9 passes, he would never back down either. Even if it took his last breath, the quality could not fall even slightly behind. Thinking this, he unconsciously raised his head to glance in Kellen's direction. In Kazan's mind, Kellen should just be looking back at him, now the perfect moment for a legendary lock of eyes between them. However, in reality, Kellen's gaze wasn't on the arena at all. He was completely absorbed in the book in his hands, as if he didn't consider his opponent worthy of attention. Kazan glanced up and saw this, feeling as if something had stabbed his chest hard. His carefully stabilized emotions shattered in an instant. What was that supposed to mean? Who did he think he was looking down on? Burning with frustration, Kazan grabbed the thoroughly heated raw ore, veins bulging on his hands. He raised his hammer and struck fiercely at the center. Bang! The thunderous clang of metal echoed through the hall. The crowd gasped in surprise, many nearly jumping out of their seats. Kazan himself was momentarily stunned. The judges all turned sharply toward the sound, watching as he froze, eyes wide open. The hammer rose, but the ore was already shattered into fragments. Normally, the glowing hot ore would flatten under the hammer's force, but Kazan's forging hammer had a rather small head. He hit too hard, concentrating the force right in the center, causing the edges to explode outward in hot shards, which scattered across the floor. He stood still for a long moment, muttering to himself, "Why? How could this happen?" In the stands, Master Gugong sighed softly. That boy Kazan really is. Rain noticed Gugong seemed familiar with him and asked quietly, "Master Gugong, do you know this boy?" "Yes," Gugong nodded. "Of all the contestants, except for Kellen, Kazan has the best talent. But he's too stubborn and complicated. The higher the talent, the more prone they are to psychological issues." Rain was silent. As a tutor at the Royal Academy, he knew well the dangers of mental fragility. Many regents had caused their kingdoms great harm due to mental illness. The vicious cycle of gift versus mental imbalance was nothing new. Down below, Kazan's mind was a muddled mess. He felt everyone was mocking him. In truth, the other contestants glanced briefly and went back to their own work, paying him no mind. Drew frowned and shook his head. There was a time he considered Kazan his only real rival, but now it seemed Kazan didn't even deserve to compete. He'll just collect the scattered or reforge it. And even if the final product shrinks, I can still easily make the top 100, he thought to himself, planning to perform seriously in the second round. Meanwhile, Kazan, lost in self-blame, couldn't even grasp this fallback plan. Fighting through barely was never the result he wanted. Time mercilessly passed. 8 hours flew by. Kazan struggled helplessly in the swamp of his own doubts and in the end, couldn't submit any completed piece. He quietly failed to advance. It had to be said, when it came to mentality, Kazan's problems ran deep. At first, Kron was somewhat interested in Kazan, but after watching him for a few moments, he shook his head lightly. Could he not even handle such a minor setback? What a glass heart. Just then, Kazan happened to look up and caught that fleeting shake of Kron's head. It hit him like a bucket of cold water, his disappointment almost tangible, sinking heavily in his chest. The anger he had built up on stage instantly evaporated, replaced by a storm of self-doubt. If he couldn't even earn Kron's approval, was he truly nothing but a failure? Was forging really his strength? Gugong observed everything nearby. Frowning, he silently resolved to provide Kazan some psychological guidance after the competition. Otherwise, Kazan might stay in low spirits for a long time, which wouldn't be good for the upcoming rounds. At that moment, the examiner stepped into the center of the arena and loudly announced, "Time's up. The first phase of the final assessment has been passed by a total of 2,465 candidates." The audience showed little surprise. The task was just forging ordinary weapons. 2 pieces of raw or meant 2 attempts. As long as they avoided fatal errors, most people had enough time to finish a piece. Still, Kono furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the numbers. Everyone on this floor already held a junior blacksmith certification, yet so many didn't even make it past the first round. Forging wasn't like Potion Makingonion, who put their heart into it could pass. Such a low pass rate was hard for him to accept. But the competition continued, so he pushed down his doubts and focused on watching. Next came the second phase, the collision test. 20 examiners stood behind long tables, and the pace was brisk. In the first group, Kron's sword clashed against another plain-looking longsword. Clang! After the crisp ring of metal on metal, Kron's blade effortlessly sliced his opponent's sword clean in two, as if cutting a soft radish. Contestant number 1, first collision, success. An examiner announced loudly. New weapons were quickly brought forward, with the sharp sound of breaking metal echoing repeatedly. Every ordinary or flawed weapon was quickly eliminated. Round 2 began, and the results were the same. Kron's sword advanced steadily. Alongside him shone Cora, Sophia, Drew, and others. Their weapons were equally fierce in strength and sharpness. Any opponent's weapon touched by theirs shattered immediately. It was clear the examiners had a solid grasp of who would be in the top 100. This round was more about demonstrating a fair process for the audience. Before long, the top 100 list was about to be announced. According to the schedule, those 100 would rest overnight and continue testing the next day. The organizers would provide fine quality materials for 2 forging attempts, still 2 chances, but at a noticeably higher level of difficulty. By the exit, Kron carried his sword case, ready to leave. Sophia and Cora hurried after him, while Kazan stood rooted in place, eyes fixed on Kron's slowly receding figure, emotions tangled inside him. At some point, Gugong came over, sighed, and patted his shoulder. You're way too hard on yourself. You clearly had the skills to break into the top 100. How could you give up just because of a small mistake? Hearing Master Gugong's words, Kazan lowered his head even further. Master Gugong frowned deeply. Had already sensed trouble ahead. This guy was going to cost him a lot of effort. But Kazan was a prodigy within the guild, and most likely his successor. He couldn't just turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kron was getting so many compliments from Cora and Sophia that he felt a little embarrassed. Sophia exclaimed in disbelief, Kron, you're growing way too fast. I actually thought I had a shot at winning this competition, but now it's totally hopeless. Cora slapped the tool bag on her hip and snapped, damn it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let my brother teach you the Starforge hammer technique. You've got the technique and a brilliant level forge. What's the point of competing? Might as well hand you the championship trophy right now. Before she finished, she gave Kron a sharp iron elbow to the stomach. Wow, you're serious. Kron bent over, gasping. Can I fake it? Cora said without a hint of remorse, then grabbed him in a chokehold to show off her wrestling skills. As they were goofing around, a middle-aged man approached from the crowd. Seeing him, the three immediately stopped. Kron remembered he had been sitting next to Master Gugong all day, clearly an important figure. Cora and Sophia of course recognized him and quickly bowed. You two young ladies just keep getting more beautiful, the man said with a hearty smile. Master York, they said in unison. York's gaze then landed on Kron. Hello, Kron. I am York, Vice President of the Alchemist Guild. I wanted to take this opportunity to meet you. Would that be all right? The Vice President coming in person made Kron straighten up immediately. Of course, Master York. I've taken some alchemy courses before, though my talent is average. I only learned how to identify ingredients and a few basic formulas. Oh, you've studied alchemy? York's eyes lit up as he pressed further. What do you think of the study of potions? Alchemy? It's a very profound discipline. York was clearly not satisfied with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Do you think someone without much talent for alchemy can still get started? Someone ordinary with no talent? Kron clarified. Yes, someone ordinary without any special talent. Though unsure why he was being asked this, Kron thought for a moment and shared his honest opinion. I believe that even ordinary people without any special talent can learn potion making. As long as they don't delve too deeply, just knowing some basic herbs is enough. That way, they won't be completely clueless when they encounter herbs out in the wild. Brewing the simplest potions isn't that hard for the average person, Clanton said, his tone calm but confident. But if you want to go deeper, the threshold gets much higher. York had only intended to make small talk, but his eyes brightened at this. He nodded slightly and lowered his voice. So, do you think it's feasible to promote potion making widely among ordinary people? Clanton felt a slight tightening in his chest, sensing something unusual in the atmosphere. This vice president's questions always seemed probing. Could he be trying to overturn the established position of potion making? Clanton thought. As a researcher, he knew that for potion making to truly survive history's test, it had to become widespread. Yet he hadn't expected someone right in front of him to share such ambitious aspirations. After a moment's thought, Clanton carefully shared his view. If you want to promote potion making broadly, maybe there's no need to focus only on newcomers. What do you mean? York blinked, raising an eyebrow. His instincts told him Clanton's words might be a key breakthrough. It's simple. Clanton raised his hand and traced a ripple through the air with his fingertips. A person doesn't have to excel in only one skill. Potion making doesn't have to be reserved for those starting from scratch. People with average talent in forging or formation magic can also study potion making alongside. York caught the spark of an idea and leaned forward a little. You mean? Potion making, forging, formations, you don't have to choose just one. If none of your talents are outstanding, learn them all. I call these people hybrid talents. Those words struck York like a bell tolling. It suddenly became clear why limit recruitment to dedicated potion masters. The older guilds did gather scholars specializing exclusively in potion making, but that demanded high talent and slowed promotion. If more people pursued potion making as a secondary skill, the discipline could quietly permeate daily life and endure. In just a few minutes of conversation, York felt enriched. Hybrid talents, an intriguing yet reasonable concept, although the name felt a bit unfamiliar. The three of them exchanged thoughtful looks and stood quietly for 5 or 6 minutes. Then York suddenly snapped back to reality and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed joyfully, slapping his hands together. Hybrid talents, brilliant. Clanton, your idea is fascinating. Maybe this could even lead to a new profession. So what should we call these hybrid talents? Seeing the vice president's serious tone, Clanton realized he might really want to make a mark. He lowered his head to ponder, and an ancient, powerful name came to mind. Master York. Clanton looked up, voice clear and resolute. How about alchemist? Alchemist. York repeated softly, first thoughtful, then suddenly bursting into loud laughter. Ha ha. Perfect. Yes, let's call them alchemists. It's truly a fitting name. York wanted to say more to Kron and to thank him. As he walked down the corridor, he had only intended a polite exchange with the young forging prodigy. But to his surprise, Kron also dabbled in potion making. A casual question from York sparked a fresh, insightful perspective that delighted him so much his knuckles involuntarily cracked. He wished he could dive deeper into the conversation right then and there. Before he could say another word, Kono strode briskly into the training ground. The lantern slung over his shoulder flickered, and his face was tense with caution. Master York, what are you doing here? Our people have a match tomorrow. Please don't distract them. The Forging Guild and the Potion Guild had long been at odds, and since Kono didn't know York well, he took a firm stance. York was taken aback, the smile frozen on his lips. Had meant to argue a bit more, but had to swallow his words when met with Kono's unwavering gaze. Adjusting his sleeves, he solemnly told Kron, your suggestion this time was very good. I'll adopt it, and I will come find you again. With that, he turned and left, his boots clicking sharply against the stone floor. Once York's figure was out of sight, Kono exhaled in relief and turned to Kron. What did you two just talk about? That guy didn't harm or deceive you, did he? Kron shook his head. No, he didn't. Can you tell me what you talked about? It's okay if you prefer not to. Seeing no reason to hide anything, Kron recounted the conversation in full. When Kono heard the phrase multi-skilled talent, his pupils narrowed sharply, clearly impressed. As a young forging prodigy himself, his mind leapt quickly to the concept's feasibility. It might just be the industry's future. But why did York ask about this? His tone carried resentment toward the Potion Guild. A bold suspicion surfaced in Kono's mind, making his chest tighten. Could the vice president actually be planning to? No, that was too far-fetched. The man held a high position and wouldn't give up so easily. Blinking, Kono pushed down the thought and said to Kron, I see. All right, go rest now. The second round is tomorrow. Yes. Kron, Orly, and Loda replied together before turning to leave. Watching Kron walk away, Kono whispered to himself, to casually come up with multi-skilled talent and mention alchemist. What exactly are you thinking, Kron? He had a vague feeling the boy might already see the shape of the industry's future. Meanwhile, York returned to his residence and immediately stayed up all night organizing documents and planning his team. He truly intended to leave the Potion Guild and found the Alchemist Guild. Promotion, funding, connections, none could be missing. The first step was getting more people familiar with the concept of alchemist. He also planned to offer Kron various conveniences and, if possible, have him affiliated with the new guild in some capacity. That would be a great boost. Kron, however, did not go straight to bed. He entered the training room, lit a mana lamp, took a deep breath, and began practicing his techniques. The competition had barely drained him, and he was still full of energy. If he didn't train for a while, he knew sleep would be impossible. Right now, he felt so energized that without an outlet, rest was out of the question. When Milia saw Kellen dive straight into training as soon as he returned, she immediately felt a pang of worry. Since he hadn't mentioned his results all day, she mistakenly assumed he must have lost the competition and was now burying himself in hard practice. She hesitated, wanting to comfort him, but when she saw Kellen sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his energy swirling intensely around him, she feared disturbing his focus. So she quietly slipped back to the kitchen, silently resolving to make dinner especially delicious. Congratulations, host. Critical hit triggered. Each of your 4 core attributes has increased by 1 point. The familiar mechanical voice burst in his mind. Kellen blinked in surprise. Wow, another critical hit? He had just improved his luck yesterday, and now it's activating already? Snapping back to reality, he looked down. His clothes were soaked through with sweat, dripping from his chin, sticky enough to wring out. He had clearly been training for quite a while without noticing. Finishing his practice, he went over to the dining table. Milia had already laid out a generous spread of steaks, vegetable soup, and toasted bread, standing obediently nearby. Kellen pulled out a chair and sat down, contemplating briefly before looking up and saying, sit down. Eat some with me. Really? The girl blinked, cautiously checking. Yeah, really. His confirmation instantly brightened her eyes. Over time, she had learned that Kellen didn't treat her like a servant, but more like a considerate little sister. Whenever she was around him, she naturally relaxed, unlike other servants who were all stiff and timid. When he came back covered in blood in the past, her immediate instinct had been to rush forward, and check his wounds. Such trust was rare. Meeting Kellen was truly lucky for Miliath. This person might end up changing her entire fate. Since it was mealtime rather than training, she picked up a small piece of roast and couldn't help but quietly ask, "Master, how was your exam today?" "Not bad, first place." Kellen nodded lightly. "Too easy, actually." "You're amazing." Milia's eyes sparkled like stars. Not really. It wasn't difficult." Kellen smiled. As they chatted, they quickly finished the food on the table. After dinner, he took a shower and then collapsed into sleep. Before long, it was the next morning. Kellen arrived at the competition arena feeling refreshed and spirited. Though only the last 100 contestants remained, the stands were packed, not an empty seat in sight. Those eliminated the day before were all there, squeezed into the bleachers. Their goal was simple: to learn from the top Forge Masters and not miss the upcoming final showdown. Naturally, Kellen was the center of attention. Looking up at the main seats, he noticed most of the guild leaders from yesterday were still present. Thinking about how these big shots could come here day after day to watch the competition, he muttered, "Seriously? These people have that much free time?" As it turned out, just as he suspected, in this high martial world, as long as nothing catastrophic was happening, the strong really did have plenty of leisure. After all, power was the foundation of everything. Most guild leaders rarely involved themselves in mundane affairs and only stepped up to oversee big events when necessary. In fact, it wasn't just these cases. The kings of many countries were equally negligent in their governance, relying heavily on a system of slavery. They first established a nearly cruel legal code. If commoners committed offenses, they were either enslaved or executed on the spot. In such lands, only the nobility deserved to be called people, and the laws were far more lenient toward them. This brutal and inefficient rule held these nations back as if they were chained by iron shackles, struggling to make any real progress. Returning to the forge, the assessment finally began, and suddenly flames erupted across the smithing floor. Kellen struck a flint, sending a spark that ignited the fire. He immediately pushed the furnace temperature to a brilliant white heat. The heavy-hitter judges on the platform all understood clearly. The real test of Kellen's skill was happening right now. The trial last night was too simple. No matter if it was Kellen or any other master smith, refining ordinary or to the 9th grade was achievable, just that Kellen was faster. But today's challenge was to produce superior grade weapons. If Kellen could complete 9 refinements at this level, that would be an entirely different matter. Bathed in fierce flames, Kellen first grabbed a deep black ore piece with his tongs and expertly removed its surface impurities, while rapidly calculating in his mind how many ore chunks should he combine and forge together this time. With his current techniques, processing 4 at once was not impossible, but would the time suffice? In a brief moment of decision, he gritted his teeth. Would go for all 4 simultaneously. When the third ore was placed into the Starcatcher furnace, several faces among the judges visibly changed. No way. Is he really going to smelt all the ores together for superior grade 2? Adding another chunk doubles the difficulty. These ores are already harder to handle than yesterday's. Their whispered chatter was drowned out by the roaring fire, but Kellen didn't lose focus, his eyes fixed on the hearth. Under his precise air control, the flames sliced through the ore's surface impurities layer by layer like blades. Before long, the slag from all 4 pieces was stripped away, the process as smooth as a seasoned craftsman sharpening a blade. Connor quietly nodded nearby. Kellen had often been nervous in the past, adding too much soil powder to protect the ore and causing the lightning attribute to be lost. But today, the amount was just right, not suppressing the lightning property, while perfectly locking in stability. Clearly, Kellen had made huge strides in his attention to detail lately. For someone at his level now, crafting superior grade weapons was basically child's play. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer blows came fast and steady like a storm. Thanks to his advanced equipment and incredible rhythm, just as Drell and the other master blacksmiths were setting up their tools, Kellen had already landed the final strike to complete the first level of refinement. The judges' gaze simultaneously hardened at the scene. Maybe Kellen really could stack 9 refinements within 8 hours. Rian's face stiffened as the terrifying image of 8 hours, 9 refinements echoed repeatedly in his mind. Almost impossible to accept. But Kellen's inner calculations differed from everyone else's. At this moment, he wasn't truly worried about whether he could reach 9 refinements. He was afraid he might not be able to achieve 10. The limit was 10 times for these materials, no joke. Forging such low-level weapons without pushing to the max would be pointless. Blazing flames mixed with the fiery red glow of the forge, and Kellen's hammer strikes came as fast as crackling lightning. The air was thick with the metallic scent of burning metal. Time slipped away with each pounding blow. In the blink of an eye, for hours had passed, yet his forging remained terrifyingly precise, had now reached the 9th round of refinement. Is he even human? Feels like a magical beast to me. No way a beast could this steady. The competitors in the audience were pale-faced, able only to describe him as unshakably consistent. His rhythm never faltered by a fraction, and mistakes were nearly non-existent. Even the most elite masters wouldn't dare claim perfect precision during such a long, intense refinement. In an instant, the ninth refinement phase ended with a blaze of flame and a burst of golden light that stunned the judges seated high above. Everyone had expected 9 rounds to use up all the time, but now it was barely half gone. Yet in the very next moment, Kellen shoved the glowing red ingot back into the furnace, not to reshape it, but decisively commencing the 10th refinement. Is this guy crazy? Lion shot straight up in his seat. But Jork's eyes burned with unhidden passion, fixed hard on the figure defying all reason. Only a mad genius could conceive the breathtaking plan revealed last night. He believed Kellen could pull it off. Other guild leaders felt the same deep certainty. He would succeed. Kellen exuded the aura of someone treating what others see as an impossible chasm as mere trifling. A genius, truly beyond ordinary understanding. The 10th refinement began as silver-purple lightning crackled across Kellen's skin. He pushed his storm body to its extreme amplification, a massive surge of magical energy flowing through his limbs like current. At this output, it could be sustained for 4 hours. Thud, thud, thud. Each heavy strike of the hammer landed like a pulse in the chests of spectators. Watching Kellen's craftsmanship now, other contestants wavered if forging truly suited them. Why was the gulf between them and him so vast? Bathed in fiery glow, Kellen resembled an ancient war god. The crowd seemed transported through time, witnessing a god from primordial ages forging weapons. Silence suddenly swallowed the vast arena. Every gaze locked onto the hammer raised high. Even breathing seemed hushed. Many secretly marveled this spectacle alone was worth the ticket price. An hour and a half later, the final hammer blow rang out. The 10th refinement was a success. Without delay, Kellen spent over an hour more cooling, engraving runes, and sharpening the blade to completion. With just 1 hour left before the deadline, he wiped the sweat shining on his forehead and steadily fastened the last rivet. In the overwhelming silence, Kellen stopped forging and placed his weapon on the forge bench. After witnessing this scene, everyone present fell silent. No one expected such an outcome. Everyone had assumed Kellen would barely finish by the last moment. Yet he not only completed early, but even finished a whole hour ahead of schedule. Even Kellen himself was surprised. He had underestimated his own strength, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Next time, maybe he could aim for hero-grade equipment. Hero-grade was a whole different level from ordinary magical gear. Weapons in that tier usually required not only high quality, but also the integration of rare materials like monster bones and scales. The combination of multiple mediums made forging exceedingly difficult. Of course, if the ore itself was of sufficiently high grade, using monster materials wasn't strictly necessary. Taking that step would mark a new milestone in his journey. Once the weapon was completed, the examiner approached to collect the finished piece. The moment he took the long sword in hand, he noticeably paused. The feel? The balance? In an instant, he reached a conclusion. The champion had been decided. The other competitors would likely be fighting for second place. Yet he said nothing, silently cradling Kellen's sword as he turned toward the final testing area to have it judged alongside the other contestants' weapons. Kellen left his workstation and headed to the rest area. With the bronze group's competition over after the testing, his thoughts had already shifted to tomorrow's gold group matches. His gaze settled on his adamantine hammer. The forging hammer was comfortable to use, but was still just magical grade gear. It was about time for an upgrade, wasn't it? Reflecting on how frequently he switched equipment, he couldn't help but wonder if he might be changing too often. Shifting his eyes, he stared idly at the arena. Only Diryu, Sophia, and Kla remained visible. The most surprising was Diryu was already on his 9th refinement, heating and shaping simultaneously. Kellen frowned, knowing that Diryu was using the rare and risky fire forging technique. Fire forging required a special forge that maintained extremely high temperatures, keeping or workable for extended periods. A single heating, with almost no need to remelt, greatly improving efficiency and cutting down time. However, the intense heat was grueling on both stamina and magical energy, and few dared to attempt it. Just yesterday, Diryu had been working through the traditional steps. No one expected him to go this extreme in just one day. Now, Diryu was breathing heavily, his face flushed with sweat dripping from his chin. Kellen could see his condition was deteriorating. Could he even endure until the weapon was finished? Was it truly worth pushing himself so far, just for a competition? Kron paused to think for a moment, then finally concluded that it was worth it. Drew's talent was at best above average, probably only a B grade. With such ability, it wouldn't be hard to graduate steadily and earn a diploma from King's College. But to reach the top among the strong, he'd have to seize every opportunity and push forward with all his might. As long as he still had breath in his body, retreat was not an option. Kron could see that Drew was exactly the kind of relentless person, so he quietly raised his estimation of him and began to look forward to seeing what Drew could achieve. Time ticked away, the heat baking Drew's skin to a dark tan, his hand trembling as it gripped the forging hammer. All eyes in the arena focused on him. Many were moved by his determination, silently praying for him. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. With only 20 minutes remaining, the blade finally took shape. The next step was assembly, no longer needing to endure the intense flames. The crowd was stunned for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. This respect was earned by Drew's sheer effort. Still, he buried his head in work, not distracted by the applause. Watching this, especially compared to Kazan's fragile resolve, the crowd increasingly saw Drew as a piece of high-strength alloy. Unless struck by a destructive blow, he would never fall easily. With 1 minute left in the countdown, Drew fastened the final rivet, finishing perfectly. At this point, all 100 students on site had submitted their work with 0 mistakes, each crafting equipment of fine quality. Kono stood on the platform, nodding with satisfaction. After all, these people had been carefully selected from over 4,000 applicants. It would have been strange if anyone had failed outright. The only difference lay in how many times their weapons had been refined. Missing 1 round could drop a ranking by more than 10 places. Among these 100 fine weapons, even the weakest had undergone about 3 rounds of refinement, making them quite formidable for intermediate blacksmiths. Next, 20 examiners appeared again, ready to grade the weapons. This time, instead of swords clashing against each other, they conducted a series of standardized tests. The more tests a weapon passed, the higher it would rank. The first round was a strength test. Each sword was swung hard 10 times against a nearby bar of refined iron. If it didn't crack, it passed. Kron watched eagerly, treating it like a forge blade competition, though unfortunately there was no Monet blade style or extreme kills here. In order, Kron's sword went first, alongside Drew's and several other top pieces. Soon, the test began. The examiner holding Kellen's sword quickly approached the refined iron rod and swung his blade down. What followed was a shocking sight. The iron rod, forged from refined iron, was actually cut through by a single stroke. The sharp edge broke cleanly, smooth as a mirror, with metal fragments scattering everywhere. The crisp clanging echoed throughout the hall. The examiner gripped the sword hilt, raised an eyebrow, and glanced toward Kellen resting in the sidelines. His eyes filled with a complex mix of surprise and resignation. He finally understood that this kid could forge weapons of elite strength using ordinary, or then craft magical-grade equipment from elite-level materials. It was frankly unbelievable. Nearby, another examiner wielding Dulla's sword raised his blade and struck the second refined iron rod, which also snapped instantly. The serrated break looked like it had been torn apart by a monstrous beast. Next, the examiner tested the blades made by Kala and Sophia, 2 longswords, each refined 8 times, and on the first hit, they shaved away more than half the thickness of the iron rod. The bright silver-cut edges were painfully dazzling. A follow-up strike would surely sever it completely. The first round saw 20 weapons take the stage one after another, almost treating the refined iron rods like mere wooden sticks. Sword blades at most suffered minor scratches, no serious damage. Many spectators in the stands stood up excitedly, whispering, "Are they testing the swords or the quality of the iron rods?" The impressive stats combined with visible power sent adrenaline coursing through the crowd. Guildmaster Kinuo, seated in the VIP section, remained calm and nodded with a slight smile. Forge masters capable of creating such weapons at this age were becoming more common, much to his satisfaction. With the first round passed flawlessly, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, applause mingling with cheers thunderously. But when weapons from the second round were laid out on the testing platform, everything changed abruptly. Several decent longswords still left deep marks on the iron rods, but most blades only made scratching noises on the steel surface without breaking skin. The crowd's enthusiasm cooled sharply, their voices dropping a notch. Compared to the first group, the skill gap was glaringly obvious. Many participants visibly paled, fingers white from gripping their swords tightly, yet powerless to reverse the situation. Next came the third round. Just as the audience began to relax, the first sword showed slight edge rolling at the point of contact, its sharp gleam fading. The fourth round was worse, with large chunks of blade chipping off and fragments flying. By the fifth round, sharp crack sounds rang out as several swords snapped into 3 or 4 pieces, shards dropping with clinking sounds. In just 5 rounds, the entire arena unfolded like a stark contrast test of talent, effort, and despair. From prodigies and top scholars to the mediocre, the differences were laid bare. The spectators buzzed again with discussion, some shocked, some moved, others deep in thought. On stage, the guildmaster and a few officials remained impassive. To them, this Matthew effect was commonplace in any major contest on the continent. The divide between superior and inferior was brutal enough to numb the senses. Up next was the second phase of testing. Yes, it was still about strength. No one could escape this ruthless examination. After the triple strength trials concluded, 9 out of every 10 swords on the field would be mercilessly eliminated. Indeed, this was what made this round's assessment so brutal. The first 3 rounds were all strength tests. Once those rounds ended, 90 of the weapons would essentially be weeded out. The second round of testing was far more challenging than the first. This time, the test materials were made of mithril, a super metal in this world, far from soft or ordinary. The examiners wasted no time issuing instructions. A row of slender mithril rods was placed beneath the scoring platform, each as thick as a chopstick, shimmering with a cold, eerie light. The rules were reversed. This round would start with the weakest sword first. With a sharp slash, the first sword instantly snapped off about 1/3 of its blade. The break was jagged, and the anguished wail of metal ended quickly as the sword became useless scrap. The second sword, then the third, followed the same fate. After testing 5 swords, not one endured until the end. Gasps and sharp intakes of breath rippled through the audience. The weapons that followed met similarly grim results. Some shattered on the spot, others chipped heavily or had their edges curled like folded paper. By the time that round finished, only swords that had been refined more than 6 times barely managed to hold together. Only Kellen and Dlu stood apart, their weapons cleanly sliced through the thin, bamboo-thin mithril rods. Cutting through them was possible because these rods were thinner than the thick iron bars used in the previous round, but the difficulty remained significantly higher. Next came the third round of strength testing. The material was switched to adamantine, an even more terrifying metal than mithril. Even a single, thin thread of adamantine made many contestants' throats tighten and sweat break out. The rules grew stricter. This time, simply keeping the sword intact after the first strike meant passing. Kellen looked at the adamantine thread with a flicker of curiosity in his heart. Would his confident weapon be able to cut it? In his eyes, this sword's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary magical-grade weapon. The tests continued from worst to best. Those weapons refined at least 6 times and coated with a cold gleam shattered instantly with a crisp clang. Upon touching the adamantine, their clean breakages casting pale expressions over the crowd behind. Nearly every sword repeated that same ending. Until the 5th fromlest sword, a long sword refined 7 times, struck the adamantine. With a sharp ding, a small chip fell from its blade, but miraculously the sword stayed largely intact. The contestant holding it let out a relieved breath. Simply not breaking meant success. Only 4 competitors remained untested: Kellen, Dlu, Sophia, and Cora. In other words, regardless of what happened next, the previous contestant was already locked into the top 5. Though 5th place didn't win the Grand Transcendent Flame Prize, the rewards were still substantial. He couldn't help but quietly feel thankful. The examiner nodded at his weapon, then shifted focus to the next sword. The examiner first picked up Cora's. Cora tensed slightly, testing her sword before Sophia's. Did that mean the examiner thought her blade was weaker? She balled her fists involuntarily. Although she appeared casual when entering the King's Academy, deep down she never saw herself as someone who could slack off. As Kono's younger sister, she was naturally competitive. To avoid falling behind peers, she often stayed up late alone in the forging room, hammering through the night. Under her brother's guidance, and that of several masters, her skill had skyrocketed. Now she stood among the top young blacksmiths. Yet why still fall short of the strongest? Despite her talent and effort, she still ranked near the bottom among this crowd. The thought bitterly stung her pride. The next moment, the examiner struck the adamantium with Cora's sword. Her blade showed an almost imperceptible bit of rolling at the Egiso slide. It was practically negligible, which was already an impressive result. Yet even that tiny flaw made Cora's heart sink. She furrowed her brow briefly but quickly forced a smile and gave a reassuring thumbs up to Sophia, who stood just behind her. Now it was Sophia's turn. With a sharp ding, her longsword, also refined 8 times, sparked as it slid against the metal block. Not a hint of rolling appeared on the blade's edge. She clearly had better control over the high temperature and timing during forging than Cora did. From the audience, Connor watched the scene while noticing his sister's forced smile, the kind of smile only a brother could read as strained. But he didn't rush to comfort her, knowing Cora's resilience wouldn't let her be defeated by a small gap in performance. She would adjust on her own. Attention quickly shifted to the last 2 swords yet to be tested. One refined 9 times, the other 10 times. Judging by the number of refinings alone, they were almost guaranteed to pass this round. The examiner first picked up Dalis' 9-time refined longsword, took a deep breath, and swung down with both hands. Ding! A thin cut appeared in the adamantium, but the sword remained completely unharmed. The examiner immediately declared it passed. Dalu sighed in relief and clenched his fist quietly, had worried the 9th refining was rushed due to time constraints and might not breach the metal. Now he realized those fears were unfounded. He glanced sideways at Klan nearby, who had refined his blade in extra time and spent a full hour polishing it, promising an even more astonishing performance. Everyone's focus turned to the last sword. Refined 10 times, would Klan's blade cut through the adamantium at once? The examiner, unable to hide his anticipation, held the sword in both hands, feeling its near-perfect weight and balance. Barely waiting to examine it more closely, he raised the blade and struck down. Ding! A flash of cold light, and the edge instantly pierced the adamantium. Only a thin, fragile layer of metal remained, trembling and barely holding together. The examiner paused for a moment. Due to how smoothly the sword moved, he instinctively added extra force. Although he tried to ease off at the end, he still misjudged somewhat. This strike was lighter than his blows with the other swords, which wasn't strictly fair to Klan. Even so, Klan's weapon still displayed terrifying sharpness and resilience. Realizing this, the examiner glanced at Klan with a hint of unease. Fortunately, Kellen's weapon was powerful enough. Otherwise, he feared it might have affected his results. Since things were already as they were, he decided to bury the whole matter deep in his heart. The arena was packed with spectators, and the arc of that last sword strike still lingered in everyone's minds like an afterimage. Those with sharp eyes noticed that at the exact moment Kellen's blade landed, the examiner clearly eased off the sword's edge, paused for a brief moment. Kono immediately suspected the examiner had been bribed, but then he saw the exquisite steel rod almost cleaved in two. The sheer destructive power proved that Kellen's weapon possessed terrifying lethality even in its normal form. Kellen himself felt that subtle hesitation and sighed softly. Still couldn't sever it with one strike, huh? Although he knew the examiner held back, he blamed himself and silently vowed to train even harder in the future. Meanwhile, Drew jumped to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the broken, exquisite steel rod. His own creation only bore shallow scratches on the surface, while Kellen's sword nearly cut it in half. This glaring disparity was impossible to ignore. Rain's frown grew deeper by the minute. Today's battle had finally revealed Kellen's true strength, far surpassing Kono in his prime, to a degree that could only be described as breathtaking. The thought that the Forging Guild might one day overshadow his own Alchemist Guild filled him with a sharp sense of crisis. As he left the stands, his eyes burned with icy resolve. Kellen must be eliminated as soon as possible. In stark contrast, most of the audience had already started quietly plotting how to connect with this young prodigy. If the boy became a master forger in the future, securing priority access to customized weapons would be an invaluable advantage. Following that, the remaining long swords in the competition underwent rigorous tests for durability, sharpness, aesthetics, and craftsmanship. Unsurprisingly, Kellen's sword topped every category by a wide margin. Kono stood up, his tall figure commanding attention at the center of the arena, instantly electrifying the crowd. As the Church's top and only forging grandmaster, he was a living idol to countless smiths. The audience rose to their feet, breath held in anticipation of the final announcement. "Thank you all for such an incredible competition," Kono's voice rang out loudly, echoing through the hall. "Over these 2 days, I have witnessed the future of church forgers. Every contestant impressed me, but there is one whose talent showed me what tomorrow's forging world will look like." Kellen. A roar of surprise swept through the crowd. Many knew Kellen's skill but didn't realize he was only 16 and had been forging for barely 2 months. Their astonished, doubtful, and incredulous gazes settled on him, but Kellen remained calm and composed, as if it were only natural. Kono continued, "To me, the phrase chosen one is the only way to describe him. Kellen, you are the pride of all forgers. Now, please step forward to receive your reward." Kellen walked onto the stage with steady steps, his youthful brilliance impossible to conceal. Kono pulled a translucent glass vial from his storage ring. Inside, blue-purple flames flickered, crackling with the fury of thunder and fire intertwined. "This is the extraordinary flame ranked 84th Thunderstorm Blaze. It perfectly matches your attributes and should suit you well." Hearing Kono's words, Kron was momentarily stunned. Didn't he say the reward was the lowest-ranked transcendent flame? So why was it such a high-ranking one? After all, there were 128 kinds of transcendent flames in total. He had originally assumed had only get one ranked beyond the 100th place, but now he was directly given the 84th. Was this really okay? It was blatantly an upgrade to his treatment. Kron looked up and discreetly studied Kono on the stage. The guildmaster covered his mouth to cough lightly, then playfully winked at him, as if to say, "I'm innocent." Kono spread his hands and added in a low voice, "The lightning flame suits you perfectly. The guild only has this one lightning flame left that matches you." He paused, then lowered his voice again to explain, "What? You think the guild must have lower-ranked lightning flames? In the guildmaster I know better. If I say there aren't, then there aren't. So this is the only one I could give you. Nobody can complain. Are you taking the golden tier assessment tomorrow?" Kono suddenly shifted the topic. "Of course, Master Guildmaster. I want to see the strength of the golden tier," Kron answered decisively. "Good." Kono nodded in approval, then pulled a thumb-sized green vial from his pocket and handed it over. "If you try to absorb the flame tonight, take the potion inside. It will stabilize your bloodline activity." Kron took the vial, its weight reassuring him and sparking his curiosity about its ingredients. As he was about to step down, Kono grasped his wrist. With a serious expression, Kono said, "If you find the flame too fierce, pause for a while. The transcendent flame can be extremely destructive to your body. Wait until you're stronger. It won't be late to absorb it then." "I understand, Mr. Kono." Kron nodded. He had no intention of forcing it. He would try tonight, but back down if the risk was too great. After this brief exchange, the award ceremony continued. Drew went up first. The young alchemy prodigy's academy uniform was soaked with sweat, but he still looked vigorous. Kono watched him with almost admiring eyes. Drew, you proved yourself today. Hey, race your reward a high-grade forging furnace. Keep up the hard work. I will, Master Guild Master, Drew said as he carried the heavy furnace down. Next was Sophia. Kono awarded her a forging furnace too and briefly praised her calmness and precision during the competition. Then came Kono's sister Cora and another blacksmith. Cora, you did great today. I'm proud of you. Kono patted his sister's shoulder. Though she only got 4th place, he knew she had given it her all. The girl hugged her brother openly and tightly, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." "Silly girl, no need to thank me." Kono ruffled her hair casually. The remaining participants received their rewards one by one. Kron stayed politely by the side, applauding each of them. Only when the last contestant left the stage did the ceremony officially conclude. Stepping out of the competition grounds, Kron was greeted by the night breeze carrying the lingering scent of flames and gunpowder. As he turned the corner of the archway, he spotted an elderly man in a dark green robe standing quietly by the road, as if he had been waiting for a long time. It was none other than Master Lean, the head of the Potion Makers Guild. Their eyes met in the dim light. A slow smile appeared on Lean's face, though it was tinged with an unmistakable stiffness. Kron had already anticipated this. In a setting like this, being intercepted or confronted by all sides was inevitable. Besides, Kono had warned him to be wary of the Potion Makers Guild. Lean stepped forward, his heels striking the stone pavement with sharp echoes. The smile remained fixed on his face, but it was painfully unnatural. No matter how Kron looked at it, it felt like a forced grin. "Kron, hello, I'm Lien Zero. I believe you know who I am." "Yes, Master Lien." Kron looked up, his eyes filled with respect. "I know you're the head of the Alchemist Guild. What can I do for you?" "Nothing much," Lien said with a hearty laugh, his brown cloak fluttering slightly. "I just wanted to meet the future Master Smith." He then pulled out a small, deep purple vial from his bosom, its surface shimmering faintly in the sunlight. "Here, a gift for our first meeting. If you take this, it will greatly speed up your training. It should be quite useful to you." Kron was momentarily taken aback, then readily accepted the vial. Through the clear stopper, he could see a pale golden liquid slowly shifting inside. "Thank you, Master Lien." "Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal, kid." Lien nodded with satisfaction. Kron noticed that as the vial settled in his palm, Lien's smile seemed to loosen like a tightened bowstring, becoming natural and relaxed, as if some hidden objective had just been fulfilled. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lien turned and left. At the corridor's end, his silhouette stood straight and imposing amid the light and shadows, yet there was an elusive chill about him. By chance, York witnessed the entire scene clearly. His chest tightened inexplicably, and he hurried over to Kron. "Kron," his tone unusually sharp, "what did the guildmaster just say to you?" Caught off guard by the sudden pressure, Kron quickly realized something was off. "Master Lien gave me a vial. He said it was a gift for our meeting, something to speed up training." Hearing this, York's expression darkened. He recalled Lien's character. There were many with strength talents in the church, and Lien was one of the best. His genius perfectly matched alchemy, making his achievements in potion making and research nearly unparalleled. But this talent had bred extreme pride, and competitiveness had to be number one in everything, believing no one could surpass him in alchemy or defeat his leadership of the Alchemist Guild. Years of dominance and success only fueled his arrogance. In an environment lacking real rivals, his desires quietly swelled, consuming the once pure-hearted boy who simply loved crafting potions. Now, Lien had become haughty and overbearing, convinced that everything he did was right. In fact, when Kron first emerged, few wanted to challenge him. It was Lien who first proposed dealing with this rising star. York knew the reason all too well. Kron reminded him too much of Lien in his youth. Back then, Lien had shocked the church in just 6 months, and Kron, fresh at the academy, had already surpassed the mortal Master Smith's achievements in one fell swoop. Such terrifying talent stunned Lien deeply. Though he repeatedly insisted that no one could outshine him, Lien understood that this strikingly similar young man could indeed threaten his place. Perhaps because of this, Lien chose to eliminate Kron to secure his alchemy empire. Thinking of this, York clenched his fist, sweat beading at his forehead. Kron had accepted that vial without any suspicion, while York was torn over whether to reveal this terrifying suspicion to him. Now, York found himself agonizing over whether he should warn Kron about what might be unfolding. After all, no matter what, he was now a member of the Alchemist Guild. Helping Kellen at this point would essentially be a betrayal of the guild. He weighed the pros and cons standing by, and doing nothing wouldn't seem to harm him, since Kellen's predicament wasn't entirely his fault. Yet a vague intuition churned deep inside him. If he chose to ignore it today, he would regret it someday in the future. "Kellen, Chairman Lien holds you in contempt. The entire Alchemist Guild is unfriendly toward you. Don't trust them lightly." York lowered his voice, filled with a warning. "Can I see that bottle of potion Chairman Lien gave you earlier? I want to study it." "Okay." Although Kellen remained wary of York, he thought just letting him examine the potion wouldn't be an issue. He pulled the crystalline bottle out of his pocket, the same one Chairman Lien had handed him moments ago. York took the bottle and gently poured out a single pill. Immediately, the aroma of the potion filled the air, rich, warm, and full-bodied. Just one whiff stirred the magical energy within him. "This is definitely Chairman Lien's handiwork," he said in admiration. Kellen's mouth twitched. Hadn't York said it might be suspicious? Now he was singing its praises? After a few minutes of silence, York shook his head with a sigh. "Sorry, Kellen. There's still a gap between my skill and the chairman's. I can't figure out what kind of trickery this potion hides, at least not yet. Give me one night. I promise you'll find some clue." Then he suddenly remembered something. "Also, since this is our first real meeting, I should give you a little gift." Curious, Kellen looked at him. The next moment, York pulled out a few tiny blue-green gems, about the size of fingernails. "Wearing these can help regulate your constitution. They're quite valuable. Trading them in would get you around 10,000 points, York said casually. 10,000 points. Kellen couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. For a newbie in the church, this was an enormous gift that could solve many urgent problems. He understood without words. York worried he wouldn't trust him, so he just gave money to let Kellen buy whatever he wanted. York's wealth made this a trivial amount, but it showed genuine sincerity. Kellen, though confident he wasn't desperate for money, didn't refuse. "Thanks, Master York." "No need to thank me," York waved his hand. "I know this is just a drop in the bucket for you. Keep them for now. I'll have an answer for you tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. On his way home, Kellen met several other guild leaders, just branch heads, but all far more powerful than him. He greeted them modestly and finally made it back home. After a brief greeting to Milia, Kellen eagerly took out the rare flame head obtained today. He didn't absorb it immediately. Instead, he first unscrewed a tiny vent on the special bottle's cap. The bottle itself was designed to safely contain the volatile flame, while allowing the user to feel its intensity. Just like Kellen now, this small hole lets him feel the flame's corrosive power on his body. If the intensity is too strong, he can choose not to absorb it. He took a deep breath and carefully inserted his index finger into the hole. Almost instantly, numbness and burning intertwined, as if countless tiny needles were piercing through his blood vessels into his bone marrow. Kellen's spine stiffened, and he quickly withdrew his hand. His palm still trembled slightly as his gaze fixed tightly on the swirling purple lightning-wrapped flame. In that brief moment, he understood the outcome. Thunder Fury Blaze, ranked 84th on the list, was far beyond what he could withstand right now. No matter how well the attributes matched, he had only been training for a little over 2 months. If he tried absorbing it now, he'd just burn himself to a crisp. He took out a mysterious black rock pill that Kinuo had prepared in advance. This pill could condense an earth attribute magic layer inside the body, protecting his internal organs and aiding absorption of lightning attribute energy. But even with its help, he doubted he could resist the corrosive power of Thunder Fury Blaze. After weighing his options, Kellen decided to upgrade his equipment first. He put on his coat, pushed open the door, and headed straight to the smithing guild. He had gained plenty of points from recent competitions, so it was the perfect time for a big shopping spree. At the front desk, the familiar face of Kola was replaced by a new young woman. She was originally bending over the ledger, but looked up in surprise when she saw him. Quietly, she whispered, "Are you Master Kellen?" "Yes, I am," he confirmed. The girl's eyes instantly lit up. "It really is you, Master Kellen." Thanks to his recent victories and the guild president's public endorsement, Kellen had become an idol to many young smiths, so her excitement was natural. "Master Kellen, are you here to forge or to buy a hammer?" "Right away. They'll take you to the warehouse." Before leaving, Kola had instructed that whenever Kellen came to buy something, he should be taken directly to the warehouse where all prices were discounted by 20. The girl had no objections. Kellen's talent surely deserved every favor. As she led the way, she couldn't help sneaking glances at Kellen. With an impressive charisma score of 80, his handsome appearance was captivating, though normally overshadowed by his dazzling skills. The warehouse doors slid open, revealing rows of gleaming equipment neatly arranged on metal shelves. Kellen walked past all the hammers priced under 10,000 points, his eyes settling in the premium section. Soon, he locked onto his Targeta hammer head shimmering with a deep purple metallic sheen called the Purple Thunder Vajra hammer, priced at 30,000 points. This hammer boasted 4 attributes: precision, great power, lightning attribute enhancement, and mastery. Typically, forging hammers above 10,000 points only had 3 attributes, but this one had an extra. Kellen couldn't help but wonder about its origins. After all, 3 of the 4 attributes were fairly standard, with only lightning attribute enhancement standing out as truly powerful. That was impressive enough. Then Kalen tried to lift the forging hammer. Feeling its heavy weight, he finally understood why it was chilling to the touch, and the hammerhead was much larger than a typical forging hammer, weighing so much it nearly bent his wrist. Even with his considerable arm strength, he had to grit his teeth just to raise it to chest level. Kalen activated his thunder body technique. The electric arcs dancing through his muscles gave him a tingling sensation, barely helping him steady the hammer. Still, his magical energy drained like a broken dam. With his current stats, he could only hold out for about 3 hours before exhaustion, but his forging efficiency would skyrocket during that time. After a moment's thought, he finally nodded and decided on the purple Thunder Vajra hammer. The value for the cost was ridiculously good. Once his strength improved, the weight would become a great advantage. He'll take this hammer. The clerk wasn't surprised and smiled warmly. All right, Master Kalen. Just like at the front desk, they'll credit your account with the points. Kalen raised an eyebrow. In buying the hammer, why would you give me points? Master Kalen, all the weapons you consigned to the guild these last 2 days have sold out, totaling 158,000 points. We were going to send them to you tomorrow, but since you came in person, we went ahead and settled now. The unexpected payout caught Kalen off guard for a moment. Then he smiled. It was perfect timing to replenish his cultivation resources. He already began planning what to buy to enhance his abilities. All right, then I'll leave it to you. He cupped his hands politely. You're welcome. Please wait a moment. Soon, 128,000 points were added to his account balance, and the purple Thunder Vajra hammer was carefully sealed and handed over to him. Its dark purple thunder patterns shimmered under the light, and the weight felt as if it might break free from the packaging at any time. Holding that weight, Kalen's heart pounded. It was clear that training with this hammer would bring explosive growth and strength. He slung the hammer over his shoulder and headed toward the commercial district, planning to browse around first. Just as he reached the street corner, he ran into Saga and her group, still being guided by Stasi. Stasi spotted him immediately and waved cheerfully. Mr. Kalen, what brings you here today? Long time no see. At the sound of Kalen's name, Winnie, Saga, and Gato all turned to look. I'm here to buy some cultivation resources, Kalen explained, eyes resting on the group. Saga, are you all here shopping too? Saga quickly nodded. Yes, Kalen. Our points have nearly run out, so we took on another mission. Since you weren't here, we picked a simpler task that matches our current strength. It was clear that after some time apart, the group had grown noticeably more composite. No doubt, they had made significant progress during that period. That should be fine. Kellen nodded in approval. Do you all know each other? Would you like me to introduce you? Stasi offered with a smile. Sure. Saga eagerly agreed. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart pounded like a drum. This was the first person she had ever liked, and she couldn't let go easily. Besides, Kellen was growing stronger and more dazzling by the day, like a white moon rising ever higher and farther out of reach. Perhaps the harder to obtain, the more enchanting he became. Her fondness for him deepened bit by bit. Stasi then asked, Mr. Kellen, what grade of resources are you looking to purchase this time? Third-tier lightning attribute resources. At those words, Saga and the others all momentarily froze. Third-tier resources were usually only used by cultivators around level 30. Could Kellen have truly reached that level? Stasi was also slightly surprised. Third-tier materials were expensive, but given Kellen's recent prominence, she believed he could afford it. Very well, Mr. Kellen, please follow me. All right. As they spoke, Stasi led Kellen up the stairs to the second floor, where rare materials from tiers 2 to 4 were displayed. Saga, Gator, and their companion exchanged glances, quietly following behind. It was their first time entering this area. Gator silently watched Kellen's retreating figure. Ever since Kellen had saved him, all he had thought about was repaying the debt. He had been training desperately to catch up, but now the gap seemed only to widen. That thought stirred a flicker of dissatisfaction, but also strengthened his resolve. If he couldn't catch up with one effort, he would try twice as hard. If still not enough, 5 times, 10 times as much. Before long, the group arrived at the lightning attribute section on the second floor. Stasi picked up a catalog and continued explaining to Kellen. Mr. Kellen, may I ask which attribute cultivation resources you need? Lightning, Kellen said tersely. Understood. They moved to a shelf displaying purple-black crystal ores. Mr. Kellen, this is lightning iron stone, a very special mineral. It's not used for forging weapons, but for carrying on the person. Lightning cultivators who keep it close for a long time can slowly strengthen their physique. Kellen bent down to examine it. The stone was only the size of a fingernail but priced at a full 1,000 points. Wow, he thought. Though rare, its slow growth effect had limited value to him, could accumulate attribute power faster naturally. Anything else? He asked, looking up. Stasi produced a fist-sized fruit. This is the thunder fruit, only suitable for those with lightning attribute constitutions. It's mild and can be eaten raw without refining. Results vary by person. The higher one's cultivation level, the more magical power it increases. It sells for 2,000 points each. Then she held up a small jade bottle, faintly crackling with arcs of electricity. This is the Thunder Spirit Pill, which greatly boosts magic power growth when taken together with cultivation. It also strengthens the Bodis Foundation. One bottle costs 3,000 points and contains 10 pills. Hearing those exorbitant prices, Saga and the others were now numb. Kron, however, listened attentively to the explanation. When it ended, he raised his hand and asked, do these medicines have any side effects? The shopkeeper responded immediately, side effects are minimal. We are a prestigious shop, and the medicines we sell are fairly gentle in nature. Still, there are usage limits. For example, The thunder fruits, each person can only consume 3 in their lifetime, but they can be taken consecutively. Any more than 3 has no effect. As for the thunder spirit pills, no more than 3 per day exceeding that can harm your body. After hearing this, Kron nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand and began ordering 3 thunder fruits, 2 bottles of thunder spirit pills to try out the effects, 2 bottles of third-tier physical enhancement potion, 5 bottles of second-tier strength pills, 5 bottles of second-tier mana recovery potion. His rapid delivery of the order completely stunned Saga and the others nearby. Stasi was momentarily speechless. She knew Kron wasn't short on money, but hadn't expected him to be this extravagant. That will be all for now, Kron said calmly. How much is the total? All right, Mr. Kron, Stasi quickly typed on the terminal. The total comes to 31,500 points. Since you spent over 30,000 in one transaction, you've been upgraded to VIP status, which grants a 5 discount. After discount, it's 29,925 points. Kron took out his badge and lightly swiped it over the checkout counter. With a beep, nearly 30,000 points were instantly deducted from his account. To him, it was just pocket change. He would earn it back soon enough. With the resources in hand, he noticed Saga and the others still staring fixedly at him. Understanding why, he stated briefly, I have some things to take care of. If you need me, come find me. Without looking back, he turned and walked away. The group was left speechless, watching his retreating figure. Back at his quarters, Kron immediately took out a thunder fruit, eager to experience the effects of this third-tier resource. The purple rind resembled a poison apple from Wizard Tales, causing a momentary hesitation before he finally bit down. A faint electric current exploded in his mouth, sending a tingling, mildly numbing sensation. The taste was unique and fresh. In just a few bites, the entire thunder fruit was gone. Then, the electric current transformed into fine threads weaving through his body. Rather than discomfort, he felt a soothing sensation, as if every muscle had been gently massaged and relaxed. His internal mana rapidly surged, with the stats on his attribute panel visibly jumping. Third-tier resources really made an immediate difference. However, as time passed, that pleasant sensation gradually gave way to a slight stinging. He could already anticipate that what lay ahead would be nothing but torment. Thinking this over, Kellen let out a resigned, deep breath. No matter how fierce the power of the medicine, he would have to endure it. As the energy from the first thunderfruit spread through his body, veins bulged visibly under his skin, his heart pounded like a war drum, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably, as if about to burst at any moment. Fortunately, he had warned Milia not to disturb him. Otherwise, this state would surely have frightened the young girl out of her wits. The pain surged through his bones and blood, raging relentlessly but never crossing his tolerance threshold. After a full hour, the burning electric sensation gradually subsided, and his scorched chest slowly cooled. Seizing the moment before the aftereffects faded, Kellen unhesitatingly popped the second thunderfruit into his mouth. Sidasai had long advised him that 3 thunderfruits could be eaten in succession, with almost no side effects for the first 3, only losing effectiveness beyond that. Given this, he might as well finish it all at once. The second thunderfruit's power roared even more wildly, like invisible thunder serpents ravaging his inner body. The pain was far more intense than before, yet he steeled himself to keep it just beneath the breaking point. His only real concern was the approaching third dose. By now, the electric current had steadily permeated every limb and nerve, cleansing impurities and clearing channels, allowing mana to flow more smoothly. Another hour passed, leaving his muscles refined and solidified, their definition now plainly visible. Without pause, he grabbed the last thunderfruit and swallowed it, fully aware of the torment that awaited but not hesitating for a moment. As the fruit's flesh hit his stomach, the lightning inside him suddenly expanded explosively. He grunted deeply, his face turning deathly pale at once. Boom! His fist flew out uncontrollably, smashing into the side, snapping the sturdy wooden bed frame instantly. He didn't stop, forced to vent the surging magic through wild, furious punches. The rush of his fists whipped through the air, shattering tables, chairs, and benches alike. Next door, Milia heard the commotion and looked anxiously toward the door. But she remembered Kellen's strict orders: no matter what happened, do not barge in. So she clenched the hem of her dress, swallowing down her unease. The final hour felt like torture, with every second slicing through him like a blade. When the timer finally ran out, the agonizing pain abruptly vanished. The room, however, had been reduced to ruins. With a heavy thunk, Kellen collapsed face first onto the floor, breathing heavily. Tonight, there was no thought of training or even standing, just wanted to sleep soundly. After calming himself a bit, he pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Kellen Jasa. Class, Knight. Age, 16. Level, 25. Skills, Gale Sword Technique LV.1, Lightning Invocation LV.3, Thunder Sword Technique LV.2, Star Forging Hammer Technique LV.2. Core Attributes: Strength, 94. Agility, 73. Constitution, 82. Spirit, 70. Elemental Talents: Wind 1, Water 4, Thunder 9, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Dark 0, Void 0, Time 0. Additional stats. Charisma, 82. Luck, 6. Lifespan, 96. Extra talents. Swordsmanship, 12. Magic, 4. Forging, 16. Alchemy, 4. Hammer technique, 5. It was clear all his core attributes had significantly increased, with mana surging to new heights. Most surprising of all, his thunder element talent had even grown slightly. This is the advantage of having abundant resources. When you have plenty, you can effortlessly outpace those who have none. After checking his status panel, Kron instantly felt a surge of energy. Even the heavy fatigue seemed to drain away. He steadied himself on the blood-stained floor, then stood and pushed open the door. As the door creaked, Malia instinctively looked up. Her master's shirt, already torn to shreds in battle, was beyond saving. Her eyes caught the clear lines of muscular definition beneath. It wasn't the exaggerated bulk of a bodybuilder, but a smooth, well-balanced power. Coupled with the tattered cloth barely covering him, it made her heart race. What surprised her even more was that Kron seemed to have grown half a head taller, his posture more poised and commanding. Malia blushed quietly, having never realized her master's figure was so impressive. "Malia, boil some hot water for me. I want to take a bath." "Yes, master." She quickly came back to her senses and hurried toward the bathroom. The residence assigned by the church was fully equipped. The bathtub had a built-in small heating magic array, which could be activated with minimal mana. A faint blue glow flickered as the clear water soon began to steam gently. "Already, master. The water is heated." "Good, I know." Kron efficiently tore off the shredded remnants of his clothing, tossing them into the laundry basket, and stepped barefoot into the tub. The warm water enveloped his wounds and soreness, as if smoothing out even the pain in his bones. He closed his eyes and exhaled. In an instant, most of his weariness eased away. While her master relaxed, Malia brought 2 glasses of cool drink and neatly placed fresh clothes by the bathroom door. "Malia, it'll be done in about half an hour. Please start preparing the food then." "Understood, master." She hurried off to the kitchen without hesitation. Half an hour flew by in the blink of an eye. Reluctantly, Kron rose from the bath, water dripping down his well-defined back muscles. He quickly dried off, donned a well-fitting outfit, and stepped into the dining room. The aroma from the table greeted him immediately. Just as he bit into a piece of meat, he paused. "Malia, what's with today's meat?" Her hand trembled as she nervously explained. "Master, maybe the delivery person made a mistake. Today's meat is from a magical beast. Does it not suit your taste?" I was worried. "No, it's fine. I actually like it." Kron put down his knife and fork and chewed thoughtfully. The meat was rich in flavor and juicy, but what was more remarkable was that after swallowing, he could feel his mana being gently replenished. He quickly concluded that this was meat from a high-quality magical beast. Looks like it wasn't a mistake, but intentional. Kron thought to himself. The Pope had begun fulfilling his promise by improving the details of Kron's meals, which pleased him considerably. In reality, magical beast meat can't usually be eaten raw or unprocessed, because although it's rich in mana, it also contains certain toxins. After so many years of struggle, humans have mastered the technique to remove toxins while preserving the magical essence, which makes monster meat extremely valuable. The higher the level of the monster, the more outrageously priced its meat becomes. Interestingly, these high-tier monsters have fewer toxins but richer magical power, so each bite feels like swallowing a concentrated burst of pure energy. Kellen sat at the dining table, and only a few pieces of meat were enough to rapidly fill his stomach. Today, he had eaten less than a third of his usual portion, yet he already felt uncomfortably full, as if one more bite would make him burst. His face flushed from being so stuffed. He put down his utensils, patted his belly, and waved to Malia standing nearby. "I'm going to rest. You should try some of this meat, it really is good." With that, Kellen got up and left. Then he reconsidered. Since he couldn't finish the rest anyway, why not let Malia have it? Eating monster meat regularly strengthens the body and prolongs life, so there was no reason not to share such benefits with a loyal servant. He stopped at the door, turned back, and reminded her, "By the way, don't make the full portion next time. A third of the amount is enough. I just can't eat that much." "Yes, master," Malia nodded eagerly. She immediately took a hot piece, biting into it, and her eyes lit up as the rich juice burst in her mouth. "It really is delicious." Kellen finally left the dining hall with satisfaction. Back in his room, he froze. Last night's training had left the furniture and walls cracked and scattered with chips all over, making the already simple room look even more decrepit. Fortunately, there was still a small spot on the edge of the mattress where he could lie on his side. It would have to do for one night. As he lay down, the image of Quinn suddenly flashed through his mind. When he had eaten at Quinn's place before, the food was just ordinary meat. If Quinn could eat monster meat long-term like he did, his leveling speed would increase dramatically. But if Quinn switched suddenly, and someone noticed such extraordinary supplies, it could expose Kellen's connection with the Pope. Thinking this over, Kellen restrained the urge to reward Quinn immediately. He would wait to gain more strength before sending benefits, so as not to attract unwanted attention. Once he sorted out these concerns, he closed his eyes in peace and soon fell into a deep sleep. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point of Thunder attribute talent. The system's mechanical voice jolted Kellen awake. Another bit of Thunder talent had been added. Counting all accumulated points, his Thunder attribute talent had reached 10 points. His Luck attribute was still skyrocketing first 1 to all attributes, now stacking Thunder talents on top of that. It was downright absurd. Heart pounding, he rolled out of bed, settled into a cross-legged position, and began circulating the Thunder summoning technique. Scorching Thunder magic surged through his meridians like a raging torrent, incredibly fast. The sensation of commanding his power effortlessly and instantly absorbed him so fully, time slipped away unnoticed. When the morning light filtered through the broken window panels, Kellen snapped back to reality and realized his Thunder summoning technique had broken through to level 4. Now, the Thunder magic coursing inside felt like a constant companion. Maintaining the Thunder body state required almost no energy. This was essentially a permanent passive effect. Even more astonishing, he could activate the Thunder body again on top of that, creating a double amplification. With this layered enhancement, his base attributes, boosted twice by the Thunder body, had reached an alarmingly powerful level. Kron took out the purple lightning Vajra hammer he had bought yesterday once again. The heavy feeling had experienced before was gone. In fact, he even found it easier to wield now than previously. The metal surface faintly glowed with purple electric patterns that shimmered in the morning light, as if ready to spark lightning at any moment. When he checked the stats panel, he saw that after the breakthrough, each attribute had only increased by 2 or 3 points, far below his expectations. Frowning, Kron made a mental note to ask Quinn about this when they met. With some time left before today's competition, Kron decided to head out early. The streets were relatively quiet, with dew still lingering on the cobblestones. He hadn't gone far when he spotted York standing at the corner, looking as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Master York, have you been waiting for me? Kron quickened his pace to meet him. Not for too long. Luckily, I didn't miss you. York lowered his voice, his expression serious. Kron, I spent all night studying that pill from yesterday, and I finally figured out the problem. Please, go ahead, Kron said, heart tightening but staying composed. There's a herb called Zawenko mixed into the pill. In small doses, it can speed up cultivation and boost strength. Kron immediately caught the key words. Small doses? What happens if it's taken in large amounts? Seeing he understood, York nodded and continued. In large quantities, it becomes highly addictive. Even powerhouse cultivators at level 60 could lose control once addicted. Mild effects include hallucinations, convulsions, and fainting. Severe cases lead to toxin buildup that corrodes the internal organs. Kron was stunned. He hadn't expected the seemingly ordinary pill to be so insidious. That old schemer Lean clearly intended to eliminate him. Although Kron didn't fully trust York, he trusted him far more than Lean and was willing to believe what he was hearing. York reassured him, you don't need to worry too much. The ratio of Zawenko in that pill isn't extreme. It's not enough to cause full-blown addiction, only mild dependence. Thank you, Master York, Kron said, his face darkening. If he were to take the entire bottle, Lean would certainly make his next move immediately. The thought that Lean was silently plotting to kill him ignited a burning anger. If that was the case, Kron was determined not to let Lean get away with it. York cautioned, overall, I still recommend not taking it. You could break the bottle apart and sell the pills one by one. That way, it won't affect you, and you'll make some money. Ha ha ha. Got it, Master York, Kron said, calming his anger as he clasped his fist in thanks. You're welcome. Are you heading to the competition now? Yes. Would you like to come along? I have many things to attend to today. All right, then we'll part ways here. Okay. With that, the two separated at the crossroads. But after this meeting, both of them carried heavier thoughts than before. Soon, Kellen arrived at the venue. The audience was much livelier than usual. He immediately spotted familiar faces like Saga and waved a greeting. Winnie was so excited she was practically bouncing in place, her little hands waving back and forth as if she could stir up a breeze. Pulling his gaze away, Kellen noticed Quinn huddled in the corner. He had something to ask him today, so he quickly walked over. Quinn had actually come secretly, feeling torn between wanting to be close to Kellen and being too embarrassed to approach. When Kellen caught sight of him, Quinn froze instantly, scrambling mentally for an excuse. Mr. Quinn. Kellen, what's up? Quinn straightened his posture, trying to keep his expression calm. Did you come specially to watch my match? No. Well, actually, yes. Quinn sighed and opted for honesty. I'm a bit curious about the forging competition. Kellen laughed aloud. Haha. Then I'd better put on a good show. Amid the laughter, Quinn suddenly felt something was off. He fixed his gaze on Kellen and whispered, Kellen, has your thunder summoning technique broken through? Yes. I was actually planning to come find you about it. Didn't expect to run into you here. Hearing the confirmation shook Quinn's heart. Level 4. He himself had trained for years, but was still stuck at the peak of level 4 for the thunder summoning technique. He had expected Kellen would take a few more months to break through, but now he had already achieved it. He was speechless, a complicated mix of emotions swirling inside him. Quinn took a deep breath and spoke first. I think I know what you're about to ask. You're feeling like the attribute boosts aren't as much as you expected, right? Yes. Kellen nodded quickly, clearly holding back his doubts. Don't worry. Over about a month, you'll see small improvements every day, roughly the same scale as today. Kellen's eyes lit up, and he started calculating in his mind. If the improvement continues at today's rate daily, in a month his stats could increase by 60 or 70 points. That would be extraordinary. Quinn continued, Kellen, honestly, I didn't expect you to reach this level with the thunder summoning technique in such a short time. From now on, you're no longer ordinary. You should be able to feel just how exaggerated the techniques boost Isand. That's only the thunder summoning technique. If you have the chance to train higher level lightning attribute techniques in the future, your strength will only increase further. Kellen nodded seriously. He knew well that the thunder summoning technique wasn't top tier. His advantage over peers mainly came from how fast he was progressing. While others were stuck at the first level or hadn't even started, he had already reached the third level, naturally widening the gap drastically and vaulting his strength far ahead. Of course, it's difficult for others to advance as quickly as Kellen when practicing this mid to low level cultivation method. Kellen's mind is extraordinarily sharp, almost to a frightening degree. While others tend to rush through their training blindly, he pauses after each cycle of his method to carefully recall the flow of true energy through his meridians. He immediately senses any stream of chi that feels slightly rough or any point where the flow hesitates. Then, he repeatedly fine-tunes his posture and breathing until the internal path perfectly matches the correct feeling in his mind before resuming cultivation. Kellen fully understands that blindly speeding up without first mastering the right route at best leads to setbacks in cultivation and at worst ruins one's foundation entirely. So he never chases speed, yet he still makes astonishingly steady progress. And that stability is truly impressive. By now, spectators have gathered around the training ground. Looking up, it's obvious that the golden tier contestants are far outnumbered by those in the bronze tier, roughly only a bit over 2,000. Normally, the Royal Academy's long history and floods of new students each year would have meant the golden tier far exceeds the bronze tier in numbers. However, the Academy's historically high death rate has stopped many promising talents dead in their tracks. On top of this, some students who felt their talents weren't suited to forging have voluntarily left the Forging Guild. All these factors combined have drastically thinned what should have been a large core group. If the Forging Guild manages to rise to the top as the leading guild, it wouldn't be impossible for the Golden Tier to surpass Bronze Tier numbers with increased resources and status. As the last contestants enter, Kellen's gaze grows sober. Everyone in the arena looks determined, as if the championship belongs to no one but themselves. The invisible pressure in the air seems even heavier. Clearly, at this stage, no opponent can be underestimated. This round's format differs from previous ones. The officials still provide the materials, but now contestants choose their own, all from precious ores capable of forging magic-grade weapons. Passing this round leads to testing their ability to craft hero-grade weapons. Deep down, Kellen is quietly excited. With his attributes greatly improved, can he truly forge a hero-grade weapon? Of course, first he must flawlessly pass this round. Higher base attributes mean he can refine more times, giving him a stronger chance. At the referee's signal, the competition officially begins with a full 24-hour time limit. Magic-grade equipment is far more complex than previous rounds. 8 hours would be insufficient for contestants to perform well. The crowd scatters at once, rushing toward the materials. Kellen moves decisively, swiftly selecting his main materials and auxiliaries before arranging his tools at his dedicated station and taking out the familiar Starcatcher furnace, then igniting its flames with a roar. However, unlike last round where his superior equipment made him stand out, this time high-level forging furnaces are everywhere in the arena. Several older blonde and white-haired forgers have even brought furnaces of rarer, higher ranks than the Starcatcher furnace. Seeing this, Kellen simply nods slightly. These seasoned veterans have deep backgrounds and are far older than him, so their ability to bring such equipment is no surprise. Ultimately, victory depends on who can perfect their materials the most over this long, 24-hour period. It's normal that some even brought furnaces stronger than the Starcatcher. After all, these competitors are much older than Kellen. This was the result of decades of accumulated experience, so it was only natural for such high-level equipment to appear. Among the contestants, although a few were still intermediate blacksmiths, most had reached the level of senior blacksmith, and there were a considerable number of skilled forgers as well. In addition, there were 5 forging masters. Given the chairman's age, he could have entered the competition himself, but having already advanced to the rank of forging grandmaster, he saw no need to prove himself further and simply stayed on the judging panel. Today was the day with the largest audience for the entire contest, and almost all eyes were on Kellen. Delu and Sophia also signed up for the gold division. They knew they weren't strong enough to place near the top, but as long as they avoided finishing at the very bottom, they could still earn rewards. A chance to make money was too good to pass up. When the competition began, The sound of hammering on anvils rang out one after another. People were amazed to discover that Kellen's forging speed had actually pushed him into the leading group. Compared to the forging masters, he was still slightly slower, but he was more than a match for ordinary forgers. Kinuo squinted, observing closely, and quickly deduced the Rizonkalin's skill had improved significantly in a short time. How? Probably by spending heavily on high-level training resources. Several nearby branch chairmen noticed this as well and quietly nodded in agreement. The general audience had no idea what was going on, only feeling astonished. It's only been one day. How did Kellen get so strong already? This just doesn't make sense. At the same time, a forging master who should have been the center of attention felt a mix of emotions. He admitted Kellen had talent, but could not accept that the spotlight was being stolen by this kid. This was not yet the age of the younger generation. Fury welled up inside him, yet his hammer strikes remained precise and flawless. Kellen paid no mind to the outside chatter, focusing all his attention on the furnace and the iron blank. Soon, the gap between him and the forging masters began to widen. 15 minutes later, Kellen and a large group of blacksmiths entered the first round of refinement together. 10 minutes after that, the first round ended. 20 minutes later, the second round was complete, and a few slower contestants were forced to drop out. Kellen was still securely in the group. At the 40-minute mark, the third round wrapped up, and a small number more fell behind. After 2 hours, the fourth round was finished, and nearly half the participants had been eliminated, yet Kellen was still drenched in sweat at his anvil. The audience quietly wondered, how many rounds could he endure? If he truly made it to the end, that would mean he had reached the level of a top-tier blacksmith. 4 hours and brought the fifth refinement. 7 hours, the sixth. Usually by this stage, Kellen would feel exhausted, but today his breathing remained steady, and his wrist strength showed no sign of fatigue, still felt remarkably at ease. Seeing Klan's current condition, Kono stroked his chin thoughtfully. If all went well, Klan should be able to surpass his previous record of 7 refinements, this time already showing this level of forging skill so early. He no longer compared Klan to his own former self in forging. Klan had completely outclassed him. 12 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. The blazing firelight reflected off Klan's profile as he successfully completed the 6th refinement. At this point, the speed gap within the top group began to emerge. Klan was no longer leading the pack. However, this round lasted a full 24 hours, leaving him ample time. Taking a deep breath of the hot air, he immediately started the 7th refinement and activated his thunder body. Electric arcs danced across his skin, pushing his speed even higher. The magical grade hardness of the weapon after the 7th refinement was extreme, yet with the purple lightning Vajra hammer and his terrifying physical attributes enhancing him, every hammer strike still landed with solid impact and steady rhythm. At the 16th hour, Klan struck the final blow, completing the 7th refinement. Glancing at the hourglass, 8 hours remained, weighed his options. Theoretically, he could attempt the 8th refinement, but might not have enough time to finish the final touches. Looking up, several master blacksmiths ahead had already leisurely completed 11 refinements and were resting, though their eyes remained fixed on him. Klan's rapid 7 refinements in such a short time was an undeniable shock to them. After a brief hesitation, Klan gritted his teeth, reignited the furnace, and decisively began the 8th refinement. Though young, a fierce fire burned inside him. In the previous day's competition, he had always been the star, but today he was the Chazera contrast that stirred his blood. With the Thunder Bodis enhancement, his hammer strikes left streaks of electricity. Kono watched closely and suddenly sensed something unusual. Klan's movements grew increasingly fluid, as if he had become one with the hammer in his hands. Lost in deep focus, Klan didn't realize that each strike was more natural and precise than the last. In this silent honing, the Forging Star Hammer technique quietly broke through to level 3, even surpassing the Thunder Sword technique in progress. The Forging Star Hammer technique relied heavily on raw strength given sufficient physical conditioning. One could grasp its essence faster. In contrast, swordsmanship demanded higher innate talent and was therefore harder to master. Combined with these past days' intense daily forging, Klan's hammer technique improved rapidly. As his level rose, the forging process became increasingly effortless. At the 19th hour, accompanied by a final crisp clash of metal and iron, the 8th refinement was done. Before the flames died down, Klan immediately dove into shaping and subsequent steps without pause, not even sparing a thought to check the time. He had thought he had only 2 or 3 hours left. By the 21st hour, Kellen had finally completed the forging and assembly. The moment he fixed the last piece of the blade in place, he suddenly realized there were still a full 3 hours left. This caught him completely off guard. What was going on? How was there so much time remaining? He quickly checked his attributes and found that his strength and other stats had slightly increased, a clear sign of the lingering effects from the Thunder Invocation technique. It wasn't until he glanced at his skill bar that Kellen realized something was off. His proficiency with hammer techniques had quietly risen to level 3 mastery. He thought to himself, this progress is way too fast. I started learning swordsmanship much earlier, but there hasn't been any improvement. Since he still had plenty of time, Kellen didn't choose to rest. Instead, he picked up his sword and carefully inspected it, checking whether the grip of the hilt was comfortable and if the blade's sharpness met the standard. After confirming everything was in order, he wrapped some tough cord tightly around the handle, which not only enhanced durability, but also gave the sword a more refined appearance. Throughout this meticulous process, nearby blacksmiths watched Kellen's attention to detail with barely concealed admiration. Beyond skill, a pursuit of perfection was the real mark of a top-tier forger. Kellen's focused dedication undoubtedly earned their respect. Once he finished adjustments, the examiner came over to retrieve Kellen's sword. Due to the large number of participants, the evaluation was conducted by testing each sword individually. Since Kellen belonged to the Golden Group, his assessment time was slightly longer than the others. The first round would almost certainly filter out all intermediate and advanced smiths, leaving only the elite. Upon receiving the sword, the examiner immediately began his test. He first gently stroked the blade, feeling its texture, and smiled with satisfaction. Then, channeling his innate lightning magic, he unleashed a swift strike. The electric sword chi tore through the air like lightning, instantly splitting a nearby iron golem in half. The sword's affinity with lightning attribute greatly amplified its power normally. Such a weapon would boost an opponent of level 3 strength by over 30. The blade conducted magic flawlessly without any resistance. Next, the examiner infused a large amount of mana into the sword. The blade emitted only a faint ringing sound, and showed no cracks if the quality were insufficient. This step often caused fractures. This proved the sword's strength was fully up to standard. Tests of sharpness and other fundamentals were similarly passed with ease. After each test, the examiner's approving expression grew more evident. Finally, he looked up and declared, "Kellen's sword scores a total of 92 points." Hearing the result, Kellen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The forging masters present all scored a perfect 100, and those ahead of him usually ranged between 90 and the mid-90s, so a score above 90 was already the baseline for these experts. With forging complete, Kellen could at last rest a little. He moved to the relaxation area and quietly watched the other contestants continue their intense work. Just as he was unwinding, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 Constitution attribute point today." These are the attribute points Kellen earned today, considering that this assessment took unusually long. In the forging room, hammers rose and fell, sparks flying, as Delu and the others remained focused on their work. Like Kellen, they could forge magical weapons, but their skill still lagged noticeably behind his. Perhaps yesterday's intense fire forging drained too much physical and mental energy, because today Delu cautiously avoided using the flame-tempering furnace, reverting to more conventional hammering. Even so, he smoothly completed his 6th refinement, the new forge clearly granting him a significant boost. Sophia's performance was equally impressive, 6 refinements, all successful. It was clear this forging competition was driving everyone to improve rapidly. Kellen didn't linger on them long, however, he quickly shifted his attention elsewhere. Over there, several competitors moved deliberately rather than swiftly, each hammer strike accompanied by a sharp rushing sound. Although they submitted their work later than Kellen, it wasn't due to lesser skill, but because they pushed their refinements to the 9th, even the 10th or 11th stage. In raw strength, these few clearly outperformed Kellen. The gap is noticeable. Kellen clenched his fist, but felt no discouragement. He knew well that with his steadily growing talent and experience, he would eventually close this gap. So he busied himself organizing his thoughts while keenly observing these top forgers, studying their striking rhythm, temperature control, and how they handled impurities in the ore, resolutely committing these key insights to memory. This was his next goal. Time passed, and the assessment finally concluded. The system's holographic screen lit up, freezing Kellen's score at 92 points. Although a strong score, it only placed him 141st overall. The Golden Group had over 300 forgers, but only the top 100 would advance, a bitter disappointment for him. Yet Kellen showed no surprise. Compared to most participants, he had invested relatively little time in forging, lacking both theoretical depth and practical experience. Placing 141st meant he had already surpassed the majority of his peers and retained immense potential. Moreover, the rewards for his rank were generous. Though he missed out on the coveted forging hammer and furnace, the large batch of high-quality ores he won equated to 20,000 points in value, a definite gain for him. As for first place, it naturally went to a true forging master, ironically, the very person who had always looked down on Kellen. On the podium, after collecting his hefty prize, the man turned sharply and strode toward the crowd. The audience instantly buzzed with excitement, some speculating he might encourage the rising star Kellen, as if witnessing a sacred passing of the torch. Only a few high-ranking leaders, the guild master, vice guild master, and the like, exchanged subtle, uneasy glances. Everyone knew Dick's character: proud, fiercely competitive, not one to show warmth without reason. Master Gugon glanced at Kino and murmured, voice low, "He's not planning to." Kino's face darkened, nodding resolutely. This guy was absolutely going to provoke Kellen. Should they stop him? However, after hearing Gugang's words, Kino shook his head lightly and said calmly, "It's useless. It can't be stopped. If it could, he wouldn't be Dick." Although Dick was already 29 years old, not exactly young, he still possessed the heart of an 18-year-old forever unwilling to admit defeat or bow his head. A person like that would never easily accept being inferior to others. His personality had its pros and cons, but overall, Kino thought it was more positive than negative. Sure enough, not long after, Dick stopped right in front of Klan. Klan looked at him and couldn't help but feel a fierce aura radiating off him, a palpable killing intent that seemed to make the very air freeze for a moment. The next second, Dick suddenly thrust out his thumb, pointing straight at Klan, then slapped his hand downward fiercely. "You punk, with what little skill you've got, you dare to compete for my spot? You've got a long way to go." He snorted coldly and turned, striding away with an air of arrogance. Klan was stunned on the spot, murmuring to himself, "How can this master be so petty, acting like a spoiled kid just to win?" Yet he had to admit that the simple taunt had sparked his interest, even pulling a smile to his lips. "Old dang, just you wait. The tides turn over 30 years. Give me 3 years, and I'll see if I can beat you." Klan thought quietly, though he knew he wouldn't say this out loud, it would sound too childish. He wasn't that kind of person. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Dick suddenly whipped around, his gaze sharp as a blade. 3 years. In 3 years, I will definitely surpass you." His voice grew serious and resolute, heavy with undeniable determination and lethal intent. The spectators around froze in surprise. Wasn't this supposed to be a peaceful passing of the torch? Why had things suddenly turned so tense? And Dick, such a master, acting so petty? "Heck, kid, 3 years. Even if I gave you 30, you'd never beat me. You think I'm some useless old geezer who can't be helped?" Another voice taunted. "You got guts? If not, just forget if this old man is like this. Chicken now?" The moment those words hit Dick, he exploded. "Fine. 3 years. If you can beat me in 3 years, I'll apologize to you." As soon as he said this, the promise of "you're impressive" and "I'll apologize" ignited a fire in Klan's heart. 3 years from now, we'll settle this once and for all. With that, Dick turned and left, his back radiating an unyielding fighting spirit. The audience glanced at one another, whispering, "What's going on with these two? They have such powerful auras, but now just seem like two kids shouting at each other, totally ruining their images." Of course, this was a minority opinion. Most people grew eager to see the outcome of this 3-year challenge. Over the next 2 days, Klan watched all the remaining matches in the Gold Division. Then he spent 3 more days observing the Diamond Division's contests. As a spectator, Klan gained a lot. He felt he absorbed many practical techniques, especially seeing Dick hold nothing back on the Diamond stage, crafting a truly magnificent weapon. Unfortunately, the president and vice president also competed, and in the end, Dick only took 3rd place. Still, that placement was impressive enough. Although Klan was still fighting solo, he had learned a great deal from Dick. During those 5 days, Klan's attributes quietly improved. His strength increased by 14 points, agility by 12, constitution by 11, and spirit grew by 15. Here is the result after adding the points and the thunder summoning technique, combined with Kellen's natural growth and the allocated attributes. The forging tournament had come to an end, and Kellen gained new insights, returning to his tight daily routine of training at dawn and forging by daylight. The upcoming novice competition was now just around the corner. Whoever took 1st place would earn an immediate promotion in rank. Although Kellen was already a Viscount, he wouldn't miss the chance to advance further. His schedule was packed, so he decided to focus entirely on training, eager to make every second count. On the other side of the church, the Pope had just finished reviewing the final rankings of the forging contest, rare shock crossing his face. He had always known Kellen's talent was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be this exceptional. If things continued at this pace, Kellen was very likely to become a true divine artisan, one capable of forging legendary artifacts. Though crafting such relics took great time and effort, each one added to the Church's profound heritage. With this thought, the Pope could hardly contain his excitement and immediately ordered all internal news to be sealed off. Even so, he understood these reports would inevitably leak to other nations. Now that the forging contest had ended, it was time to arrange some real combat experience for Kellen, to help him sharpen himself before the upcoming tournament. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the window bathed the forging room in a golden glow. Kellen rolled out of bed, drew his sword, and began his basic training with methodical precision. With his physical conditioning steadily improving, he now swung his sword 10,000 times a day. To avoid fatigue caused by sheer repetition, he had personally crafted an extremely heavy iron training sword. Its dark blade weighed more than twice a normal longsword. After 10,000 swings, his arms felt perfectly strained but never wasted energy. After finishing his training, Kellen intended to dive straight into forging. He wanted to seize the momentum and try crafting a heroic-grade weapon. There was no room for neglecting his smithing skills. Just as he opened the door, At the far end of the corridor, Sophia came briskly towards him. The young woman wore a pale gold holy robe, her sharp, knightly demeanor evident in her expression. Kellen's mind immediately stirred. Sure enough, a mission from the Pope. What's up, Sophia? You need me for something? He wiped the sweat from his brow and asked directly. I'd like to invite you to come with me to the arena, Sophia said straight away. Why the arena? Isn't that place dangerous? Kellen frowned at the thought of the bloody dueling grounds and paused. It is dangerous, Sophia nodded, but spoke calmly. However, the arena has protections for players ranked Viscount or higher. If a participant at that level feels they're losing, they can surrender on the spot, and staff will immediately provide rescue. She paused, then looked seriously at Kellen. The other reason I'm inviting you is because you're still young, in your first 3 years with the church. If you can achieve 10 consecutive wins in the arena, your rank can be directly promoted by 1 step. Hearing those words, Kellen froze for a moment. Wow, the arena actually offers perks like this? He hadn't been very interested in the arena before, but now, he was definitely intrigued. He quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. If he could win first place in the arena, and then defend his title at the upcoming martial arts tournament, his rank would jump 2 levels at once, shooting him straight up to the rank of Marquis, right alongside Saint Hart. Thinking this, his tone unconsciously grew more excited. You know, I've always been interested in the arena, just never had time before. Since there's such a good opportunity now, let's go. Sophia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and rolled her eyes, just the right amount, not too much, not too little. Did Kellen really think of her as an outsider? She had heard firsthand about the commotion he caused with the Saintess in the arena. Still, she nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go face some beasts. It'll be good practice. They quickly packed up, temporarily putting their plan to forge a hero-level weapon on hold, and headed straight for the giant arena on the west side of the academy. The gray-white stone walls stood like a fortress, with watchtowers and fluttering flags waving in the wind. The moment they stepped through the ticket gate, the eyes of the person in charge inside landed on Kellen. The rugged face showed a flicker of recognition. Wasn't this the kid who recently swept the Saintess out of the arena after their clash? Not to mention had just won first place in the bronze tier of the blacksmith competition. Who at the academy didn't see him as a rising star now? Without any airs, the manager approached with a hint of appreciation. So, are you two here to compete or just watch? To compete, Kellen replied, bowing slightly. And thanks again for looking out for us the other day. Could you explain the rules first? The manager nodded silently. Inside, this kid knew gratitude, so he wasn't annoying. With the I thought so look, he briefly outlined. The rules are simple. Enter the arena, fight the magical beasts, and defeating the beast means you pass. The beast's levels will match your strength. Before officially starting, you'll need to do a tier test. He raised his hand, gesturing to a black obsidian testing stone standing as tall as an adult nearby. The stone was wrapped with runes, glowing faintly cold in the dim light. Kellen stepped forward and asked, how does the test work? Place your palm here and inject a bit of magic. All right. The moment his palm touched the stone, a soft white light spread out, and a series of numbers appeared. 27. The air seemed to freeze. The manager's mouth dropped open, and Sophia froze in place as well. She had thought Kellen was at most level 18, never imagined had reached 27. And this was just a freshman? That kind of level would be monstrous in any grade. Only now did she realize his terrifying forging talent probably had a lot to do with this absurd combat power. The manager snapped back to reality, giving a wry smile. The academy's little monsters just keep getting scarier every year. Kellen patted the test stone, his eyes burning bright. So, how about it? For my first battle, should you match me with a level 2 beast? Right? You should be assigned a second-tier beast. Go rest in the lounge area for now. I'll arrange the beast for your battle shortly. If there's a competition coming up, someone will contact you at home a day or 2 in advance. All right, got it. Kellen nodded and stepped briskly after Sophia, heading toward the public rest area on the east side of the arena. The place was noisy, with rows of benches filled by contestants from all over, some resting with eyes closed, others speaking quietly. The 2 of them were unremarkable and soon disappeared into the crowd. But Sophia kept glancing sideways at the boy beside her. Her mind churned. What kind of monster is this guy? Amazing forging talent was one thing, but his combat strength was equally terrifying. How was that possible? She was 3 years older than Kellen, now level 46, and prided herself on being top tier among her peers. Yet Kellen had only been at the academy 2 months, and had already blasted up to level 27. If she gave him 3 more years of growth, she wouldn't even see his back. At that moment, Sophia understood why her superiors wanted her to investigate Kellen. A boy with only a level talent, yet showing power far beyond reason, was definitely a cause for caution. But another, more personal thought followed. If Kellen truly turned out as expected, even if he only stayed in the church, he would at least rise to Red Cardinal rank. If she could win his favor early on, her own path forward would become much smoother. Thinking this, her gaze toward Kellen softened unintentionally. Kellen picked up on the subtle change. Was the mission target trying to cozy up to him? Miss Sophia, is this really a good idea? Over the time they'd spent together, Kellen had already seen through the sweet exterior to her ambitions and methods. Sophia was the type who climbed ruthlessly whenever an opportunity presented itself, relentless until she achieved her goal. Ordinary men encountered by her probably got drained completely in no time. But this time, she had met Kellen tempered by harsh experiences, colder and more perceptive than she was. If she truly planned something, the outcome would likely be far worse than she imagined. The air still carried the residual metallic scent from the recent battle. Suddenly, Sophia feigned concern. Nervous, Kellen? A little. Kellen's tone was calm and steady, betraying no real emotion, only playing along with her act. Sophia clenched her fist against her chest in an encouraging gesture and smiled. Don't worry, Kellen. You're so strong you'll easily kill that second-tier beast. They'll be cheering for you. Her sweet voice didn't move Kellen an inch, but it successfully stirred many of the male competitors nearby. Some glanced sideways secretly, others blushed faintly. Among the crowd, a young man of Viscount standing straightened his sleeves and strode arrogantly toward them. He deliberately struck a pose he thought charming, stopped in front of them with a smile. Beautiful lady, Empress Antoine. Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance? As he spoke, he proudly patted the Viscount's badge on his chest, then offered his hand to Sophia, waiting for her response. Under normal circumstances, Sophia would have politely declined outright. She had always harbored ambitions to climb higher, but was selective about whom she let close, fiercely guarding her own territory. The man before her fell far short of her standards, and she hadn't planned to waste her time. But with Kellen sitting right next to her today, she deliberately put on a slightly flustered expression, knowing full well that appearing vulnerable would be most effective in stirring a man's protective instincts. Sure enough, after a brief hesitation, she cast a glance filled with silent pleading toward Kellen. Just as she expected, Kellen stood up calmly but with unmistakable authority. She doesn't want to see you. Please leave. The other man raised an eyebrow and shot Kellen a quick, surprised look. He was young a prodigy, from what had heard, and it was wiser not to provoke such a youth. Yet when his gaze fell back on Sophia's sweet and delicate face, he couldn't help but swallow hard. She was stunning, and for a woman like her, he was ready to risk it all today. Fueled by hormones and reckless impulse, he sneered. Who the hell do you think you are, standing in my way? The air instantly tensed the moment the words left his mouth. Price had his own calculations in mind. Though Kellen was a gifted young talent, he was still a kid, likely not very high-ranking, and not worth fearing. In just 2 years, Price would graduate from the King's Academy, and by then, no one like Kellen could stop him. Sophia wore a worried expression, but beneath it, she felt a thrill. Things were about to get interesting. The smile on Kellen's face didn't waver as he quietly repeated, "What did you just say? Who the hell do you?" Bang! Before he could finish, his foot struck hard against Price's chest. A heavy thud echoed as Price was sent flying backward, slamming into the wall before collapsing to the floor. The dining room fell deathly silent. Price slumped on the ground, his head hanging low, motionless. Everyone around was stunned. Price was well known in the area, having won 3 matches in the arena. To fall like this so suddenly? Such terrifying strength. Some whispered nervously. Could he have been fatally kicked? Several seconds later, Price's throat moved as he coughed harshly. He lifted his head, a burning pain in his chest blurring his senses. That kick had probably broken 3 ribs. It felt less like a kick than being trampled heat-in by a charging elephant. As he struggled to speak while leaning against the wall, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring blankly at the deep red stain, was level 41. Even unprepared, his physique surpassed most. Yet this kid had casually crushed him with 1 kick? Seeing Price still seated on the floor, Kellen's expression remained calm as he stepped forward. He knew he didn't need to clean up this mess himself. Sophia had started it and would surely find a way to handle things. If the pontiff learned that Kellen had been dragged into trouble because of her, she might be replaced immediately. With that in mind, he didn't even bother frowning, simply fixing his gaze on Price's trembling shoulders, quietly waiting for the next move. Sophia quickly snapped back to her senses and hurriedly grabbed Kron's arm. Let it go, Kron. It's nothing. Don't be angry, she whispered, trying to calm him down. We've already taught that guy a lesson. Only then did Kron seem to cool off, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't truly upset. He had only been teasing Sophia. Now that she had stepped in to smooth things over, he was curious to see what she would do next. A bit of excitement to spice up their otherwise dull lives. Since Sophia said so, he said lazily, casting a glance at Price. They'll let you off the hook this time. Next time you see us, you better take a detour. Price froze where he stood, holding back his breath. Definitely didn't want to experience that bone-crushing kick again. Kron and Sophia sat down side by side, while Price pressed against the wall in a nearly motionless, defeated stance. Despite the little incident just now, Sophia felt elated. Kron's reaction proved he cared about her. Otherwise, why would he get so worked up? To her, this was a great sign. With a little more effort, she could win the young man over. Just then, a staff member hurried over. Mr. Kron, your match is about to start. Kron immediately stood. That's me, he said, then followed the staff away. Price quietly memorized the name, clutching his still-throbbing abdomen as he staggered out of the lounge. He wanted to see for himself just how strong the boy who nearly crippled him was. Judging from that kick, he guessed Krant's level was at least close to 40, and he probably had a strength-type talent. If he hadn't been caught off guard, Price might not have feared him, but now with injuries not healed, he wasn't eager to clash again. The Coliseum was massive, with several smaller fighting arenas aside from the main stage. Kron was led to one of these smaller rings, where only a few dozen spectators sat scattered on stone steps. After a quick glance around, he lowered his eyes and waited silently. Sophia naturally took a seat in the center of the stands to watch. Price chose a corner, leaning against the wall to nurse his wound, while keeping a close eye on the arena. When the opponent entered, Price's eyes widened at it was a second-tier beast, a wild black boar. This meant Krant's official registered level was just barely over 20. Price thought. As one of the weakest Viscounts, there was no way he should be intimidated by a newbie barely past level 20. Yet the lingering pain from that terrible kick only churned in his guts. If only he could curse out loud. Among the audience, a few were curious about Kran not because of his age, but because of his boyish yet defined features. To be honest, thanks to the continual attribute boosts from the thunder summoning technique, Krant's body was changing in subtle ways every day. Kellen's charm rating had now reached 83. Tall and well-proportioned, with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his fair skin complemented a pair of impossibly long legs, making his entire physique nearly flawless. There was a sharp, powerful little wolf aura about him that was impossible to ignore. When he saw his upcoming opponent, Kellen's expression instantly sharpened, turning calm and cold. He knew full well that this wild black boar was no real threat, but as the saying goes, even a lion must give its all when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating an opponent would be like playing with one's life. When the wild black boar was brought into the arena, it snarled fiercely at first. Yet the moment it caught sight of Kellen's gaze, it suddenly faltered. Its restless body stilled and even shuffled backward. The crowd erupted in a commotion. Was the fierce beast trembling? Some suspected it wasn't hungry enough, but these arena monsters were always tormented to the brink of madness. Hunger was never the issue. Price and Sophia stared dumbfounded. How could a single glance from a human strike such fear in a magical beast? In truth, the urge to seek gain and avoid harm is an instinct shared by all creatures. Despite its hunger, the black boar was visibly shaken by the dangerous aura emanating from Kellen. Its intelligence wasn't low. It decisively chose not to provoke this formidable foe. The referee watched the tense standoff from the sidelines, mouth opening as if to call a halt, but ultimately stayed silent. Since the opponent refused to move, Kellen took the initiative. With a surge of power from his feet, he blurred forward like a shadow. The black boar let out a terrified roar, hoping to intimidate him with sound, but Kellen ruthlessly cut off that faint hope. In the blink of an eye, Kellen stood before the boar's chest, drew his sword, and struck with a standard attack. Split. The tumtor-long beast was cleaved cleanly in half, flesh and bone severed together. Blood sprayed across the arena as the smell of iron filled the air. In the stunned silence, the crowd could only whisper hoarsely, "That was over already?" This was a level 2 magical beast, known for its tough hide, usually impervious to regular weapons. Yet here it was cut in two by a youth barely over level 20. That strike was the perfect combination of terrifying stats and superior skill. Kellen's attribute advantage was overwhelming, and his combat technique far surpassed others, his age simply unbeatable. As everyone stared at the massive carcass cleaved in two, all words failed them. Only shock and awe filled the arena. "Fight over." Kellen advances. The referee announced loudly. Kellen sheathed his sword, his expression calm as he turned and left the arena. The arena organizers valued profits and would never let a fighter compete back-to-back. Instead, they preferred to build star contestants with strong power and then promote them to attract more spectators and thus, greater revenue. After all, the Coliseum had to survive somehow, so using such tactics was understandable. As Klan stepped out of the blood-soaked corridor, the smell of rust still lingered at his nostrils. The moment he stepped into the sunlight, his eyes caught sight of Sophia's sparkling gaze, an almost overwhelming look of admiration. The girl's lips parted slightly, and she swallowed nervously, as if frozen by an invisible beam of light, her breathing growing softer. Klan brushed the dust off his clothes, frowning inwardly. This woman was staring way too intently. Sophia was no longer pretending to be fragile like she had in the resting area. Now she seemed genuinely moved. She took half a step closer, lowering her voice. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Klan raised an eyebrow. "Because you're really amazing, Klan." Sophia took a deep breath and finally asked the question she'd been holding back. "Do you have someone you like?" Someone he liked? Julius' image flashed through Klan's mind, those glowing eyes. The hand reached out in desperation, a memory both distant and vivid, as if it were yesterday. If he were to say he liked anyone, maybe it was Julia, though more than liking, it was gratitude. Thinking that, his gaze blurred slightly, pulled away by old memories. Seeing his silence, Sophia's heart tightened sharply. Had her question been pointless? She sharply caught the tenderness in the boy's eyes, clearly reserved for someone else. If that someone was his white moonlight, winning over Klan's heart wouldn't be easy. But Sophia never backed down easily. Her instinct to admire strength had already made up her mind. This uncut gem, she would claim it. As long as her approach was right. A small white moonlight meant nothing against a skillful little green tea. The odds were still in her favor. So what are you planning to do next? She casually changed the subject. Going to the blacksmith guild to forge some new weapons, Klan answered calmly. Really? That's great. Sophia's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm headed there too. Let's go together. All right. Klan didn't refuse. He wanted to see what Sophia's next move would be. Everything that had just happened moments before was swiftly reported by intelligence as quick as the wind to the Holy Pope. In the dimly lit papal hall, candle flames flickered as a shadow knelt on one knee and gave a detailed report. The Pope drew his snow-white robes tighter, frowning slightly. Shadow, what's your opinion? Your Holiness. The Shadow's voice was low. That girl named Sophia seems to be trying to deceive Klan's feelings. Should we remove her? The candlelight revealed a trace of a dark memory in the Pope's eyes. After a moment of silence, he shook his head with a subtle melancholy in his tone. No, not yet. Klan will face these things sooner or later. Young men are most vulnerable in matters of the heart. If he can stumble early and rise on his own, it might not be a bad thing. Let him experience it and transform. Yes, Your Holiness. Continue to protect him in secret. Report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Yes, Your Holiness. With that, the shadow disappeared into the darkness of the papal hall. Recalling the news Shadow had just told him, the Pope couldn't help but smirk. Kellen was still so young, yet already tangled in romantic debts typical of these privileged prodigies. Meanwhile, Kellen was deeply focused in the top-tier forge of the Royal Academy. Unlike when he crafted magical-grade gear before, hero-grade equipment demanded extremely rare materials. Ordinarily, apprentices would spend months or even years gathering them. Fortunately, Kellen maxed out his student privileges and effortlessly withdrew a full set of premium ore from the material warehouse. He tossed the heavy alloy into the furnace. Roaring flames surged, casting a fiery glow on the sweat beating his temple. For a full 22 hours, barely blinking, the thunderous hammer strikes echoed through the night. When the last blow fell, molten red-hot iron solidified on the anvil into a one-handed longsword. After 6 rounds of refinement, flowing light patterns raced along the blade's spine. The edge was covered in fine serrations resembling Wei Zhuang's shark-toothed sword, but imbued with lightning magic that shimmered with deep purple electric veins. Kellen lifted the new sword with a flick, arcs of electricity dancing along its length. The serrated teeth on the spine were as sharp as fangs. He named it Thunderfang. This hero-grade weapon's stats were stunning. Against any target below level 50, lightning damage increased by 50, and every strike inflicted both bleeding and paralysis. Though refined only 6 times, it already outclassed most weapons of the same rank by far. Still warm from the forge, he patiently crafted a matching black-silver scabbard. Only when morning light streamed through the window did he finally step out, Thunderfang in hand, through the heavy metal door. In the hall, Sophia was already waiting. When she saw him, the silver-haired girl rose immediately, her crimson cloak fluttering at her knees. Kellen, how did the forging go? Her eyes shone with anticipation ever since witnessing his godlike performance in the smithing competition. She had grown used to him constantly shattering expectations. Kellen said nothing, simply drew his sword for her to see. Thunderfang burst from its sheath, crackling with violent electric energy that seemed to tear the air itself. Sophia's wide eyes turned from surprise to delight. You did it. What's its name? Thunderfang, Kellen replied calmly. In the following days, Kellen treated the arena as a second training ground. Now on his 8th day there, wielding Thunderfang, he had won 7 consecutive battles. Thanks to his winning streak and striking looks, Kellen was placed in the main arena with the largest audience, where cheers and chants echoed nonstop. Sophia accompanied him every day, cheering from the sidelines. After repeated fierce battles, Kellen's core attributes surged again. Strength 17, Agility 13, Constitution 16, Spirit 11, bringing his current stats to Strength 119, Agility 93, Constitution 116, Spirit 100. At the same time, his swordsmanship had advanced to level 3, entering the mastery rank. In raw physical terms, Kellen now rivaled humanoid beasts and even far surpassed same-level monsters in pure body strength. Although this attribute boost also accelerated his mana growth, it still lagged behind his bodily power. Even so, if it came to a fight with Quinn, Kellen would likely hold his own. Early this morning, Kellen stepped back into the dust-filled arena. As a first-year freshman, all his opponents would grow stronger after each fight until he reached 10 straight wins. Because Kellen was still new, the school progressively increased the power of his challengers with every victory prior to the 10-win milestone. The team leader was now explaining today's rules to Kellen. Kellen, this is your 8th beast battle. Since you've already won 7 in a row, Your opponent today will be upgraded to 2 level 3 magical beasts. The leader's voice remained clear despite the noisy backstage. Kellen simply nodded slightly, showing no objection. After the instructions, he headed straight to the resting area. By now, Kellen had become a star contestant in the arena, and many spectators had come just to see him. Through the thick, blast-resistant glass of the rest zone, he had a full view of the magnificent main arena outside. Tier upon tier of seating filled to capacity, cheers rolling like waves. Even the overhead light arrays flickered slightly from the energy. At that moment, a contestant was battling for a fourth consecutive win on the main stage. Unlike Kellen, this person was already a second-year student at the King's Academy, so even for a fourth battle, he had to face 2 level 3 magical beasts. Kellen watched with interest, judging the challenger to be an rank elemental controller, not a common bloodline warrior, but a rare water element fighter. The fight began as the opponent raised his hand and summoned rushing water, instantly forming a shining blue armor, the most typical defensive technique for elemental controllers. The armor significantly boosted defense, but at this level of elemental warrior, the constant mana consumption was too draining. To Kellen, this wasn't a beginner's most efficient choice. 2 wolf-like beasts landed silently, then suddenly lunged together. Their coordination was astonishing. As one was pushed back by a sword strike and left the claw range, the other immediately snapped its fangs forward. Fortunately, the rank elemental's power was strong enough that the bite only tore a minor tear in his water armor. The injury wasn't severe. Taking the opening, he countered with a sword thrust that pierced one of the wolf's eye sockets. A piercing howl echoed through the arena, blood spraying, instantly turning the scene brutal. But the advantage lasted only a brief moment. The 2 beasts were already high-level, and their attack frequency doubled, allowing one to lunge immediately after the other was repelled. The fast pace left almost no time for him to recover. After several clashes tearing at flesh and magic, the elemental warrior's stamina and mana both ran dangerously low. He was knocked flying by a wolf's charge, but was saved just in time by the referee's intervention. Kellen furrowed his brows slightly. He had already gleaned the key insight from the battle. Under the pincer attack of 2 beasts, the offensive rhythm doubles abruptly, and any hesitation risks being overwhelmed by consecutive strikes. Moreover, the opponent's levels were generally higher than those of the challengers, making victory extremely difficult. Next, another contestant appeared. This one had to fight 4 same-level beasts simultaneously and was swiftly defeated without much resistance. Finally, it was Kellen's turn. The gateway slowly opened, and he walked into the brilliantly lit main arena. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers, glow sticks and flags waving non-stop, creating a deafening tidal wave of sound. It was clear that Kellen was extremely popular in the beast battle arena. The reasons behind his reputation were firstly his incredible looks, and secondly his uniquely brutal fighting style. As a superpowered monster, every opponent Kellen faced was cut cleanly in two with a single sword strike. His movements were sharp and decisive, giving off an unbeatable aura, as if no one could stand against him. Today it was his turn to enter the arena. The iron gate slowly lifted, and 2 starving, skin-and-bone demon wolves lunged out. Their fangs still dripped with blood from their previous prey. Kellen scanned them briefly, and without hesitation drew his thunderfang. The moment the blade flashed from its sheath, his entire presence seemed to tighten and explode at once, sending tiny electric currents rippling through the air. Driven by hunger, the demon wolves ignored the danger. They howled and charged across the sand, aiming straight for the human. But Kellen stood perfectly still, as if frozen by fear. Until the fangs were just inches away, he spun his left foot and swung Thunderfang in a wide arc. Slack. The first demon wolf was sliced clean through the abdomen, guts and sand spraying everywhere. Its body froze mid-sprint and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The second wolf pounced at the same time, claws screaming through the air. Kellen reached back with his free hand and clamped his fingers around its skull. At that instant, the demon wolf realized it had run into an unbreakable wall of strength, flesh dented under the grip and bones cracked with tiny snaps. From the crowd's vantage point, only a slight tension in Kellen's arm was visible. Die, rip, arg. Blood sprayed as the wolf's head was forcibly torn off and tossed aside, rolling several times before coming to rest. Kellen casually brushed the bloody stain from his wrist and strode straight to the rest area, not bothering to look back. A brief silence blanketed the stands as everyone replayed the scene in their minds. That man didn't even use a weapon, but with one hand alone, he tore off the head of a demon wolf 10 levels above him. Was this an arena or a slaughterhouse? Suddenly, the silence exploded into cheers. Another round. Another round. The crowd's roar vibrated the railings. The commotion soon caught the attention of the arena supervisor, who hurried to the main pit, frowning. What happened here? The referee quickly relayed the events. Kellen had ripped off the head of a demon wolf 10 levels higher with just one hand. The supervisor's pupils constricted sharply, doubting his own ears. To outright tear off the head of a beast, So far above one's level such a phrase was barely in anyone's vocabulary. Backstage, Kellen wiped away the last drop of blood and checked the schedule. Just 14 days until the newcomers Marshall tournament. At his current pace, he was confident he could raise his rank to Earl before the big event. Meanwhile, Shengxin had made her decision she would participate in this tournament. It was the quickest way to educate Kellen. Just thinking about taking action in 14 days made her so excited she could hardly sleep. Elsewhere, the shadow continued reporting to the Pope. Your Holiness, today Kellen once again flawlessly completed all his daily tasks as usual. Oh, so he hasn't rested a single day yet? He hadn't taken a single day off. As if the moment he wasn't doing something, a sense of unease would immediately creep in. This likely stemmed from his past experiences. After hearing Shadow's report, the Pope gave a slight nod. Since Kellen had been designated a key person of interest by the Church, its intelligence network had thoroughly sifted through his history. The pages of records uncovered nothing but a troubled youth. Poverty, loss of his father, wandering, violence. Each entry explained to the Pope why Kellen's will was as unyielding as stone. Sympathy stirred within him, but he knew the past was unchangeable. For Kellen, those hardships were probably what had forged the ironclad discipline he now maintained almost to a fault. Yet new concerns arose. Did such nearly pathological self-discipline signal a psychological distortion? If so, when Kellen eventually inherited the Church's leadership, the risks could escalate dramatically. The Pope silently resolved to arrange psychological counseling as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. What he didn't know was that Kellen had already been quietly healed before arriving at the Church. The kind Mr. Wizar he met on his journey, and later, Quinn and Maria at the Church, had all gently soothed the boy's wounded heart. Congratulations, host, you've gained some lifespan. The corridor was deserted late at night when the notification suddenly echoed in Kellen's mind. He paused in surprise. This was the first time he had received a lifespan reward. Though it was past midnight, he felt no fatigue. With both his mental and physical strength surpassing 100 points, his recovery speed and stamina were far beyond ordinary people's. Sleeping just 2 to 3 hours daily was enough to keep him fully alert. To avoid long-term risks from constant pressure, he had set a rule. 1 day a week, he would extend his sleep to 6 hours. Those extra 2 or 3 hours of rest were now a rare luxury. Morning came quickly. As dawn's light streamed through the tall windows into the training hall, Kellen finished his first breathing exercise set, sweat dripping from his chin. Meanwhile, arena staff arrived early at the Church. Rarely had Kellen woken earlier than Maria, but today he was already at the door to hold it open for her. The staff outside hesitated briefly when they saw Kellen open the door, then quickly remembered their task and handed over documents and rewards with both hands. Mr. Kellen, your battle order has changed. Today you will be the last to enter. Also, here is the point reward for your winning streak yesterday. The neatly written lines on the document read, 8th consecutive victory bonus, 8,000 points, plus a red heartstone. Kellen nodded and placed the storage pouch along with the glowing red gemstone safely in his pocket. Wearing the red heartstone for a long time could subtly improve his physique. This small improvement really meant little to Kellen, so he planned to give the red heartstone away later. But to whom? Should he give it to Sophia, with whom had been getting along so well lately? Of course not. Kellen had already decided who should receive this gift. He took some fine, sturdy silver thread and carefully strung the fist-sized red heartstone into a simple, yet striking necklace. The translucent red gem glowed softly under the light, bright and fresh like a freshly picked wild berry, instantly captivating anyone who glanced at it. Literally fitting as a present. Knowing that the first place she entered every day was the kitchen, Kellen hung the necklace on a hook on the wall opposite the staviso. It would be the first thing she noticed upon stepping inside. He nodded in satisfaction, then returned to his room to begin his daily essential training, a routine he never neglected. Soon, faint footsteps echoed inside. Outside, the sky was still pitch black. Judging by the time, it was probably around 4:30 in the morning. Milia often worked late past midnight to prepare warm meals for him. Given her nature, she never slackened during the day, either cleaning or preparing ingredients. Thinking this, Kellen quietly resolved to let her have more rest time in the future, even if servants weren't considered human in this world. He didn't want to treat those close to him like slaves. The bedroom door opened, and sleepy Milia stepped out. After quickly freshening up, she headed straight to the kitchen. As she pushed the door open, her eyes caught the striking red glow on the wall, and she froze an unfamiliar gemstone necklace. It's not mine. I don't have any points, she quickly reasoned. There was only her and Kellen in the house, so it was probably his. Since he had hung it there, it must have a purpose, so she didn't think much of it and turned to busy herself with breakfast. In the living room, Kellen practiced while listening attentively to the sounds of pots, pans, and chopping. He wondered to himself, had she not noticed the necklace yet? Maybe she'd see it soon. Time passed quietly. After finishing his training, he went to the kitchen doorway. Milia was focused on chopping vegetables, the knife hitting the cutting board with a crisp rhythm. She hummed a cheerful tune, seeming in good spirits. Kellen stood behind her watching for a moment. Seeing she was completely oblivious, he cleared his throat softly. Ahem, ahem. Hearing the sound, Milia spun around in surprise. Seeing her master, she quickly bowed. Master, you're up? Breakfast is ready, you'll bring it over right away. Kellen's gaze drifted past her to the red glowing necklace on the wall. She must have seen it when she looked up while cooking. Did she see it but think it wasn't a gift, and so didn't react? He withdrew his gaze and asked calmly, Did you see that necklace? Hearing Kellen's words, Milia froze for a moment, unsure what he meant. This necklace, master, did you leave it here? She asked cautiously, holding the pendant in her hands. Yeah, Kellen nodded. I picked it up while shopping yesterday. It didn't really suit me, so I thought I'd give it to you. The simple phrase for you stunned Milia completely. She never expected such a delicate necklace to be specially prepared for her. No one ever cared about a servant's feelings, at least. That's what she had always believed. A surge of overwhelming emotion broke through her defenses, and tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Kellen was caught off guard by her sudden tears. What's wrong? Don't you like the gift? No, no, master. She hurriedly wiped her eyes, her voice trembling. It's just I'm so touched. No one has ever been this kind to me before. Kellen reached out to gently ruffle her hair and spoke softly. It's all right. Don't cry. Good things are meant to bring smiles. Yes, master. Milia sniffled and forced a smile. I'm a bit hungry. Breakfast ready yet? Almost. She moved deftly, setting steaming dishes on the table. Tender fried eggs, bread still sizzling with oil, and freshly brewed milk tea. Kellen sat down, grabbing a piece of bread and biting into it heartily. Watching him enjoy the meal so much, Milia felt her heart melt softer than honey. While Kellen ate, she busied herself preparing his snacks and drinks for the day. Thinly sliced monster jerky fried to golden crisp, pale pink berry juice, all packed neatly into small boxes. Between tasks, she would glance down at the necklace around her neck, unable to help but smile quietly. The joy came partly from the delicate craftsmanship, but more so because it was from Kellen. After breakfast, Kellen began planning his day. Tonight's match in the arena required him to be in peak form for the main event. Let's start with the forge this morning, he decided. He weighed his options. Training first would drain his magic all day, risking poor performance in tonight's fight. But if he forged first, he wouldn't have enough time to train properly. After careful thought, he chose to spend the morning at the forge. Time rushed on, and by afternoon, President Lien waited quietly under a tall phoenix tree beside the stone path leading to the forge. For days, had secretly tracked Kellen's routine normally. Kellen would pass this way by now. More importantly, the medicine he had taken should have worn off, leaving him vulnerable in the toughest period. If they stopped him here, they could reveal any weaknesses and take further action. But as the shadow beneath the tree slowly lengthened, no familiar footsteps came. Lien narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Had Kellen come earlier than expected, or was there some unforeseen change? That shouldn't be possible. Or could there be a traitor within the guild feeding information to Kellen? At the thought, Rain immediately recalled York, who had submitted his resignation from the Alchemist Association a few days ago. Although York had left, his resignation hadn't been officially approved yet. If anyone was leaking secrets to Kellen, Rain suspected him the most. But it was still just speculation. What Rain was certain of was that Kellen had been going to the arena almost every day lately. If he wanted to get some information out of him, that might be the best place. Making up his mind, Rain hurried to the arena. Arriving at the entrance, he realized why he hadn't been able to spot Kellen earlier today. Kellen was scheduled as the main event. No wonder he hadn't shown up along the usual routes. He had just been unlucky until now. Since the time was fixed, Rain decided to wait there, planning to bump into Kellen after the match, compliment his performance, then casually hand over the new potion and naturally bring up the topic of the pills. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Kellen finished his forging practice. He had been focusing on honing magical-grade equipment lately, and his efficiency had improved again. However, due to time constraints, he rarely refined any weapon more than 6 times. After hanging the freshly forged swords in the guild sales area, he tidied up his tools and headed straight for the arena. Rain thought staying in the main hall might look too obvious, so he chose to hide in the VIP lounge, which had excellent views but few disturbances. He planned to appear by chance once the match ended. On the other side, after entering his private restroom, Kellen didn't waste a moment and immediately began meditating cross-legged. If other opponents competed on stage, he would glance up now and then but quickly lost interest after watching a few matches. Time flew by, and then a staff member came to inform him, Mr. Kellen, you have 30 minutes until your match. I know. Kellen wiped the sweat from his brow, sat steadily, and adjusted his breathing until his body was taut like a drawn bowstring, but fluid in readiness. Half an hour later, he stepped onto the arena floor. The crowd instantly erupted with a thunderous roar. Kellen! Kellen! Tear him apart. The wave of cheers startled Rain for a moment. He had known Kellen was popular, but being there in person still took him by surprise. Kellen's opponent entered next, from Magical Wolves, each 10 levels higher than him, at level 29. Facing the snarling pack charging toward him, Kellen narrowed his eyes and thought. Just as expected, the difficulty on the 9th level had doubled. Yet even fighting 4 high-level beasts at once felt easy to him. What truly concerned him was the 10 consecutive wins assessment after clearing this stage. Kellen had a feeling it wouldn't be simple at all. The 4 demonic wolves were still locked in a room on the opposite side of the arena. Through the bars of their cage, they could see Kellen in the distance. The iron bars couldn't block the bloody scent in the air. Their tongues dripped with sticky saliva, and their fangs glinted with a cold light, clearly already rehearsing countless times in their minds how they would tear their prey apart. The referee glanced at Kellen and saw him nod slightly in confirmation. He then raised his flag high and called out loudly, "The match begins." With a heavy creak of pulleys, the prison cage doors suddenly lifted. The 4 wolves lunged out almost simultaneously, claws sparking against the stone floor, their low growls echoing throughout the arena. Kellen shed his usual casual demeanor. His expression, unusually serious, had already realized that these starving, frenzied demonic wolves showed no coordination. Their formation was scattered like loose sand. Ending them will take just a few moves, he thought, having already calculated the path to victory. In the blink of an eye, the first wolf leapt before him. Kellen tapped the tip of his foot, pivoted his waist halfway, and with a flash, his Leia longsword was sheathed in lightning. The purple glow cleaved through the air. Before the beast could fully open its blood-red maw, the blade plunged straight into its throat, piercing clean through the back of its skull. Blood exploded into mist under the pressure of the sword's energy. Kellen withdrew his sword as the heavy thud of the fallen wolf marked the first life ended. Immediately, the second and third wolves circled in from the left and right. Kellen shifted lightly like a dancer, his shoulders and hips rotating just enough to evade their double attack. A cold flash followed as he reversed his wrist to slash a precise arc. The blade grazed the spine of one wolf. With a crisp crack, the massive beast was cut in half, its front and hind legs twitching instinctively. The fourth wolf was charging straight at him. Without hesitation, Kellen threw Leia like a streak of light. Uffed! The entire blade sank into the wolf's head. The wolf's tough skull shattered like paper under the sword's impact, pierced through in an instant. Only the last wolf remained in the arena. It stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden collapse of its packmates. Kellen closed in, gripping the thick fur on its neck with 5 fingers. A fierce shout burst from him as he hoisted the wolf's body and slammed it down onto the ground with a thunderous bam. The arena's stone floor, reinforced by magic, was far tougher than ordinary rock, and the shockwave resounded as shards scattered everywhere. The wolf howled in agonizing pain, its throat raw and hoarse. Kellen squeezed his wrist further and twisted hard. Crack! The sound of the spine breaking echoed, and he followed through by tearing off the massive wolf's head. Hot, bloody spray splattered across his body. Ah! The stands erupted with screams, the crowd howling like ghosts and wolves in a mix of terror and madness. 4 high-level demon beasts, yet not a single scratch was left on Kellen. Ignoring the thunderous cheers, Kellen walked to the fallen wolves, drew his Leia's sword, casually flicked off the blood, and turned toward the arena exit. From start to finish, Lean had been watching it all. He had long heard of Kellen's prodigious talent, but seeing it in person still sent chills down his spine. If anyone could be said to focus solely on combat power without distractions, it was Kellen. Such a man was always alert and calculating, making it nearly impossible for plans or gossip to slip by unnoticed. So, should he still continue with his plans from here on? A worry stirred deep within Lien's heart because Kellen's current abilities were truly terrifying, so much so that even Lien, the head of the Alchemist Guild, felt a chill run down his spine. If that plan failed and Kellen fully developed his powers, what kind of fate would await him? The thought flashed briefly through Lien's mind before he quickly pushed it aside. If the plan succeeded now, there was no need to worry about the future. Having made up his mind, he immediately entered the arena hall. At that moment, Kellen was about to leave when he suddenly heard Lien's voice behind him. Kellen. Hearing the familiar call, Kellen slowly turned around. There was no anger on his face, only a gentle smile. Chairman Lien, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. There's a junior competing today. I came to watch, Lien replied in a relaxed tone, as if it were nothing unusual. I didn't realize you were here too. Your performance just now was outstanding. By the way, how did the pills I gave you work? Kellen immediately nodded. Very well, Master Lien. Are these pills available commercially? There was a trace of restrained longing in his voice, which secretly pleased Lien. Was definitely hooked. Originally, Lien had intended to use magic to probe Kellen's condition, but considering Kellen's almost monstrous combat intuition, he decided against it, fearing detection might ruin everything. If you like them, that's good, Lien said with a faint smile, and produced 3 small jade white vials from his pocket. I have some extras here, take them all. The bottles gleamed softly in the light. Kellen's eyes instantly lit up, his breathing growing heavier. Really, Master Lien? Such heartfelt excitement confirmed to Lien that Kellen had come to rely on the pills. Perhaps in the future, he could leverage this dependency to have Kellen do more for the Alchemist Guild, like spying on the core secrets of the Forging Guild. It's nothing for me, Lian said with a casual wave of his hand. Just using resources efficiently. Then I won't be polite. Master Lian, if you ever need anything, just call on me, Kellen said respectfully, but, out of good manners, did not reach to take the vials. Lian smiled and handed over the 3 vials himself. Kellen thanked him repeatedly, then eagerly opened one right in front of Lian, picking out a single pill and swallowing it. The pill dissolved immediately. Kellen seemed to sense the energy shifting inside him, his eyes brightening. He clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master Leon. I'll take my leave now to continue my training." "All right," Lian replied, watching him go with a smile that deepened slightly with thought. After leaving the arena, Kellen returned straight to his quarters. Once inside, he sat cross-legged to meditate, feeling the pill head just swallowed melt instantly and the medicinal power flowed gently through his limbs and bones. He had been mentally prepared. Master York had once warned him that as long as he didn't swallow the whole vial at once, taking 1 or 2 pills, or even 5 or 6, was safe and indeed beneficial for cultivation. Kron quickly absorbed the potent effects of the potion. He sat cross-legged as his magical energy surged through his body like molten lava, raging through his meridians for 3 full hours before finally settling down. Slowly opening his eyes, Kron stared at the glazed glass vial in his hand, his heart pounding with a no wonder this potion was personally crafted by the guild master of the Alchemists Guild. Just 1 pill had propelled him straight to level 30, raising all 4 of his core attributes by about 4 points each. "This effect is unbelievable," he whispered in astonishment. He imagined what would happen if he took several more in quick succession. A temporary boost would be unimaginable. But he knew all too well the dangers of side effects, and he understood he couldn't increase his level much more right now. In the arena, opponents matched his strength based entirely on his current level. So he carefully sealed the rest of the potion into a specially made metal box, along with various cultivation materials he had previously purchased but never used, intending to save them until after he achieved 10 consecutive wins before launching into another power surge. After completing these preparations, he spent a long time meditating and training his body until his muscles ached and his mind grew slightly fuzzy, then forced himself to rest. Only 2 hours later, he rose again, washed with cold water, donned his battle gear, and looked like a drawn bowstring ready to snap. Today, the arena staff arrived extremely early as usual. As soon as the iron gates were pulled open, a uniformed attendant hurried over. "Mr. Kron, here is your reward for 9 consecutive wins." He handed over a heavy sack containing 10,000 points, along with a fist-sized rare mineral rock dark black, with silver veins running through it rumored to be suitable for forging hero-grade weapons. Lowering his voice, the attendant continued. "Also, in tonight's main event, you will face a mutated beast 15 levels higher than you, plus 4 beasts each 10 levels above you." Mutated beast? Kron raised an eyebrow, recalling the terrifying power unleashed by that mutated goblin warrior in the arena. An ordinary goblin suddenly mutated could multiply its strength several times over. If it was a stronger beast to begin with, the mutation's impact would be even more frightening, though the exact danger depended on the mutation's severity. He nodded. "Understood. He'll be there on time tonight." "Yes." The attendant could barely contain his excitement. "He'll report your response immediately." At level 30 now, just 1 level above yesterday's 29, Kron faced a sudden jump in difficulty. The system had escalated his challenge dramatically. Tonight, he must battle a level 45 mutated beast plus 4 level 40 beasts. Last night, he only fought 4 level 39 beasts. The difficulty had more than doubled, yet Kron felt no fear. He reached down and ran his hand over the long sword at his waist, Thunder Fong, its cold gleam reflecting the dawn light. As a hero-grade weapon, Thunder Fong was capable of piercing the defenses of even 5th-rank beasts, not to mention 4th-rank ones. Kellen's pressure wasn't as intense as it seemed, but just to be safe, he adjusted his schedule for the day. Instead of forging weapons at the guild, he stayed home to train. He didn't push his muscles to the limit as usual. Rather, he went through a series of gentle but precise movement, stretching, controlled breathing, light strikes on wooden dummies, warming up every muscle to be in peak fighting condition. Meanwhile, news of his 9 consecutive victories in the arena had already spread throughout the city like wildfire, reaching every corner of the academy and town as if carried on wings. Saga, Winnie, and Gato rushed to get tickets, eager to witness what could become a historic 10th win firsthand. But when they stood at the box office and saw that the ticket prices were several times higher than their daily meal budget, the 3 could only exchange helpless looks. They simply couldn't afford even the cheapest seats. In the end, they chose to wait outside the arena gates, hoping to catch the news right after Kellen finished his match. Despite the growing gap in their strengths compared to Kellen's, they still regarded him as a comrade in arms and a close friend. Their time at the King's Academy had been short but transformative, yet deep down, they still saw Kellen as the classmate who shared his late-night snacks with everyone. It wasn't just them. Quinn and other companions close to Kellen had already purchased tickets and taken prime spots in the stands. ready to witness the miracle of 10 straight wins. On the other side, Kellen's enemies were equally restless. When Saint learned Kellen was only one victory away from earning a noble title, fury burst forth uncontrollably. She smashed her room to pieces, broken wood, and scattered crystals littered the floor. After venting, she smoothed her dress and marched to the arena with a cold expression, her hatred for Kellen so intense that watching him had become an obsession. Rain and his group felt the same seething resentment, but not one dared suspect Kellen would lose today. After all, he had never been defeated publicly. To his enemies, he had nearly become synonymous with invincibility. The afternoon matches proceeded as usual. One fighter after another finished their bouts, some crushed, others barely winning, but overall, nothing remarkable happened. Scattered applause floated across the stands like faint courtesy, the audience listless and eagerly awaiting the main event. The referee repeatedly waved off gravely injured contestants, stretching out the time, while nap sounds grew louder and more frequent above. Just as the drowsiness was spreading, Kellen finally arrived at the arena. At the entrance, Saga and the others stood on tiptoe, trying to catch a glimpse, and luck was on their side, for he spotted them immediately. Learning they had come to cheer him on, he called out without hesitation, "Come with me." Walking down the corridor, Kellen lowered his voice. "If you ever need help, just ask. Don't hold back. But I won't take on anything ridiculous." Touched, Saga dropped her head, her voice barely audible. "Okay." Winnie and Gato nodded earnestly as well. Stepping inside the arena for the first time, the vast hallway and dazzling mage lights slightly overwhelmed them. They feared any misstep might draw unwanted attention. At the entrance to the rest area, the arena manager hurried over, face beaming with smiles. Who would have imagined that the freshman who once battered the Saint to a bloody nose was now a star with 9 straight wins? "Mr. Kellen, you're here." Kellen stepped aside and gestured. "These are my friends. They'll take them to the lounge." The manager eyed them briefly and immediately took note. Just one glance was enough to tell that Saga and the others were freshmen, still shy and cautious. His eyes flicked to the side before he spoke. All right, of course," Eugene said with a smile as he handed over 3 deep red cards. "By the way, these are annual passes for our arena. With these, you can come whenever you want, completely free." Saga, Connor, and Jerome froze in place, their gazes all turning to Kron, unsure whether to accept the offer. Kron nodded slightly. Keep them as a gift. He understood Eugene was trying to get closer. Since Eugene had helped him before, making friends wouldn't hurt. Seeing Kron respond, the 3 carefully took the passes in their hands. "Thank you." Eugene waved his hand casually, grinning broadly. "Don't mention it. Friends of Mr. Kron are my friends. Eugene Kenneth, just call me Eugene." "Yais, Eugene," the 3 replied somewhat awkwardly, still hesitant to use his first name. Seeing this, Eugene didn't press it and nodded politely. "I won't keep you any longer," he said, then promptly left. As soon as he walked off, Saga whispered, "Kron, who is he?" "One of the arena directors, basically in charge," Kron answered offhandedly. The 3 instantly went silent. A massive industry like the arena usually had 3 or 4 directors, all major figures. That polite Eugene was actually one of them? It seemed unbelievable. Looking at Kron's calm demeanor, their perception of his standing within the clergy changed entirely. If he won today, he'd be promoted to count, and the gap between them would only grow wider. The 3 felt increasingly uneasy. They entered a resting room reserved for contestants. The spacious room, thick carpeted floor, and an entire wall of transparent glass overlooking the arena made Saga and the others feel like naive newcomers, barely daring to move a finger. "Make yourselves comfortable. I still need some time to train," Kron said, sitting cross-legged and beginning to regulate his breathing. The 3 quickly nodded and sat close to the wall. Shortly after, a servant brought them freshly cut fruit and snacks, only adding to their feeling of honor. About half an hour later, a knock came at the door. "Mr. Kron, your match starts in 30 minutes. Please prepare." "I'm aware," Kron said as he stood. Since his training had lasted longer than expected, he uncorked a bottle and drained a potion to restore his mana. Then he washed his face and wiped away the sweat before stepping out into the corridor. The moment the announcement said Kron was next, the drowsy crowd erupted. Before even leaving the hallway, he could already hear thunderous cheers. Kron. Honestly, being treated like a star felt pretty good. Lost in thought, Kellen soon reached the end of the passage and stepped into the arena, where the crowd below erupted into a frenzy. Deafening cheers surged like a tidal wave, causing the stone stands to tremble slightly. The air was thick with a mix of blood and dust. Kellen lifted his gaze, calm and focused, fixing his eyes on the iron gate opposite him. Behind the gate, he clearly saw all his opponents for this battle, 5 giant wolves barely able to contain their restlessness, especially the largest among them. In the wide holding chamber, 4 massive gray wolves, each over 4 meters long, stood side by side. Between them stood their leader, a monstrous beast measuring a full 5.5 meters in length. Stripes of black and red intertwined through its gray fur, and its crimson eyes burned like twin infernos, sending chills down anyone's spine just by their appearance. Kellen furrowed his brow. He certainly recognized these magical beasts. The 4 gray wolves were giant gray wolves, already among the most formidable ordinary magical creatures. For magical beasts, the larger the body, the more terrifying the strength. The word giant in their name proved that beyond doubt. The differently colored leader was even more fearsome, a hellfire demon wolf, mutated from a giant gray wolf. Compared to its kin, it boasted vastly enhanced strength and speed, and was highly skilled in magical attacks. It could spew black fireballs of intense corrosive power, and its massive size supplied an overwhelming reservoir of magic energy, making it a true calamity on the battlefield. With this in mind, Kellen's expression grew even more serious, knowing there was no room for the slightest carelessness in this fight. The referee raised a flag, his voice cutting through the roar. The match begins. At once, the gate holding the giant wolves slammed open. But unlike previous battles where beasts charged recklessly, these 5 wolves advanced with methodical precision. They formed a ring, placing the hellfire demon wolf at the center, and steadily closed in on Kellen with sure-footed steps. Seeing this, Kellen's brow deepened into a scowl. Organized packs, led by a leader, were far more dangerous than mere wild mobs. Passive defense would only corner him step by step, so he resolved to strike first. He lowered his center of gravity slightly, adjusted his breathing, and then became a blur of motion, charging directly at the wolf pack. In the stands, Saga gripped her face in alarm at the scene unfolding. Given the vast difference in size and numbers, Kellen seemed to have no chance at all. Kellen moved with extreme speed, but the hellfire demon wolf responded just as swiftly. It opened its jaws, instantly forming a fist-sized black fireball between its fangs. With a low rumble, the fireball tore through the air, radiating searing heat and corrosive energy as it lunged toward him. Kellen made no move to dodge. His right arm flicked, drawing out his sword Thunderfang, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing along its blade. He intended to test the true power of this black flame firsthand. At the very moment the fireball was about to strike, he brought Thunderfang down in a precise slash, meeting the fireball squarely at its core. Crackling sharply, the fireball was cleaved clean in half. The black flame grazed Kellen's side, scorching his coat as the blistering heat whipped past. The stone floor hissed as flames licked its surface, burning for several heartbeats before finally dying down. Fragments of charred fabric turned to ash and drifted down. Kellen glanced down at the singed hem of his coat and silently concluded. This black flame's power far exceeded ordinary magical fireballs. A second direct hit could have catastrophic consequences. Having assessed the threat firsthand, Kellen knew one thing for sure. It was best to avoid the black flames whenever possible. The hellfire demon wolf was momentarily stunned as it witnessed Tisit never expected this human to withstand its inferno flames. Without hesitation, black light surged along its fur, and a lava-like magic circle began spinning above its head. Flame rain was about to descend. Kellen caught sight of this and immediately realized he had to end the fight before the spell landed. Even a graze from the flames would shatter his obsession with going unscathed. The thought crossed his mind, and he activated Thunderbody. Pure white electric arcs enveloped him as he tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the enemy pack in the blink of an eye. Four massive gray wolves leaped out from beside the demon wolf. Their huge frames blocked out the sky, but they moved with no hint of clumsiness. Their claws sliced the air, racing nearly as fast as the lightning itself. Without fancy abilities, just raw fangs and claws, they had risen to the top of ordinary magical beasts, combining ultimate speed, strength, and defense. In a way, they were kindred spirits with Kellen, both chasing the pinnacle of attributes. The first gray wolf barely stepped within Kellen's strike range when his Thunder Fang slashed down from above. Flesh the size of a shield was cleanly cut away with a schlick, blood spurting out like a fountain. Despite its giant size, the blow didn't kill instantly, but carved open a gaping wound down to the bone. The wolf didn't even howl. Its crimson eyes burned wild and insane, as if pain was instinctively erased, and it lunged again at Kellen. Facing that blood-filled maw, Kellen shifted his feet slightly and thrust his sword backward into its mouth. The blade instantly pierced its throat. The massive wolf rolled back, blood arcing scarlet through the air. But the second gray wolf was already closing in. Just as Kellen tried to withdraw his Thunder Fang, the first wounded wolf instinctively staggered a few steps away before collapsing, pinning the Thunder Fang deeply between its lower jaws. Winnie and the others watching from afar went pale, their faces ashen. Kellen was weaponless, yet still had to face 3 rampaging giant beasts. Could he really hold out? Their question was answered by the brutal display of the stat monster. The second gray wolf charged fiercely, jaws stretched to the limit, the scent of blood thick in the air. Before the lightning could strike, Kellen met it barehanded, gripping the upper fang with one hand and the lower fang with the other. His arm muscles bulged and electric arcs danced as he exerted enormous force, preventing the wolf's jaws from snapping shut. No matter how hard the giant wolf struggled, it couldn't close its jaws. Veins bulging on Krant's left arm, He gave a sharp twist and lifted the nearly 4-meter-long beast over his shoulder like a common hunting dog. Meanwhile, the other two giant wolves lunged forward, and he seized the momentum to swing the first wolf in an arc. The massive body slammed into one of its kin, knocking both beasts down with a heavy thud. The violent impact yanked on the wolf's muzzle in Kron's grip, pulling out two gleaming white fangs. Warm blood dripped down his fingers. Those fangs matched the length of daggers and were even sharper. Kron glanced at them and flipped them so the tips faced inward in his palm. The last wolf charged with a furious roar, but Kron leapt up, planting his foot on its thick neck solid as a stone pillar and drove the fangs down simultaneously into its eyes. Oh whoa! His vision instantly flooded with blood. Blinded, the wolf thrashed wildly, biting at everything around it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kron sprang to the ground. Just as the two fallen wolves staggered to their feet, the blinded one bit down savagely on the neck of one of its comrades, tearing off a bloody chunk. Blood sprayed and screams echoed. In mere seconds, the arena turned into a maelstrom, leaving the audience gasping in shock. Brain, did he just throw a 4-meter wolf like it was a stone? Ice. Yep, no special effects here. Once people realized it was real, the crowd erupted into a deafening roar. The howling thunder filled the ears of the magical wolves. Most affected was the blinded wolf, which lashed out blindly, unable to tell friend from foe. In the distance, the Hellfire Wolf watched coldly, showing no hint of pity. By now, it had finished chanting the flame ring. Boom! A stormy magic circle blossomed high above, followed by dozens of black fireballs plummeting wildly. As the casting ended, the Hellfire Wolf's mind seemed to stagger. Clearly the spell cost it greatly. Kron's face stayed impassive as he watched the fireballs fall, then charged at the three wolves still struggling for survival. Before the blinded wolf could react, his iron-shod knee crashed down onto its front limb. Crack! The snap of breaking bone rang clearly. The giant wolf collapsed with a crash, and Kron grabbed it up. Boom! One black fireball struck, engulfing the blinded wolf in flames instantly. The second ball exploded on impact, unleashing a searing shockwave that scorched the earth, but Kron's giant wolf shield held barely withstanding the rapid assault, though weakening. The other two demonic wolves panicked, fleeing wildly, only to be repeatedly struck by falling fireballs. Their flesh charred and fell away in ash. Within breaths, they became indistinguishable bloody mud. Under the rain of fire, the first massive gray wolf's body was charred beyond recognition, flakes of burnt residue falling off, finally revealing the hilt of the Thunder Fong's sword. Kron's footsteps were like the wind as he raced toward the weapon. On the high platform, the Hellfire Wolf's eyes glinted with icy coldness. So what if Kron recovers his weapon? Flame rain strikes in 3 waves. If he barely survived the first, how can he endure the remaining 2? The flame rain has 3 full waves. If he can withstand the first, can he really hold out through the next 2? In an instant, Kron pulled Thunderfang free from the charred body of the giant wolf. The searing metal was so hot it seemed to ignite the air, burning his palm bright red, but he only clenched his wrist to suppress the pain. Lightning raced along the blade's edge. With a flick of his hand, the heat dissipated into wisps of steam. His eyes locked once again on the infernal demon wolf in the distance. Though the fiery rain still poured down, it was trapped within the blast of its own spell, unable to move. Kron sprinted through the flames as the second wave of fire rained down after him. Under the blazing inferno, the fireballs that had earlier reduced the giant gray wolf to charcoal now hammered toward him. Most he dodged with precise agility. For the few he couldn't avoid, he raised his blade and sliced through the burning spheres, splitting them apart. Sparks scattered, molten fire exploding at his side, but only leaving scorched marks on his leather armor. The gap between them narrowed rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The infernal demon wolf finally realized the firestorm could no longer stop this ant. A brutal fury ignited in its crimson eyes. It retracted the fiery rain and rose with head held high. Blazing hellfire leapt from its pitch-black fur, turning the massive wolf into a living torch. Though powerful in magic, its close combat was equally terrifying. A bone-chilling howl echoed across the arena. Without hesitation, Kron swung Thunderfang, crackling with lightning, at the snarling fangs before him. The blade slashed through the scorching fur, carving away flesh to expose pale bone and brutal teeth, a gruesome sight. The intense pain only fueled the demon wolf's rage as its dark claws flashed like lightning. Clang! Metal met claw, Thunderfang blocked the strike as sparks and electric arcs intertwined. Shockwaves charged with scorching heat rippled around them, like 2 legendary weapons clashing. The infernal flames scorched Kron's skin and lungs, sapping his strength bit by bit. Yet he pressed in, engaging in primal close combat. No dodging, no retreating, just raw steel and muscle challenging the wolf's fangs and claws. Cheers and gasps erupted from the crowd, the brutal exchange electrifying their spirits. In the stands, Saint Heart pressed her lips tightly, furrowing her brow in worry. Kron's performance stirred an unexplainable unease in her, How had he transformed so much in such a short time? On the arena floor, the battle seemed evenly matched. The demon wolf's furious assault raged on, yet it failed to break through Kron's defense. Aside from the brief scorch marks from the spreading flames, he sustained no real wounds. Meanwhile, each swing of Kron's blade tore fresh wounds in the wolf's dark flesh, mingling crackling lightning with the stench of burning flesh. Thick black blood sprayed forth with each cut. Now the ground was slick with that dark, viscous blood. After upgrading the Thunderstrike sword technique to level 3, Kellen's mastery of swordsmanship reached an astonishing level. With exceptionally high mental focus, he could almost always predict his opponent's attack trajectory. Even when their stats were nearly equal, he dominated through superior technique and strategy. At this moment, Kellen had virtually no weaknesses. The Hellfire Demon Wolf was insensitive to pain and did not notice its blood loss slowing its movements. The instant Kellen caught the wolf raising its paw, Thunderfang struck upward at the joint. The blade tore through flesh and sliced along the bone seam, cleanly severing the wolf's entire leg. Dark blood splattered as the wolf's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then it lost balance and crashed down heavily. It tried to struggle upright, but was overwhelmed by sudden dizziness and weakness in its limbs. Kellen gave it no chance to recover. He thrust his long sword at the wolf's neck, then sharply pulled it across, shaving away most of the thick neck bone. With a sharp PSHD, a jet of black blood spurted out, and Kellen stepped back to avoid the spray. The fallen wolf still instinctively swiped its paws, eyes locked fiercely on his position as if trying to tear him apart from a distance. To end it for good, Kellen raised his wrist and drove Thunderfang straight through one ear hole, the tip piercing out the other side, impaling the brain. The wolf's body twitched a few times before going completely still. Kellen drew out his sword and stood tall, his gaze rising to the VIP box high above the arena. Though the figures behind the curtain were obscured, he knew with certainty that Shengxin was watching him. Sure enough, Shengxin stood up and locked eyes with him across the distance. Her cold gaze held a lethal countdown, only 12 days left until the promised day, when he must pay the price he owes. With the fight over, Kellen exited the arena, but the crowd remained roaring. They had just witnessed history, the first challenger from the 9th District to achieve 10 consecutive wins in their rookie season since the arena's founding. In truth, the church had cultivated many prodigies over the years, and 10 win streaks within a year were not uncommon among them, most possessing strength talents. However, strength talents who joined major powers were usually granted the title of Marquis outright. The arena's promotions, in principle, only granted titles of Viscount or below. Advancing to Count through arena battles was not impossible, but demanded a near impossible record of 50 consecutive wins, something only the cream of the rank could accomplish. Back in the resting chamber, Eugene was already waiting. "Congratulations, Kalano, I should say Count Kellen," he said, handing over documents prepared in advance. "Your victory will be reported to the church immediately, and tomorrow you will officially be awarded the Count's insignia." "All right, understood," Eugene asked with some anticipation. "So, from now on, will we keep fighting in the arena?" Kellen's gaze quietly swept the arena's towering walls. He understood that the monsters ahead would only get stronger, and almost every battle would be a life-or-death struggle. But precisely because of that danger, it was the fastest way to sharpen their strength. After a brief consideration, he answered, "About once every 10 days. Hearing this, Eugenie's face lit up with joy, but Kellen quickly added, "Though we have to wait until after the tournament ends." "That's fine, of course." Eugene eagerly nodded. "All right, let's not talk more now. Let's go." "Okay." After a brief farewell, Kellen led Saga, Winnie, and Gato away. The three glanced back at the arena, their minds still stirred by the fierce battle they had just witnessed, like waking from a dream wondering if one day they could be as strong as Kellen. At the street corner, Kellen suddenly stopped. "By the way, I have something to give you." Saga and the others froze as he pulled out 3 dazzling weapons one by one from his spatial ring, all magical grade. The metal patterns shimmered in the sunlight as if alive, sharp, and ready. "These are all crafted by my own hands. They'll greatly boost your combat power. Take them and show your best at the tournament." Kellen handed over the weapons. The three were stunned into silence. Saga held the spear offered to her, her voice catching. "Kellen, this is far too valuable. We can't." Mid-sentence, her eyes were fully captivated by the spear. It was the perfect size and weight, fitting in her palm as if part of her body. In her mind, a vivid image formed of herself striking down foes with it. Winnie and Gato tested their weapons too, and were equally reluctant to let go. "They're yours," Kellen said with a light laugh. "Consider it an early investment. Remember to pay me back later." "Okay," all three replied in unison. Seeing them nod so obediently, Kellen couldn't help but smile. These three really were easy to please. He reached out and ruffled Winnie's hair. "Didn't eat properly again?" Winnie quickly shook her head, whispering, "I did eat. I just haven't really been feeding on blood, so I haven't gained weight." "Is that so? Then I suppose there's no helping it. It's getting late, better head back." Kellen withdrew his hand. Saga reluctantly said, "Then we'll be off." Back at their quarters, everyone returned to their routines. Winnie hesitated long before finally deciding. From today, she would start feeding on blood again. She knew running from it would only shorten her lifespan. She had to face her vampire nature heathen. Gato and Saga sat cross-legged to cultivate and process what they had gained from today. Meanwhile, Kellen lit the forge and began working not on weapons this time, but focusing on designing and testing armor and protective gear. He planned to extend his forging skills to a full set of armor, and at the right moment, find a reliable mount. Besides that, Kellen also intended to set aside time to find a suitable steed. After all, he was a knight by profession, and it simply wouldn't do for him to still be without his own mount after more than 100 chapters. Kellen knew well that if he started raising a young beast from infancy, the mount would likely never keep up with his rapid growth. Unless it was a top-tier magical beast like a dragon, any other mount could only serve as a temporary solution. After some consideration, he decided to first find an adult magical beast to train with, and once his resources and status were sufficient, he would then attempt the more advanced endeavor of raising a dragon. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, filling the sacred cathedral as Kellen received his very own Earl's medal. The ceremony went surprisingly smoothly. The Pope himself presented the honor. The white-robed elder pinned the gleaming golden badge on Kellen's chest, his gaze soft as though looking upon a descendant. Congratulations, Kellen. Sooner or later, you will obtain what you desire. Thank you, Your Holiness. Kellen bowed in respect, but couldn't help privately wondering. Was this holy old man truly supporting him, or just putting on a convincing act? Regardless of the truth, the Pope had indeed been a great benefactor. If they ever found themselves on opposing sides, Kellen would still give him room for retreat. With the ceremony complete, Kellen wasted no time launching the next phase of his plans. That afternoon, he pushed open the heavy bronze doors of the Blacksmith's Guild. The freshly minted Earl's badge on his chest caught the firelight and gleamed like gold, drawing astonished stares from the gathered smiths. Most were unaware of his arena feats, and simply found the sight surprising. Master Dick happened to be present. The old man looked up, glanced at Kellen, then down at his own identical Earl's badge, his expression turning strange. How did you become an Earl? Kellen immediately recognized his rival, and a memory of their 3-year pact flashed through his mind. Now it seemed unlikely it would take even 3 months for him to trample his old adversary. No idea, just suddenly an Earl, he replied offhandedly and brushed past without interest in further conversation. He entered his private forging room, where the blazing furnace light illuminated his profile. Having never crafted armor himself before, Kellen decided not to leap straight to hero-grade gear, but to start by forging a set of magic-grade armor. Drawing from durable refined iron and silver crystals, he incorporated thunder element magic crystals to lay a solid foundation. Sparks flew as hammer struck hot metal. After 25 hours of relentless work, with the final strike, a set of finely wrought magic-grade armor rested quietly on the anvil. The sleek silver plates shimmered like solidified moonlight, etched with intricate, sharp lightning patterns. Prioritizing mobility, he tailored the armor close to the body to avoid bulkiness while allowing ease of movement. The lining used soft premium beast leather, ensuring a comfortable fit that wouldn't chafe and also absorb shocks. Over the following days, he completed matching components: helmet, boots, bracers, and belt, and finally purchased a necklace that enhanced thunder elemental power. The full set arranged before him radiated silver light and blue brilliance, as if the rumble of thunder might burst forth from the seams at any moment. These were the attributes of Kellen's new armor set. The thunder pattern battle armor boasts exceptional defense and, when worn, greatly accelerates the wearer's conduction of lightning elemental magic, enhancing lightning magic power by 30. The thunder pattern greaves add an extra 20 lightning magic intensity on top of the base boost, and come with the skill Thunder Step, usable twice per day with a 30-minute cooldown. Upon activation, movement speed triples for 3 minutes. The thunder pattern helmet provides a massive 50 boost to lightning magic power and grants the wearer a slight resistance to mental effects. The thunder pattern bracers also offer a 30 increase in lightning magic intensity, accompanied by the skill Might. By consuming some mana, this skill doubles the wearer's strength for 10 minutes, with an on-separate limit. Though the thunder pattern belt only grants a 20 magic power increase, it serves to perfectly link and unify the full set's attributes. Last is the thunder necklace, capable of storing a massive reserve of lightning magical energy that can instantly replenish the user's mana when it runs dry. This entire thunder pattern set was crafted by Kellen himself. For his current level, it represents an explosive power boost, pushing his already near-god-like stats into practically unstoppable territory. Once fully equipped, Kellen looks every bit like the legendary Thunder Knight from myth. Faint purple lightning patterns shimmer across the armor, and an overwhelming aura radiates from him. The only thing missing is a warhorse worthy of such a formidable set. The newly inaugurated martial tournament allows participants to use all their advantages, including mounts, which count as part of one's strength. After a moment's thought, Kellen decides to purchase a batch of warhorses. Although he's continued selling weapons lately, steadily saving up 270,000 points, his focus on forging has kept earnings modest. Still, it's more than enough for a major acquisition. He heads straight to the Wanbao Pavilion in the Academy's commercial district. At the entrance, the sharp-eyed Sita she immediately approaches him. Mr. Kellen, what would you like to purchase today? As she speaks, she notices the badge on Kellen's chest has changed from Viscount to Ireland can't help but quietly exclaim. Mr. Kellen, you've just got lucky and accidentally leveled up. Kellen replies coolly, then gets straight to the point. Do you sell mounts here at Wanbao Pavilion? Of course. Sita, she perks up. Her professionalism prevents her from pressing on his personal affairs. Please, follow me. They walk through the first floor, their footsteps echoing in the wide corridor until they reach the open-air paddocks outside Dia's space, even larger than the training grounds, dust stirring in the breeze. Sita, she stops at the entrance and explains again. Mr. Kellen, as an Earl, you're entitled to a 10 discount according to pavilion policy. A satisfied glint flashes in Kellen's eyes as he quietly calculates the cost and nods subtly. Seeing this, Sita, she visibly relaxes. Mr. Kellen, would you like to look at fully grown magical beasts or consider magical beast eggs as well? Originally inclined toward ready warhorses, Kellen now thinks it wouldn't hurt to see the potential of eggs too. So he says, show me both. Very well, please follow me. Sita, she leads the way to the paddocks on the right side. Behind the tall fences, the steady thud of hooves and occasional sharp neighs fill the air. This area houses war mounts of various types, each muscular and sleek, with subtle sparks running through their manes, clearly carefully trained and selectively bred. Kellen's gaze flickers rapidly, discreetly comparing size, bloodlines, and magical affinity. Most of these are equine magical beasts, Sita she adds. They excel as mounts for charges or long-distance raids. It's clear that horses truly are an ideal type of magical beast for riding purposes. As Kron approached, several horses quickly turned their heads in his direction. Sensing the powerful and icy aura he emitted, those warhorses previously leisurely grazing or snorting pricked up their ears, instinctively showing a mix of reverence and familiarity. It seemed they understood that only a true strongman deserved to command their path. Kron strolled slowly along the fence, his gaze lingering on each warhorse and magical beast. Soon, his eyes locked onto a tall horse with silvery short fur, but a streak of dark blue mane sprouting from its forehead. Mr. Kron, this is a thunder warhorse, Stasi said softly as she hurried over when he paused. It's not fully grown yet, currently a Tier 3 magical beast. When mature, it's very likely to advance to Tier 4. If exceptionally gifted, it could even reach the threshold of Tier 5. Plus, its attributes align closely with yours. The price is 50,000 points, but you have a 10 discount, so it's 45,000 points. Kron nodded slightly, committing the option to memory. Not bad. Let's set it aside for now and look at the others. Over the next while, he followed Stasi on another round of the enclosure, examining everything from the patchy-coated Highland horns to the rock-armored rhinox, and even a few juvenile magical beasts crackling with faint arcs of electricity. He scrutinized almost everyone carefully. Yet after comparing them laterally, the Thunder Warhorse still matched him best. It met his current needs and promised a steady transition during his power growth. Afterward, he took one more circuit around the incubation area stacked with beast eggs. Unfortunately, he couldn't pierce the shell to see innate talent, having to rely on shell patterns and egg age to estimate potential. In the end, none seemed more suitable than the Thunder Warhorse. It's settled, Thunder Warhorse. Kron made his decision. All right, Mr. Kron. Stasi rapidly operated the terminal. A chime confirmed the point deduction, the fence chains released, and the Thunder Warhorse officially became Kron's. Now it's yours. Kron stepped forward. Although still adolescent, the horse's shoulder height exceeded 4 meters. Its muscles bulged like steel cables, and faint lightning-like patterns snaked from its neck down its limbs. No one could imagine how massive it would become once fully grown. In this world, the enormous size of magical beasts was common. Correspondingly, heightier weapons were massive. 2 giant swords several meters long were everywhere. In contrast, the sword in Kron's hand, Thunderfang, looked almost like an ordinary longsworth kind of newcomer would choose for agility. Lost in thought, Kron suddenly leapt and landed steadily on the Thunder Warhorse's broad back. Unlike common mounts trained to please masters, this warhorse carried itself with noble pride, showing no hint of submission. It stamped hard, rearing its head and neighing fiercely, then thundered with a powerful strike of its hind hooves, trying to shake off the stranger rider. An average rider would have had their bones shattered and tumbled painfully in the dust by now. But Kron simply tightened his grip on the reins, his body melding to the saddle like it was forged there. At the next moment, seemingly enraged, the Thunder Warhorse's 4 hooves kicked up a storm of dust, surging like a silver lightning bolt toward the far end of the training ground. Luckily, the arena was wide enough. A collision with the fence would surely have shattered half the wall. Stasi watched with a relaxed smile, clearly accustomed to seeing guests and proud magical beasts testing one another. Only a true strongman could earn the respect of a mature magical beast. She had expected Kron would need some time to tame the Thunder Warhorse, or maybe fail entirely. Yet the reality once again surpassed her expectations. The resolute silhouette on the horse's back remained unshaken. She had thought it would take quite a while for Kron to tame the Thunder Warhorse, or perhaps that he wouldn't be able to tame it at all. Unexpectedly, with just a firm pull of both hands, Kellen suddenly brought the Thunder Warhorse who had been charging wildly just moments before a halt. The warhorse's four hooves dug deep into the mud, its mane bristling upright. Every muscle on the horse was taut like steel cables, veins bulging visibly. Heavy, rapid breaths hissed by Kellen's ears. The horse tried to rush forward again, but seemed pinned down by an invisible mountain, only able to rear up fiercely, its horseshoes sparking against the ground. Kellen lowered his gaze calmly upon the beast, his steady grip locking the reins tight. The intense training these past days had pushed all his attributes to new heights. If he encountered that hellish demon wolf again, he was confident he could crush it barehanded. Thinking this, he patted the neck of the fiery steed gently, as if to signal that resistance was useless. The next moment, he squeezed the horse's sides hard with his legs. A surge of power erupted from his waist and abdomen like a flood pouring into the horse's body. The Thunder Warhorse's hindquarters sank under him, nearly toppling over, but Kellen eased off just enough to let it stumble, its knees bending slightly. After a brief struggle, the proud war beast finally submitted, lowering its head and allowing the boy full control. Kellen did not flaunt his success. He let the horse rest in place briefly, then vaulted into the saddle and guided it in a steady lap around the training ground. The warhorse's gait was firm and calm, none of the earlier wildness left. Yet, looking down at his now tamed steed, Kellen felt little thrill of conquest, perhaps because it had been too easy. He pushed that feeling aside, dismounted, and led the horse out of the training area. Though a count with many privileges, he respected the church's rules that forbade riding outside designated places. Over the next few days, Kellen deepened his bond with the Thunder Warhorse. Each morning they sprinted, each evening practiced emergency stops, and he ran countless complex courses without fail. In just a few days, his horsemanship visibly improved, and every physical function of his body rose along with it. In the blink of an eye, the eve of the tournament arrived. Reviewing the gains made. Strength, 31. Agility, 29. Constitution, 34. Spirit, 30. Talents, Lightning 1, Wind 1, Hammer Technique 1. Current status panel. Name, Kellen Jiasa. Class, Knight. Age, 16. Level, 33. Skills, 1. Gale Sword Technique LV.1. 2. Summon Lightning Technique LV.4. 3. Thunder Sword Technique LV.3. 4. Starforge Hammer Technique LV.3. Attributes. Strength, 154. Agility, 126. Constitution, 154. Spirit, 134. Elemental talents. Wind 2, Water 4, Lightning 11, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Dark 0, Void 0, Time 0. Additional attributes. Charisma, 83. Luck 6. Lifespan, 106. Extra talents. Swordsmanship 12, Magic 4, Forging 19, Alchemy 4, Hammer Technique 6. As for the tournament this time, there were no traditional seeded players, and the format was more straightforward than expected. First round was a chaotic free-for-all with 10 participants at once. Only the top 2 would advance. Then followed single elimination unknown matches decided by lottery, with losers immediately eliminated. If fate dealt poorly, even top prodigies could meet and be knocked out early. Kellen read the rules without objection, even preferring this format over rookie selections for its blunt fairness. After this tournament, they would no longer be merely newcomers. Since they were about to head into battle, a fight for their lives, no less their enemies, including ferocious beasts, wouldn't show any mercy or empathy. It was precisely because of this harsh reality that the seemingly chaotic competition rules made a twisted kind of sense. Only those who had truly survived the chaos of melee combat would stand a chance of living through the battles ahead. Most newcomers understood this, though some were deeply resentful. The Holy Maiden of the Church, Xingxin, belonged firmly to the latter group. She held her head high, her expression dark and brooding, for to her, as the Holy Maiden, she deserved privileges, the right to leap straight into the finals, letting the so-called commoners fight and wear themselves out while she swept in to end the contest. Being forced to compete alongside them was nothing short of a disgrace. This year's freshman tournament had only about 1,000 contestants, far from overcrowded, yet each held at least the rank of knight. Because the Holy Maiden was participating, the Pope himself appeared at the draw. The moment the contestants spotted him, excitement rippled through the venue except for Kellen and a handful of others, who knew the Pope was there specifically for Kellen. The seat numbers were drawn quickly. Kellen's was Arena 56, his eyes curious about which 9 unlucky souls would be his group mates. He pondered this while heading toward Arena 56. Fate seemed to favor Xingxin especially. She drew Arena 1. She lifted her chin and strode confidently toward her spot, unhurried. By coincidence, Saga was also assigned to the same arena. The newcomers were already tense before the match. Seeing Xingxin there ratcheted their nerves even tighter. Xingxin ignored all the gazes until she noticed Saga, and then her expression flickered in surprise. She recalled that Saga's presence wasn't due to any unusual talent, but because of her close ties to Klan. At that thought, her eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp as blades, piercing directly at Saga. Saga felt a chill run down her spine, but stood her ground. Do you know Klan? Xingxin asked abruptly before the match even began. Saga knew well that Xingxin and Klan were longtime enemies, especially after rumors spread of Klan having insulted the Holy Maiden. After a moment's hesitation, Saga nodded. Xingxin said nothing but stared at Saga like she wanted to consume her whole being. Despite the fear rising inside, Saga returned the gaze defiantly, unwilling to back down an inch. Not long after, all 10 contestants for Arena 1 had gathered, each wary, all keeping a sharp eye on Xingxin. The referee loudly announced the start of the match. The moment the command sounded, Xingxin vanished into a blur and charged at Saga directly. Saga's reflexes were astounding. She immediately activated Winged Spirit Possession, white wings unfolding as her speed skyrocketed. She knew Xingxin would target her first, and her only chance was to knock out as many others as possible before falling, buying herself a shot at advancing. The remaining 8 in the arena, seeing the 2 strongest foes clash first, breathed a collective sigh of relief and unanimously chose to retreat. They waited for Saint Heart to defeat Saga. To fully humiliate her, Saint Heart deliberately refrained from using her Angel's Soul ability. Even so, her exaggerated level 36 strength still stood clearly above the others, one full level higher than Klan at this moment. Beyond her freakish talent, she had vast resources backing her in the form of potent pills and cultivation techniques, and all her time was devoted solely to training. She never had to labor like Klan. Had she not been injured by Klan before and bettered in for recovery, Saint Heart would be even more fearsome now. In the next second, a cold gleam flashed across the arena. Saga thrust lightning fast with her spear, the tip piercing through an opponent's abdomen instantly, blood splattering. The man lost his ability to fight on the spot. Medical teams on the sidelines sprang into action with stretchers and hemostatic medicine. At the same time, Saint Heart crashed into Saga's back with full force. A sharp crack of breaking wing bone rang out clearly. A searing, tearing pain surged through her body, and Saga didn't even have time to scream before Saint Heart grabbed her silver hair roughly. A crisp slap followed like a whip cracking against leather. You bitch. Ungrateful to even dare call yourself Klan's sister? Saint Heart's face twisted with rage as she spat fiercely. You lowlife, let me teach you a lesson you won't forget today. The slaps came rapidly and relentlessly, swinging left and right, sounds echoing all over the arena. In less than half a minute, dark purple bruises, swollen and angry, spread across Saga's once pale cheeks. In the viewing stands, the Pope's gaze was cold as frost. He had known Saint Heart was cruel, but seeing this ugly, vicious side in person still stoked his fury. He barely nodded in acknowledgement. A guard standing nearby understood silently, then flashed down to the arena like a hawk, grabbing the unconscious Saga. That's enough, Saint Maiden. She's lost consciousness. You can stop now, the guard whispered. Saint Heart's anger simmered but was interrupted when she suddenly felt a sharp, piercing gaze locking onto her. Following the line of sight, she met the Pope's ice-cold gray-blue eyes. His warning was unspoken but crystal clear. You've gone too far. Saint Heart snorted inwardly. In the church, the Saint Maiden ranked just beneath the Pope, worshipped by thousands. Once she ascended to the Pope's seat, she would never have to endure such indignities again. With that thought, she directed her wrath to the remaining contestants still standing. Suddenly, a golden-white holy light exploded. The angel's soul was fully unleashed. A 5-meter-tall angelic phantom spread its wings, golden feathers cascading like a waterfall, blinding everyone around with intense light. In the next moment, she thrust out her palm. Boom. The air was instantly sucked away as a massive force slammed into every enemy in the arena simultaneously. Figures were tossed like straw in a gale, thrown toward the edges of the platform. They collapsed, either unconscious or groaning in pain, their survival uncertain. Killing was strictly forbidden in this competition, but Saint Heart seemed to have ignored that rule completely. The Pope's expression darkened further, almost dripping with displeasure. Later medical checks confirmed the victims were still alive but with injuries so severe that even if they recovered, permanent aftereffects would remain. Meanwhile, everyone had gathered around arena number 56, and the referee announced the start of the match. The 9 new challengers almost instantly locked into fierce combat the moment the whistle blew, all swirling wildly except for Klan, who stood guarded in the center, untouched. No one dared approach him. Whether it was the reputation of his thunder body trait or the silver-counted Earl's medal gleaming on his chest under the sun, these rookies, most of whom only held knighthood or baron titles, knew better than to provoke him. Rather than clash head-in with the strongest, they'd rather fight desperately for second place. Kellen watched them tear each other apart, a faint, knowing smile tugging at his lips. This worked, but to actually advance, he'd have to personally take down enough opponents. According to the rules, the first competitor to qualify would be judged primarily on the number of knockdowns. If someone wiped out all 9 challengers, even those he eliminated would move ahead as well. With that thought, Kellen made his move. Without summoning a mount or activating his thunder body, his limbs shot forward like a tightly strung bowstring snapped loose, moving so fast that in the next moment, he was already face-to-face with an opponent. His sword slashed sideways, the heavy iron blade precisely cutting the side of the man's neck. The victim couldn't even scream before darkness took him, the first to fall. None of the others fared much better. Kellen's movements were lightning quick, aiming only for one-hit knockouts. His blade sliced through the air, so close the wind whipped up, each strike rendering enemy after enemy unconscious or completely incapacitated. He embodied the perfect blend of speed and precision, so much so that the audience couldn't even clearly count his swings. On the elevated dais, the Pope watched the entire fight intently. Compared to Shengxin's ruthless assault earlier, Kellen's strikes were measured and restrained, ending battles swiftly without causing permanent damage, a fact that brought great relief to the old man. These kids were just competing for cultivation resources. There was no need for lasting injuries. In under a minute, no one was left standing in the arena. Kellen sheathed his sword and stepped down toward the resting area, planning to check on the status of other arenas. But no sooner had he sat than Shengxin clicked over in her high heels, approaching with a predatory grin and eyes filled with malice, eager for drama. Kellen gave her a sidelong glance, but didn't bother to react. No longer feared Shengxin. She stopped in front of him, tearing into the subject like unwrapping a present. You know that bitch Sagia, right? The question immediately grabbed Kellen's full attention, a warning bell ringing deep in his gut. What did you do to Sagia? He asked, his voice low. Shengxin shrugged, her smile poisonous like a venomous rose. Nothing much, just gave her a little lesson. Huh? She laughed heartlessly, savoring the memory of Sagia's suffering. Kellen frowned and quickly scanned the area. His gaze locked onto the temporary medical station nearby. There, Sagia sat propped on a stretcher, supported by healers. Her school uniform was soaked with blood, deep crimson clinging to fabric and skin alike. Her face was swollen to the size of a pig's head, her original features lost beneath purple-blue bruises and smudged slap marks. Blood dripped from her cracked lips, a pitiful sight. Seeing her like this, the warmth drained from Kellen's eyes, replaced by a chilling coldness like a thin layer of frost. He turned sharply to glare at Shengxin, looking at her as if she were a walking corpse. But Shengxin, as if witnessing the peak of comedy, threw her head back, laughing uncontrollably, shaking with cruel delight. Ha ha ha, look at you. You're ridiculous, like a clown. You better stay that way forever, huh? Saint Xian seemed oblivious to Kellen's rising anger and showed no sign of holding back. She taunted loudly, brimming with arrogance. I've never seen such a shameless woman before. When I asked if she knew you, she answered yes, even knowing I'd target her. How can anyone be so stupid? Ha ha ha. Smack. A sudden slap cut through her laughter. Saint Zin's cheek burned fiercely, her eyes darkened instantly, and rage flared up like wildfire. She shouted sharply as the spirit of an angel forcibly possessed her. A 5-meter angelic phantom erupted from the ground, its wings spread like a wall, instantly spreading a heavy, oppressive presence. The surrounding crowd tightened in their chests and quickly stepped back, unwilling to get closer. Kellen was equally unyielding. Thunderfang was drawn, arcs of electric light crawling along its blade. Blue-white lightning wrapped around his entire body as his thunderform activated, a piercing sizzle cutting through the air. Two formidable forces faced off at the center of the arena. In that tense moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and the Pope silently landed between them. His gentle yet irresistible magical pressure instantly bound both Kellen and Saint Xian. Under the Pope's overwhelming authority, despite their burning anger, neither dared to make a move. What is this place? If you want to fight, take it to the arena, the Pope's cold voice rang out. Saint Xian gritted her teeth in defiance. Why should we? He was the first to hit. Enough. The Pope cut off her protest. I said this matter ends here. With those words, he turned and returned to his seat. No one dared speak to him, sensing the storm behind his dark expression. Yet beneath that stern facade, he was not agitated. Kellen's actions to defend his friend, though against the rules, revealed his strong loyalty and integrity, qualities that only deepened the Pope's conviction that he was a worthy candidate. Saint Xian clenched her fingers until they went white, burning with resentment. She felt the ruling was clearly biased after all. She only verbally provoked while Kellen had actually struck first, yet he escaped unscathed. Casting a hateful glance at Kellen, she swallowed her anger and turned away. At the far side of the arena, the fierce melee continued. The cramped space and multiple opponents rapidly drained endurance. After 3 hours, the top 200 contenders were decided. Saja might have advanced with a single victory had she not been previously injured, but her serious wounds forced her to withdraw, letting someone else take her place. Winnie and Gator were luckier and successfully progressed. After a short rest, Kellen approached the drawing platform. The wooden box rustled as he drew a slip number 72. He didn't look to see who his opponent was, quietly stepping back to wait. The match would reveal itself soon enough. Moments later, the elimination round officially began, following such a brutal preliminary battle. The brief rest just given already revealed how brutal this battle had been. As the short break ended, Kellen strode onto the stage, causing the audience below to almost hold their breath. But no sooner had he steadied himself than the young man opposite him hastily raised a hand, shouting, "I surrender." Eyebrows raised, Kellen's gaze passed over his sword to the man, who firmly shook his head. He knew full well he was no match for Kellen. Continuing the fight was pointless. So Kellen easily claimed his first victory in the elimination round. Meanwhile, Saint Heart also won without contest. Her earlier ruthless performances had left the other competitors too apprehensive to risk a direct clash. In the rounds narrowing from 100 to 50 and then 50 to 25, Kellen and Saint Heart's opponents either forfeited by drawing lots or gave up before stepping on stage, turning the entire competition almost into a showcase just for the two of them. Finally, at the 25 to 13 stage, neither had a bye, and their adversaries refused to back down. This time, Kellen faced an old acquaintance. Celia stood at the far end of the arena, her gaze sharp as a blade, her anger barely restrained as she hissed, "Kellen, I told you we'd meet again. This time, you'll win for sure." Hearing this, confusion flickered across Kellen's face, couldn't recall who this person was at all. Celia immediately realized she had been completely forgotten, and a surge of nameless rage welled up in her chest. No sooner had the referee's signal sounded than she shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, her sword slicing the air with lethal grace. Kellen simply raised his hand, sweeping his sword horizontally in response. The clash of metal rang out sharply as Celia's sword flew from her grasp, striking the arena rail with a harsh echo. The powerful recoil numbed her arms. Calmly, Kellen pressed the tip of his sword against her pale neck and said quietly, "Do you understand the gap between us now?" Facing the cold blade, Celia fell silent. The lingering sting in her arms made the danger feel all too real, life and death hanging on a single thought. Her legs gave out and she sank to her knees, her gaze drifting, her voice hoarse. "I concede." The referee immediately declared the result, and a low murmur of "ah" rippled through the crowd. Kellen sheathed his sword and returned to the rest area to patiently await the next round. Soon the draw for the 13-7 round was revealed, and Kellen discovered to his surprise he would face Saint Heart. Stretching and flexing his limbs, veins slightly bulging, his excitement was clearly renewed. On the other side, Saint Heart's eyes blazed with fierce determination upon seeing her opponent's name. "At last, finally, I get to teach this guy a lesson." The two stepped into the arena, instantly drawing all eyes as if the final match had started early. In the stands, quiet whispers circulated. "Do you think Count Kellen can beat the Saint?" "Hard to say, but I'm rooting for him." "Me too, but the Saint's talent is terrifying, it's no sure thing. All we can do is cheer for Count Kellen." Though his voice was soft, the Pope sitting on the high platform heard every word clearly. He nodded to himself. Kellen had become the people's favorite not because he was flawless, but because the Saint's ruthless reputation had long spread throughout the church, with few truly backing her. If the current trend continued, opposition to Kellen's rise would gradually weaken day by day. Seeing both fighters ready, the referee surveyed the arena and announced loudly, "The match begins." In an instant, the soul of the Sacred Heart angel possessed her, and the five-metertal angelic spirit appeared immediately behind her. Having experienced Silen's ambush before, she no longer underestimated him when facing him now. Silen likewise dropped all pretenses. As soon as he appeared, he led forth his Thunder Warhorse, clad in armor crackling with electric arcs, pushing all his attributes to the limit. "I won't let you sneak attack me again, Silen. He'll show you what true despair means." Sacred Heart said coldly, raising a translucent angelic apparition behind her that formed a glowing palm of holy light. Bang! The palm came crashing down like it could crush the earth itself. Yet Silen calmly raised his Thunderfang longsword to block it effortlessly. All the onlookers thought the strike would tear through space, but he dispelled it with nonchalance, not yielding an inch. "What kind of strength is that?" someone gasped. They knew Sacred Heart's previous strike had cleared the field and made even formidable fourth-tier warriors shudder. But now, Silen casually blocked it? It didn't seem possible or reasonable. Sacred Heart froze. Months of grueling training and explosive power growth were mercilessly invalidated in this moment. She was confident she could sweep away 10 of her former selves, yet she could not even phase Silen's defense. Impossible. No way. Her heart thundered, struggling to accept the reality Silen, who once fled before her attacks, now stood as solid as a rock. Anger surged, and the angelic spirit swung its arms, summoning a storm of palm strikes that rained down without a single gap. But Silen remained calm, wielding Thunderfang in continuous sweeping defenses. Each strike precisely targeted the weak points of the attacks, shattering the holy light. On the surface, he made it look effortless, but inside, his mana was pushed near its limit. Sacred Heart's consumption was even more terrifying. Maintaining the angelic spirit while striking repeatedly drained massive amounts of mana, like quicksand pulling her down relentlessly. The angelic soul is powerful, but in the hands of a weakling, it's nothing. Sillin scoffed inwardly, still having the luxury to mock. He hadn't used any special skills, relying on basic slashes to minimize mana consumption while breaking her assault. Step by step, he advanced. Dust swirled in the wild wind, and the Thunder Warhorse emitted crackling electricity behind him but had yet to join the fight. Knowing his riding skills were limited, Sillin preserved his mount and stamina for a final decisive clash. After a few breaths, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Sacred Heart suddenly recalled the humiliation and searing pain when Sillin had once leapt through her angelic soul and struck her chest. A cold dread surged in her heart. No, she almost shouted, determined that nightmare would never repeat. Quickly, Sacred Heart widened the gap between them. During this period, although Xingxin had been training hard, her combat skills and awareness had not improved accordingly. If she had controlled the angel's soul to fight while steadily retreating, the two of them might have maintained a safe distance throughout the battle. But sadly, she never considered this. The moment she took a step back, Kellen moved like a ghost, closing in immediately. Holding his long sword reversed, the hilt transformed into a blunt spike that he suddenly thrust hard into her abdomen. Thud! A dull, resonant sound shook the entire arena. Even the spectators heard it clearly. At that instant, they were certain Xingxin's bones had been shattered by the blow. A sharp ringing burst in her ears. Her vision abruptly went black, her consciousness nearly shattered. It felt like an iron spike pierced right through her belly. Bones splintered instantly, countless shards driving into flesh, the pain so overwhelming she could barely utter a sound. But Kellen did not stop. He raised the sword hilt again. Snap! Snap! Each strike landed precisely on fragile joints. The crisp crunch of breaking bones was chilling. Kellen's movements were deliberate, calm, and steady, like a cold, graceful, and terrifying executioner perfectly in control of the rhythm. After enduring for a moment, Xingxin finally could no longer suppress the tearing agony. She screamed hoarsely, "Ah!" The raw desperation in her voice seemed to make the very air tremble. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared fiercely at Kellen. "I will kill you." Before the words fell, the angel's soul behind her violently surged, the spectral form rising 1 meter taller to a towering 6 meters, its gleaming white wings spreading to cover the sky. The crowd tensed. The bigger the angel's soul, the more terrifying its power. The overwhelming pressure instantly shrouded the arena. The next moment, a massive pale hand slammed down from above, imprinting a deep handprint on the ground. Kellen's figure looked tiny, like an ant beneath it. He raised his right arm. Thunder cracked. Roiling magic surged through it, entwined with lightning snakes. The Thunderfang technique was charged and ready, bracing to counter the fallen angel's giant palm. Boom! The two energies collided. A white light burst at the arena's center like a small sun. The brilliant radiance stung the audience's eyes, causing chaos and anxious anticipation throughout the crowd. The dazzling light quickly faded. The six-meter angelic apparition dissolved into ethereal dust. Xingxin's magic was drained, compounded by severe injuries and backlash. Her knees buckled, and she dropped to the floor. Kellen, by contrast, barely had a wrinkle on his clothes, not a single visible scratch or drop of blood on him. Spectators who expected an evenly matched fierce fight were stunned. Kellen had crushed her almost from start to finish. As Kellen remained completely unharmed, the crowd instantly erupted with uncontrollable curses. Xingxin completely collapsed, screaming hoarsely in desperation. "Bastard! Scoundrel! How dare you treat me like this? I'll kill you, and everyone around you." Bang! Kellen's boot slammed hard onto her mouth. The heavy sole crushed several of her glistening white teeth instantly, spraying blood that stained the ground. The excruciating pain nearly made Xingxin's eyes pop out, yet she still twisted her face wildly, roaring like a madwoman. "I want your little slave prostitute." Her words were slurred and unclear, but Kron understood nonetheless. In the next moment, he stomped hard on her abdomen. "Ah!" A scream of pain burst out from Xingxin's throat, echoing between the stone walls of the training ground. Kron's leather boot crushed through her thin outer robe, the resistance of flesh and bone pressing back beneath his soul. Yet his brow didn't even twitch, as if he had just stepped on a dry leaf. To him, that scream was like a perfectly timed overture. So he followed with a second and third stomp, each striking precisely at different soft ribs, and shoulder joints. At first, Xingxin still barely clung to bitter curses, but as Kron's cold, killing gaze pinned her down, her insults sputtered and died out like a fire cut off at the root, leaving only weak sparks behind. Fear exploded deep in her pupils, and her curses turned to broken pleas. "I am sorry. Please stop. I want Evera? Her voice cracked from sobbing and begging, then finally fell silent as darkness swallowed her consciousness. Kron withdrew his boots smoothly and glanced up at the high platform. The Pope's steady gaze fell on him, barely nodding enough. After all, Shang-Xin was a saint. If she were crippled for life, the church's dignity would be shattered. And to the church, reputation was more precious than gold. With that silent permission, Kron twisted his wrist. The thrill inside him still surged, but he restrained himself. Today was enough. Hell was just opening its gates. In the days to come, he would make Shang-Xin understand the meaning of endless torment. Since she dared treat him as a mortal enemy, she should be prepared to be one for life. After finishing the fight, he walked calmly into the medical area. The air was thick with disinfectant and a faint metallic scent of blood. Saga lay curled up on a hospital bed, her wings wrapped in bandages twitching slightly. Seeing Kron, the doctor hurried to explain. Leave her be, Count Kron. Her self-healing is strong. Though her wings were broken, with enough rest, she can fully recover. It will just take time. Hearing no lasting damage, Kron nodded. On the other side of the curtain from Saga, Shang-Xin had already been rushed to emergency care. Her whole body was bruised and bleeding from mouth and nose, yet few cast her any sympathy. Few in the church truly supported her. Most, like Kron, had been crossed by her. After confirming Saga was safe, Winnie and the others arrived. Fortunately, with her remarkable talent, Winnie had made it into the top 7, while Gato was regrettably eliminated. Kron was not surprised. With the great talents, improvements come fast if they work hard. Take good care of Saga, he said, scrolling 5,000 points to Winnie's account. Use this to buy her the best medicine. The rest you can spend as you see fit. No matter the cause of her injuries, Saga had endured those attacks for her own sake. Even if her affection was somewhat one-sided, Kron would never abandon such sincerity. Seeing the amount, Winnie waved it off repeatedly. No, no, that's way too much. We'll take good care of Saga. Take it. If I give it, you take it. Kron's tone left no room for refusal, as if denying him would immediately turn him hostile. Seeing this, Winnie could only nod and accept. Only then did he turn away, clearly satisfied. In fact, with Kron's current forging skills, he could easily earn over 10,000 points daily by mass-producing magical gear. But to him, such equipment did little to improve his own strength and only wasted precious time. Compared to that, although heroic-grade gear couldn't be mass-produced, the hefty price tags often tens of thousands of points were tempting. More importantly, each forging session steadily increased his own power. Even with the risk of total loss from failure, weighing pros and cons, he had decided to focus solely on heroic-grade gear going forward. Back in his room, he had no intention of resting and immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 spirit attribute point. The familiar mechanical voice echoed calmly in his mind, as usual announcing his gains. He just nodded and continued his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. With the top 7 list finalized, the next step was a round-robin tournament among the same 7 as at enrollment. But Kron looked at the opponents by the arena and clearly had no plans to follow the usual routine. He strode onto the stage and said in a cold voice, "You can come one by one or all at once. I don't want to waste time." The other 6 grade talents were all top among their peers, but to him, they were far from impressive. Moreover, having dealt a crushing blow to Saint Heart yesterday without reprimand from the Pope indicated the Pope had plans to cultivate him, possibly to replace the Saintess. Kron intended to test this further. If even such arrogance was silently permitted, it would show just how determined the Pope was. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, the Pope did not scold but instead smiled, watching the arena with great interest, as if any outlandish act was flawless brilliance in his eyes. Everyone except Winnie clenched their fists tightly. Kron's arrogance filled them with rage. The werewolf who had appeared in the freshman tournament lost control on the spot, leaping up fiercely. No need for so many. The werewolf roared. His muscles bulged instantly, bones cracking as he transformed into a huge, fang-filled wolf. I alone will take you down. With that, he charged on all fours, snarling ferociously at Kron. Kron didn't even draw his sword. As the wolf lunged, he simply tilted his head lightly to avoid the sharp claws. Then, with a casual punch, he struck the wolf's chest. Boom. An unimpressive punch exploded with a thunderous sound. The werewolf flew backward like a rag doll with broken strings, crashing heavily and sliding across the ground, leaving a long trail before slamming into the wall. His head hit the bricks, shattering several stones with a dull thud before he finally came to a stop. After that, there was no more movement. It seemed as if he had fainted. Of course, it's also possible he was knocked out cold with that one punch. That blow from Kellen was powered by his Thunderbody enhancement. To put it bluntly, even if all the A-grade bloodline holders here transformed simultaneously, their total attributes wouldn't equal 1/3 of Kellen's in Thunderbody mode. Beating him was nearly impossible. The werewolf collapsed onto the ground, chest caved in, fur scorched black. Seeing this gruesome sight, the once outrage-filled crowd suddenly fell silent. Kellen's punch had also shattered all the expensive sound equipment surrounding the arena. Metal casings were warped and cables scattered everywhere. Looking at the devastation, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Next, the arena was deathly quiet, with no response. Then Winnie stepped forward, her slender figure halting in front of Kellen under everyone's stare. Kellen, I'm giving it my all. Hope you won't go easy on me. She lifted her head, her violet eyes steady and resolute. Good. Kellen nodded slightly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Winnie's bloodline ignited. In the blink of an eye, the once gentle girl transformed into a fierce vampire aura, magical claws crafted by Kellen himself extending from her fingers, gleaming coldly. She dashed like a shadow at Kellen, slashing her claws at his chest. Kellen simply raised his hand. His knuckled palms snapped shut around her wrist with precise grip. The next moment, he lifted petite Winnie off the ground with one hand, as if she were a light puppet. Suspended midair, Winnie's cheeks flushed crimson. She struggled and grabbed at him with her other hand, but he locked that one down tightly again. After a brief, futile struggle, both her wrists were trapped in Kellen's grasp. He raised his free hand, tapping lightly on the side of her neck with the edge of his palm. Winnie's vision darkened, and she fainted on the spot. This scene demonstrated the gap between them even more clearly than when the werewolf had been blasted away. After scattered gasps, the crowd fell utterly silent. This was the final match. Were they really going to watch an adult beating a child? The four remaining contestants exchanged glances, realizing that a single duel would only bring embarrassment. They nodded silently to each other. Together, then. Seeing this, Kellen finally showed a trace of seriousness. He pondered whether to unleash his Thunder Fang attack, then glanced at the Grandmaster in the stands. If he wanted to leave an impression, no weapon was needed. These four might have a great talent, but their growth potential was poor, not worth drawing his blade for. Veins bulging on his right arm. Deep purple lightning quickly concentrated. The third level of the lightning summoning technique, torrents of magic roared around his body, electric arcs intertwining, as if molding thunder itself into flesh. This move could either explode with extreme penetration at a point or spread to deal area damage. He chose the latter this time. Boom. A blinding pillar of lightning tore through the arena. The reinforced stone tiles beneath shattered instantly into fragments. Heat waves carrying a metallic, burnt smell, washing over everyone. The four attackers rushing together were swallowed by the lightning, thrashing helplessly within the searing electric mesh. None survived the shock. The next moment, they were hurled several meters like broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground. On impact, the four lay burned black all over, their clothing singed and curled. Their eyes rolled back, only the white visible, unconscious. The hard stone floor was scorched in a half-foot-deep blackened groove that still smoked. Though their appearance was grim, they were not seriously injured and should recover fully after some rest. At the exact moment this scene unfolded, the werewolf opened its eyes and witnessed Kylon single-handedly defeating four opponents in an instant. It then chose to close its eyes again, reassuring itself that this must be a dream. Such a scene was too absurd to be real. Better to just keep sleeping. Kylon sheathed his long sword. No one remained standing in the arena. With absolute power, he ended the fight, and, in doing so, brought the entire tournament to a close. The referee hesitated for a moment, then raised the crystal megaphone high. His voice boomed off the stone walls. The champion of this tournament is Kylon Jasa. In an instant, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers that seemed to swallow the very air. Yet in Kylon's ears, the noise was muted, as if the world had been silenced. Standing in the center of the duel ring, his reflection shimmering on the blood-stained ground, the light around him seemed consumed by his presence alone. He had once felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, but today it was especially intense in this stage. He was the embodiment of the rules themselves. The sweet taste of power fermented in his throat, intoxicating with just one sip. Kylon knew that to truly bend the world to his will, he needed even sharper strength. So this victory did not make him complacent. Rather, it felt like an iron hammer striking his chest, forging a renewed fighting spirit. In the future, he would become stronger. At some point, the Pope stepped onto the arena. His white robe brushed against the bloodstains, yet remained spotless. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Kylon. You did it, defeated all the strongest foes, and rightfully earned the top spot among the freshmen." Strong foes? Kylon mused silently. To him, were the true enemies the Saints? Or those immature, grade, gifted talents? They were nothing but a group of children still growing, or perhaps giant infants who would never grow up. Yet he kept a composed silence on his face. Kylon, how do you feel right now? Very excited. Haha, of course you are, the Pope laughed. But then the mirth vanished, his gaze sharpening. Now, I will bestow upon you the title of Marquis. Kylon, do you have the strength to bear this heavy responsibility? Anyone else might have been struck with fear, but Kylon met the Pope's eyes calmly and firmly. I can bear it. Good. The Pope raised his hand, and the holy emblem gleamed coldly in the sunlight. In the name of the Church and the Pope, I hereby grant you this honor. Congratulations, Kylon. From this day forward, you are a marquis. You will fight for the fairness of the King's Academy. For fairness? Kylon raised an eyebrow, but nodded solemnly. From now on, I will fight for justice in this world. The Pope was clearly satisfied with his answer. After the public bestowment, everyone understood the balance of power within the church might soon tip. The Sacred Heart remained the saintess, yet her nature was ruthless and cruel, lacking the mercy a saintess should possess. Moreover, whether facing enemies or friends, she treated them all the same with total disregard for others as human beings. His strength was nowhere near Kellen's. He was utterly crushed by Kellen at the tournament. Looking at Kellen's temperament, though, it wasn't clear how he treated acquaintances or strangers alike, but with those he knew well, he was deeply loyal and honorable. When facing enemies, he was ruthless and showed no mercy. Because of this, people naturally drew a clear contrast in their minds. One was mediocre but arrogant, the other was powerful and principled. Many quietly guessed which way the wind would blow in the future and decided to cultivate ties with Kellen. Judging by their personalities alone, it was obvious who was the safer bet. As soon as the award ceremony ended and Kellen sheathed his sword, a group of nobles in elegant attire surged forward beneath the platform. Their faces were beaming, eager to strike up conversation, afraid of missing their chance to be noticed by the newly minted marquis. Kellen was about to raise his hand to politely decline when a well-dressed man in his 30s stepped steadily from the crowd. When the onlookers saw the gleaming gold badge on his chest, they quickly and discreetly parted, making way for him. Kellen's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the emblem of a duke. The man approached, nodded slightly, and spoke with calm but authoritative grace. Marquis Kellen, I am Charles Grant, Duke of this land. Tomorrow night, I am hosting a birthday banquet at my residence, and I sincerely invite you to attend. Charles' manner was humble yet earnest. Kellen, unwilling to offend, gave a slight nod. I will be there tomorrow night, Duke Charles. Pleased with the reply, Charles' lips curved in a subtle smile before turning away, every gesture exuding elegance and composure. To him, this young marquis was both savvy and promising. There would be no trouble with him going forward. After all, Kellen was only a step away from a dukedom himself, a step that seemed short but required glorious battlefield achievements to cross. Far from easy. No sooner had the duke disappeared into the crowd than the nobles around erupted in murmurs. Being openly invited by Charles was an obvious sign of allegiance. Fully aware, they flocked back to Kellen, eager to give names, titles, family estates, desperate to get closer to him immediately. But Kellen was mentally exhausted and had no time for greetings. He raised his hand and gently asked for patience. Apologies, everyone. I am quite tired and need to rest. I will attend Duke Charles' banquet tomorrow night. We can talk then. Hearing this, the nobles' hopeful faces fell. Most had yet to receive the duke's invitation, making it much harder to get close now. But none dared to press the issue and reluctantly bowed out with their emotions suppressed. As the crowd slowly thinned to scattered whispers, Kellen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Just as he turned to leave, a young man who looked barely over 20 hurried forward. His attire was neat but bore only a viscount's badge. Lord Kellen. The youth's clear voice held a hint of nervousness but was polite. May I introduce myself? Kellen's heart stirred. Coming forward after he had clearly said he needed rest showed confidence or folly. But those who rose to viscount rank were rarely fools. Raising an eyebrow, Kellen glanced at the watch on his sleeve and said calmly but firmly, You have 1 minute. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lord Kron. May the priest bless you. I am Robinson Zackley. As you can see, I am a merchant dealing in ores and gemstones. Here, you can find all kinds of rare gems and forging materials. What do you think, Marquis Kron? I believe this would interest you greatly. Robinson finished his pitch in one breath, folding his hands over his chest, speaking with a tone both respectful and confident. As he spoke, the suitcases behind him gently opened, revealing shimmering minerals and jewels that caught the sunlight, scattering vibrant rays. Kron's eyes lit up immediately. Recently, he had been worried about stocking enough rare ores for advanced forging. Although the Forgers Guild prioritized supplying him as a top genius, future demand was uncertain. Having a private source meant that whenever materials ran low, he could restock instantly. Thinking this over, he silently raised Robinson's importance in his mind. You make a good point, Kron said, raising a hand slightly to invite him to continue. I am indeed very interested right now. Robinson promptly handed over a heavy black and gold business card, pointing toward the city center. Marquis Kron, hey, race my card. My shop is in the alley opposite Wambao Tower. Whenever you need materials, come see me. Very well. Kron nodded, pocketing the card carefully. Back at his residence by evening, the courtyard entrance was already crowded with familiar faces. Quinn, Master Gu Gang, Kino, Sophia, almost all his close friends had come, clearly waiting for their lord's triumphant return. Seeing them, Kron's rare genuine smile brightened. Ed realized they had gathered to celebrate his promotion. From dusk till midnight, the dining room was lively and bright. Plates of steaming roast meats and fragrant barley ale were passed around, glasses clinking amid repeated toasts and compliments. Kino and Quinn raised their cups frequently, and even the usually strict Master Gu was in high spirits. When the drinks flowed strongest, they loudly proclaimed, "The future belongs to Kron." Clearly, everyone had had a bit too much. It wasn't until late that Kron saw off the drunk guests one by one. "Congratulations, host. You've gained one charm attribute point." The familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Kron sighed wearily. Charm again. He went to the mirror for a closer look. His skin was fair, his willow-shaped eyes clear but not frivolous. A single glance quickened hearts. His nose was prominent, lips curved in a perfect M shape. This face was nearly flawless. Confirming his breath steady, he turned back to the training room, spending the night cultivating and regulating his energy. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window panes. Kron remembered the Duke's banquet he must attend tonight. Wearing shabby clothes would be a disgrace. No matter how strong his ability, he couldn't show up looking like a vagabond at his master's event. After a quick wash, he headed straight to Wanbao Tower. Just like last time, as soon as he stepped inside, the trainee receptionist Stacy came up to greet him. But when she caught sight of the newly affixed silver-edged golden lion marquee badge on his chest, she froze. She had only heard yesterday of his rapid rise from Viscount to Marquis, never imagined he would already be wearing the insignia. This speed was breaking records within the church. "Lord Kron." Stacy quickly bowed her head in respect, voice betraying her surprise. "What can I help you with today? I'm attending a banquet tonight and want to order a fitting set of formal wear." Kron's tone was calm, yet carried undeniable authority. "A formal suit? Very well, please follow me." Although formal wear for big shots like Kellen usually requires custom tailoring, Kellen had insisted on attending tonight's event. Starting to make a suit now was obviously too late, so he had no choice but to buy one off the rack to get by. The upscale Ready Tower shop at the end of Main Street was brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers embedded in the walls and sample garments embroidered with golden threads hanging neatly. The styles here differed sharply from Earth's typical suits, leaning more toward medieval noble fashion. Stiff standing collars, fitted long coats, and discreet hidden buttons preserving elegance without resorting to skirts for men. Kellen casually picked out a pure black evening coat, brushed off the dust on the hanger, and headed straight into the fitting room. Less than 2 minutes later, he drew back the curtain. The black fabric hugged his shoulders and back, cinching at the waist in a graceful curve, accentuating his tall, strong silhouette. Stacy, who had been ready to introduce the next outfit, locked eyes with the striking figure and froze, her ears flushing slightly. "This looks ordinary, but you wear it like the king of night," she whispered. Kellen smoothed the sleeve cuffs while looking in the mirror, satisfied with the effect, and set it aside. Then he tried on several more styles: deep blue velvet, silver gray brocade, burgundy embroidered trim, whether color or cut. He seemed born to wear them all effortlessly. Stacy stood just outside the fitting area, feeling like the sole audience to a private fashion show. Finally, Kellen handed all the treat-on garments to her in one go. "Wrap them all up." "Oh, of course, Lord Kellen." Stacy regained composure and hurriedly packed each into gilded gift boxes. The crystal cashier display lit up, 1,300 credits. With his marquee discount of 13 off, this was already a reduced price. Kellen glanced at the total and raised his eyebrow, not because it was expensive, but because it was surprisingly affordable. Given the designs and craftsmanship, he had expected a much steeper cost. Noticing his perplexity, Stacy explained softly, "Mr. Kellen, that's just the fabric. If they were studded with jewels, the price would easily multiply." He nodded thoughtfully. This world was evidently more practical, a quality he admired. After purchasing the clothes, Kellen returned home to continue his training, sharpening his mindset to peak readiness for the night ahead. Unlike his residence in the Chuch's quarters, tonight's banquet host, Duke Charles, lived in a mansion in St. Clyde City's upscale district. As night approached, Kellen mounted his thunder steed half an hour early, his silver armor and flowing mane flashing like lightning under the moon as he raced across the streets toward the Duke's estate. Now a marquis himself, Kellen could purchase a manor simply by choosing the right spot and sealing the deal. Until then, the church kept a permanent marquis suite ready for him, and at the same time, the church reserved a marquis exclusive room for Kellen forever. In reality, the reason the Holy See had so many rooms was not just its vast footprint, but also because almost every room used spatial magic. Though the physical rooms were not that large, the spatial magic expanded their interiors by 10 to even 100 times. Naturally, the construction costs were astronomical. Rumor had it that the Holy See gathered over 1,000 craftsmen skilled in spatial magic and took a full 15 years to complete the main building. Even now, it continued expanding both above and below ground, earning it the reputation of a legendary structure. Soon after, Kellen arrived at Duke Charles' mansion. The guards at the entrance noticed the marquee medal shining on his chest and intended to question him, but upon seeing the insignia, they immediately softened and respectfully saluted. "My lord, may I ask your name?" "Kellen Gassa." The guard's heart skipped a beat. The Duke had specially instructed that if this marquis came, he must be received with the utmost ceremony. He hurriedly bowed. "Marquis Kellen, please follow me. I will take you to the venue." As he spoke, He also directed servants to lead Kellen's warhorse to the resting area. Meanwhile, inside the venue, crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow over groups of nobles chatting in twos and threes. A few strikingly beautiful debutantes whispered among themselves. Have you heard? Lord Kellen is coming today. The one who won first place in yesterday's tournament? Yes. I saw him in person. Is truly handsome. In another corner, several barons and viscounts in their 30s, dressed elegantly, spoke quietly. Lord Kellen is confirmed to attend today. I watched the tournament yesterday, was personally invited by Duke Charles. It would be wonderful to make his acquaintance. Though Kellen's reputation had skyrocketed, no one dared bring up the Holy Maiden. After all, even if Saint Heart lost her title as the Holy See's Holy Maiden in the future, she was still an austere talent with unlimited potential, and nobody wanted to face the consequences of speaking ill of her. Guided by the guards, Kellen stepped into the venue. Lord Kellen Gassa has arrived. The steward announced loudly at the door, immediately drawing every eye. A unseen century forging prodigy, rookie tournament champion, dual arena victor, 10 consecutive wins in the Colosseum, and 3 times punching the Holy Maiden without being severely punished by the Pope. His legendary achievements made everyone instinctively eager to connect with him. People soon noticed that Kellen had deliberately groomed himself for today. His dark suit was perfectly tailored, and his long hair half-dyed, radiating a casual yet noble aura. Though not an otherworldly beauty, he easily outshone most present. Nobles who had seen him before took a sharp breath, while newcomers whispered admiration. It was like reliving yesterday's arena spectacle. Guests crowded around him but maintained proper distance. After all, this was Duke Charles' domain, so nobody was rude. After a few people gathered around, those nearby didn't crowd in tightly around Kellen. Instead, they kept a respectful distance, planning to approach him later when he was free, so as not to offend him. Kellen dealt with his visitors calmly. He exchanged brief greetings with each, introducing himself, handing over business cards, explaining his industry, and politely expressing his willingness to assist if needed. The process was smooth and efficient. Although Duke Charles had yet to appear, Kellen had already built a valuable network, including some potential partners he genuinely intended to work with. A few nobles sneered dismissively at this newly minted marquis, but since this was the Duke's banquet, no one dared cause trouble openly and could only grumble quietly in the shadows. The first ladies who had whispered about Kellen were now trapped behind a human barrier in the outer circle, anxiously stamping their feet. They muttered to themselves, "What's with these men barging in on our fun? What if they interfere with their chance to get close to Lord Kellen?" As they edged nearer, Kellen's features finally came into view, sharp, handsome, composed, and gentle, causing several young hearts to race instantly. His looks only added fuel to the fire. The real magnetism came from his dazzling talent. When meeting a true expert in a field they admired, their admiration automatically magnified, making his charm seem nearly limitless. At that moment, a striking woman appeared gracefully, gliding past the ladies with deliberate ease. Her arrival instantly darkened their expressions, but they dared not show it openly. Her status was intimidating. Those trying to approach Kellen earlier now stepped back, watching helplessly as she confidently made her way directly to him. "Lord Marquis Kellen." "Hello, I am Marquis Katerina Teresa," she said in a low, confident voice. Kellen looked up to appraise Hera, roughly 25 or 26-year-old, who already held the rank of Marquis. Such a standing was enough to shake the social scene. While Kellen himself had risen quickly through beginner's luck, he did not yet know how she had achieved her status. Even more striking than her title was her appearance. An oval face, slender fox-like eyes, chestnut waves bouncing softly as she moved, a delicate, well-defined nose beneath which sat subtly curved red lips, a slender waist, and impossible curves that caused several gentlemen nearby to swallow involuntarily. Kellen raised his head slightly, showing respect. "Miss Katerina, impressive. It's a pleasure to meet you." His tone was measured and steady, unshaken by her beauty. Hearing Kellen's calm composure, Katerina was somewhat surprised. From a very young age, she had been well aware of the impact her looks had on men's reactions. Since childhood, she had learned to use her beauty to get whatever she wanted. Whenever a man approached, she was already accustomed to one of two reactions, either showing her true nature awkwardly or putting on a serious and reserved facade. Which type would the young Marquis of Klan before her be? Lady Caitlin studied him with keen interest. The young man was tall and lean, with clean-cut features, especially his peach blossom eyes, clear and bright, without a hint of frivolity. Just standing there, he looked like a raw, unpolished gem. Given his status and appearance, many women would no doubt throw themselves at him in the future. Klan noticed her gaze and stepped forward lightly, polite yet distant. "Lady Caitlin, do you need something from me?" Caitlin was momentarily taken aback. Usually, others scrambled to flatter her, but this young marquis exchanged formal greetings before going straight to the point. She smiled softly, her voice warm yet probing. "Nothing urgent. I just wanted to meet the young marquis. Mr. Klan, would you be willing to join me over there for a private chat?" "Certainly." Klan nodded. After all, she was a marquis too, and before Duke Charles arrived, he owed her proper respect. More importantly, from previous conversations with nobles, Klan had learned that counts, and even some viscounts in the empire often managed lucrative side businesses. Caitlyn's ease within noble circles meant she likely controlled impressive resources, a fact that piqued his curiosity. Side by side, they crossed the bustling hall. The guests, seeing the two young marquises walking together, instinctively stepped aside to give them space. As they headed toward a quiet corridor, Caitlyn observed quietly. Klan showed none of the typical awkwardness men usually displayed around her, nor did he behave like a frivolous playboy eager to impress. Instead, he was unusually composed, clearly a young man focused on his career. She had no other agenda now except to forge a connection before his influence fully blossomed. Anyone with insight could see his future potential was vast. Investing early would reap unimaginable returns. At a windowed corner, she initiated the topic. Marquis Klan, do you know what business I'm in? Klan shook his head but harbored a guess. The red rose tattoo on Caitlyn's hand was conspicuous. He had once seen similar markings at a secret sanctuary under the churchwomen bearing those signs did not have glamorous professions. He held his tongue, not wanting to offend. Caitlyn, however, spoke plainly. I'm the hidden owner behind all the brothels in the city. Caught off guard, Klan cleared his throat softly. Pardon me. That was rude of me. It's all right. Surprise is natural. She smiled, then shifted tone smoothly. But, Marquis Klan, I have another business if you know about it. Want to hear? Her voice was as seductive as a siren's, each word stirring curiosity. Still confident he wouldn't be easily tempted, Klan asked, what kind of business? Come closer. She leaned forward slightly, her long hair falling over her shoulder. Klan hesitated briefly but brought his ear nearer. As Caitlyn leaned in, Klan caught a tantalizing scent on the air. I have another business, but Katrin said nothing. Instead, she suddenly reached out and used her finger to write something on Kron's neck. The unexpected gesture startled Kron, but he held his composure. He recalled those few gentle, yet chilly strokes intelligence. If she truly meant that, then it was exactly the one thing Kron lacked most, but valued above all else. From this alone, he guessed Katrin's intelligence network likely relied on those beautiful, yet mysterious girls around her. After finishing the writing, Katrin lifted her eyes and softly warned, Marquis Kron, I serve only a very select few, and my price is never low. If you truly seek my help, be prepared. Before he could respond, she stepped back to a safe distance, then turned and floated away gracefully. Kron watched her elegant figure disappear, frowning slightly. Tease and retreat. This woman was definitely dangerous. His instincts told him it was best not to get too close to Katrin unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Kron quietly planned. All the people he needed to know were basically in place. Now he just awaited Duke Charles' arrival. After some brief greetings, he could make his exit. Just as he was thinking this, the hall suddenly grew noisy. Looking toward the sound, he saw Duke Charles had just arrived, tall and striking. Charles immediately scanned the room for Kron. Their eyes met, and he headed straight over, clearly wanting to talk. Kron stood and waited quietly. It wasn't long before the Duke stood before him. Shall we talk? Sure. Kron nodded, and they moved back to that secluded corner. Kron, do you know why I favor you but not the Holy Maiden? Charles said bluntly, though his voice was low. Kron's heart tightened. If anyone overheard that, it would be trouble. Noticing his worry, Charles waved a shimmering scroll in his hand. Don't worry, I used a soundproofing magic scroll. No one else can hear us. Kron glanced around, though some guests looked curious. They clearly heard nothing. He finally relaxed. Because I'm more capable than the Holy Maiden? That's one reason. Charles lowered his voice further. But more importantly, the Pope has given up on the Holy Maiden. Kron was stunned. He had suspected this, but didn't expect it so soon. The Holy Maiden still sat in her high seat. Had the Pope truly abandoned her? Seeing his doubt, Charles pressed on. Are you wondering how someone with such a vile nature as the Holy Maiden can still hold the papacy? Kron hesitated, but nodded. Charles narrowed his eyes. Then do you know what matters most to the church? After a moment's thought, Kron whispered 2 words. Faith. Upon hearing Kron's response, Charles paused briefly before nodding. Leaning in slightly, he lowered his voice to explain. Of course, what the church needs most is faith, but reputation matters just as much, not only among ordinary believers, but also among the S-level prodigies who haven't chosen sides yet. If the saint were deposed just over character flaws, how would those geniuses react? Would they still be willing to dedicate themselves to the church? Kron glanced sideways, pondering and feeling a quiet agreement. Indeed, every power valued top-tier talents like lifelines. A fully developed S-level warrior was worth as much as an army of 100,000 troops. What made it worse was that if they failed to completely eliminate such a person, once recovered, that individual could seek revenge continuously. Therefore, most factions preferred to avoid antagonizing groups possessing S-level prodigies. Realizing this, Kron understood that forcing the saint down quickly was unrealistic. Yet what she had done had already provoked universal outrage from both mortals and gods. Her downfall was inevitable. All he had to do was keep applying pressure and patiently wait for the right moment. Seeing Kron lost in thought, Charles did not interrupt, but quietly sipped his drink, allowing him to gather his thoughts. After a long pause, Kron finally stopped thinking. Charles set down his glass and smiled. Looks like you've figured things out, and you know the next step, right? Kron nodded. Yes, I have some ideas now. Good. Let me know if you need any help. But keep in mind, while many people want to curry favor with you, even more secretly want you gone. They're experts at hiding their intentions. You must stay cautious. I understand, Duke Charles. All right then, let's go relax at the banquet. Charles suddenly winked. Want me to introduce you to my sister? She just started school this year, although unfortunately, her talent is only level. Kron didn't refuse. I'd like to meet her. Huh, great. Young people always have plenty to talk about. Charles laughed heartily and led Kron through the brightly lit hall, weaving past groups of chatting guests until they arrived before a young woman in a pale blue dress. The girl appeared about Kron's age, her long hair neatly pinned up, her posture impeccably formal, and her features exuded a dignified elegancy as if a noblewoman had stepped right out of a storybook. Although Kron had met many aristocratic ladies, this was the first time had encountered such a purely refined and restrained ladylike presence. Charles introduced them. Kron, this is my sister Nina. Nina, this is Marquis Kron Cassase. You've surely heard his name before. In fact, as Charles had led Kron over, Nina had already found it difficult to look away. For some reason, the boy before her emanated an undeniable attraction. Learning that he was the famous Marquis Kron Cassase only increased her astonishment. Lord Kron, good evening. Nina. Hello, Miss Nina. Kron nodded slightly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a flicker of hope appeared in Nina's eyes. She knew well that as a noblewoman, her marriage prospects would mostly be arranged by her family. Compared to the usual suitors men 10 or 20 years her senior, this young and talented man right in front of her clearly shone much brighter. If her brother Charles truly intended to match her with Kron, it couldn't be more ideal. Charles had indeed considered this. Although his family was now well off, he believed Kron's potential far surpassed most. Nina was a remarkable sister, but forcibly pushing a match might not bring them genuine happiness. It could even breed resentment in Kron. So he decided to let the two get to know each other naturally first, and once mutual feelings developed, he could subtly nudge things forward. Thinking this through, Charles silently congratulated himself on his thoughtful strategy, feeling like a considerate older brother. You young people carry on chatting. I won't disturb you, Charles said, raising his glass before stepping away. All right, brother. Yes, Duke Charles, Kron responded politely. Once Charles left, the flickering lights and music filled the hall, drowning out the guests' chatter. Nobles who had intended to approach stopped when they saw Kron and Nina. Alanino one wanted to offend their potential future Duke's sister-in-law. A brief silence settled between the two. After a few moments, Nina took the initiative. What do you usually do, Mr. Kron? Kron thought for a moment, then answered plainly but earnestly. Eat, train, forge, sleep. His serious simplicity softened Nina's heart, nearly making her laugh. Lord Kron works so hard. No wonder he's achieved so much at such a young age. I miss Nina as well. Kron paused, then added. Oh, no need to call me Lord Marquis Kron. Just Kron is fine. All right, Kron. You can call me Nina too. Though it felt a bit forward, she knew using first names was the fastest way to break the ice. What followed was an easy, flowing exchange, compliments and polite banter weaving naturally between them. Time slipped by unnoticed, and half an hour passed like a blink. Glancing at the twilight outside the hall, Kron felt he had fulfilled his duty for the evening and stood to leave. Nina, it's getting late. I have some business tonight, so we'll take my leave. Nina was momentarily stunned. The ball had only been underway for half an hour. Was she just boring? A faint disappointment welled quietly inside her, but she maintained a graceful smile. All right then, Kron. Take care on your way. Will do. Kron's eyes were clear as he nodded and swiftly exited the hall. Watching that upright figure disappear through the doors, Nina gently squeezed her wine glass, a bittersweet mix of longing and hope stirring in her heart. If only he liked her too. Not long after, Charles returned, scanning the room to find his sister standing alone in a corner. Has Kron already left? Yeah. Nina lowered her gaze, quietly asking, does Lord Marquis Kron not like me? Charles froze. Since when was his little sister saying things like this? Then he lowered his voice and cautiously asked, do you have feelings for Lord Marquis Kron? Hearing Charles' words, Nina felt a bit embarrassed, but deep down she knew that if you like someone, there's no shame in admitting it. It's not something to hide. Yeah, my first impression of Marquis Kellen was really good. She bit her lip, still a little shy. But he doesn't seem to feel the same way about me. After getting a confirming answer, Charles smiled knowingly. Nina, Kellen doesn't dislike you. People like him are very focused and won't waste a second of their time. Leaving early just means he truly had something important to do. If you really like him, I can arrange some chances for you two to spend more time together in the future. He paused, speaking more seriously. But you need to understand, Kellen is exceptional, and one day there may be more women around him than just you. If you want to stay by his side for the long run, you'll have to be someone who can support him. A real man won't abandon a wife who grows alongside him. Even if they part ways, He'll leave her a generous inheritance. Nina listened, partly confused but grasping the core meaning. If she wanted to become Kellen's wife, she needed to support and love him steadfastly. I understand, brother. He'll work hard. Seeing her earnest expression, Charles' lips curved slightly. If Kellen really married Nina, he'd be lucky. Meanwhile, after returning to his residence, Kellen immediately headed into the forge. The fire roared through the night, sparks flying until dawn, when he finally limped into the sitting room with aching, stiff arms. Master, the church officials came yesterday. The maid Milia approached with a slight bow. Oh, what did they want? Kellen removed his gloves, his voice hoarse from staying up all night. They delivered a mission. You're free to accept or reject it. Let me see it. Milia respectfully handed over the unopened letter. Breaking the wax seal, Kellen quickly scanned its contents. Mission: eliminate the Thunder Canyon cat spirits. Difficulty: rank B. Reward: 50,000 points. Nature: group mission. Kellen frowned. If the church really intended to cultivate him, they usually wouldn't assign such a seemingly ordinary task. The reward was mediocre, but it likely hid something beneficial for his growth. He flipped to the back of the letter, where a small line of text caught his eye. There may be something hidden deep within Thunder Canyon. A hint? Riddlers get out of the church. Kellen muttered lowly. Still, since there was a suggestion of extra rewards, he nodded in approval. The mission assembly was set for tomorrow. Rank B missions were already quite dangerous, typically reserved for powerful counts. Although Kellen was a marquis, his experience and strength within the church were far behind those counts who had been entrenched for many years, even over a decade. After some thought, he followed his usual routine and went to the treasure pavilion to buy gear. Stacy enthusiastically introduced him to rare materials and rune items, and Kellen didn't hold back, spending heavily once again. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.